North's heir shall be taken to his dominion, where his heritage will manifest itself. The long-forgotten power will wake, and Ice's armies will flock to him. Traitors will quail before the betrayed, and will be reckoned with. Voldemort's fate will be decided by he who holds the black rod. Lucius Malfoy picked Harry Potter's wand up from the wet street, as its owner took deep breaths to prevent himself from collapsing from magical exhaustion. He then muttered a long-winded incantation and waved it at the Muggle households that surrounded them. They all burst into uncontrollable flames. Malfoy smirked as Harry collapsed, and then dropped the wand in front of the teenage boy. He then drew his own wand and cast a charm that erased any presence of his own magical signature. Hopefully his master's signature would be mistaken for Potter's. His malicious work done, Malfoy went to the fallen form of Voldemort and prepared a portkey. The Dark Lord would survive, but it had been close. He then said the word to activate the portkey as he grasped his master's cloak. Impossible! Harry James Potter was left lying in the street as Privet Drive burned and countless Muggles perished in flames and smoke that had been caused by his wand. I didn't do it, Harry said, his voice showing how close he was to tears. There's no reason for me to kill innocent Muggles. He was bound to a hard chair in an office deep beneath the Ministry of Magic. That's why it's illegal, the Ministry agent said snidely. She had wasted no time in letting Harry know that she and everyone else despised him. I'm innocent. Dumbledore looked at Harry sadly. We tested your wand. You were the one who cast that spell, Harry. He held up his hand to prevent Harry from interrupting. There are witnesses that say you had a big fight with the late Dursleys on that same day. I've always fought with them, Harry yelled. I've never hurt them. I swear that it was Voldemort and Malfoy. They appeared out of nowhere and I nearly killed Voldemort. Malfoy must have done it. Tests indicate that you were the only magical person to even be in the vicinity of Privet Drive since you came home for the holidays, the woman said. I and the rest of the Order suspected that you may have allied with the dark, even Snape. You knew about attacks long before he did, Dumbledore said morosely. How else would you have gotten all that information without having your dreams? Harry was now getting angry. Why wouldn't they listen? I told you. After I got home for the summer after 5th year, I kept getting short letters telling me where attacks would be. I simply passed on the information to you. Where are they from? I don't know. Why didn't you warn us about the attack on Hogsmeade? Hundreds died, Dumbledore questioned. The person stopped writing letters to me, Harry explained desperately. The woman who had not even identified herself shook her head grimly as she made some notations in what Harry assumed to be his permanent record. I think you were trying to give everyone a false sense of security. Your warning prevented minor attacks and filled Azkaban with rookie Death Eaters, but they were hardly significant. As if Voldemort did anything significant since June, Harry muttered. The woman flipped the folder shut. All of the evidence is against you. You had a fight with the Dursleys, these mysterious letters. Your wand initiated the spell. You are the only wizard or witch to have stepped foot on that street. Instead of trying to defend himself, Harry looked at the situation logically. The evidence was more than damning. He couldn't prove any of it wrong unless Veritaserum. I'll take a dose and tell you that I'm innocent. Too expensive and pointless. This is an open-shut case, Potter. I hope you enjoy rotting in Azkaban. The woman sneered at him. Traitor. But a trial? No time, she appealed to Dumbledore. You can see that this is solid. He obviously did it. There's not much point of making more trouble over this. Yes, Whitney, I have to agree. He gave Harry an extremely disappointed look. Normally, I wouldn't dare put him in Azkaban, not matter what he did, what with Voldemort about. Things have changed, though. There's a new prophecy. That settles it then. Life in Azkaban, no parole. This silenced Harry, and he watched Dumbledore snap his wand. What would happen to the rest of his possessions? Stupid thing to be wondering about, Harry concluded. The boat ride across the channel to Azkaban was extremely depressing for Harry. He couldn't stop thinking about what Dumbledore said. Did they really think I had gone to the dark? All that time, Harry thought. They must have. Ron and Hermione had been acting strange the whole year. Harry thought that he had been mistaken, but they had appeared relieved when he announced he would be spending the holidays alone. As the fortress loomed closer through the dark fog, Harry came to the conclusion that he couldn't really blame the people who had turned against him based on the facts. But the Ministry could have given him a proper trial with Veritaserum, and those who had known him for so long should have believed in him. He gathered his resolve for the hardship he would soon face. Getting mad about it wouldn't solve anything, though. Harry looked at Azkaban as the boat came to rest next to the stone-pillared dock. Harry noted absently that it had been artfully carved from solid rock. The figures that were on the pillar were faded with age, but Harry thought that some of them looked vaguely like birds. One of the Aurors roughly grabbed him and led him towards the dock. The other Auror, who had a much nicer disposition, had noticed Harry looking at the pillars. "Some say that those were carved long before there was a prison here," he said informatively. "Like it matters to me," Harry thought with apathy. When he stepped onto the island, Harry felt a jolt of power shake him slightly. He quickly looked at his escort to see if they had noticed it. They did not appear to have noticed anything strange. Must be the wards, Harry decided. They led him into the prison where the Dementors were. It was amazing that any of them remained now that Voldemort was out and about. Not many, though. Their effects weren't bothering Harry very much at all. His thoughts on this subject were interrupted when they stopped walking and the friendly Auror unlocked a cell door. The hostile one shoved Harry into the cell and sneered. "Merry Christmas, Potter!" Because his hands were shackled, Harry was unable to break his fall and he scraped an arm on the ground as the door slammed shut. "And a Happy New Year," he muttered sarcastically. He stood up to survey his surroundings. The cell was quite small and was windowless. The only opening other than the closed door was a small hole in the corner which Harry assumed served as a toilet. The thing that startled him was that he was not alone. Another inmate was huddled in a dark corner that the light from the barred cell door opening didn't touch. Harry decided to be social, even though the other inmate was quite likely insane. He stepped towards his cellmate and took a good look that left him reeling in shock. "Bellatrix Lestrange." Bellatrix raised her head and her moist and slightly dead violet eyes met his. "Black, actually. My husband divorced me." She sighed and returned to gazing at nothing in particular on the floor. "Why?" "Because I betrayed V.V. Voldemort," she whispered. "I wasn't killed because they thought it would be amusing for me to rot in this hellhole. Didn't stop them from torturing me, though." To say that Harry was stunned would be an understatement. Why would she betray Voldemort, and how had she ended up here without it being all over the newspapers? The second answer was actually quite easy, really. Fudge would not want to admit that she had escaped in the first place. Any reports that she had escaped could now be dismissed as false. Harry elected to sit down next to her. He was itching to know how she had betrayed the Dark Lord, but decided that a little sympathy might get him further in the long run. "Crucio," a weak snort answered Harry. "That's nothing." Bellatrix turned towards him and pulled the neck of her ratty dress down a bit further to reveal a mass of red welted lines all over the skin of her upper chest. After Harry had gaped a moment, she let go and sat back against the wall. Now that he looked closer, he realized that the numerous stains on her dress must be blood. "I'm sorry," Harry said sincerely. She may have been a Death Eater who had tortured and killed many, but he couldn't help but feel sympathetic towards her. Besides, if she had betrayed Voldemort, she couldn't be all that bad. "How was it that you betrayed him?" She looked at Harry with a bit of a smile. "I sent you all those letters." "Why did you do that?" Bellatrix sighed deeply. "I was trying to make up for my crimes. 15 years in Azkaban changed my outlook on life. I rue the day that I decided to become a Death Eater. When V. Voldemort broke me out, I had no choice but to follow." She stopped and looked away from Harry. "I'm sorry about Sirius," she said quietly. "I tried to stun him. I didn't know that he would fall through that thing." Harry nodded. There was no use in getting angry about it anymore. Sirius was dead, and that was that. Besides, it was mostly his fault after all. Taking Harry's silence as encouragement, Bellatrix turned her head towards Harry continued. "After Sirius died, I realized that I couldn't pretend anymore. I already suffered from too much guilt. There was no way I could stand by and do nothing. So I started writing you those letters. He caught on after a while, though. After being tortured for days, I was turned over discreetly to the ministry, and here I am." Putting his weak legilimency skills to the test, Harry looked into Bellatrix's eyes intensely. He was able to feel her emotions for a single moment. He found crushing guilt for her crimes, sorrow, depression, and best of all, no regrets for turning on Voldemort. "I believe you," he said quietly. This single statement seemed to overjoy her. Perhaps there was hope for her if the boy who lived could at least understand her. There was a long pause before she asked the inevitable question. "What are you doing here?" "That's a nice lot of friends you have," Bellatrix commented when Harry finished telling her the events of the past 24 hours that had led to his incarceration. To say the least, she was horrified, but voicing that probably wouldn't do any good. "At least they didn't torture you and all that fun stuff," Harry's lips quirked. "That's one way to look at it." The two sat in companionable silence, mulling over their own thoughts for a few hours. Harry was just barely considering asking Bellatrix about the normal prisoner routine when she abruptly drew a ragged breath. "What's wrong?" "The Dementors are coming," she gasped as she slowly slumped sideways from her sitting position to the floor. She instinctively curled up into a ball. "Oh!" Harry instinctively thought of a happy thought, but then realized that without his wand, it would do no good. He also then realized that he couldn't feel anything that he normally associated with the presence of the evil creatures. "Are you sure?" Before Bellatrix could respond, the door opened, and 2 plates of some sort of food were shoved into the cell. Apparently, it was the evening meal. The door slammed, and within a few seconds, Bellatrix had recovered from her fit. The Dementors must have left. Harry wasn't thinking about why they hadn't affected him because Bellatrix was staring at him with a confused expression on her face. "Don't they affect you at all?" "Yes," Harry said nervously. "I usually faint." He stood up, grabbed the 2 plates, and gave one to Bellatrix before returning to his sitting position next to her. She dug in, but Harry decided to study the feed before eating. It didn't look like anything he had ever eaten before. It didn't smell particularly good either. "What is this slop? It's best if you don't wonder." "I don't think I want to eat it," Harry said, giving the stuff on the plate a revolted glance. Bellatrix stopped eating for a moment and gave Harry a very stern glare. "It's the same every day. Whether or not you want to, you will eventually get used to it. You can get used to it now or later. I suggest now unless you want to suffer more than you have to." She returned to the pitiful meal. "Cheers," Harry muttered. After they had finished eating, the Dementors returned and took the plates away. Once again, Bellatrix was instantly affected by their powers, and Harry did not feel a thing. Harry shrugged it off and thanked his lucky stars. However, Bellatrix, who was ever curious, couldn't help but wonder, so she returned to her favorite corner and pondered silently. Harry had just discovered that it was possible to scratch impressions on the dark walls and was about to take on an artistic project when Bellatrix finally broke her silence. "The Dementors don't affect you, and they are somewhat afraid of you." Baffled, Harry looked at her. "Afraid of me?" "Yes, afraid of you," Bellatrix confirmed. "They almost always loiter near this cell to torment me before or after mealtime. I guess I have more guilty memories than other prisoners." "However, they must be afraid of you. But why?" I don't know." She didn't answer for several moments. Finally, she beckoned Harry to come over and sit next to her. Having nothing better to do, Harry complied. She stretched forth one of her hands and gently traced the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry shivered slightly as her cool fingers remained on his forehead after she had traced the scar as if she was checking for a fever. He didn't ever remember someone touching him in that way, and it made him nervous. Finally, she gave a defeated sigh. "It's not that." "Okay then," Harry said, not quite sure what she was talking about. "It's a mark that serves as a link, but it isn't associated with power," she muttered absently, unsuccessfully attempting to explain her thoughts to Harry. Before he could ask what she meant, she spoke again. "Roll up your sleeves." Harry rolled up his long sleeves until they were very close to the shoulder. Bellatrix took his right hand and slowly stroked his arm from the wrist to shoulder. Finding nothing, she took his left hand and did the same. As her hand got a few inches above the elbow, Harry started. She had touched something and it was making him feel really strange. Bellatrix had also discovered something because she began to trace something on his arm with a finger. "Bingo," she whispered. Harry craned his neck to see what it was she was talking about. All he could see was some white rune thing on his skin that was glowing brightly. "What is it?" "A phoenix clutching a lightning bolt with shackled talons. A star. The North Star is above the phoenix," Bellatrix said in awe. "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry was confused, but he thought it looked fairly interesting anyway. "It's a warlock rune," Bellatrix explained. "Only the most powerful wizards have them. I don't think there's been a wizard that has had one of these for ages." "A shackled phoenix stands for someone with great power?" Harry asked incredulously. "No, no, no," Bellatrix said quickly in a slightly annoyed voice. "The details of the rune are very personal and apply to each person differently. It's the fact that you have a rune. I suspect that a shackled phoenix signifies that you're a light wizard, but you've been imprisoned. The lightning bolt is for your scar, of course." "What about the star?" Bellatrix frowned thoughtfully. "I'm not sure." "It's the North Star, so that must be significant. Its technical name is Polaris." Harry looked at her inquiringly as she raked her brains for any hint of what the star could mean. "It's on the tip of my tongue," she growled unhappily. "I read it somewhere. A star. Polaris." Finally, she realized what the star denoted. The thought made her giggle gleefully. "What is it? Tell me," Harry pleaded. She stopped her merriment long enough to answer him. "You're the Lord of Polarix." While Harry was getting confused, and Bellatrix was getting even more excited than ever before, the Order was having a meeting in Grimmauld Place. Their choice of topic was, of course, Harry's crime and subsequent incarceration. "I have a hard time believing that Harry would do something like that, Albus," Lupin announced in a menacing voice. Moody and Tonks guiltily nodded in agreement with him. Snape had on a very grim face which signified his concurrence. Dumbledore had deliberately kept Lupin and others uninformed about his suspicions of Harry's dark activities and then of his arrest. Albus sighed. He had known that this would not go over very well at all with certain Order members. He once again laid out all of the evidence that pointed to Harry. "Even young Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley have agreed with my suspicions and conclusions." He motioned to them. "Tell them what you told me earlier." Term started, Dumbledore asked us to watch Harry for anything suspicious. He has been secretly practicing all sorts of dark magic this year. When we asked him about it, he got very confrontational. Ron explained to his fellow Order members. He and Hermione had been allowed to secretly join the previous summer. His nightmares have also completely ceased. I think that this is evidence of his joining you-know-who. The same curse that was used on Privet Drive is in one of his books as well. Hermione piped in to support Ron. "I even recall him studying that book on the Hogwarts Express last week." There were mixed reactions around the table. Mrs. Weasley was horrified. The twins shook their heads in wonder. Shacklebolt was confused, and Dumbledore looked resigned. Lupin decided to express the opinion that he shared with Tonks, Moody, and surprisingly, Snape. He hissed, "You bloody traitors." Hermione had the decency to look embarrassed. Ron only rolled his eyes. "This is a war. Sometimes you just have to cut your losses." Although Snape disliked Harry, he tried to throw out a wild card in his favor. "And what of the prophecy, Headmaster?" Several people murmured in agreement. "Potter may be guilty as sin, but the prophecy still said that he could destroy Voldemort. A new prophecy has been given that I believe invalidates former prophecies," Dumbledore announced. "It states that the heir of the North will be restored to his power, and that he who holds the Black Rod will decide Voldemort's fate. How does that invalidate anything?" Lupin burst out angrily, getting frustrated at the idiocy that was being displayed at the gathering. Dumbledore held up his hand to silence Remus. "I have done a great deal of research to shed some light on the things the prophecy references." He glanced around the table at the intrigued Order members. "Until the 13th century, many things were different. The wizarding world had more dominance, especially where the nobility was concerned. The Lord of Britain was a wizard who, for example, held a great deal of power over the British Isles." "What happened to that system?" Hermione asked. "It eventually dissolved," Albus stated. "Muggle populations grew and persecuted magical beings. However, one of these dominions had almost no Muggles in it and was comprised of mostly magical creatures and powerful witches and wizards. This province and its associated power remain intact to this day." Ron, who normally shunned history, was intrigued. "Which dominion is that?" "The Earldom of the North. Although the estate is intact, the line supposedly failed long ago." "I believe that the prophecy is referring to that title, and that it will soon be inherited. More research has revealed that the earldom has always belonged to the House of Polarix in the past, and that Polarix possesses the Black Rod," Dumbledore said. Moody's hand shot up. "Two questions. What is the Black Rod, and what makes you think that young Potter isn't the Earl of the North?" Remus nodded fiercely in agreement with the aged Auror. "I examined that possibility already," Dumbledore countered quietly. "Both James Potter and his father went through a blood-tracing ritual when the Order was doing some experiments several years ago. The Potter family is extremely wealthy and prominent, but they are not descendants of the House of Polarix. Lily, of course, was a Muggle-born. And the Black Rod," Snape reminded the old man. Professor Dumbledore shrugged. "Polarix was never very forthcoming about that magical object. I would assume that it is a very fancy wand or something to that effect." "So what do we do now?" Mr. Weasley asked. "I suggest that we ask Severus here to brew some blood-tracing potions," Tonks said. "We can then give them to the heads of some of the most prominent families around and hope that the Earl of the North isn't a Slytherin." She then muttered a short sentence to herself, "and maybe one to Harry." Bellatrix had just finished explaining all she knew about the dominion of Polarix to Harry, which wasn't very much at all. She seemed to have the vague idea that Harry was the lord of some islands in the general vicinity of Azkaban, that he had inherited a lot of power, and that Voldemort would be shaking in his boots if he knew about Harry's new status. "So why are you so excited about this?" Harry asked her once she had calmed down a bit. "Noble or not, I'm still stuck in this dank fortress for the rest of my life." "You're the heir to a great amount of power," Bellatrix told Harry. Her violet eyes were sparkling wildly. "Wandless magic doesn't go very far at all, but you're powerful enough to do a few tricks that could get us out of here." Harry was distinctly nervous about the whole idea. "Wouldn't the Ministry be a bit unhappy about all that?" A snort answered Harry. "Of course they would, but once you escape, there is nothing they can do. You can hide easily from them, and if they do catch you, you can just inform them of your status. They can't touch you." "I'm not so sure," Harry said hesitantly. Harry was startled when she clutched his robe and began to stare at him with pleading eyes. "Please, Harry, escape and take me with you. I'll be in your debt forever and thus will never leave you, and will do anything you want me to do." Possible scenarios raced through Harry's mind. The Ministry would certainly be hot on his trial, but he thought that he might be able to dodge them if he lived among the Muggles. If worse came to worse, he could always do something against Malfoy to prove his innocence. Most of all, what did he have to lose? "All right, we'll do it," he said. Bellatrix wrapped her arms around Harry, hugged him fiercely. Not being an experienced hugger, Harry stiffened for a moment before awkwardly returning the hug. She broke it off with a large smile. "I'll start teaching you everything I know in the morning. Even if I'm not powerful enough to do much without a wand, I can at least tutor you." A groan escaped Harry's lips as he awoke on the hard stone floor of the prison cell. It had not done very much at all for his joints. Bellatrix had explained before he fell asleep the previous night that sleeping mats were rare, and she preferred the hard floor to the fleas and other creatures that inhabited the mats. He opened his eyes and found Bellatrix watching him from her standing position above him. Apparently she wanted to get started on his training as soon as possible. Harry was hungry, however. "Any breakfast in this joint?" he asked as he sat up and propped himself against the wall. "In a few hours," she answered. "Meanwhile, there are a few mental exercises that we should get you started on. They are absolutely necessary if you wish to perform some of the special tasks I'll be teaching you. Until you can perform these new talents at a moment's notice, you'll have to do these mental exercises every morning and every night." Memories of Snape's occlumency lessons were suddenly prominent in Harry's mind. He shoved them aside owing to the fact that Bellatrix seemed to be much more pleasantly disposed than Snape was. Harry wanted to clear a few things up first, though. "Before we began, could you tell me what I'll be learning?" "Of course," she readily consented. "I have composed a list of certain things that you will find useful when escaping from this island, and then after that, for the rest of your life. You'll be learning some wandless flying and hovering charms. These don't last very long but can save a life. Occlumency and legilimency naturally. Have you met my niece? I think her name is Nymphadora," Harry answered affirmatively. "Good. You'll be learning a simple equivalent to the talent that she possesses. This will help in disguising your appearance for short periods of time. We'll practice scrying, a handy technique for spying. Shield charms are a must. A few simple wandless charms and spells, and then some extremely valuable invisibility charms, and last, but not least, I'll teach you the rare art of turning." "Turning? It's a similar spell to that of apparition. You can only travel up to 100 feet or so, but it can give you an instant advantage over an enemy in a fight." "That all sounds useful," Harry said, now catching her excitement as well. "Let's get started then." She knelt next to him and took the arm with the warlock rune on it. Before he knew it, her finger was on it and the strange feeling he had experienced the night before returned. "I want you to clear your mind. Don't necessarily ignore your concerns, simply set them aside for now. Focus on the rune and the sensations it is causing. Try to concentrate your power." Harry closed his eyes and began meditating. Eventually, Harry was able to cast his worry, anger, and fear out of his conscious mind and concentrate on the rune as Bellatrix had instructed him to. He could feel power seeping into his body at an appallingly slow rate. That was probably normal, though. This continued for what seemed to be both an eternity and only a moment until a stray thought interrupted Harry. Would he be able to perform this exercise if no one was touching his rune? This caused him to worry and his concentration slipped. The power he had felt fled. He opened his eyes and found his cell mate on the other side of the cell wolfing down what appeared to be breakfast. Apparently she had not been touching his rune for some time. Bellatrix looked up when he moved. 2 hours is amazing for a novice," she commented, several weeks later. Snape sneered at the backs of a first-year potions class as they all hurriedly exited his classroom to escape him and to enjoy their weekend. Not a single one of them had any aptitude for his subject. The professor was pulled away from his thoughts when Remus Lupin entered the classroom. Apparently, his scheduled meeting with the headmaster was complete. "Why do you want to see me?" the werewolf asked. "In my office," Snape said as civilly as he could manage. Two men made their way towards Snape's office and entered. Before closing the door, Snape made sure that no one was in the general vicinity and then placed several anti-eavesdropping spells around the office. They both sat down and Snape began. "Albus asked me to brew some extremely large amounts of the progenic potion. He intends to administer it to as many prominent family representatives as he can." Remus winced. "I know, he gave it to several order members as well. It tastes horrible." Snape smirked. "Of course it does. You were saying. I decided to secretly keep a rather large amount of that potion and modified it somewhat. The modified brew specifically searches for the house of Bellatrix rather than nomming any and all houses the drinker is descended from. If anyone of the right descent is found, their hair is supposed to turn silver. They don't even have to be the heir to the house like the original potion requires. They just need to be related," Snape said. "Are you suggesting that we administer that to Harry or other people Dumbledore hasn't?" Lupin asked carefully. Snape rolled his eyes. "No. With the help of a house elf named Dobby, I spiked the drinks and several dishes for multiple meals. Every student in this school has had multiple doses of that potion, and none of their heads have silver hair." Lupin was confused as to what Snape's intentions were. "Why did you do that?" "Because it's the easy way to test candidates quickly," Snape said impatiently. "All the prominent families of the wizarding world have multiple children that are related to them in Hogwarts. Not one of them reacted to the potion. So I did more research on the House of Bellatrix and the Earl of the North. The Dark Lord had some interesting tomes in his collection, and I believe that I've found the answer." "What is it?" Lupin asked eagerly. He watched as Snape stood up and retrieved a large tome from his bookshelf. Snape opened the book to a certain page and set it down in front of Remus. "That is a portrait of the last man to hold the earldom of the North." A tall man clothed in silver robes stood proudly in the picture. The charms that had made the drawing mobile had worn off, but he still looked as imposing as he must have been when the picture had been made. When Remus noticed the man's eyes, he gasped. "Those are Lily's eyes." "Yes, that's what I surmised as well," Snape said. "She must have been a descendant of a squib somewhere along the road. We can prove that Harry is the Earl and that all the prophecies are still valid." "We can't," Snape said shortly. "Why not?" "The potion I used isn't recognized as a valid means by which one's ancestors can be traced. The eyes are just eyes. Anybody can have green eyes," Snape retorted. "No one has green eyes like that except Harry." "Not good enough," Snape growled. "Even if Dumbledore and the Ministry believed us, what would happen?" "They still believe that Potter is guilty of burning down Privet Drive. They would put our savior on a leash. Potter would become even more resentful than he probably already is. The prophecy Dumbledore was talking about stated that he who holds the black rod will decide Voldemort's fate. Notice that it doesn't say anything about someone else choosing for him." "I see," Remus said carefully. "I think that we should secretly put our loyalties towards Harry. Then we can perhaps try to get him out of Azkaban and then help him defeat Voldemort." Snape nodded grudgingly. It was the same conclusion that he had come to earlier. He didn't enjoy the thought of loyalty to Potter, but it was necessary. "My thoughts exactly. I would appreciate it if you would talk Tonks, Moody, and anyone else sympathetic to Potter's cause. Once we get a fair number of people on board, we can hold a meeting and discuss some options." Lupin stood up. "I suppose I should probably get onto that right away." He turned to leave but paused. "How about seeing if you can get some students involved? We'll need all the support we can get." "I'll do that," Snape said. In just a little over 2 weeks, Snape would get his opportunity. Neville Longbottom deliberately took his time to put away his supplies after 6-year Newt-level potions. He watched from the corner of his eye and Ron and Hermione quickly cleaned up and left. Harry Potter had not returned from the Christmas holidays and Neville was worried. Harry's best friends and teachers did not seem to know why he had not returned, nor did they really care. Neville had a sneaking suspicion that something was up. Snape was his last hope. All of the other teachers had put him off. Gathering his courage, Neville made his way to the front to address Snape. "Sir, I was wondering if I could ask you a question." The professor looked up from the stack of potions essays that he was sorting. "What?" "I was wondering if you could tell me why Harry didn't come back from the holidays, sir." Neville observed as Snape carefully considered his answer. Mr. Potter has been sent to Azkaban on a life sentence, he finally responded. But why? Neville asked as his eyes widened in shock. Do Ron and Hermione know? He was framed for the mass murder of several Muggles. As for his friends, yes, they do know his fate. After all, they did testify to everyone that Harry had been practicing the dark arts to a large extent. That's preposterous, Neville said vehemently. Harry would never do that. If he was practicing the dark arts, it was only to help educate himself and the members of the DA. Snape nodded tersely. That's what several others have concluded. However, we are in the minority. Speaking of DA, what happened to it when Potter didn't return? The more Neville thought about the situation, the more outraged he was. Ron got up at our first meeting and announced that apparently Harry was not going to return to Hogwarts and that we needed a new president for the DA. He nominated himself on the grounds that he was Harry's best friend. Hermione backed him up. Isn't that interesting? Snape mused. Is there anything that can be done, Professor? Neville inquired. Yes, there is, Snape said, looking around his classroom to make sure no one was listening in. Some of us are trying to put together a movement in Potter's favor. There's no way that you know who is going to be brought down unless it is Potter that does it. You can discreetly get some other students in on it. Neville nodded eagerly. I think that would be quite simple to manage. There's loads of students that don't think Ron is a very good DA leader, and who think that foul play must be involved in Harry's disappearance. What would we do? Mostly keep an open mind and be ready for when Potter gets out of Azkaban, whether it be from being proven innocent or by other means. He'll need assistants and friends. You might as well train up like you do in DA as well, Snape advised. Whatever you do, keep Granger, Weasley, and his sister out of it. Of course, what should we call ourselves? Snape's lips curled into a sardonic grin. Potter's Legion. On the afternoon of the day before Valentine's, Bellatrix Black found herself watching Harry Potter's sleeping form in their cell. 5 weeks of extensive training and meditation had done a lot for Harry. In a matter of seconds, he could now draw in an amount of power that would require days of meditation by any other wizard or witch. He had also showed an unusual talent for both legilimency and scrying, and had invented a method to combine them for very profitable results. Bellatrix unconsciously shivered when she remembered him prying into her mind. Fortunately, she had managed to hide some of her more embarrassing thoughts from him, most of which happened to feature him. His eagerness to learn had doubled when he spied on his 2 old friends with his scrying talent. Apparently they too had betrayed him, perhaps even more than Dumbledore had. Mostly, he managed to set aside his feelings about them, but when they came to the surface, Bellatrix could feel his pain intensely. How dare they? Bellatrix's thoughts soon turned to their growing friendship. 5 weeks of extremely close proximity in the cell, and no privacy whatsoever had forced them to become familiar with one another. Harry had done his best to ignore that, though. That stopped their close friendship from going further, much to Bellatrix's dismay, which grew day by day. She reached over and ran her fingers through his filthy and uncombed hair. It was no use worrying about it anyway. She was a horrible person who had done horrible things. How could he love her? Besides, she was old enough to be his mother. She decided not to think about it. As she rested, a grin crept across her face. Tonight, they would be free. Bellatrix was doing her best to contain her eagerness while Harry sat in a corner. If they made the escape attempt too soon, they'd be sunk before the ship ever left port. After what seemed like an eternity, she came to the conclusion and then informed Harry that if any Aurors had been on the island, they had left for the Auror post on the mainland for the night. Harry merely nodded and held up his hands to study the shackles that were cuffed around his wrists. He drew his power and whispered an especially strong cutting spell that would remove the magically reinforced shackles. There was a silent thud and then a clank as they dropped off and hit the stone floor. Harry winced as he saw that the magic had hit him too and cut his wrists. They were now bleeding, and Harry said a silent prayer asking for it to stop before he ran out of blood. Holding out her shackled hands, Bellatrix walked over to Harry. "My turn," she whispered, hiding her excitement and the resulting adrenaline rush. "Are you sure? Look what it did to my wrists. What's a little blood and pain compared to freedom?" Bellatrix countered with a dreamy smile. Harry nodded, took her hands, and performed the charm. The shackles dropped off and left Bellatrix's wrists bleeding as well. "Let's get moving," Harry said, after pausing to make sure that her wounds weren't too serious. "Reducto," Harry muttered. The cell door was no more. They quickly made their way out into the hall and towards where they estimated the entrance to be. Within a few seconds, they hit an obstacle. Apparently, some of staircases that led from one leveled terrace to another disappeared when no oars were present. Bellatrix made a quick study of the wall. "Use your hovering ability and get on top that," she instructed Harry. "Once you get up there, pull me up." Harry nodded and drew again on his power. He slowly floated up and landed on the next level, which he hoped was ground level. He turned around and reached down to grab Bellatrix, absently noting that his hand was covered with blood from his still bleeding wrist. She moved her hand, which was bloody as well, towards Harry, and he prepared to grasp it. The breath was knocked out of Harry the instant their hands came into contact, and the blood mixed. He instinctively tried to let go, but something was holding their hands together. A warm sensation spread from his hand through his body until he felt it everywhere. A second later it became scorching hot, and then altogether it was gone, leaving no trace. Their hands separated the instant it was over. "What was that?" Harry exclaimed. He looked down and found an astonished but understanding expression on her face. "Are you okay?" She nodded weakly. "Just get me up there with you and I'll explain." They made a second attempt and Bellatrix managed to scramble up with Harry's assistance. They sat down against a wall to rest for a quick moment. Harry wasted no time asking her about the incident. "Do you know what that was?" "Yes," she said with a quavering voice. This was not the way she would have wanted it. He would probably be angry with her now. She should have realized what was happening. "We just performed a very barbaric, yet binding, marriage ritual." "Those two jerks know what happened to him," Parvati Patil said fiercely to Neville. She and her friends were sitting at one of the tables in the common room, and Neville had taken the opportunity to approach them. Neville quickly made a silencing gesture. "Quiet, we can't let them hear." "Just tell us already," Lavender prompted. "I asked Snape and he said that Harry got sentenced to life in Azkaban for a crime that he didn't do. He was framed and Dumbledore took the bait hook, line, and sinker." Neville disclosed. Not only that, Ron and Hermione told everyone that he had been extensively studying the dark arts. "I can't believe it," Parvati gasped. "How could they just do that? He's the boy who lived. They can't just imprison the only person who can stand up to you-know-who." "That's all I know," Neville explained. "Snape says that there's a few people who feel that Harry was definitely framed and that something needs to be done. He told me to round up students that supported Harry." "I was just wondering if you'd be interested in being one of them." "Definitely," Lavender said resolutely. "Me too." Neville was very pleased. He had received similar responses from everyone he had approached thus far. Either Harry was popular or he was a good judge of character, maybe both. "We're going to have a meeting at the Hog's Head tomorrow." The girls were slightly unhappy about it being on Valentine's Day, but Neville promised that the meeting would be over soon enough for them to get on with their dates. They even suggested a few more people that Neville should talk to, and promised to invite some others that they knew might be interested. Grinning, Neville waved goodbye and sauntered across the common room towards his next target, while giving Ron and Hermione, who were sitting near the fire, a sidelong glance. Ron had the DA, but soon Potter's Legion would dominate it, not to mention Potter himself. To say that Harry was shocked would be a bit of an understatement. He had never even considered marriage or having children. Would Bellatrix want children? Did she even like him? He looked over at her and found her looking back at him with fear. It seemed that she had not deliberately preyed on him, which was good, because he didn't like to have people taking advantage of him. Harry gathered his thoughts and did a tiny bit of legilimency. Apparently she was surprised about the whole thing but was not revolted either. He then tried to concentrate on that matter at hand, escaping from the prison. "There's nothing wrong with marriage," he managed to get out. "We're friends and all that, right?" She nodded slowly, but looked rather unconvinced of his convictions. "Besides, we have a prison to escape from," he said to her. He stood up and then helped her up. "Unless I'm mistaken, the entrance is in that general direction." She nodded. "Why, yes it is." They slowly made their way through the dark maze of corridors, trying to keep from looking at other prisoners in their cells. Harry's scrying ability was useful in more than one instance to help avoid the few Dementors and to navigate their way towards the entrance. Eventually, they reached a broad corridor that Harry recognized as the center hall that connected to the front doors. They quietly made their way toward the exit unhampered until they spotted 5 Dementors standing guard before the tall metal-plated doors. "What do we do?" Harry whispered to his new wife. No matter what he did, he couldn't get it out of his mind. Her continued silence must signify that she was thinking about it too. Get creative with your power, she instructed distractedly. Harry nodded and studied the guards and the door they needed to exit from. So far, they had not noticed them in the shadows. After a minute, an idea came to Harry. The Dementors are afraid of me, right? Yes, Bellatrix said, giving him a questioning look. They avoid your presence as much as possible. Over the weeks, I've noticed that they've entirely quit patrolling the corridor our cell is situated on. I think that it would be a crushing blow to the Ministry of Magic if we were to walk out of here as if we own the place. We have the element of surprise. They won't want to argue with us, and the Aurors aren't on the island during the night, so there won't be enough time to sound the alarm, Harry said slowly. Bellatrix thought it over and nodded her agreement. Let's do it then. Harry and Bellatrix walked out from the shadows and walked straight down the center of the corridor toward the doors and the Dementors guarding it. Open the doors, Harry commanded as he drew on his power to make his aura a little more menacing. The Dementors plainly didn't want to obey Harry. This was mostly because he was supposed to be their prisoner. It would be embarrassing to let him go, even though they weren't particularly loyal to the Ministry. As he approached, they quailed and opened the gigantic doors and let them out into a raging rainstorm. The door closed the instant they were outside the prison. We weren't counting on this, Harry yelled to Bellatrix over the noise of the wind. We have no choice but to proceed, Bellatrix yelled loudly. There might be a boat down at the dock. Harry grabbed her hand, and they made their way down the long path toward where boats destined for Azkaban landed. When they arrived at the old stone dock, they found to their disappointment that there was no form of transportation. Another jolt of magic had gone through Harry as he had stepped onto the stone, and he wasn't paying attention because he was trying to figure out what was going on. He stopped wondering when he noticed that the storm had suddenly intensified. Magic was definitely at work. We should find shelter somewhere, Harry called out to Bellatrix. She nodded, and they turned to go back to the island, but it was too late. A gigantic wave washed over the dock, and the couple found themselves being plunged to the bottom of the sea. When it subsided, they managed to get to the surface. They clutched each as another wave hit them. Within a few minutes, Harry and Bellatrix, who were holding on to each other for dear life, found themselves being washed out to sea. Neville had decided to rent a private meeting room at the Hog's Head and was placing privacy charms on it as the first people to join the meeting straggled in. Neville quickly finished up and went over to welcome them. I hope that you don't mind that I brought a few extras, Luna said vaguely as she surveyed the small room with sharp eyes. Neville had decided long ago that her oddness did not necessarily mean that she lacked smarts. He surveyed the extras and noted that they were mostly comprised of younger Ravenclaw females. He arched his eyebrow and looked at Luna. I see. She motioned for them to take seats toward the front of the room and stayed behind to talk to Neville. You are basically founding a Harry Potter fan club, she stated with a grin. I suspect that the vast majority of recruits will be girls because of that. She pulled out a copy of the Quibbler from her robes and joined her classmates in the front. Once everyone had gathered and Neville was ready to begin, he had to admit that Luna had been right. There were about 10 boys from various houses sitting at the back of the room joking among themselves. However, there were nearly 50 teenage girls madly giggling and talking amongst themselves. Neville cleared his throat. I would like to call this meeting to order. As many of you know, Harry Potter did not return to Hogwarts after Christmas. Everyone began to murmur but a quick gesture, and they all quieted down. He then began to explain everything that Snape had told him and then made the proposal to create a group called Potter's Legion. What will we do as a group? Asked one of the more solemn boys toward the back. I'm glad you asked that, Neville said, trying to hide his nervousness. If Harry ever gets out of Azkaban, he'll be angry at certain people. We want to be able to make it clear that we supported him and that we are his friends. We'll take any and all opportunities to defend his character and reputation. Last of all, we'll train as a group to become extra proficient in defense spells and techniques. I've convinced 2 professors and 2 Aurors to help train us. Excited whispers broke out instantly. It wasn't often that one got first-hand training and experience with an Auror. Not only that, the type of organization appealed to them all. It kind of felt nice to belong to something. This would lead to talk and bragging, however. After the talk died down again, Neville pulled out a sheet of parchment. To join, you all need to sign this. Snape had given it to him and instructed Neville to make sure everyone who knew anything important had their signature on it. He then pulled out a bag of sickles. Everyone who signs gets one of these. They'll display the date and time of each meeting. "What about Quidditch practice?" called out one of the boys. "I'm sorry," Neville said, "but we'll have the meetings regularly despite Quidditch. Attendance is not mandatory, so you can just skip the ones you can't attend. Be sure to talk to someone who did attend to get any important information, however." Everyone seemed to think that was fairly reasonable, and after a few more matters of business were covered, namely speeches about secrecy, Neville dismissed them all to go about their business. "I wonder what Harry would think," Neville mused. Bellatrix Potter, as she was now known, was woken up by a bright light. It occurred to her that she was very likely dead now and was about to meet her maker and have the pleasure of explaining some of the things she had done in life. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that this was not indeed the case. The bright light was actually the noonday sun, which was shining in her eyes from its position directly above her. Further examination revealed that she was lying on an extremely rocky beach. This was evidenced by several rocks poking her back. A shadow suddenly loomed over her. "You slept for quite a while," came Harry's amused, yet relieved voice. "What happened?" she croaked. Her mouth was extremely dry and saliva wasn't doing much towards fixing the situation. "I believe that we've been washed up on some sort of island," Harry stated in a matter-of-fact way. He reached out his hand to help her up and she took it gratefully. He motioned toward a large puddle a few feet away. "That's left over from the rain. You can drink it." Bellatrix nodded gratefully and stumbled over to take a long drink from the surprisingly fresh water. Once finished, she crossed her legs and sat down facing the ocean. "I think that we may have been better off in Azkaban. I have no idea as to how we get back to England." She looked up at Harry, who, instead of looking worried, was grinning. "Not to be contrary," he replied, "but I think that we'll be fine on this island." "What gives you that idea?" "Look behind you." She stood up, complied, and was met with a shocking sight. Further inland loomed the largest castle that she had ever seen in her life. It reminded her of Hogwarts excepting for two things. First, its layout was very uniform, elegant, and symmetrical. Secondly, and most obvious, was the fact that it appeared to have been carved from one gigantic piece of shiny obsidian. "What is that?" Harry shrugged. "No idea." "I reckon that we could make our way over and see if we can find anything of use in it." "Does anybody live there?" Bellatrix wondered out loud. "I don't think so," Harry stated confidently. "I've attempted to do some scrying and legilimency and have found nothing. It would probably be safe to say that it is abandoned. Not only that, I get the creepy feeling that we're the only living creatures on this island as well." "I don't know if that's a good or bad thing," Bellatrix said softly. "Lead on." There's nothing better to do. The two started walking and soon found themselves at the foot of a long, single-piece, obsidian bridge. Apparently the island was actually two islands. The castle was on a separate island that was connected to the island they were on with said bridge. After crossing the bridge, Harry and Bellatrix found themselves standing before a set of large double doors. They observed what appeared to be a coat of arms set above the doorway. It bore a single star. "Polaris for the House of Polarix." Harry merely shrugged, but Bellatrix exhaled abruptly. "I can't believe that I didn't remember this when I told you about being the Lord of Polarix. This place was only a legend even when the last Lord of Polarix was alive." "What is it?" Harry asked curiously. Bellatrix answered in an odd tone. "This is the fortress of Narracakes, seat of the House of Polarix." At Harry's perplexed look, she began to babble. "Some of the most powerful Dark Lords to ever live broke themselves on the walls of this castle. Not because they hated Polarix, but because of the old saying, 'He who holds Narracakes holds the heart of magic.' Sounds like a hefty piece of real estate," Harry drawled lightly. While the majority of Hogwarts students were enjoying themselves in Hogsmeade, the Order of the Phoenix was having an emergency meeting in the headmaster's office. Everyone was whispering nervously as they waited for the last stragglers to make their way to their seats. Soon, everyone was present, and Dumbledore stood up. "We have a situation that could be potentially serious," he announced gravely. He then gestured to Shacklebolt. "Would you brief everyone, please?" Kingsley Shacklebolt stood up as Dumbledore sat down and stepped over to where everyone present could see him clearly. "Last night at approximately 11 o'clock, Harry Potter and Bellatrix Black escaped from Azkaban." Several of the Order members gasped. "How?" exclaimed Professor McGonagall. "Those two aren't Animagi, are they?" "No, they're not," Hermione stated smugly. It was nice to know more than they did. Shacklebolt gulped nervously. "That's the disturbing part. The Aurors on site and others who investigated have concluded that the two prisoners who were sharing a cell may have used wandless magic. Once free from their cell, They made their way to the main doors of the prison and missed her. Potter commanded the Dementors on guard to open the doors and let them go. The Dementors were intimidated, and they did so. "You only call this situation potentially serious," exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. "Someone who can do wandless magic and scare Dementors is at large." She pointed to Ron and Hermione. "There's no doubt in my mind that he will want revenge if he finds out about Ron and Hermione." "Yes, Molly, this situation is only potentially serious," Dumbledore said very firmly. When Harry and Bellatrix escaped, there was an extremely serious rainstorm in progress. There was no mode of transportation off the island, and a search has revealed that they are no longer on the island. It is possible that they drowned. Remus was about to step in and voice his opinion that there was no possible way that Harry could have drowned after facing the Dark Lord so many times and surviving, but a sharp glance from Snape silenced him. It was probably best if they believed Harry to be dead even if he was alive. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore continued after a momentary pause, "we will start discreetly searching for the escapees." "Why not notify everyone via the Daily Prophet?" Ron inquired. "If there's a mass search, there is no way that they'll be able to hide for very long. He's not an animagus, and he can't be independent for very long." Snape snorted. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." "Why is it dumb, and what would you suggest?" Tonks asked, deliberately giving Snape an opening to manipulate the order a little. "In case you have all forgotten, Potter's arrest was not reported in the Daily Prophet. If you suddenly state that he's escaped from Azkaban, you will make people wonder what is really going on. It's quite obvious that Potter will seek aid from his friends." He sneered at Ron and Hermione. "Simply wait for him to appear." Moody nodded in what appeared to be reluctance. "I think that would probably work. He has an uncanny ability to sneak around this castle as his father and his friends did." "It's settled then," Dumbledore announced. "I'll convince Minister Fudge to remain silent about the situation." He then addressed Ron and Hermione. "Make sure that you are approachable but not defenseless. Now, on to other business." As soon as the order meeting ended, Snape nodded discreetly to Tonks, Moody, and Remus to let them know that they should meet in their prearranged meeting place. An hour later, they were all having drinks at the Three Broomsticks. "I don't see what your strategy is," Tonks said to Snape. Alastor and Remus nodded in concurrence. Snape took a long swig of butterbeer before answering. "It's probably best if they aren't actively searching for Potter. All we have to do is warn him about Granger and Weasley's treason. They aren't searching for him, so we have less chance of getting caught communicating with him." "How do we warn him then?" Lupin asked. "If you know where he might be, I'll gladly go and talk to him." "No, I don't know where he is," Snape stated. "But I had a sudden inspiration during the order meeting as to how we can contact him. We'll just write out a letter to him, and then I know how I can get it to him." He pulled out a sheet of parchment, a quill, and some ink. "We'll make sure he knows we're on his side and tell him what has been happening during his absence." That evening, during dinner, Snape crept into the dark owlery and found what he had hoped would be there: Potter's pet owl, Hedwig. Dumbledore had mentioned to him in passing, when the students went home for Christmas, that Potter had elected to leave his owl at Hogwarts to avoid confrontations with the Dursleys. He held out the sealed letter to her. "I need you to take this to your master. He's in trouble, and this letter contains important information." The owl looked at him suspiciously, but hooted and came down from her lofty perch. Snape quickly attached the letter and gave her some instructions. "Find him and deliver this as soon as you can. However, it will be no good if anyone spots you." She hooted and immediately flew off into the night. Snape watched until she faded in the distance and let out a sigh of relief. If Potter was alive, he would get the letter. "Yes, it is a hefty piece of real estate," Bellatrix replied, rolling her eyes. "If I'm correct, you're the new owner of this fortress, and that makes you richer than all of the wizards and witches in the world combined with just the value of the castle." Harry studied the castle. It was a pretty cool-looking place, although the grounds on the outside did look a little sparse. "Let's go in, shall we?" He stepped towards the imposing door and lightly touched it. It promptly swung open without a sound. They then stepped into the main entrance hall and looked around. There was absolutely nothing. It was simply an abandoned room. "It's hard to believe that an army would try to conquer this place. There isn't anything here," Harry said. Bellatrix was looking around thoughtfully. "I think that the castle is under some sort of spell. It's probably designed to look like an abandoned ruin to anybody who finds it. Since you're the heir of Polyrics, you can probably undo it somehow." Harry was about to speak when he heard a faint whisper. "Something is whispering," he said to Bellatrix quietly. "It's coming from that direction," she said, pointing down towards the broad corridor that stretched straight in front of them from the entrance hall. The whisper made itself heard a third time, and they didn't need any urging to try and find where it was coming from. They made their way down the hall and soon found themselves in what appeared to be a gigantic throne room. Massive black columns marched up to the front of the room, where an imposing black throne sat upon a raised dais. The whisper grew louder as they approached it. They soon discovered that the whisper was coming from the star that was engraved in the floor in front of the dais. When they stepped onto it, the star suddenly produced a glowing white light, and a miniature column sprouted from the center of the engraved star. On the top of the little column was a mini star which was glowing red. It stopped growing when it was as tall as Harry's waist. "Take thy wife's hand and then place your other hand on the red star," the whisper, which was no longer intelligible, commanded. Shrugging, Bellatrix offered Harry her hand. He gingerly held onto it as he placed his other hand squarely onto the red star. The instant he made contact with it, their world exploded into bright white light. The whispering voice could be heard again. "All hail Harry James Potter, Lord of Polyrics and Narracakes and Earl of the North." It paused for a moment before continuing. "Hail to the Lady Bellatrix who hath redeemed herself from her past crimes by aiding the house of Polyrics. Long may she be faithful to her lord. You shall both have strength, youthfulness, and power to restore Polyrics to its glory and be triumphant over those who would oppose you." Harry blinked as the white light faded. The first thing he noticed as he looked around was that the decor of the castle had drastically changed. The room was no longer empty. It looked as if someone actually lived there. The interesting thing was the countless banners that hung from the ceiling. On a field of emerald green flew a black shackled phoenix with a lightning bolt clutched in his talons. He glanced toward Bellatrix to see what she thought of the new developments. Instead of observing the changes, she was on her knees, silently crying tears of joy as she squeezed the life out of his hand. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, his voice rich with concern. "Never better, my lord," she whispered. Her violet eyes were glowing and the tears had stopped. Confusion clouded Harry's mind for a moment until he mentally repeated what the whispering voice had said. He quickly took action before anything got out of hand. "I'm your husband, not some overlord." "I would think that would put us on an even footing." He tugged on her hand and she stood up. "I'll accept that," she said quietly, "but I don't think I deserve you." Harry knelt before her, still holding her hand. "Bellatrix, would you be my wife?" She looked at him with a bemused expression on her face. "I am your wife." "Yes," Harry replied, "you are my wife, but would you be my wife?" He glanced at her hand and noticed a silver ring with a star-shaped emerald set into on her ring finger before speaking again. "I would try to get you a ring, but it appears you already have one." Bellatrix looked at the ring, nodded and began crying for joy again. She pulled Harry to his feet, wrapped her arms around him firmly and kissed him on the lips. She stopped for a moment and said 3 simple words before initiating another kiss. "I love you." Although Harry was somewhat nervous about kissing a crying woman, especially after his experience with Cho, he was pleasantly surprised and felt a warm glow as he and Bellatrix kissed. When they ran out of air, the kiss ended and they merely leaned against each other for several minutes, and after that they moved toward the throne and sat down together on the dais. "So where did the ring come from?" Harry asked, breaking the romantic silence. "I don't know," Bellatrix answered. She looked at Harry's hand and found that he too had a ring. It was obsidian and a star was outlined in the face of it with silver. "You have one too. It must have happened with the white light." Harry studied his new ring and attempted to remove it to study it more. It wouldn't come off. "I think that it just comes with the title," he said. Bellatrix nodded and looked at Harry studiously. "You look older than you were before." "What do you mean?" she shrugged. "You're taller and more filled out. I think that the last thing the voice said was about strength and youthfulness. Maybe that has something to do with it." Harry laughed. "Barely 16, the strength may apply to me, but not the youthfulness." He then looked at her closely. "You don't look a day over 23. "What?" Bellatrix exclaimed. "Where's a mirror?" Suddenly an elegant handheld mirror appeared in her hand. She looked at it with surprise before studying her face in the mirror. "Wow, there are witches who would kill to lose some years this fast." Harry was looking at the mirror with surprise written all over his face. "How does a mirror just appear out of nowhere?" "I wonder, is this like the room of requirement?" he muttered. After thinking some more, he said in a loud voice, "Any chance of getting some plates of food for 2? 2 plates filled with delicious food promptly appeared next to where Harry and Bellatrix were sitting. Without a word, they both dug in and ate until there wasn't a crumb left. "I could get used to this," Harry said with a broad smile. Bellatrix stood up and looked around. "Everything is perfect, except for what? We'll need the master suite, of course. Any ideas?" Harry's obsidian ring pulsed and an image appeared in his head. "This way," he said, pointing to a door that led to a side corridor. They started walking towards it. "What's the master suite for?" Bellatrix smiled and then said something that made Harry blush bright red. "It's time for you to perform your husbandly duties. I hope that you already know about the birds and the bees." After what could probably be described as the best night of Harry's life, he was woken up with the sunrise by a piece of folded-up parchment being dropped on his face. He opened his eyes and saw that it was a letter. Sighing quietly, he unwrapped his arms from around his sleeping wife and took it up. He didn't look at it as soon as he saw who had delivered it. Hedwig was sitting on the foot of the gigantic sleigh bed the couple had found the night before in the master suite. Harry grinned broadly as she quietly hooted and looked at the sleeping form of Bellatrix. "She's my wife," whispered Harry happily. Hedwig studied Bellatrix fiercely before hooting her approval. Harry climbed out of bed, carefully so as not to awake the other occupant, and hastily slipped into some clothes found in one of the massive walk-in closets the room contained. Not recognizing the handwriting on the envelope, which was addressed to Harry Potter, Harry took great care in opening it. It would not do to be booby-trapped. He glanced down toward the end and found the signatures of Professor Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and surprisingly, Snape. A further look at the letter revealed that they had each taken turns writing. "Dear Potter, Snape, the Order is aware of your escape from Azkaban, but no one knows where you are. Before you do anything, you should know that Granger and Weasley have betrayed you. They secretly joined the Order during the summer. Instead of searching, the Ministry and Order plan to wait for you to try and contact your friends for help. Do not contact them. Lupin, Harry, I just want you to know I did not know anything about the past events until Dumbledore told us you had been arrested. We, even Snape, are on your side, so at least give us a chance before taking revenge on everyone. Tonks, Watcher Harry, I hope that the Dementors didn't get you too far down. If you need help, you can contact one of us and we'll try to think something up. Until then, avoid Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts. Moody, constant vigilance. Wherever you are, practice whatever defense you can. Snape has gotten young Longbottom to organize a new defense group and I'm scheduled to help teach it. As of yesterday, anyone who claims to be a member of DA is not your friend. If you contact us, use code words. You can be Snape Star. Your code name will be Star. If you don't understand, then talk to us about it. Lupin, I think that's about all for now. Try to keep in contact, Harry. We do really want to help. Tonks, hey, do you know anything about Bellatrix Black because she escaped the same night you did and I thought her name was Lestrange? Best wishes, Remus, Snape, Moody. Tonks Harry grinned as he read the letter. It was comforting to know that he still had friends. His legilimency was advanced enough that he could detect an aura of truthfulness radiating from the letter, so he didn't bother to scry on the writers. Remembering Hedwig, he turned back to her. There's some sort of owl loft in one of the towers. The ring communicated to Harry in its own little way that this was indeed true, and that there was plenty of treats for her too. You can go there if you want. Hedwig hooted happily and flew out of the room to find it. The ring then informed Harry that his private study was through one of the doors that led into the room and down a short hall. Harry followed the directions and found himself in a rather large room with an ornate desk in the center. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, groaning from the weight of many tomes. Harry found the necessary writing supplies on and in the desk, and drafted a response to the letter. He wrote it rather obliquely in case it got intercepted. It wouldn't do to have his supporters jailed for aiding him. Dear Severus and friends, now no one would even consider that Harry had written the letter. After a rather hectic night, I found lodging that will be more than adequate for quite a while. Perhaps we can have a home-warming party at some point. While otherwise occupied these last few weeks, I did in fact become aware that I did not have quite as many friends as I hoped, but am overjoyed to hear from all of you. I was not aware that they had been allowed to join the club, though. That rather ticks me off, to be honest. I harbor no ill feelings for you and your friends, though others would be advised to stay away from me, especially while I'm trying out new spells. Yes, I know all about that particular woman. She happens to be my wife. Cheers. Star, Harry folded the parchment up, addressed it to Severus Snape, and found a bit of sealing wax to put on it. Then on impulse, he impressed his ring into the drying wax. It left a perfect imprint of the star of Polarix. He held it up and was trying to figure out where to put it until Hedwig could deliver it when a wooden box labeled "Letters to be Posted" appeared in front of him. He shrugged and dropped the letter in. The parchment disappeared with a flash of white light, and the box soon followed. When he looked up, he was surprised to find a ghost hovering in front of his desk. "Who are you?" Harry asked, the look on his face expressing his shock. The ghostly man bowed deeply. "Until you find a suitable replacement, I will be serving as your personal secretary. Call me Reggins." He then gestured towards a spot on Harry's desk where a stack of official-looking parchments appeared. "I have taken the liberty to draw up some important documents that you need to sign in order to bring the House of Polarix and the North back to its fully independent and functioning status." "Okay, then." Harry took the first parchment off the top of the stack and examined it. "What's this?" "That is an order that expels the British Ministry of Magic from the island of Azkaban, which is within your dominion. It will invalidate any authority they have and will give you control of the Dementors and prisoners currently held there. The ministry may wish to negotiate a treaty with you, which will allow them to continue sending their prisoners there," the ghost explained in a monotone. Harry looked at the parchment carefully before coming to a decision. "Do I have the resources to adequately control the island, prisoners, and Dementors?" "You will when you finish signing everything," the ghost explained patiently. "What if I don't want them to know my name right now?" Harry asked worriedly. The ghost shrugged. "Lord Polarix will do. You could sign the parchment, Billy Bob, and it would still be valid if you wanted it to be. The document will automatically have your magically binding seal attached to it." Harry grinned evilly and scrawled "Lord Polarix" on the line below all the writing. He then placed the signed parchment in a new pile and took the next one. "And this one." Official instructions directed to Gringotts ordering them to make your vaults available to you, which include your trust vault, the Potter vaults, Potter investments, Potter properties, and the massive vaults belonging to the House of Polarix. Since you are not under the authority of British law, they will not be able to inform the ministry of any activity. It was promptly signed. "And this. Declaration commanding all Dementors to return to Azkaban." You'll also need to press your hand to the signature once it dries. Dementors are magical creatures with no formal government. Pressing your hand will make a special magical command so that the wishes in the document are carried out. Harry followed the instructions precisely. "Next. That is a proclamation to all persons and creatures that reside in your dominion, notifying them that you're now actively presiding over them. Copies will be sent to them, all instructing them to contact you as soon as possible." After that, the stack was mostly full of documents that ordered various tedious things to be carried out. Stuff like declaring the island of such and such to be his, money transfers, and other similar tasks. The ghost seemed convinced that they were all deadly important, so Harry signed them all. The last parchment was rather interesting, though. "This. Notification to the Hogwarts Board of Governors that they are hereby disbanded. Ravenclaw, the last of the founders, turned Hogwarts over to the House of Polarix for safekeeping. Apparently your ancestor was the only wizard alive that she really trusted." This was slightly confusing. "If I own it, why is there a Board of Governors?" The grandson of the Polarix who acquired Hogwarts instituted the board to keep things simple. However, there were certain conditions which had to be met by the board. One of those conditions was that they had to keep the Ministry of Magic out of Hogwarts. They failed last year and complete control reverts to you, the ghost explained. Also, it was required that only the most upstanding people were to be on the board. Lucius Malfoy and some of his friends don't quite meet that criteria. On a side note, you'll be in charge, but you aren't allowed to make drastic changes until the current term is over. Harry signed that one with satisfaction. Reggins smiled, which Harry had deduced was a rare occurrence, and then floated off with all of the signed parchment following him. Harry was smiling absently as he thought about the surprise a few people would be getting as soon as the ghostly secretary sent those out. It was then that Harry got a surprise of his own. Bellatrix strolled into the study wearing absolutely nothing. "Where did you go?" "Just carrying out some business and writing a letter." Harry answered vaguely as he tried to not stare at her so obviously. She seemed to bask in his gaze, though. "How about having breakfast now?" She shook her head. "Maybe later. I had some other ideas about what we could do," she said in a rather suggestive voice. Harry didn't need any more convincing. The Dark Lord still shows no intention of stepping up hostilities for the time being. Snape reported to Dumbledore dutifully. As for your questions about Bellatrix Black, apparently she did something rather displeasing. Rudolphus divorced her. The Dark Lord and then a few other high-ranking Death Eaters tortured her for a while before discreetly turning her over to the Ministry. Snape finished this all off with a sigh and then helped himself to one of the old man's proffered lemon drops. He sat down in a chair off to the side as Dumbledore sat and pondered the newest results. Bellatrix is no longer a Death Eater, then. Dumbledore muttered to himself as he thought about the simultaneous escape of Harry and Bellatrix. Do we have a new Dark Lord in the making? Are they even alive? The latter question was also on Snape's mind. Potter still had not answered his letter. He certainly hoped that the boy was alive. His musings were interrupted when the door to Dumbledore's office flew open and the Minister of Magic huffed in, followed by his aide, Weatherby. Dumbledore, what do you know about the Lord of Polyryx? Fudge was breathing heavily and looked panicked, angry, and confused all at the same time. Both Snape and Dumbledore were shocked. What had brought the subject to Fudge that the Order had been so careful to keep secret? Dumbledore remained surprised. Snape grinned evilly as he realized what this must mean. What do you mean, Cornelius? Dumbledore asked cautiously. These things, the minster replied, waving several documents around. These were all on my desk when I arrived at my office this morning. They're all orders, declarations, and notifications from the Lord of Polyryx. Dumbledore was shocked. He had just spent a great deal of time trying to track down the heir of Polyryx, and all this time he had been biding his time wherever he lived. He prayed that the Lord of Polyryx wasn't indisposed against him or the Ministry. He then promptly explained to Fudge everything he knew about Polyryx, which wasn't much. Fudge's face paled when Dumbledore finished explaining. Do you mean to say that all this garbage is valid? Snape noted that young Percy was horrified as well. If the seal of Polyryx is on the document, then it is valid. Dumbledore responded. A few obscenities flew forth from Fudge's mouth until he managed to get control of himself. Snape watched the show with great amusement. Perhaps you should explain to us what those parchments mean, Minister. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. This seemed to make Fudge angry again, and Snape spotted a bit of foam coming from the man's mouth. He just waved the papers around and made some sort of squawking noise. Finally, Percy just took the papers and started with the first one. The British Ministry of Magic is hereby expelled from the island of Azkaban. All Aurors are to be removed. Prisoners and Dementors will remain. Necessary force will be used to see that this is carried out. The British Ministry of Magic will pay the House of Polyryx the sum of 10 million galleons for the use of the island of Azkaban and the use of the fortress of Azkaban. If the ministry refuses to pay said sum, they will be charged with trespassing. For the sum of an additional 15 million galleons, the House of Polyryx will gladly administer Azkaban prison, and any prisoners Britain may wish to imprison there for the next 150 years. Lord Polyryx, he can't just do that, Fudge said weakly once Percy had finished summarizing the document. I think he just did, Snape said snidely. Potter certainly deserved a round of applause for this. It's highway robbery, Fudge screamed. We could administer Azkaban for the next 500 years with 15 million galleons. I'm inclined to find another prison and transfer the Dementors and prisoners there. You can't do that, Dumbledore sighed. He was deeply shocked as well. Anything that is on the island at this point in time is the property of Lord Polyryx, prisoners and Dementors included. We can just tell the Dementors to come away. I'd like to see you try, Snape said, barely hiding his amusement. The Dementors are magically bound to obey Lord Polyryx. Even if they were inclined to be loyal to you, Polyryx has a certain amount of power over them. Might I suggest that you accept the offer? If only for the fact that the Dementors will be forced to return and stay on Azkaban. Dumbledore nodded and made his own suggestion. Yes, you might as well pay up. You could always try to meet with him and negotiate a better price. I could help in the negotiations if you wish. Fudge was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but he could still see through Dumbledore's tactic. You just want an excuse to meet with him, don't you? Well, you don't need one. Weatherby read the last document in the pile. The Board of Governors for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is hereby disbanded on grounds of violation of their functioning regulations. The House of Polyryx, which outrightly owns the school, castle, grounds, and Forbidden Forest, will take direct control over the school and reserves the right to make any changes necessary as soon as the current term ends. Etc. Signed Lord Polyryx. For the first time that Snape could remember, Dumbledore was utterly shocked. His blue eyes widened and then he became pale. Can he do that? Yes, he can, Fudge yelled. He just did, as a matter of fact. I looked it up in the records. Rowena Ravenclaw turned Hogwarts over to the House of Polyrics shortly before her death. I certainly hope that Lord Polyrics is amiable to you too, Snape said. He stood up. If you'll both excuse me. As soon as he got out in the hall, he began to laugh hysterically. He quickly stifled it, however. It would be embarrassing if a student spotted him. He then made his way down to his office where he found a letter on his desk. It was from Potter. He quickly read it and smiled. Potter wasn't angry at him, at least. Not only that, he had hinted that he might get an invitation to come over to wherever they were. He set it aside and began to draft out some lesson plans. I wonder what Lupin will think when he finds out that there is now a Mrs. Potter, he thought. The newlyweds dragged themselves out of bed just in time for dinner. Deciding to be formal, they went on a quest and found a small dining room. A few wishes later and they were enjoying a large meal of various dishes. Bellatrix was vaguely reminded of past feasts at Hogwarts. As they ate, Harry studied Bellatrix discreetly. He had a wife. That sounded strange. He finally broke the silence to voice a concern. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, Harry said, but I would like to know where all of this food and service is coming from. Bellatrix smiled as she sipped her punch. She set down the crystal glass. I suspect that this castle is infested with house sprites. House sprites? She nodded informatively. Yes, house sprites. They're little fairy-like creatures that love to nest in castles that have a magical aura, if you will. The magic in the walls of the castle makes them stronger and more comfortable. In return, they exude a sort of wishing power that makes your minor household-like wishes come true. Harry frowned thoughtfully. Why is it that I've never heard of them? And why doesn't Hogwarts have house sprites? That's a magical place if there ever was one. House sprites were thought to be extinct when Hogwarts was built, so they chose to use house elves instead, Bellatrix explained. You've never heard of them because they're only talked about in non-standard books. What do they look like? No one really knows. If they ever venture out where humans can see them, they use their power to be invisible, Bellatrix said. They continued to eat in silence until Bellatrix resumed speaking. Do you have any plans for the future? You'll need to complete your education somehow. Harry shrugged. I guess I'll look for a library in the castle and study. It would be nice if you could help me a little, although it's kind of pointless without a wand. Bellatrix smiled at him with amusement. I'm your wife. Of course I'll help you. As for a wand, I'm sure that something will be arranged. After some discussion about Voldemort, Dumbledore, his friends, and the world in general, Harry and Bellatrix decided to invite Snape, Lupin, Tonks, and Moody over the next evening to talk about various things and to make some decisions. They both made their way to the private study, and Harry wrote out a quick invitation to the four friends to come and visit the next evening. When Bellatrix asked Harry how they were supposed to get there, a portkey appeared, and Harry attached it to the letter. The magical outbox appeared, and the letter was made. The couple then elected to take a rather long bath and after that, turned in for the night. Breakfast had been served on a table in the master's suite, and Harry was poking at his breakfast boredly with a fork when Reggins the ghost appeared before him. My lord, you and your lady have a visitor. Who? How did they track me down? Harry asked, somewhat surprised that someone was there. I asked him to come, Reggins explained. You and your lady are in need of wands, so I sent a message to Nassel the Wand Crafter to visit at his earliest convenience. He has come at his earliest convenience. Harry jumped up and headed for his walk-in closet to find some clothes decent enough for visitors. He was intercepted by Bellatrix, who had emerged from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. You need something imposing. Something that will help your new image, she announced as she stepped in and quickly picked out some black and silver robes for him. What image? Just trust me, I'll be down with you in a moment, she said as she removed the bathrobe and began to put on a dress. Harry started putting his robes on. Where is Nassel from? He has resided among the Ice People for many years. They have access to the rarest materials of the highest quality, Reggins informed Harry. He is noted to be a crafter of superb skill when it comes to custom wands. You'll find him in your public study. Public study? Harry asked, confused. You have a public and a private study, Reggins informed Harry with his familiar monotone. The public one is for receiving visitors. The private one is where you can keep your private documents and information without having to worry about someone seeing it. Okay then, I'll just head on down and greet him, Harry said as he consulted his ring as to where he could find his public study. The ring led him to a room near the main entrance hall. He stepped into the room and looked around. While his private study was cozy, this was formal. The room was rather large and had green wall hangings. In the center was a large desk with a high-backed chair sitting behind it. It could have been a throne. On the wall behind where Harry would sit, one of the hangings was emblazoned with the black shacked phoenix. The man that Harry assumed to be Nassel was studying it. Harry put on a friendly smile and spoke warmly. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Nassel." The man turned around and made a small bow. "It's an honor, my lord." "Have a seat," Harry said, waving his hand and wishing for a comfortable chair to appear before the desk. He sat in his own seat. Nassel smiled and sat down. "You've created quite a stir up north. Some are worried about what a new overlord will bring. Others are excited as to what opportunities you'll provide. Your actions from yesterday won you much approval." "Actions?" Harry asked slowly, unsure as to what he had done that would be so important. "Those decrees you issued, dear," reminded Bellatrix, who had just entered the study Harry. He had told her all about them and the actions he hoped that they would bring the night before. She approached the desk and Harry wished up a chair for her beside his own. "Oh, sorry, I forgot," Harry said with a faint tinge of red in his cheeks. He wasn't quite used to the normal run of things quite yet. Nassel shook his head. "You have nothing to be embarrassed about, my lord, but back to business. Your secretary communicated that you and your lady needed new wands." "Yes, we do," Harry stated. An idea then suddenly occurred to him. "Could you make us 2 wands each?" "That will be no problem at all. I'll just need to get your measurements and then carry out some tests to see what kind of wand would be best for you. Who wants to go first?" Nassel said amiably as he pulled a miniature case from his robes and enlarged it. He then pulled out a measuring tape. Harry smiled and looked at Bellatrix. "You might as well go first." "Very good, my lord," Nassel said absently as he began to measure Bellatrix in various places. "Which is your wand arm, milady?" "Left," answered Bellatrix. Nassel finished his measurements and pulled out a piece of parchment with a lot of numbers written all over it. He studied it for a moment and then pronounced, "I do believe that 12 1/3 will suit you." "Ollivander gave me a 12-inch," Bellatrix said for reference. "He isn't quite as precise about wand length as I am," Nassel explained. "He's an excellent wand maker, though. It's just that I'm a wand crafter instead." He pulled several small blocks of wood from his case and presented them to Bellatrix. "Hold these one at a time and tell me which one gives you the most enjoyable feeling." He turned his attention to Harry. "While she's doing that, I'll measure you, my lord." After measuring Harry, referring to the parchment, measuring him again, re-referring to the parchment, and then some extra calculations, Nassel was able to come up with a wand size for Harry. "It'll be a very delicate balance based on your measurements and aura, but I believe that 13 1/7 will do nicely." Bellatrix had finished sampling the wood blocks. She held one up to Nassel. "I like this one the best. It gives me a refreshed feeling." He took it from her and examined it thoughtfully. "Cherry it shall be then." He moved the stack of blocks over for Harry to sample, and then pulled out a handful of plain wands that had no particular type of wood or length. "Sample these. Don't wave them or try to do magic with them. They aren't standard wands." Meanwhile, Harry was getting frustrated. Every single sample of wood felt dead and unresponsive. Finally, he gave up. "None of these suit me at all." "Curious," Nassel whispered excitedly. He gingerly took a small pouch out of the case, opened it, and gingerly placed a small selection of different samples before Harry. "Try these." He left Harry to it and shifted his attention to Bellatrix, who had found a test wand she liked. "Phoenix Feather should have guessed," he said with a smile. Harry sorted through the special samples until he came to 2 separate ones he liked a lot. "These 2 feel great," he stated to Nassel. Nassel picked them up. "Split personality, eh? No wonder measuring you up was so hard." "What are they?" "Black ash and ivory. They're rarely used for wands, but when they are and suit the owner, they produce spectacular results," Nassel explained. "Fortunately, you're purchasing 2 wands, so having 2 woods won't be a problem at all. Now try these test wands." Harry did so, and once again, he couldn't find anything that fitted him. He sighed, and Bellatrix patted him on the back encouragingly as Nassel tried to ease Harry's concerns. "Don't worry, my lord. I've never found a person I couldn't make a wand for. Any special samples? I'm afraid not. The ice people have always had a large and very broad supply of various materials that can be used for cores, though." He pulled a small glass ball out of the case. "Hold this for a moment, please." White and black smoke slowly appeared in the little ball as Harry observed it in his hands. He expected it to mix and become gray, but it never did. After several minutes, the ball filled up completely, and Nassel performed a small charm on it. "I can use this to test other samples," he explained to Harry. With that, the wand crafter began to pack up and write down their results to refer to later. "When I complete your wands, I'll bring them to you." "I suspect that your wands will be particularly special, my lord." "What do I owe you then?" Harry asked, looking around for Reggins, who would undoubtedly have some sort of money order form to sign. Nassel waved his hand to dismiss the question with a broad grin. "Don't worry about that. Your secretary has already more than compensated me in advance for my service. He'll also take care of the material cost later." "All right, then," Bellatrix said, giving Harry a smile as she did so. "One last thing, my lord," Nassel said, this time a bit nervously. "Reggins mentioned that you needed to hire a considerable amount of people for your staff, both for political affairs and managing this castle, and my daughters are looking for jobs." At this point, Reggins appeared from nowhere. "That's correct, my lord. Here is a list of positions that need to be filled and the qualifications that applicants should meet when you hire them." The ghost then disappeared again. "By all means, send them over sometime tomorrow," Harry said, glad that he didn't have to go hunting to find people. "I'd be glad to take them on. Be sure to tell others that might be interested as well." Bellatrix interjected as she examined the extremely long list over Harry's shoulder. "I will then. With your permission, I'll apparate out of here then." Nassel smiled as he pulled a wand from his robes. Harry frowned. "You don't need my permission to do anything." "Not to be contrary," echoed Reggins' monotone voice from wherever he spent his time. "But unless you give permission for him to apparate in or out, he cannot do it. It's the wards." "Oh," Harry said, greatly surprised. Did Hogwarts have something similar to that? He then remembered Nassel. "Of course you have my permission. Go ahead and apparate." Section break. This meeting of DA is hereby called to order. Ron announced formally from the podium on the raised platform that had started appearing when he took charge. Hermione would sit on a chair off to the side. It kind of seemed pointless now, though. The only DA member other than Ron and Hermione present rolled her eyes. "Is that really necessary?" Ginny asked. "There's no one for you to preside over." Hermione looked confused. "Didn't you mark the time on the galleon?" "Yes," Ron said defensively as he pulled his out and showed her. "That means that everyone stands in defiance. We'll just have to give them warnings about not attending. If this keeps up, we'll have to kick them out." "I don't think they care," Ginny stated. "Maybe they still think that Harry is the only one who can really teach them anything of importance. After all, you haven't faced Voldemort or any real Death Eaters except for last June. If you don't mind, I think that I'll go and do some homework," Hermione said, after deciding that they weren't going to get anyone else there that night. There was no point in wasting time. Ron sighed. "You might as well. I'll go out to the Quidditch pitch and plan for our next game. Ravenclaw shouldn't be too much of a problem, but we should definitely be prepared." "I'll go with you," Ginny volunteered. "I can do a few laps." Hermione made her way to the common room while Ron and Ginny cleaned up from their boycotted meeting and prepared to go out to the Quidditch pitch so Ron could strategize. Why didn't anyone show up? Hermione asked herself. Ron wasn't that annoying. He did teach them all defense after all, Hermione rationalized. But was he the best now that Harry was gone? She wasn't sure about that. Neville had been doing rather well this year. She soon arrived in the Gryffindor common room, fully expecting to see the normal crowd up studying or playing games. Much to her surprise, the common room was nearly deserted. Only a couple of seventh years were quietly attending to their studies. Deciding that it was a fluke, she went to her dormitory, fetched her materials, and went down to study on one of the many vacant tables. After nearly 2 hours of studying, the portrait hole opened, and a large group of chattering girls made their way in and up to their dormitories. A glance at her watch revealed to Hermione that it was kind of late. A few minutes later, the missing boys straggled in, having serious discussions in 2s and 3s. Last to come in was Neville, Parvati, and Lavender. Neville waved goodnight to the 2 girls and made his way to his dormitory. Hermione stood up and quickly intercepted Parvati and Lavender before they could go up to theirs. "Where were you 2? We had a DA meeting tonight and no one showed up." Both Parvati and Lavender seemed to be at a loss for words. Finally, Parvati spoke up. "We just decided to skive, I suppose." Hermione crossed her arms. "Everyone decided to skive on the same night." "Well," Lavender said, slowly as if considering her answer, "Ron isn't a very good teacher." This made Hermione rather angry. So you're saying that Harry, who murdered a whole neighborhood full of Muggles, is better? Before the other two girls could react, Hermione sighed. All right, so Harry knew a lot more about defense, but Ron still knows his stuff. You need whatever you can possibly get. Harry Potter would not murder Muggles, Parvati retorted hotly. He's the boy who lived. All he has ever done is sacrifice himself for everyone else, especially you. Yes, he survived Voldemort, didn't he? Hermione hissed. She still felt hurt that he had betrayed her like that. That means he should be feared. He could be worse than Voldemort. Don't let your belief in some dark person prevent you from at least learning how to defend yourself. A lot you know, Lavender yelled. We're learning plenty just fine. Parvati and Lavender then turned from Hermione and marched off. Hermione could have sworn that she had heard them mutter traitor under their breath as well. Maybe it was just her imagination. If Hermione had been thinking straight, she would have asked herself why Parvati and Lavender didn't seem to be surprised about how Harry was accused of murdering a neighborhood full of Muggles. I can't believe that Harry is married, Lupin muttered as Moody, who was the last to arrive, entered Snape's office, and to Bellatrix Black of all people. He snatched the letter that Harry had written to Snape and read it for the third time. What would James say? I'm sure that he would consider it a great conquest. Snape sneered. If it will make you feel any better, I get the impression that Bellatrix has changed somewhat. She may prove extremely useful. He took the letter from Lupin and returned it to his desk and retrieved the miniature hoop that served as a portkey that had come with Harry's second letter. Moody examined the portkey suspiciously. Are you absolutely sure that this came from Potter and that it will take us to him? Who else would it be from? Snape growled. They stood in a circle and grasped the hoop. Any idea how to activate this thing? Lupin asked curiously. He didn't remember anything from the letter. Tonks shrugged. How about Lord Polarix? The portkey instantly activated, and a short jerk later, they found themselves standing in a small semi-formal dining room in which a large meal had been served for 6. They all looked around in surprise. They had assumed that Harry had found a small shack or something. This room looked like it belonged in a palace. Welcome to Narracakes, came Harry's familiar voice from one of the doors that had just opened to admit he and Bellatrix. I'm glad that you decided to come. They all turned and gaped at them. Instead of the dirty clothes that escapees of Azkaban would wear, they were wearing very elegant robes. Bellatrix looked particularly radiant in a dark red and gold robes. Harry was wearing black with silver lining and blue overtones. Aunt Bella, Tonks exclaimed as she walked over and hugged Bellatrix. Tonks finished hugging Bellatrix and turned to Harry and hugged him too. I suppose that you're my uncle now. Harry's face screwed up in disgust. That means that I'm Draco Malfoy's uncle, not my favorite nephew, Bellatrix commented. Too arrogant and spoiled. She gave Snape a direct look. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? Of course. Lupin and Moody were acting distinctly uncomfortable in Bellatrix's presence, so Harry quickly told everyone about their stay in Azkaban, how Bellatrix had betrayed Voldemort, and then of course their escape and marriage. Let's eat dinner then, shall we? They all sat down and began to eat. So what is Narracakes? Tonks asked. If I'm not mistaken, Snape explained carefully, Narracakes is a fortress alleged to be located approximately 50 miles north of Azkaban. Many of the ancient texts indicate that it is the strongest fortress in the world. Bellatrix nodded and continued the explanation. The fortress of Narracakes has traditionally been the home of the House of Polarix. Many Dark Lords have attempted to siege the castle. They all failed. Lupin's curiosity was piqued. What happened to those Dark Lords? If my guess is correct, Snape commented, the spells they attempted to use against the castle resulted in their own self-destruction. Bellatrix nodded. How would Hogwarts compare to this castle defense-wise? Tonks asked. No one quite agreed on the answer to this question, so they had a friendly debate for the rest of the meal. They finally concluded that both Hogwarts and Narracakes had superb defenses, but those of Narracakes were more advanced and stronger. Once dinner was over, Harry and Bellatrix gave the visitors the grand tour of the castle, using the information their rings were able to provide them. Some of the rooms they toured were new even to Harry and Bellatrix. They ended in Harry's private study. Have a seat, Harry said as he sat down and unconsciously conjured several chairs for them around his desk. We need to talk about our goals and overall strategy now that I'm out of Azkaban. As much as I'm unhappy at the order, Voldemort must come down. You automatically hold the upper hand while your identity remains secret, Snape told Harry, using his knowledge from involvement in both the Order and Voldemort's ranks. The Dark Lord, Dumbledore, and Fudge will not risk alienating you until they know more about you. Lupin nodded in agreement. Gather your resources and make your plans in secret. Don't come out in the open until you are sure that you're bigger than them. Meanwhile, Moody suggested, I would train your magical skills as much as you can. That library you showed us should have more than a few good books with powerful spells. His voice was then slightly grudging as he nodded to Bellatrix. She can provide invaluable instruction. What about wands? Tonks asked sensibly. As far as I know, your wands have been destroyed and then burned. Ollivander won't likely make you a new one due to ministry restrictions. I've already taken care of that. Harry said confidently. As we speak, a wand crafter from the north is constructing wands for us. Lupin's eyes widened. You found a wand crafter. Very few reach that level in the wand-making profession. Anybody can make a good wand, but few can customize them for a specific person. After more discussion, they all decided that they would try to hold regular meetings and on their own would round up those sympathetic to Harry's cause. Snape also promised that he would tell Neville everything pertinent and that Neville would be allowed to tell the members of Potter's Legion a few things as well. They then adjourned. The next morning, following breakfast, Harry made his way down to his public study. Bellatrix had agreed to take on the task of hearing those who were interested in applying for the household positions. Harry would interview those for his staff. He had just sat down in the imposing high-backed chair and created chairs for applicants to sit in when Reggins made an appearance. Are you ready to begin interviewing? He asked Harry. Harry held up the portion of the list that detailed staff positions to be filled. I do believe so. How many applicants are there? As of now, said the ghost thoughtfully, 356. You're joking, Harry exclaimed. There are only a few positions that I need filled. He waved the list at Reggins to demonstrate his point. Nevertheless, my lord, you owe them the courtesy of considering each one of them, the ghost stated. You will also need to hire more people for more positions fairly soon. Azkaban will require human wardens once the British ministry gives it up. Keep notes on everyone that comes. Harry sighed. Send them in. Start out with Nassel's daughters. After all, he asked first, and they're probably the ones who spread the word. Very good, sir. Reggins said. A few moments later, the door opened to admit two attractive women that Harry guessed were just barely 18. Their facial features were complemented with stunning silver hair and gray-blue eyes. They confidently made their way to his desk where he motioned for them to sit. One of them spoke to Harry. My lord, may I introduce my sister Bess? I am Tess. Twins? Harry asked. Yes, said Bess neutrally. Our father informed us that you were in need of positions to be filled. Although we might more traditionally fit in with your household staff, we are of the opinion that we could be useful for your personal staff. Assuming that the job comes with a fair salary, hours, and benefits, of course. Tess interjected. Bess nodded in agreement. Harry made eye contact with each of them for a moment and performed a wandless legilimency spell. He smiled as he studied their minds, which, although well-trained against intrusion, wasn't quite up to his level. Their act of indifference was just that, an act. They desperately wanted jobs under the Lord of Polarix and would even work for nothing just to get them. Apparently his name looked good on resumes up north. Do you have any particular skills? He finally asked them. He felt their growing nervousness fade away when he broke the silence. Both of them nodded in the affirmative. We both served as professor assistants at Corsai for 2 years. Bess supplied quickly. We would perform exercises such as grading papers, helping with department business, and other various tasks. I'm afraid that I'm not familiar with Course, Harry replied. It's a university of magic, explained Tess. We have the same standard 7-year system that most countries utilize in our magic schools. However, the students who test high on their owls are presented with the opportunity to attend Corsai for more advanced classes. Hermione would have loved it, Harry decided sadly. It was a shame she had chosen to stand against him. After all, she had done very well on the owl tests. He shook off his morose thoughts and examined the list for anything that would fit Tess and Bess's skills. After a moment of searching, personal assistants popped up. The description sounded perfect for them, and he could really use them to help with the job interviews. As an added bonus, he needed two. How would being my personal assistant suit you? Harry asked them. They both nodded excitedly and beamed at him. That would be perfect, my lord, Tess said on the behalf of both her and her sister. When would you like us to start? Now, if at all possible, Harry said. I'll arrange with Reggins for your salary and other important concerns. The twin women looked at each other happily. We're prepared to start, my lord. Bess said. What do you need us to do? Harry grabbed a sheet of parchment from a pile that appeared, a quill, and then quickly wrote out an application form that would help him sort through the applicants. Make a lot of copies of this and then distribute it to everyone looking for a job. Have them fill it out and submit it to you. He held up his list of positions to be filled after crossing their new positions off. Make a copy of this and post it. For each position they apply for, they have to fill out an application. Sort out the ones you collect. Bess and Tess began their first project immediately while Harry watched until they left to distribute the applications. Things would be a lot more easier, Harry concluded. Section break. I must warn you, Cornelius. The action that you are about to take is extremely rash. Dumbledore said coldly to the Minister of Magic. The Lord of Bellatrix is not someone to be trifled with, no matter who he is. Not only that, we cannot afford to alienate him. Come now, Fudge replied angrily. I am the Minister of Magic and I won't have some wizard who calls himself a lord bossing me around. We haven't heard anything from him since his first communication. I'm willing to bet that it was a practical joke. The Aurors will remain on Azkaban. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Do what you will. I just hope that you're brave enough to face the consequences. Of course I'll face the consequences. Fudge chuckled. I'll be viewed as a strong figure who won't be cowed by a fake overlord. He pulled a sealed parchment from his cloak and handed it to Percy, who had been standing with him. Deliver this to the Lord of Bellatrix. Section break a week later. Harry still had not quite managed to fit in with his new schedule, but he was getting close to it. At Bellatrix's suggestion, he had allotted certain times of the day toward certain things. In the morning, he carried out any important business that his new staff saw fit to bring to his attention. At this point, it was mostly balancing the budget. They assured him that there would be much more to do when things got going. During this time, Bellatrix would do whatever she felt like. Usually she settled down in the library or worked with the new servants. The afternoon, and usually most of the evening, was dedicated to learning magic, magical theory, and anything else that applied. The books in his library contained a plethora of spells and curses. Once he had his new wands, he would have more than a few tricks up his sleeve. Bellatrix had been most helpful in that regard. Snape and Lupin had visited a couple of times to update Harry on the Order's actions, as well as basic news from Britain. Nothing major had really happened. Snape reported that Neville's defense group was growing larger every day. This pleased Harry. He was just wondering what to do next when Tess entered his private study with her father in tow. Harry stood up and greeted him warmly. Am I correct to assume that the wands are ready? Yes, my lord, Nassel said, barely succeeding in hiding his excitement. They are completed and I am most eager to see how they work for you and your lady. Could you send someone for my wife? I think that she's brewing some potions in the dungeon, Harry said to Tess. I've already sent for her. Tess said, grinning broadly. She and her sister had been on top of things from the very start. They took great joy in being one step ahead of Harry. Just then Bellatrix entered the room and joined Harry. That will be all, she said, nodding to Tess. Harry's assistant bowed and left, leaving Harry, Bellatrix, and the one crafter alone in the room. Nassel promptly pulled out two elegantly carved wooden boxes. The first was made from a finely varnished cherry, the other from ebony. You first, my lady. Intoned. He set the ebony down on the desk and handed the cherry to Bellatrix. She opened the wooden box and gasped. Inside sat the two most beautiful wands she had ever seen. The cherry wood the wands were made from gleamed from extreme polishing and had been carved with elegant designs. These are beautiful, Nassel, he nodded eagerly. 12 1/3 inches, cherry and phoenix feather, rather delicate but certainly powerful. They are also distinct because they are sister wands. Give them a try. Bellatrix gingerly picked one of them up and waved it. Gold sparks shot out of it. She set it down and tried the other one, same result. Thank you. It was my pleasure, Nassel said. He motioned for Harry to take the ebony box. Your wands are in there, my lord. Did you find anything that would match me for the cores? Harry asked as he opened the wand case. Inside lay a wand made from pure black wood, the black ash he assumed. The other wand was white. It was the ivory one. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did, Nassel said excitedly. Just to humor me, try the black one first, save the best for last. Harry picked up the wand made from black ash. What's it made of? The core is basilisk venom. Bellatrix gasped and looked at the wand and then to Nassel suspiciously. Isn't that dangerous? Nassel shrugged. It was one of the closest matches, don't worry though. I realized that the venom is of course extremely unstable, so I embedded silver into the wood to stabilize it. Give it a wave. Okay then, Harry said. Black, silver, and green sparks came from the tip of the wand as if shot from a cannon. Harry closed his eyes as he felt a sense of euphoria shoot through his veins. He was powerful. After a minute of basking in the feeling, he opened his eyes and set it down in the box. "I love it." "I'm glad," Nassel said. "I must warn you, though. Don't become addicted to it and its power. It will destroy you. The combination of silver, venom, and black ash make for a very brittle wand. You could say that the wand represents half of your personality. Use it the power that comes with it for good and you'll be fine." Harry looked at the wand apprehensively, and familiar feelings from his second year at Hogwarts surfaced. Was he evil? "I'll try to remember that. Now for the last wand, my lord." "I do think that this one is the best wand I have ever made, if I do say so myself." "What is it made of?" Nassel shook his head. "I would rather that you try it first. I was able to find the core for your other wand quite easily, but this wand was different. The core came to me. It was a miracle. I'll tell you after, though." "As you wish," Harry said as he picked up the white wand. No sense of euphoria rushed into his body, but a slightly recognizable, yet unfamiliar feeling crept in. Harry couldn't quite identify it, but it made him feel indestructible. Just to be sure that it was a wand with some power, he cast the simplest charm he could think of. Lumos. White light exploded from the end of the wand and blinded everyone. The sun was nothing to Harry's new wand. "Nox," he whispered in an odd voice as he set it down in the case next to the black one. "Will you tell me what's in it now?" Harry whispered to Nassel as Bellatrix continued to stare at the wand and then to Harry in turn. Nassel was grinning uncontrollably. "Ivory, 13 and a 1/7 inch, and a core of phoenix fire sealed in with gold and platinum. The wand is indestructible. You'll have to practice with that one to develop its full potential, though." "Phoenix fire," Bellatrix repeated. "I'm not familiar with it." "No one is," Nassel explained. "It's a new substance that I've discovered. That's the miracle. Just when I began to work on the ivory for my lord's wand, 7 phoenixes appeared in my workshop. It was as if they knew who the wand was for. They provided me with phoenix tears. After that, they somehow demonstrated a magical process that lit the tears on fire. Thus, phoenix fire." "Wow," Harry said as everyone fell silent. The door then opened to admit a wide-eyed Bess. "My lord, the Ice Queen is here and seeks an audience with you." "Where is she?" Bellatrix demanded immediately. "Awaiting Lord Polyryx's pleasure in the entrance hall," Bess replied weakly. Bellatrix then turned to Harry. "I've done some research, and the Ice Queen currently controls the biggest part of your domain. There are a few islands, estates, and cities, but the Ice people are the bulk of it. You must make a good impression on her." "I don't have any formal training," Harry retorted. "That doesn't matter." Bellatrix coached. "If she sees you come down from a throne, no matter what else you do, she will always remember that. You are her overlord, and things could go sour if she doesn't put her loyalties with you. So I need to receive her in that one room with the throne and banners. Yes, we mustn't keep her waiting either." Harry then stood up and made his way out the door with Bellatrix and Bess following closely. "All right, then. We'll receive her there to make a good impression. I'll decide what to do based on what happens. What is her name?" "Zarina IV," Bess replied as she motioned to some of the other members of Harry's staff to join them. Bellatrix was seeing to their attendance. The assembled group entered the large room and took various places as assigned by Bellatrix and Bess. Harry made his way to the imposing black throne that sat on the dais. Closer examination revealed that phoenixes were carved into the black stone. He imagined a similar throne next to it for Bellatrix, but at her insistence, made it slightly smaller and less imposing. "You're the Lord of Polyryx and Earl of the North, not me." Bess stood on his other side. "I guess I'm ready then," Harry said. Bess nodded to the attendant at the main door to the room, who opened it to admit the Ice Queen and her entourage. Harry watched as Zarina IV majestically strode toward him. She appeared to be in her late 30s, and instead of the silver hair that Bess, Tess, and many of their fellow employees had, her hair was a stunning white. A crown of clear crystal was enmeshed in it. The most striking feature was the way in which she carried herself. Even if she had not been wearing the white and silver jeweled robes she now wore, there would be no doubt that this was a woman of power and great authority. When she arrived before the dais, she stopped instead of stepping onto it and studied Harry, her eyes flicking from Harry's signet ring before settling on his emerald green orbs. Harry then returned the stare in careful study. This lasted for a long moment as they each sized each other up. Finally, the queen fell to her knees before the dais with her head bowed in total submission to Harry, no longer even daring to look at him directly. "Hail to the House of Polarix and the Earl of the North," she spoke. "The House of Corsairix reaffirms its fealty to thee and swears to serve and obey in all things." There was a long pause during which Harry heard Bellatrix slowly let out a sigh of relief. Apparently an important obstacle had been overcome. Finally realizing that Queen Zarina would not rise or look at him unless he did something, Harry stood up and walked toward her knelt form. He then chose his words carefully. "Rise, faithful steward," he commanded. Harry then stretched forth his hand to help her up. Instead, she kissed his ring and then stood up on her own. However, she still had her head bowed. Feeling rather bold, Harry took her chin in his hand and gently tilted her head up until they were looking each other in the eye again. After a little legilimency, Harry was able to discern that Zarina was a very proud woman and had humbled herself before him because she truly felt that Harry was her overlord and had faith in his power and skill. She also seemed to be under the impression that she had just put herself in complete servitude to him. "You need only defer to me," Harry whispered to her, still holding her head up. "There's no need subjugate yourself to me." He let go and her head remained eye level with him. "As you wish, my lord," she whispered in return. Then she spoke in a louder voice. "I ask your leave to return to my stewardship to prepare for a visit from you in the near future. The Ice People wish to see you." Harry nodded. "As you wish." Queen Zarina IV bowed and left the room slowly with her entourage. "That went well," Bellatrix commented happily. Bess seemed to be in shock as she waved her hand to dismiss all of the attendants that had escorted them. "Do you know what this means, my lord?" "No, not really," Harry replied as they left the room and made their way back to Harry's private study. "The Ice People are not normal humans," Bess explained. "They're people who possess a powerful brand of magic. You've just been confirmed as their overlord. With a flick of your hand, you could summon the most powerful army on the face of this planet." They returned to the private study where Nassel was still waiting. "Is everything to your satisfaction, my lord?" he asked, gesturing toward the wand cases still sitting on your desk. "Yes, of course, they're wonderful," Harry said. "I'm sorry that I left like that." Nassel bowed with a smile. "That's perfectly fine. I'm very pleased that you like your wands. Your secretary was most generous in paying me. I thank you, if you'll excuse me," he then apparated. Harry sat down at the desk and found a letter from the Ministry of Magic sitting on it. "This must have just arrived," he commented to Bellatrix and Bess. He opened it and read it. "To the so-called Lord Polarix, greetings. After a week of consideration, I've decided that the Ministry of Magic will not comply to your demands expressed last week. We don't recognize your power or authority to issue such commands and proclamations, especially the one concerning Azkaban. The prison will remain under our control. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, interesting," Harry said dryly. He then passed it to Bellatrix, who read it. She quickly skimmed the letter and looked up at him. "I think that it is high time Fudge learned who has the power in this world," she commented. "I believe that I know precisely what to do about this. Allow me a few days to engineer and carry out a plan of action. When I'm finished, you'll be able to pulverize him. If you want to do that," Harry said, giving her permission to do what she wanted. "Send a short reply, make it sound ominous," Bellatrix advised as she left the room, letter in hand. "I'd hate to have your wife mad at me," Bess snickered, before leaving to return to her normal duties. Harry wrote out a quick note to Fudge with a grim smile. He knew that he could trust Bellatrix to come up with something effective and satisfying. "Fudge, I feel sorry for you." Lord Polarix's section break that night. Neville and the rest of Potter's Legion were in the dungeons holding one of their meetings. The room of requirement had been out of question due to the fact that too many others knew of it. Snape had kindly pointed the way to a large classroom that was rarely used. "That's enough training for tonight," called Neville from the head of the classroom as he observed one group produce corporeal patroni and another group of younger students disarm each other. Other groups were performing a wide variety of spells. "If you got anything out, put it away and I'll tell you some important news." Parvati and Lavender quickly flanked him as they waited for everyone to clean up. The two girls had basically appointed themselves his assistants as they met more and more often. Neville didn't really mind because they were masters at getting new members and keeping the current members together. They were pretty good at defense, too. As soon as the room was once again clean and everyone had turned their attention to Neville, he spoke. "What I'm about to tell you is top secret. Harry has escaped from Azkaban." Excited whispers broke out among all the students present. Neville calmly waited for them to quiet down before continuing. It has also been discovered that Harry's mum wasn't quite as much of a Muggle-born as was thought. Based on her lineage, Harry has been made the Lord of Polyrics. "What's that?" called out several students. "It means that he controls the lands of the North," Neville explained briefly. "He has a lot of power and the Ministry can't even touch him now. According to Professor Snape, who is in contact with him, Harry is slowly planning how to take Voldemort and the Ministry on. Our job right now is first to continue our training, and second to spread the word that Harry is good. No one knows that he was sent to Azkaban excepting a few people. Any questions?" "How do we spread the word that he is good?" called out a second-year girl excitedly. Parvati stepped forward for this answer. "Don't let people get away with speaking ill of him. Correct them and defend him without revealing information about him. You can also talk about Harry to others in reference to Voldemort. Always show him in the good light." Lavender nodded in agreement. Neville looked at his watch and sighed. "It looks like we've run out of time. Next time we'll discuss ministry politics and what we know about Death Eaters. It helps if you can understand those you're fighting against." Everyone nodded and began to filter out of the room in twos and threes. Neville watched them go happily. He would have told them more about Harry. Bellatrix and Narracakes, for example, but for now it was best if they couldn't betray the important things. Besides, Harry deserved to be the one to tell. Neville also was slightly confused about the Bellatrix connection. She was partially responsible for his parents' condition. However, he would reserve judgment until he met her. Maybe she had changed. "I think that went well," Parvati said to him as Lavender left with the last students. "I hope so," Neville said. "After this latest news, I've realized that Harry doesn't necessarily need us. We and the wizarding world need him more. Instead of Potter's Legion, we should be ambassadors to Potter." Parvati nodded. "Yes, there's no doubt that Harry will be angry toward those who betrayed him. I certainly would be. Maybe we'll be able to keep him from holding a grudge against everyone in general." Neville nodded and was about to leave when Parvati spoke up again, rather quickly and seemingly out of breath. Neville." He turned around and looked at her. "Yes, I was wondering if, well, you would go to Hogsmeade with me on the next weekend we're there." Parvati blushed and kept talking before he could answer. "We could just get some drinks at the Three Broomsticks." "Sure," Neville said cheerfully. "Really?" "Yes." Parvati was blushing madly but still seemed happy. "Well, see you then." She then darted off. Neville smiled as he made his way to exit the classroom and go back to Gryffindor Tower. Apparently Potter's Legion had benefited him as well. Although it was somewhat a Harry Potter fan club, some of the girls thought that Neville was a good catch too. "Section break, Wormtail," Voldemort barked from his sickbed. "Get in here now." The door opened and Peter Pettigrew came in very slowly, closing the door behind him. He was shaking. "Yes, my lord." Voldemort was in a sickbed, but he still could shoot off the Cruciatus curse with deadly efficiency. "It's time that the Muggle-loving fool learns a lesson. Hogsmeade weekend is coming in 2 weeks or so. Tell Malfoy to get the Dementors located and moved for an attack. There's a nice hiding spot that I know of near Hogsmeade," Voldemort said. "That can't be done, my lord," Wormtail whimpered, closing his eyes in anticipation of the word Crucio. "Why not?" Voldemort whispered, staring intensely at his servant. Wormtail gulped. "The Dementors are gone. They left." "And why was that?" "The Lord of Polyrics summoned them to return to Azkaban. Our spy in the Ministry also indicates that Polyrics expelled the Ministry from the prison. The Ministry has taken the return of the Dementors as a sign that they are the ones truly in control. They've decided to stay on Azkaban," Wormtail explained, hoping that he wouldn't be blamed. Instead of torturing Wormtail, Voldemort considered the news and what he knew about the House of Polyrics carefully. "Fudge is a fool if he thinks he can defy the Lord Polyrics, even if Polyrics was a squib. My books have revealed that much," he finally pronounced. "We must get those Dementors back before their overlord is able to establish absolute control. Scratch the Hogsmeade plan." "What do we do then?" Pettigrew asked. Voldemort grinned evilly and sat up. "We'll send a group of junior Death Eaters to Hogsmeade to act as a distraction while we siege Azkaban." "Didn't you just say that Lord Polyrics was powerful?" Wormtail asked, confusion etched in his voice. "Silence," Voldemort commanded, rising from his sickbed. "Fudge may be a fool, but he has bought us time. Azkaban can and will fall if it is still under the control of the Ministry. If we can get a hold on Azkaban, we might be able to get a grip against Lord Polyrics. A bargaining chip, if you will. I've left out some texts that you should probably study a little bit this afternoon," Bellatrix told Harry as she wrapped a dark red cloak around her and then pulled the hood over her head. She then used a charm to shadow her face so that only her mouth and part of her nose could be seen. Other than that, just do some drills. Are you sure that you don't want me to know what you're planning? Harry asked. Nearly a week had passed since Fudge's letter had been received. Bellatrix had been planning something since then. She had done endless research in the library and archives. Bellatrix smiled at him. It's a surprise. Fudge will learn his lesson. He might even prove useful to us in the future. Be safe then, Harry said, deciding not to press the issue any further. I will. I might be back late, though, Bellatrix said. She gave Harry a quick peck on the lips and then pulled out her wand to apparate. Have a good day, dear. She then disappeared with a quiet pop. Harry smiled and made his way up to the private study to go over his daily stack of business. The load had increased after the audience with Queen Zarina. She had been sending him endless reports on everything that concerned him. Apparently, he owned 30% of the profits from the gold, platinum, sapphire, silver, and ruby mines located in the north. 30% from over 1,000 years stacked up. It seemed that North Gringotts, which was entirely independent of the other Gringot branches of the world, held the vast bulk of his fortune. Whatever he had in Britain was negligible. She had also scheduled a national day of feasting in his honor in 3 days. He and Bellatrix were required to attend the first day at least. It would be interesting. He entered his office and found Reggins waiting with the newest set of documents. The ministry's refusal to vacate Azkaban had created problems which required 10 times more paperwork to get around. Reggins assured Harry that everything would be fine, though. The ghost still served as the personal secretary, even though Harry had hired a large staff of workers. Harry was supposed to be looking for a suitable replacement, but he wasn't looking very hard. After lunch, Harry made his way to the library, which served as his all-purpose classroom. He found the books that Bellatrix had left out and quickly skimmed them. The material didn't seem very hard at all, which was odd. It was more advanced than Newt levels. Harry finished and began his drills, absently wondering what Bellatrix was up to. Section break, Bellatrix appeared with a small pop just down the street from Gringotts in Diagon Alley. She quickly put her wand in its holder that was on the inside of her cloak. Its twin was in a sheath on her wrist. She quickly blended in with the crowd and made her way to the bank. Upon entering, she went to the nearest goblin she could find. Mustering all the kindness she could, she spoke. Would you be kind enough to show me to the chief financial advisor's office? Yes, ma'am, the goblin answered, immediately leading the way down a broad hall and into an office. The goblin in the office stood and bowed. My name is Holdhook. How may I be of service? I need to make some purchases and acquire holdings in some rather large companies. Your advice would be of the utmost usefulness to me, Bellatrix answered, sitting down at a chair in front of the desk. Do you have an account with us? Polarix, Bellatrix said simply. The goblin's eyes widened and he looked at Bellatrix's ring closely because her face wasn't available for scrutiny. I see, my lady. He snapped at the goblin who had let her in. Get me the Polarix file immediately. The goblin returned only a second later, clearly out of breath. He handed the thick file to Holdhook and left the room, closing the door behind him. Holdhook then opened the file and drew out several papers. Vault numbers 1 through 7. The first initial transfer to Gringotts came from North Gringotts. The current balance, including the Potter and Black estates, comes to 896 billion galleons in cash, approximately 200 million in real estate. I imagine that the bulk of your fortune is managed by North Gringotts, however. Holdhook summarized for Bellatrix's benefit. You and your husband are without a doubt our biggest customers. Is there any interest associated with all that? Bellatrix asked faintly. She had not known that Harry was that rich. Well, it was her money through marriage as well, but she couldn't help but feel that it was Harry's more than hers. Of course, Holdhook replied. What did you want to do today? I wish to obtain managing control of the daily profit, and if possible, full ownership, she announced. For this piece of my business, cost is of no concern. Holdhook steepled his fingers thoughtfully. I believe that the daily profit is owned by about 5 or 6 shareholders. If you can buy out at least 4 of them, you probably won't have any trouble at all when it comes to managing control. Buying them out will probably require you offering triple the value of their shares, but it can be done. Offer whatever you must to get them all. Bellatrix decided. Try to keep the business strictly secret, though. I can get you control of the paper by next week, I think, Holdhook declared, making some notes on a piece of parchment. What else did you wish to do? Bellatrix thought over her next move again. This could go well, or it could go bad. I would like to invest in Gringotts, she said slowly. The House of Polyrics would be honored if the goblins were to be our allies. Holdhook was even more surprised than before. Your account with us is more than a significant investment, which is nothing strange but allies. Yes, we would like you to be our allies. Hard times are coming. The Ministry is incompetent and Voldemort is on the rise. The House of Polyrics intends to play a significant part in Britain's future, Bellatrix declared. I have no authority to do something like that, Holdhook admitted. Would it be suitable if the head of Gringotts called on you and Lord Polyrics tomorrow? Bellatrix nodded happily. That would be wonderful. I'm sure that Lord Polyrics could come to you here at Gringotts, however. We would be honored, Holdhook said. Extremely honored. What time should we expect Lord Polyrics? 10, I think, Bellatrix answered thoughtfully. Harry could probably get most of his work done early and then be back from Gringotts in time for his afternoon training. Holdhook nodded excitedly and made a note. We'll be expecting you then. Any other business? Yes, lots more, Bellatrix said. I would like to obtain managing control of St. Mungo's, but not ownership. That hospital needed big improvements and expansions for the coming war. It would help if she could make sure they happened. The goblin made the appropriate notations, and they continued with Bellatrix's requests. Several hours later, the House of Polyrics was slated up for some major investments in nearly every industry and company in the wizarding world. If they went through, Harry would be able to virtually control the economy by next week. As Bellatrix left Gringotts, she changed her cloak to a light blue color and did some self-transfiguration. It was time for Phase 2 of her plan. Section break. Harry yawned as he turned the page of one of the older books in his library. He had finished his studies, drills, and dinner. Still no Bellatrix. Hopefully she wasn't in trouble. She had told him that she would be late, though. The chapter on the page suddenly grabbed his attention. Splitting spells. A powerful wizard or witch may be able to cast a spell and split it so that there are actually two beams of light going for the target. This can be used both for a double hit or to counter any dodging move the opponent may make. Further study, practice, and magical ability can allow the witch or wizard to be able to control the movement of the spell even after it leaves his/her wand. A word of caution, this spell is not for the weak. Spells won't be as strong separate as they would have been had they remained together. This would be very effective against a large crowd of Death Eaters, or of course, someone who dodges, Harry observed to himself. He looked at the incantation and pulled out his black ash wand. Duplexio stupefy, he muttered. A pair of stunners shot from his wand and harmlessly hit a wall. Harry practiced the spell several times and eventually was able to force the stunners to move toward any target he chose. He couldn't make them go anywhere he pleased, but he could subtly manipulate them to curve one way or another until they hit something. After that, he tried the Duplexio spell combines with several other jinxes and curses he knew. They all worked excellently. He was just about to give up for the day when he had a couple of ideas. Perhaps the spell could be manipulated. Triplexio stupefy, he uttered. Much to Harry's delight, 3 stunners shot from his wand. His ability to control them decreased with the addition of the 3rd stunner, but a little practice would solve that problem. He then pulled out his other wand and put it in his left hand. Triplexio stupefy, he whispered, concentrating on both wands. The nearest wall was attacked by 6 separate stunners. Harry grinned at his wands and began another experiment. Tetraplexio stupefy. Section break. Are you finding everything that you need, dear? Asked the stout woman who was in charge of the Ministry archives. The Ministry doesn't really store documents from very many goblin rebellions, but I do believe that you might find some pertinent entries in the International Relations section over there. Bellatrix Potter, who now appeared to be a blonde and blue-eyed girl of 18, smiled sweetly at the helpful archivist. I found a few things that ought to be helpful for my report, but I need so much more, Mrs. Drake. What shall I look under? The Ministry often is required to report their current state of affairs to the International Confederation of Wizards, Drake told Bellatrix. They would have mentioned a few things about any ongoing goblin rebellions. Thank you so much, Bellatrix said. She stood up from the pile strewn with various folders filled with parchment and made her way over to the said section of the archives, while Drake returned to whatever she did at her desk. Making sure that Drake was occupied, Bellatrix dropped her act of searching through the International Relations section and studied the door to the secured vault that contained just about anything that the current and past ministers of magic wanted to keep secret. She could definitely take it on. But only if that woman would go away. She returned to her table with a random file she had grabbed from the section and made a good show of being absorbed with the contents. Too bad the contents were so horribly boring and petty. Cauldron bottoms indeed. After another 2 hours of extreme patience on Bellatrix's part, her chance finally came when Drake stood up from her desk and approached her. "Finding everything you need?" she asked, a fake smile. "Yes. There's so much in the international relations section. I'll have everything I need in no time." Mrs. Drake nodded importantly. "Yes, I thought that there would be plenty there. I need to attend a short staff meeting upstairs, dearie. Do you think that you'll be all right down here alone?" This time the smile was a little more genuine. "Absolutely. There's so much here that I'm sure I won't need too much assistance from you for a while." Mrs. Drake nodded. "I won't be gone for very long." She turned around and left the large archive room with Bellatrix alone in it. Based on experience so far, she would be gone for a long time. The old lady probably was a true gossip. Bellatrix quickly abandoned her supposed project and quickly strode to the vault while simultaneous pulling out her sister wands. "Totalium silentium prochix," she muttered, giving the wand in her left hand a flick, and then holding onto the ward she had just cast. Since it was Citlalin in contact with her wand, she would be able to quickly detect any intrusions through the ward's border. With her other wand, she carefully performed several unlocking and shield destroyer curses. After several minutes, the vault opened with a resistant screech. Bellatrix winced even though she had placed silencing charms around the room. As soon as the vault was completely open, she stepped inside and began to rummage through the collections of documents and interoffice memos, especially the ones pertaining to Cornelius Fudge. After a few duplication charms on various parchments, disguising spells on the resulting copies, and a spell to erase any trace of her presence, Bellatrix exited and closed the vault. Now she would have the pleasure of cleaning up her papers from the Goblin Rebellion search. If she left it all out, the archivist would be more apt to remember her, and exactly when she was around. Not that it mattered or anything, what with her disguise, but sloppy work could lead to more sloppy work. Section break, Narcissa Malfoy gave her husband an intense look and began tapping her foot the moment he entered the bedroom. It was quite late, and she had been packing back and forth in front of the bed rather than going to sleep like a dutiful wife would have. "Where have you been?" Lucius ignored her and began to prepare for bed. "Why won't you tell me anything anymore?" she demanded angrily in a loud voice. "You're always gone. Draco has been acting even more arrogant and disdainful toward me ever since Christmas, and you still won't tell me where Bellatrix has been. Your sister is dead." Lucius sneered as he pulled off his dragonhide boots. Unshed tears caused Narcissa's eyes to become bright. "How? Who?" "She tried to escape from Azkaban and drowned," Lucius said coldly. He failed to mention that she had escaped with Harry Potter. It didn't matter now, though. The Dark Lord was quite curious as to how they had done it, but that was beside the point. "What was she doing there?" Narcissa said in an angry tone. "She betrayed the Dark Lord and was accordingly punished," Malfoy told his wife vaguely. He smiled absently as he recalled his sister-in-law's shrieks as the enchanted whips had cut her skin many times. It was a shame that the Dark Lord had grown bored before they could get to more pleasurable pursuits. Narcissa promptly came to the conclusion that Malfoy had probably been involved with punishing her sister and that it had probably extended beyond the unforgivable curses. "How dare you?" she screamed at him. Malfoy coldly stood up. "How dare you?" he whispered. He then slapped his wife as hard as he could. Again and again and again as she sobbed. After a while he finally left. Narcissa stumbled over to the bed and tried to muffle her cries with a pillow. Tomorrow she would go and find out who the head of the Black family was. Whoever he was, he could have her marriage cancelled and her declared his ward. It was the only legal way to get out of the marriage thanks to the prenuptials. A loss of emancipation was better than staying married to Lucius. She only hoped that Draco wasn't the head of House Black. Bellatrix put the finishing touches on Harry's costume for his meeting at Gringotts. He had allowed her to dress him so that he would put on a good face at the meeting. She had chosen a pure black cloak fastened with a silver phoenix to go over his blue and silver robes for effect. She draped a silver stole over his shoulders. A hood had been a necessity because Gringotts was a public location. "Possibly as soon as next week," she explained to him. "You will have a tight grip on their economy. The alliance with Gringotts will of course contribute heavily, but you will also control the daily profit and significant industries." Harry nodded numbly. He had not expected to be going to Diagon Alley this soon. It was rather inconvenient to have such short notice, but he had gone to bed before Bellatrix had came home the night before. She had decided not to wake him up. He was extremely glad for her efforts on his behalf, though. "How do we get there?" he asked. "Apparate," Bellatrix answered. "But before you do that, we need to put a shadow charm on your hood there. It ensures that you aren't recognized by those who don't already know you, and makes you more enigmatic, which is good for now." She quickly performed the necessary charm and slipped her cloak, which still had its shadow charm intact on. They both pulled out their wands simultaneously and apparated, appearing in a side street especially designated for those choosing to apparate into Diagon Alley. Gringotts was quickly entered, where they found a contingent of goblin guards waiting to escort them to the head of Gringotts. Harry and Bellatrix soon found themselves in a very large office with 3 very important-looking goblins. The guards, sensing the discomfort of the humans, had elected to remain outside once it was established that they weren't there to harm anybody. The goblin that appeared to be the youngest spoke. "Lord Polarix, Lady Polarix, may I present Lord Gold, the head of Gringotts?" Harry and Lord Gold exchanged ceremonious nods, both paying each other respect without demeaning themselves. Lord Gold took the initiative to speak next and gestured to the goblin on his right, and then the one who had spoken first. "This is Lord Silver and Lord Bronze. Please be seated." Everyone sat down. "Your wife said that you were interested in initiating an alliance with us, Polarix. What exactly did you have in mind?" Gold asked diplomatically. Fortunately for Harry, Bellatrix had coached him as to what he should try to bargain for. Reggins had also had a lot to contribute to that conversation. Between his wife and secretary, a set of goals had been established. Harry began with the first one. "Although a goblin rebellion has not occurred for some time, I would be much obliged if our access to the bank remained secure should such an event occur. In return, I am willing to commit to being on your side during such a rebellion and doing everything in my power to help you. Let it be so," Lord Gold intoned, and then took a bite at the proverbial apple. "The goblins wish to have the right to ask for asylum under your domain at any time. In return, Gringotts will gladly shelter and protect any agent of the House of Polarix at any time." Catching on to how to negotiate with goblins, Harry then responded, "Let it be so." This formal bargaining continued until they were soon nitpicking over tiny details that were mostly insignificant, but were still necessary for the alliance to be complete. As soon as Harry and Lord Gold formally ended the session, a parchment with the whole agreement appeared on the table before them. Quills and ink soon joined, and the alliance was signed. Lord Gold shook Harry's hand. "A pleasure, Lord Polarix. Gringotts will leave it to you to decide when this shall become public knowledge." "We'll have to see how events come to pass," Harry said vaguely, unsure himself as to when he would reveal his identity and new connections. The head of Gringotts nodded understandingly. "Have a nice day." Harry nodded, and he and Bellatrix soon found themselves walking hand in hand down one of the bank's hall toward the main entrance. They could then apparate from the street outside. Several of the goblins they passed gave very respectful nods to the cloaked and hooded couple. "You did marvelously." Bellatrix breathed proudly to Harry. "You're a natural at diplomacy. I doubt that anyone else could have gotten so much out of them. Only because you helped me beforehand," Harry said, squeezing her hand lightly. She shook her head in disagreement. "You have a natural way of getting along with non-humans. I could tell that those goblins were very impressed with your manners. That skill will come in handy with the ice people. They're not exactly human, and they are rather conscious of it." "Really?" Harry asked, curious about the ice people. He was about to ask more when he was interrupted by a goblin who had apparently been doing everything in his power to catch them before they left the bank. "Lord Polarix," panted the goblin, "some business of a personal nature has arisen. Could you come with me for a few moments?" "Of course," Harry answered, in a slightly confused voice. The goblin led he and Bellatrix to a nearby office. When they entered, much to Harry and Bellatrix's surprise, they found a very dejected-looking Narcissa Malfoy slumped in one of the chairs. From the look of her face, she had been in some sort of fight. Bellatrix's grip on Harry's tightened as she laid eyes on her sister. Harry wasn't sure how to interpret that. Undoubtedly, she was surprised. But what did she think of her sister? They both sat down at the goblin's invitation next to Narcissa, who seemed to be trying to ascertain Harry and Bellatrix's identity. "I don't know if you're aware, sir," the goblin began nervously, "but you are the head of House Black due to the circumstances of last June." Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't quite sure what that had to do with Narcissa Malfoy, though. He knew that she had formerly been a Black, but she was married now. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bellatrix's head slump. She was the reason he was the head of House Black after all. He gave her hand a comforting squeeze. The goblin elected to continue on. Your position lays several responsibilities at your feet, one of which comes into play today. I see, Harry said as he glanced at Narcissa and then back to the goblin. Which one is that? The prenuptial agreement between Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa, dictate that the only way she can get out of the marriage is if the head of House Black or the head of House Malfoy has the marriage contract cancelled. If House Black cancels the contract, Narcissa loses her emancipation and becomes a ward of you. She wants out of the marriage due to the fact that her husband has become rather abusive, the goblin explained. Harry looked at Narcissa thoughtfully. I'm not sure that I understand what you mean by ward. In essence, she becomes your daughter. You manage her affairs, see that she is taught what she needs to know, and anything else you see fit to do for a period of at least 3 years. Her emancipation is returned at your discretion after that period of time. Harry looked at Bellatrix, who still had her head bowed. What did she think of this whole thing? It was her sister. She would of course have some sort of opinion. Finally, he responded. Is there a place where my wife and I could discuss this? Of course. The goblin gestured to a room just off his office. Be my guest. Milady, Harry asked, not wanting to reveal her identity. He stood up and she followed him into the small room and shut the door. Harry lowered his hood so that they could have a face-to-face discussion. After a moment, she lowered hers as well. What do you think? Bellatrix shrugged indifferently, not really meeting his eyes. You're the head of House Black, not me. You're my wife. She is your sister. She crossed her arms indifferently and looked the other way. It's not my decision, and I don't really care. Lucius probably beat the snot out of her. She isn't doing this because she saw the light. She doesn't want to deal with Lucius. At best, she will be like an extremely difficult teenage daughter. We can give her a chance to see the light, Harry replied, no response. He then sighed deeply. I think that we should probably give her a chance. It's an opportunity we shouldn't pass up. We should also give her the chance to know who we are. Lucius might be a better alternative than I am. Let's get back. They returned their hoods to their place. They returned and sat down. Narcissa looked rather apprehensive now. Harry addressed the goblin. We've decided to cancel the marriage contract, providing that she still wants to escape the marriage after we reveal something to her. Would you be so kind as to give the 3 of us a moment of privacy? The goblin bowed and left the room. Harry stood up, followed by Bellatrix, and they both lowered their hoods. Narcissa's face whitened when she saw Harry Potter and her supposedly dead sister standing before her. If you do this, you're stuck with us, Harry said. I'm getting out of Lucius's life no matter what. Narcissa said in a desperate voice that was tinged with disdain. She couldn't believe that she was in this situation. He's been physically abusing me lately. I haven't always agreed with some of his darker activities. She unconsciously glanced at Bellatrix, who had probably been punished at the hands of Lucius as well. Bellatrix quickly looked away. Harry and Bellatrix pulled their hoods up just as the goblin returned. Have the 3 of you agreed on a specific action? Yes, cancel the contract. We'll take Narcissa on as our ward, Harry said. The goblin promptly began to draw up some documents. What of her son? How will this affect him? Harry asked. The goblin looked up from the divorce papers he was working on. Guardianship automatically reverts to the father in this case. If Lucius Malfoy becomes incapacitated, his will dictate who guardianship goes to. You can fight for custody if it isn't to a family member. A moment later, the goblin had Harry sign the papers and then formally announce that the marriage was now officially dissolved. He then turned his attention to Narcissa. You will now need to surrender your wand to Lord Polyryx. I'm quite sure that he'll give it back at some point in time. She did so grudgingly. Harry pocketed it. I believe that is all. The goblin said as they all stood up. Harry nodded and changed his plans for how to return to Narracakes. He found a glove in his cloak pocket and made a simple portkey from it. He had not mastered that skill to perfection yet. Everyone grab hold. A short jerk later, they were standing in the main hall of Harry's fortress. He looked from Bellatrix to Narcissa somewhat nervously. The 2 sisters stood deliberately avoiding each other's gaze, all while darting glances toward the other. After a long and uncomfortable moment, Bellatrix broke the silence. Mrs. Higgin, she barked. The housekeeper that had been hired with the other employees promptly made her way into the main entrance hall. She detected the bad attitudes and immediately singled out the person who wasn't likely to bite her head off. Yes, my lord. This is Narcissa M. Black, Harry explained. She's now my ward. Please find her a room and have lunch served to her. After that, make sure she remains in that room until I or my wife have a discussion with her. Once that's over, we'll see where to go next. Mrs. Higgin nodded and imperiously led Narcissa away as Harry followed a very sulky Bellatrix up to their bedroom. She shoved the door open and entered with Harry on her heels before she slammed it shut. He stood and used magic to remove his cloak as she stalked over to her closet and began to change clothes. Silence reigned until Harry realized that it was up to him to figure out what was wrong. This was not going to be one of his favorite husbandly duties. "What's got you so angry?" he inquired with a placating voice. Bellatrix's hands froze just as they were about to remove her robe. She took her time to answer. When she did, it was in a curt tone. "It's my fault he's dead. My fault that you're the head of House Black." "Oh," Harry said. He would normally use legilimency, but he felt that it would be an intrusion upon his wife's privacy, so he attempted to resist the urge. However, her emotions were so strong that he could feel the overpowering wave of guilt coming from her. For some reason, the guilt was joined by jealousy as well. Apparently, she had expected more than an "oh" from him, and after giving him a short period to respond, continued on loud and awkwardly. "Well, is that all you have to say? I killed him. But you're my wife." "I love you," Harry said, at a loss for words, not quite sure what could be said to calm her down and assure her of his good feelings for her. She may have done the deed, but it was he that had led Sirius to the Department of Mysteries. Not only that, a stunner had been used, not the killing curse. Besides, he had realized that there was no point in living in the past. It saved one a lot of anger and misery to look forward. "I'm your wife only because of a stupid accident," Bellatrix screamed. "If you had been in a position to choose, would you have married your godfather's murderer? If someone had killed a person I loved, I would despise them for as long as I lived. I would torture them and then kill them." Harry shrugged. He did have to admit that they were in some unusual circumstances. "It's in the past, though, isn't it? If we love each other, it doesn't matter. I love you, don't you love me?" he whispered. Bellatrix then began to cry uncontrollably. "Yes, I love you with all my heart. I would die 1,000 times for you. It's the least you deserve from me. You're a good person with kindness that comes naturally to nearly everyone you meet. I don't deserve you." The guilt didn't seem to be quite as violent as it had been before, but jealousy was coming off in waves now. She was jealous of Narcissa for some reason. "What does your sister have to do with this?" Harry asked. "She never was a Death Eater," Bellatrix mumbled despondently. "She never killed a soul in her life. Pride is a major failing of her character, but at least she isn't evil. Her husband beat her." Bellatrix's voice then gained some strength. "I've killed and tortured innocents. I deserve to be hit, punched, and slapped repeatedly. Not her. It isn't fair." She then burst into a fresh fit of tears. Harry finally gave in to the temptation to use legilimency. The most obvious thing that popped up was her extreme quilt for Sirius's death. She also felt guilty for having a better husband than Narcissa formerly had possessed because she felt that her sister was a better person. Despite this, she fiercely regarded Harry's as hers and hated herself for that. She thought that she was being selfish. Her greatest fear and jealousy seemed to be that Harry might like Narcissa better. He walked over to her and took her head in his hands and forced her to look at him. "The fact that you feel guilty shows that you aren't evil. You love me, and that's the greatest thing anybody could give me. Your crimes are in the past, and I don't hold them against you," he said forcefully. "I love you and you alone. You're the queen of my heart." He then kissed her lightly on the lips and then pulled back to see how she would react. Bellatrix's violet eyes looked back at his green ones blankly. The only difference in her that Harry could discern was that the jealousy had been wiped away and that her guilt had drastically faded. A trace that would likely never go away remained. He didn't think that it would overpower her, though. Abruptly, she raised her arms and shoved Harry forcefully onto their bed. Before he knew what was happening, she was on top of him and kissing him passionately as her hands clutched him as tightly as possible. Narcissa finished buttoning up one of the robes that she had found hanging in the wardrobe. The room that Mrs. Higgin had led her to was not particularly large, but it reeked of elegance and wealth in an obscure sort of way. It was too bad that the robes, which fit her perfectly, were not quite as fancy as she had come to be accustomed to. The narrow window near the average-sized bed soon attracted her attention, and she stepped over to look out of it. Though it was too narrow to really get a good view, it became apparent that the castle that Harry Potter and her sister resided in was on a bleak island which would be rained on in the near future. Harry, the boy who lived, Potter, and her sister. Despite her attempt to get it out of her mind by doing various things such as combing her hair, eating lunch, and changing her clothes, she couldn't get the thought out of her mind. What was going on with Bellatrix? What attracted her to the shorter-than-average boy? Through indirect study, Narcissa had been able to see that Potter seemed to have developed some wiry muscles and looked slightly older than his 16 years. Not necessarily very attractive, though. Maybe it was the green eyes. They made her rather uncomfortable, but maybe Bellatrix found them to be intriguing. Narcissa decided that she would never be able to feel at ease in the presence of Harry Potter. It would certainly be interesting to find out what was going on between the two. She sighed and decided to lay down on the bed. Not only was Harry Potter her brother-in-law, he was now her guardian. She desperately hoped that it was a good thing. Did he hold grudges? Probably. Would he let her get away with what she wanted? Probably not. A knock sounded on the door and Narcissa sat up on the bed alarmed. Potter had said that he or his wife would be having a discussion with her sometime after lunch. Narcissa wasn't sure who she preferred it to be. A meeting with Bellatrix would be awkward. One with Potter would be frightening. "Come in," she squeaked. The door opened and Bellatrix entered alone, looking considerably more pleasantly disposed than when they had parted a couple of hours earlier. She shut it behind her and studied Narcissa, who was sitting on the bed looking like a startled animal. Both sisters looked different from what they remembered. Bellatrix observed that Narcissa appeared to have aged a little. She had made every effort to maintain her good looks, though. Her blonde hair was still as captivating as it had been at Hogwarts, and her figure had not wasted away either, though her curves had never been as good as Bellatrix's. Narcissa was shocked to see that Bellatrix appeared to be at least 10 years younger than she was supposed to be. Her face had lost the signs of aging that came with growing older. Her hair, which was done in a ponytail, was more vibrant and healthy than it had ever been, and her violet eyes glowed with a happiness that few ever achieved. "I suppose you're wondering how it is that I'm married to the archenemy of Lord Voldemort," Bellatrix said, to start the discussion. Narcissa nodded carefully. Bellatrix seemed to be perfectly happy and content, but the whole marriage thing could actually be a touchy subject. Bellatrix's attitude back at the bank certainly indicated that this was the case, but such hints had vanished. "After killing Sirius," Bellatrix explained, "I felt an extreme sense of guilt and resolved to try and make some sort of restitution. I began to send secret information to Harry. The story continued to detail Azkaban, their impromptu marriage, and covered their actions since. And now you're here," she finished. "So you're no longer a Death Eater, then?" Narcissa asked doubtfully. The whole story seemed too fantastic to be real, but she couldn't help but feel grudgingly pleased for her sister's good fortune. Bellatrix nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears of joy. "I've been given another chance to do good at the side of the best man in the world." She abruptly pulled her sleeves up to reveal a pair of unblemished wrists. "The dark mark is gone, too. When did that happen?" "After I arrived here." They continued to discuss various things and caught up on each other's lives. It was a sisterly conversation, but both sisters were subtly trying to dig out important information from the other. After a while, Bellatrix decided that Narcissa didn't know much about the Death Eaters, and Narcissa decided that Bellatrix wasn't going to let anything vaguely useful slip. Finally, Narcissa brought up the all-important topic that had overshadowed their whole conversation, though it wasn't much of a concern for Bellatrix. "What are you and your husband going to do with me?" "You'll live here for at least 3 years," Bellatrix responded carefully. "Harry has decided that he'll protect you and help you in any way he can. However, you need to keep an open mind and learn how to respect people." "What about my wand?" Narcissa frowned. "Once you earn his trust and respect, he will return your wand to you. Until then, you're not allowed to do magic," Bellatrix answered, not mentioning that Harry probably thought Narcissa to be a spy for Voldemort. If she was in his position, it would be stupid not to. Narcissa sighed bitterly as rebellious thoughts and impulses shot through her mind. "He expects a lot." "If you say so," Bellatrix commented. "When you feel like eating dinner or any other meal, politely ask one of the servants to assist you. Harry and I will not be around for a few days due to prior engagements. When everything is cleared up, Harry will probably want to talk to you sometime, so practice your good manners. You may explore the castle, but stay out of Harry's 2 studies, my study, and the library unless invited." She then left Narcissa to her own devices for the rest of the afternoon. Section break, be welcome to Silvere. Queen Zarina IV said formally with a curtsy as soon as Harry and Bellatrix simultaneously apparated into her private meeting chamber. Harry nodded to her as he gaped at his surroundings. The building they were in seemed to be made entirely of ice or crystal, maybe both. Thank you for your invitation, Harry said, not quite as formally. He had not been raised that way. We've been looking forward to this visit. Zarina smiled at him. The pleasure is ours, my lord. My people are most anxious to see you. However, before we get on to that, I thought that we might take a moment for me to explain some basic social situations that you should be aware of now that you are our overlord. She gestured to several chairs that had been set up. I would be delighted to learn more about the Ice People, Harry stated as he and Bellatrix sat down across from where Zarina chose to sit. I suppose that I should begin without history, Zarina mused. The Ice People have existed since before prehistoric times. We thrived during the Ice Age and even after it died out. However, humans began to populate the planet. This became a serious problem when wizards and witches started practicing a certain brand of magic. Not only were they unpleasantly disposed toward us, but we had a most difficult time standing up to them. The Arctic soon became our home. So you're not human at all? Bellatrix asked in a curious voice. Zarina shook her head negatively. Human blood flows through our veins. That is, of course, the next part of the story. After a great many years of isolation in the Arctic, it became apparent that we would have to breed with wizards to give our race the magical power to survive. Let me guess, Harry said. The House of Polyryx became involved. Am I connected to the Ice People by blood? A blush bloomed on Zarina's face. Yes, but not as closely as you might imagine. The leaders of the Ice People decided to breed, just as wizards and witches were trying to establish their own private realms. At that time, two prominent wizards were fighting for dominance in Britain, Duke George and Baron Evan. They were both powerful wizards and both had good character, and the Ice People could see that one of them would eventually lose the fight. So you picked one of them? Bellatrix guessed. Zarina nodded affirmatively. Yes. Baron Evan had a special affinity for magical creatures, so we approached him with a proposal. The North Islands, seas, and Arctic consisted of a large amount of land and contained many magical creatures. An alliance between he and our people would give him enough power to dominate the North completely. And what was the price? Harry asked, already guessing. Zarina's normally pale composure was scarlet now. He would mate with women of the Ice People until he had provided us with 15 of his daughters. Male children, which the Ice women rarely bore when mated with a human, were pure human, so we also bargained that he would be able to keep any boys. Harry and Bellatrix were now blushing as well. I take it he accepted the proposal, Harry said. Yes, he did, Zarina replied. He was skeptical until we promised that he would be allowed to marry the Ice woman who bore him a son. He provided us with 15 daughters. In return, we bound ourselves to him and his line. We are like the house sprites that reside in Narracakes. We serve you, and in return, you make us powerful enough to serve you better. I see, Harry said slowly. Where did Narracakes and the Polyryx name come from then? The Ice People built the fortress for your family. To signify your connection to us, you were formally made the House of Polyryx. Did the wizard blood change the Ice People? Bellatrix asked. A smile crossed Zarina's lips. Yes, it did. It made us much more powerful, and for that we are eternally grateful to Lord Polyryx. Wouldn't the blood get thinner as time wore on? Harry asked, trying to figure out the whole concept in his mind. The wizard blood does not die out as quickly as would be expected, Zarina responded. Several lords of Polyryx took Ice women to be their wives and sent their daughters to live with us, and every once in a while a wizard comes north, and we convince him to stay. Thanks to that, our blood is stable for now. Although if you had not been married when you inherited your birthright, I would have offered all of my daughters to be your wives. I'm honored, Harry said as diplomatically as possible. It was just too strange for him to swallow. Zarina smiled happily at him. I can see that you are happily married, however. Anyway, the point of the story is that now that your line has been restored to its dominion, we will automatically gain power and strength from your presence. The Ice People welcome you back, my lord. Our armies are most anxious to serve you. Armies? Yes, we train extensively in the arts of war. It's what we're best at. We wouldn't dare venture from the north unless you let us, however. It wouldn't be safe. Our power is only effective against wizards and witches when a wizard is at our head, and you are the only one we would follow. I see, Harry said. Zarina stood up and led them to a pair of pure glass doors that led out onto a balcony. "It's time to meet the Ice People, my lord. We are the most numerous and loyal of the North, and we live to serve." She opened the doors and stepped out onto the balcony with Harry and Bellatrix at her side. Harry quickly observed that they were quite high up over a gigantic city square that was filled to capacity with an overflow going down many main streets. They were all looking at him and the Queen expectantly. "People of Silvere," boomed Queen Zarina, Ivy's magically enhanced voice. "All hail Harry James Potter, the Earl of the North." Cheers sounded, silver confetti dropped from everywhere, and fireworks were set off. Harry was pleased to see that they accepted him wholeheartedly, although he was worried that he might go deaf. Harry inspected the 7 ice soldiers that Queen Zarina had insisted escort him back to Narracakes and to remain his bodyguards on permanent assignment while his wife watched from the background. According to Zarina, they were the most highly skilled of the top divisions in her army. They had not demonstrated their skills as of yet, but when they walked, it reminded Harry of cats stalking their prey. Despite Harry's friendly overtures, they remained as formal as ever and now stood in a straight line as their pale eyes watched Harry. Their uniform consisted of silver robes that seemed to flow like an invisibility cloak, black breastplates, shin guards, and dragonhide boots. All 7 had their silver hair cropped into similar styles. After satisfying his curiosity, he addressed their leader, Captain Nayloff. "We'll apparate into the main entrance point at the Ministry of Magic. Once we do that, our goal is to look as imposing as possible. I don't expect any trouble. However, if anything happens, follow my lead." Nayloff nodded to show that he understood. "As you wish, my lord." Bellatrix stepped forward and cast some charms on Harry and his cloak as soon as he pulled the hood over his head. Harry was dressed in pure black with a hood that hid his face from view. Bellatrix had also suggested that he wear black gloves to further disguise him. Overall, Harry decided that he would not like to meet himself in a dark alley. "Do you remember everything that I told you?" she asked. "Yes, but I wish that you would go with me," Harry answered. Bellatrix had spent endless hours telling him precisely how to manipulate Fudge and how to counter every possible move he might make. The plan was to blackmail him with certain documents that she had somehow got her hands on. If Fudge wouldn't cooperate with him, he would publish them in the Daily Prophet, which he now owned. She shook her head. "Not this time, Harry. It would spoil your appearance. A disguised woman is much more interesting than a disguised man. If I came with you this time, you would have to share his attention with me." "I don't mind sharing." "That's not the point," she said as she pecked him on the lips quickly. "Be sure to tell me about it when you get back, though." "I will," Harry promised. He pulled his black ash wand from his cloak and gave it a short wave in order to apparate. He had gotten to the point where he didn't really have to vocalize his spells all that much. He reappeared in the ministry's atrium, and 7 similar pops behind him signified that his bodyguards had safely arrived behind him. Quickly returning the wand to his cloak, he arrogantly strode past the security desk with its shocked guard and ducked into an empty elevator. As soon as the doors closed, he used his wandless skills to sense the mechanics of the spells that operated the elevator and manipulated them to skip the floors between the atrium and the floor Fudge was on. The elevator zoomed toward its destination and arrived with a jerk. The doors clanged open to reveal a large area filled with desks filled with various aides and assistants. They all looked up to see who the arrival was and were shocked to watch as a hooded figure and 7 strange-looking men stepped into the room. Harry spied a large set of double doors and correctly assumed that they led to Minister Fudge's office. He and his bodyguards effortlessly passed through the sea of workers who were only now beginning to protest his presence. With a little wandless magic, the double doors slammed open with a crash, and Harry was admitted into a plush reception room. Percy Weasley was sitting at one of the few desks in front of the door that led to Fudge's office, and he stared at the entourage in a rather shocked manner. He soon regained his countenance and put a very self-important expression on his face. "The minister is quite busy at this moment. I'm afraid that you will have to schedule an appointment for some later time." For some reason, Harry wanted to laugh. However, he restrained himself and spoke. "I don't care how busy your incompetent minister is. Tell him that the Lord of Polarix is here to see him." This all came out in a very loud yet frosty whisper, courtesy of some of the charms that Bellatrix had used on him. Percy, desperately trying to retain some sense of nerve, quickly stood up and disappeared behind the door that led to Fudge's office. He appeared a moment later, looking very flustered. "I'm sorry, sir," he said, emphasizing the sir, despite the fact that Harry's proper address was my lord. "You will need to make an appointment." Harry began to slowly step toward Percy, saying nothing. When they were nearly face to face, with Percy desperately trying to see through the charm that hid Harry's face, Harry finally spoke. "I don't think so." Then, with a casual wave of his wand, he sent Percy flying to the other side of the office. Another wave, and the door to Fudge's office flew open, and the group made their way through to find a very nervous Fudge using his desk as a barricade. "Don't come any closer or I'll be forced to use magic against you," he cried. "Get up," Harry commanded as a bodyguard closed the door behind them. "I'm here to discuss Azkaban and my other decrees, as you have likely guessed by now," Harry said. Fudge was stupid enough to sneer at Harry. "Azkaban remains under the control of this ministry. There is nothing you can do that will make me decide otherwise. Even if you kill me, my successor will never allow it. The ministry will get off of Azkaban. Do you know why?" "No." Harry pulled a document that the goblins had owled him from his cloak and showed it to Fudge. "This certifies that I am the sole owner with managing control over the Daily Prophet." "I fail to see your point, Mr. Polarix," Fudge replied, at the very least acknowledging that the document was indeed valid. This time, a large sheaf of papers came out of Harry's cloak. "These are copies of the Smythe memos and the records of one Dolar's umbrage. They illustrate in express detail the facts that you knew the dark wizard Voldemort had indeed returned, yet deliberately ignored it, and they also detail the multiple felonies Umbridge has committed with your full knowledge. If they were to be published in the Daily Prophet, you and anyone else named Fudge would be ruined forever." "How did you get those?" Fudge yelled. "That doesn't matter," Harry replied. Annoyed, "If you fail to turn Azkaban over to me immediately and fail to come into compliance with my perfectly legitimate demands, these papers will be published in the Daily Prophet." Fudge was at a disadvantage, yet his anger overrode any common sense he had. "I'll shut down the Daily Prophet," he roared. "You can't shut the newspaper down until it screams your misdeeds to the general public. By that time it would be too late anyway." Finally admitting defeat, Fudge sighed. "It'll take me a couple of months to properly turn control of Azkaban over to you. If you aren't off Azkaban by Saturday afternoon, these documents go to press for the Sunday edition of the Daily Prophet," Harry said, knowing full well that it wouldn't take as long as Fudge was making it out to be. 2 weeks then. Saturday. Saturday it is," Fudge sighed. "Good," Harry whispered. "Don't mess with me again. I also expect you to comply with my other decrees." He turned and left the office with the bodyguards following, leaving the incriminating memos on Fudge's desk. Bellatrix had made several duplicates, and he personally doubted that he'd be able to use them again. Fudge would expose himself slowly to prevent being blackmailed with them again. Not wishing to remain any longer in the ministry, Harry and his bodyguards returned to Narracakes. He dismissed them to return to their normal posts, and made his way to his private study where he arranged with Bess, Tess, and Reggins to have the appropriate personnel prepared to take over Azkaban for Saturday, which was approaching quickly. After signing off a few documents and writing a letter to Snape detailing the latest news to be shared with Lupin, Tonks, Moody, and to some extent Neville, he decided that he might as well begin his drills early. His plans were disrupted when the door opened to admit a very cross-looking Bellatrix who physically escorted a sulky Narcissa in. "Sit," Bellatrix commanded. Narcissa disagreeably sat in a chair across from Harry's desk and did her best to pretend that he was not present. After seeing this lack of acknowledgement on Narcissa's part, Bellatrix scowled. "Tell Harry what you just did. I called one of the servants a half-breed," Narcissa mumbled. Harry arched one of his eyebrows. For some reason, he wasn't particularly surprised, but that didn't mean that he was happy about it, however. He inwardly sighed at the irony of having his wife asking him to discipline a woman who was probably twice his age at the very least. Finally, he uttered the only thing he could think of. "Indeed," Bellatrix nodded. "Yes, she did. She also refuses to apologize. I'll let you deal with this alone." She strode from the room and closed the door with a bang. It was a nice show. However, Harry's ring told him that she was waiting outside the door and was in the process of casting an eavesdropping charm. She seemed to want Narcissa to regard Harry as the authority figure, but was also curious. He appreciated the gesture, though the eavesdropping did make him slightly uncomfortable. "Why did you do it?" Harry asked. Narcissa looked at him defiantly. "Because that's who he is, a half-breed." Righteous anger was beginning to surge through Harry's veins, and somehow Narcissa could feel it. From the way her eyes widened after the fact, she probably wished to take her answer back. Harry suppressed his anger before responding. What makes you think you're any better than that servant is? They're servants, they have to work for their wages. We were born with money, therefore that makes us better. It's the same with Muggles. We were born with magic. We are superior, Narcissa yelled. Harry was shocked at her opinions. He vowed to himself that he would purge them from her and anyone else he could find in the world. First things first, though. You will apologize to that servant, Harry directed. I will do no such thing. You will. I won't. Uncle Vernon would have beaten the tar out of me by now. Harry reflected to himself silently as he observed his disobedient ward sitting across from him as he contemplated what action he should take. Several ideas occurred to him, ranging from grounding her to taking her over his lap, strange as it would be. To be honest, his knowledge of child-raising skills came from what little had heard from other children during his stint at a Muggle school. Parenting skills witnessed and heard about at Hogwarts were for those who were older than Narcissa was acting. Finally, Harry had an epiphany. One learned through experience, Narcissa would be no different. From this point on, he declared, you will work as a servant. Not only that, you will work to pay for your room and board here at Narracakes. What you eat and how you live will be determined by how well you work. Not only that, you will not use or benefit from magic in any way unless I decide to make exceptions. What? Exclaimed Narcissa, pale as a sheet. You can't do that. You're my ward and you have to care for me. You're also older than 17. Harry commented dryly. If it makes you feel any better, you can tell people that I'm your parole office instead of guardian. I refuse. Harry looked at her quietly and then responded. You have no other choice. Like clockwork, Bellatrix entered and closed the discussion. She put on a good show of asking what had happened and what was going to be done. After Harry told her everything, she called for Bess, who agreed to take Narcissa to Mrs. Higgin. If Narcissa wanted dinner, she would have to get at least an hour or so of work in. After the door closed behind Bess and Narcissa, Bellatrix sat on Harry's desk and beamed at him. You're an absolute genius. Personally, I would have. Well, anyway, making her work will do wonders, I'm sure. I just hope it works, Harry commented. Of course it will. That was the best display of parenting that I've ever seen. There was a lull in the room as Bellatrix studied Harry thoughtfully, a small smile and a faraway look coming into her eyes. You would make a good father, Harry. It was just a lucky idea, Harry said. The Dursleys weren't exactly good role models. Perhaps, Bellatrix said absently. Don't forget your drills. I'll come down later to do some practice duels with you for all the good it will do. You've already surpassed me. Section Break Snape disguised his laughter with a hacking cough as he passed a group of wary-looking students on his way to the headmaster's office. Because of his connection with Potter's Legion, most of the Gryffindors were now not so hateful of him. Other students still looked on him with suspicion, though. Due to Potter's communication that he had received earlier, Snape knew precisely what this emergency order meeting was going to be about. Ironically, there was nothing the order could do that would have any significant effect. He smirked as he watched Weasley and Granger, who had come from the opposite direction, step past the gargoyle that guarded the office and go up. He shortly followed and joined the rest of the order in the conference room that adjoined Dumbledore's office. After everyone had arrived and sat themselves at the table, Dumbledore spoke gravely. It has come to my attention through some of my contacts in the ministry that Lord Polyrics called on Minister Fudge this morning. Did anybody recognize him? Ron asked quickly, before the aged professor could continue. He was cloaked and hooded, Dumbledore answered. His bodyguards had silver hair and silver battle robes. None of the bodyguards were known to us. What happened during the visit? Hermione asked, hopping to get the meeting back on track. Dumbledore looked at each order member before proceeding on. Lord Polyrics successfully convinced Fudge to give up Azkaban and come into compliance with his other decrees. I believe that Polyrics used some sort of force or compelling power to persuade Fudge to give it up. He was dead set on keeping it earlier this week. He has to be stopped, shrieked Mrs. Weasley. If some man can just walk into the ministry without resistance and force the Minister of Magic to do anything, what prevents him from walking into Hogwarts and killing all the students in their beds? Snape rolled his eyes. Calm down, woman. There's nothing to suggest that Lord Polyrics is a dark wizard of any sort. How would you know? Ron said acidly in defense of his mom. I am a dark wizard, Weasley. Enough, Dumbledore said loudly. We will get nowhere if we continue to argue like this. Tonks, Moody. You two are Aurors. What are your opinions as to Lord Polyryx's alignment in regard to dark or light? Is Polyryx a dark wizard? After observing Snape discreetly shake his head, Tonks answered, He certainly hasn't done anything that is against the law. For now, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Before anyone could object, Moody added his support. Being imposing enough to convince Fudge to do something isn't a sign of anything at all. Innocent until proven guilty. I assume that you've already had Fudge tested for the Imperious Curse and found it to be negative. Fudge isn't under any sort of curse right now, Dumbledore stated. I propose that we bide our time and see what happens. If any of you hear anything about Lord Polyryx, report it to me. We need him on our side if we want to bring Voldemort down. Any other business? Kingsley Shacklebolt raised his hand. Fudge is still having a search for Harry Potter and Bellatrix Black. There have been no sightings whatsoever of the two prisoners, separate or together. Harry didn't know how to swim, Ron said darkly. He probably drowned, at least I hope he did, that traitor. Ron, exclaimed Hermione, don't talk like that. I'm intrigued by the escape, actually, Arthur Weasley said. Both he and Bellatrix Black at the same time. There's no doubt that they were working together. Sirius escaped from Azkaban, but only because he knew he was innocent. Your point? Asked another Order member. Mr. Weasley looked ruffled. Just thinking, he mumbled. What would we do even if we did find Harry and Bellatrix Black? Hermione asked. Lord Polyryx is taking over Azkaban. Could we trust him to keep Harry imprisoned? Just kill him and be done with it, Ron growled. Snape raised his eyebrows in surprise. Young Ronald was turning into an unmitigated idiot faster than he could count to 10. Maybe young Weasley needed some humbling. How is your Defense Association coming along? I'm sure all office here would like to see as many Hogwarts students as possible trained for defense. Ron turned red as a beet. Well, there's been a bit of a snag there, he mumbled, not quite so puffed up as he had been. What kind of snag, Mr. Weasley? Asked Professor McGonagall. The students are no longer coming to our meetings, Hermione announced on the behalf of Ron, who was looking too embarrassed to answer for himself. It's probably because Harry isn't in charge anymore. He did have popular appeal. Curious, Dumbledore said. Hermione looked around at the people sitting at the table. They didn't seem too impressed with them. Maybe one of her own observations would save them face. I have reason to believe that certain students have formed their own defense club. I don't know who's in charge, but students seem to disappear for an hour or two at least once or twice a week. What? Ron sputtered in surprise. Someone else has stolen my position. It would seem that way. Snape sneered at Ron. The git deserved to be brought down a few pegs, and he had always thought Potter to be arrogant. Now Potter was quite possibly the most powerful wizard in the world, and he was 10 times less arrogant than Weasley. Discreetly look into this, Dumbledore said to Ron and Hermione. Try to find out precisely what's going on. I'll put Severus here in charge of the investigation. If you find anything of significance, report it to him. If there is a club, they won't be suspicious that way. Snape's lips quirked as he looked at Ron and Hermione. Good luck. As the sun set, Harry took a good look at his watch with satisfaction. 7 o'clock. By now the Aurors were leaving Azkaban, and his wardens and ice soldiers were instituting control over the island. Upon hearing about Azkaban, Zarina had promised to send more soldiers to help Harry in the morning. For now, the squad that had been acting as Harry's bodyguards would run Azkaban with the wardens. He was soon joined by Bellatrix, who stood next to him, and watched the sun set over the dark blue sea as it crashed against the rocks that made up the island Narracake sat on. Watching the sunset was something the couple had taken up. Any trouble with Narcissa? Harry inquired. The past few days had seen some misbehavior from her despite the fact that she somehow managed to get her assigned chores done. After her outburst the day before, Bellatrix had volunteered to deal with her privately. Whatever she had done must have worked. None whatsoever, Bellatrix answered with a grin. Harry nodded idly. Now that Narcissa was concentrating on the task at hand, she might be able to learn something about servants and muggles. That's good. There was a long pause during which Bellatrix took Harry's hand as the sun dipped below the horizon. She was about to say something when they were interrupted by Tess, who came running down the hall, panting heavily. My Lord Azkaban is under attack. Section break, so what are you going to teach us at the next Legion meeting? Parvati asked, cursing herself for the inability to carry on a vaguely interesting conversation. It was horridly embarrassing to be incapable of a decent conversation. It was Hogsmeade weekend. In an effort to throw off any potential attacks, The Hogwarts staff had taken to changing the Hogsmeade hours periodically so as to confuse Voldemort. This one had been scheduled for the evening. Snape had informed Neville that the next one would likely be in the early morning. Well, Professor Lupin recommended some rather ingenious shield charms that I thought we should all give a try, Neville said vaguely as he sipped his butterbeer. For those who pick them up quickly, we can try some extremely advanced summoning charms so that one can block spells with other things. Parvati nodded, feeling rather dumb for some reason. They were on a date, and instead of being romantic, they were acting like they did in school. She sighed and looked around the 3 broomsticks. Ron and Hermione were here as well, and they weren't being shy. Finally, she decided to get her own romance moving. Neville, do you like me? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Neville was caught off guard. He looked at Parvati's reddening cheeks and reckoned that to be a sign that he had indeed heard what he had thought he heard. Well, you've been really nice and supportive of everyone in PL. Sure, I like you. Well, I like you too. Oh, the 2 teens both blushed and looked away. They had managed to put themselves in a corner and neither had any idea on how to get out of it. Did romance have to be so awkward all the time? Any thoughts of romance flew out of their head when a 3rd-year girl burst into the pub and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Death Eaters!" Section break. Harry grunted as Bess and Tess magically tightened the breastplate that had magically appeared as soon as Harry and Bellatrix decided that they needed to go and personally defend Azkaban with their forces. Tess knocked on Harry's chest to see what kind of sound it would make. Instead of the loud bang one would expect from the black lacquered metal that had been magically made weightless, there was just a dull thud. "Excuse me," Harry said reproachfully. "Sorry, mate," Tess said. "Couldn't resist." Harry looked down at the breastplate and made a silent prayer that it would at least block some spells or prevent him from physical injury. The silver phoenix that had been engraved into the breastplate shimmered strangely. It made him feel protected. He looked over at Bellatrix, who had just gotten her own breastplate on, and blushed. It seemed to emphasize her chest quite a bit. As long as it works, he thought silently as Bess came over and draped a dragon-hide cloak over his shoulders. Bellatrix looked over at him and grinned. "This ought to be fun. Don't forget to check your wands." "Okay," Harry said. He quickly checked to make sure that his wands were in their appropriate holsters as Bellatrix did likewise. He drew the black ash wand from his sleeve as Bellatrix drew one of her cherry wands. "Let's apparate," Bellatrix said. "Section break, what do we do?" Ron asked Hermione desperately as everyone in the 3 broomsticks began to panic. "We're the only Order members here, I think," Hermione shrugged. "I have no idea. Let's find out where the Death Eaters are attacking from, I suppose. Then maybe we can send a message to the castle to send some defense." Ron and Hermione promptly stood up and made their way over to where the girl had been. Much to their surprise, they found Neville and Parvati interrogating her as to the Death Eaters' whereabouts. It seemed that he had decided to take charge. "We're here, we can take charge now," Ron announced loudly. "About how many would you say?" Neville asked the girl, not even bothering to acknowledge Ron's presence. 30, maybe," the girl said, her voice quavering. Neville nodded thoughtfully and spoke to Parvati. "It only a minor attack then. We can probably take them on." He then motioned toward a pair of 5th-year girls who had rushed in the pub to find him. They were both members of Potter's Legion. "Where is everyone else?" "Lavender Brown is having them form a line of defense." "The Death Eaters are moving slowly toward the village from around the Shrieking Shack," explained one quickly. "Good," Neville said. "I want you 2 to go to the castle as fast as you can and tell Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape and any other teacher that you can find. Be careful on your way. There might be Death Eaters stationed to prevent people from arriving at the castle." The 2 girls dashed out the doors and in the general directions of Hogwarts, and Ron chose to interject. "I'm the head of the DA and a member of the Order. You can just take charge like that." Neville looked at Ron imperiously. "I just did." He motioned to Parvati. "We need to help Lavender." The 2 then left Ron and Hermione standing alone in the pub. Section break. Harry and Bellatrix apparated and found themselves in the midst of Death Eaters running every which way. They were outside the fortress near the dock. Sparing a brief moment, Harry looked out to sea and saw a ministry boat sailing to the mainland. They knew, and they were doing nothing. "Triplexio Argentum Latio," Harry cried, slashing his wand at the nearest group of Death Eaters. 3 long and silver slicing whips flew from the tip of the black wand and flailed about 10 dark-cloaked wizards. They died instantly. "We have to get into the fortress and help our people." Bellatrix told Harry over the blast of several explosions as she shot various hexes at random Death Eaters. There's strength in numbers. The ring abruptly revealed several things about the island to Harry. The Dementors were doing nothing, but if he commanded them directly, they would have no choice but to obey. It also revealed that if he could get to the top of the fortress, he could win the battle easily. "Let's go then. Once we get in, we have to get to the roof." Harry yelled, firing a triple stunner at some Death Eaters headed their way. Bellatrix nodded, and the two made use of a back-to-back fighting move to get to the front doors. They easily opened, and they found themselves in a broad hallway filled with Dementors. Bellatrix's long ponytail whipped back and forth as she looked from the Dementors to the Death Eaters outside, who were not willing to follow them into the castle. "Maybe we would be better off getting to the roof from the outside." Harry shook his head negatively and then turned and faced the Dementors, holding the hand with his signet ring out toward them in a fist. "Repel the attackers," he yelled. "Don't let them enter the fortress." Dementors began to reluctantly swarm around Harry and Bellatrix as some made their way out into the battle while others stationed themselves at the doors. The main hallway was left clear before them. "This way," Harry said as he began to sprint toward the other end of the hall. "Section break, we're here." Parvati gasped to Lavender as she and Neville came to an abrupt halt from their run. They had arrived at the end of Hogsmeade with the Shrieking Shack in record time. "What's happening, and where do you have everyone?" Lavender motioned out toward an empty space of flat land. "About 30 or 40 Death Eaters are marching in from that direction. They're coming in abreast in 2 lines. We have about 20 Legion members here hiding in various places, so we can pick them off at will. I told others to cover other parts of the village." "Well done," Neville said to Lavender, who blushed at the praise. "Either this is a trap or these Death Eaters are amateurs. It's impractical to attack this way." Parvati had somehow got her hands on a pair of omnioculars and was squinting through them as she attempted to make out the approaching figures in the dark. "They aren't acting as if they were bait," she observed. "Can everyone hear me?" Neville asked Lavender. She nodded. "Yes, they're all within earshot." "Good," Neville said as he formulated his plan. "Hold your fire until they start shooting off spells or they're on top of you," he called out. He then found a bush and ducked down behind it, the 2 girls doing likewise. It would ruin the plan if they were spotted. "Section break, how many floors are in this bloody castle?" Bellatrix growled when she and Harry reached the top of yet another flight of stairs to find another broad corridor. Unfortunately, each time they gained a level, they had to go to the other end of the corridor to hit the next staircase. "I just want to know where our people are," Harry said as he began to run down the corridor. Bellatrix spotted several stunners coming for him. "Duck!" she yelled. Harry hit the floor as 2 stunners flew over his head. He scried down the hall and found that a group of Death Eaters happened to be coming down the flight of stairs that he wanted to go up. Apparently Voldemort had been landing Death Eaters on the roof, as well as trying to get in at the main entrance. That would make things difficult. He and Bellatrix quickly shot several stunners down the hall. This proved to be ineffective, because the Death Eaters quickly hid themselves farther up the spiral staircase. They would have to take them head-on. "Shields," Harry said, as he cast a strong reflector shield around his person. It was his favorite because he could control where the spell that hit it rebounded. His wife elected for a shield that grew in strength as it absorbed attacking spells. They ran down the hallway as quickly as possible and charged up the staircase, taking down multiple Death Eaters both by magic and physical means. When they arrived at the top, they found a narrow hall that led only halfway across the fortress before going up. "We're nearly there," Harry announced. "Section break now," Neville yelled as loudly as he could, letting off a powerful reducto at the same time. The other present members of Potter's Legion quickly followed his lead with the same curse. The line of Death Eaters scattered, and Neville began to shoot off stunners and hexes in the confusion and dust. Section break. Harry and Bellatrix scrambled through the open hatchway and onto the roof of Azkaban, and found about 10 fiercely fighting ice soldiers being slowly backed into a corner by twice that number of Death Eaters. More and more Death Eaters were landing on the roof via broomstick by the moment. Apparently the Death Eaters coming down the staircase had been an advance scouting party. Those not fighting the ice soldiers were forming into groups that were preparing to go down into the fortress and free the prisoners. Wasting no time, Harry and Bellatrix began to shoot off spells to scatter those attacking the ice people. As soon as they were out of the corner, Harry's soldiers began to fight 10 times fiercely than before. His presence strengthened them. "Scatter those groups!" Harry yelled to Bellatrix, who promptly took command of the soldiers. Harry felt drawn to a part of the roof that everyone seemed to be avoiding. 3 large and interconnected runes were carved into the stone. Drawing upon knowledge from his studies, Harry was able to recognize them: dominion, protection, and strength. The runes started to give off a silver light as soon as Harry stepped onto them. He brandished the black ash wand and muttered the activation spell that his ring had taught him. Imperio Activatio Polaricis. A roar filled Harry's ears as power began to flow from him into the rune and vice versa. This lasted several minutes. Despite the battle going on around him, Harry felt strangely at peace and detached from everything. Finally, his connection to the runes broke and they began to pulse with their own silver light. In a few minutes, the wards would activate and automatically expel the attackers from the island. Harry's triumphant smile fell when a new, but hauntingly familiar, voice addressed him. "I attack Azkaban and Lord Polyric sends you of all people to defend it. Why does he hide behind you, Potter?" Lord Voldemort had arrived. Section break, the dust cleared, and Neville could make out 3 Death Eaters being held under guard by 2 boys from Ravenclaw. The Death Eaters that they had stunned during the battle had been portkeyed away by their comrades during the retreat. They had these because they had gotten too close and Neville had summoned their portkeys away from them. "Anybody hurt?" Neville asked. His friends looked around and checked with their friends until that it was established that Potter's Legion had come away unscathed by the battle. "Everyone accounted for," Parvati announced proudly. "Good," Neville said. He was about to give more instructions when Ron, Hermione, Snape, and Dumbledore arrived at the scene and found them. "Only 2 Death Eaters," Ron exclaimed. "After that scare, I expected more than that. Don't worry, Neville, we're here to take care of things." Parvati, feeling quite insulted on Neville's behalf, gasped. "I'll have you know that there were well over 30 Death Eaters here. Appearances can be deceiving during a battle," Dumbledore said quietly as he examined the prisoners. "It doesn't matter, though. You've managed to capture all of the attackers." This was followed up with a smirk by Ron. Neville contented himself to glare at Ron and Dumbledore, but Parvati was about to make more noise. When Snape shook his head at her, she closed her mouth. They could wait for that later. They should at least say what Snape had to say. "We'll just get back to the castle then," Neville said. "Is it all right if we check on our friends on our way back?" "Go ahead," Snape said. Section break, Harry turned around to face Voldemort, as did everyone else. The battle with the Death Eaters had stalled to watch the confrontation. Bellatrix tried to give Harry an encouraging smile, but it was more of a grimace. "Hello, Tom," Harry said as coolly as possibly. He knew that it would make Voldemort mad. If they could get into a discussion, then the wards would have enough time to activate. "My name is Lord Voldemort," the Dark Lord said menacingly. "You would do well to remember that. Now tell me, Potter, why has the Lord of Polyric sent you?" The realization that Voldemort didn't know that he was the Lord of Polyric made Harry want to laugh. He still had a wild card up his sleeve for future battles, assuming that he survived this one. Harry elected to make Voldemort angry. "Because everyone knows that you're afraid of me." "You will pay for that," Voldemort yelled. He raised his wand but was distracted when a silver dome began to flicker overhead. Harry rejoiced. The wards were going into effect. Suddenly, light flared from the runes behind him. He turned quickly to see what it was. They were now shining like the sun. Harry could feel that power coursing from them into the walls and wards of the castle. He could see the Dementors being bound to the powers. He was drawn from his reverie when he heard his wife shriek his name. He cursed at himself. Idiot. So much for constant vigilance. He would go down in history as the boy who wasn't very vigilant. Maybe future generations would learn that all-important lesson. Time seemed to slow down as he instinctively turned and reached for the ivory wand secured in his left boot. He drew it as he finished his turn and brought it to level. The green light of the killing curse was rushing toward him. With his mind too numb to think rationally, Harry muttered the first spell he had ever learned, not forgetting the correct pronunciation as he looked at the green light intensely. Wingardium Leviosa. There was an explosion, and Harry dropped the ivory wand as it seemingly caught on fire and burned him. Phoenix song seemed to erupt around him as he heard a woman scream his name and sob at the same time. Was it his mom or Bellatrix? He didn't know and forgot the question, as his senses were flooded with a flying sensation which lasted until blackness consumed his mind. Bellatrix watched with growing horror as the deadly green light, so commonly associated with the killing curse, exploded from the end of Voldemort's wand. She instinctively looked toward her husband and found that he was distracted and then screamed desperately. "Harry!" Time slowed as he turned and drew his other wand. Her ears didn't seem to be working anymore as she watched Harry mouth some sort of spell in self-defense. The green light pulsed and then exploded violently, and her heart seemed to stop beating as she watched Harry being lifted from the ground by the shockwave. The next thing she heard was herself crying out his name through tears which had began to flow as he flew. Another second, and he landed on the other side of the roof with a sickening crunch. Everyone stared at Lord Polyrics with shock covering their faces. Pandemonium then broke out among the Death Eaters when 3 bolts of lightning simultaneously struck the 3 runes. Another explosion followed, and Bellatrix and the ice soldiers watched as Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters were hurled in the water. After that, they disappeared. Bellatrix vaguely assumed that Voldemort and his followers had been carrying portkeys. After several, more lightning flashes and thunderclaps which were followed by intensified rain, everyone shook off their confusion. Nayloff checked all his men while Bellatrix ran to Harry and fell on her knees next to him. Not willing to believe that she could be a widow, Bellatrix spoke in a quavering voice. "Harry!" Both to her amazement and extreme concern, Harry began to cough up small amounts of blood. After the coughs died, he opened his eyes and looked at her with a slightly blank look. "Are you okay?" she asked. Harry looked at her a moment before responding in a slurred voice. "Just tired." "Sleep then." Bellatrix instructed quietly, "But promise not to leave me." "I won't," Harry whispered before falling unconscious. Nayloff soon joined Bellatrix after attending to some of his men which had been injured during the fight. "Is he okay?" Bellatrix did her best to gather her wits and then stood up. "I'm not sure. We must get him immediate medical care." The captain looked at Harry and nodded. "I'll have some of my men move him back to Narracakes. I'll go to Silvere and get a doctor." "I believe that I know of the perfect person to help. Is there anything else?" "See to it that Azkaban is safe when you have the time." "Of course," Nayloff said agreeably. Bellatrix stepped away to find Harry's wands as he motioned one of his men over and began to give instructions. She quickly found them lying on the roof near the runes and then pocketed them after studying the ivory one with wonder. It was a miracle that it had not been destroyed. She joined 4 ice soldiers who had conjured a stretcher and placed Harry on it. One of them held out his hand and she took it. One of them activated a portkey and a jerk later. She found herself in the master suite where they gingerly transferred Harry to the bed. They all saluted and then apparated away. Less than 15 minutes later, the door opened to admit Bess, Tess, and an old man who introduced himself as Dr. Burgix. "Came as soon as I heard, m'lady." "There's not a thing to worry about. I'll set him right." He quickly made his way over to Harry while Bess and Tess stared with horror at their fallen lord. "What happened?" Tess asked, sounding near the verge of tears herself. Bellatrix quickly explained everything that had transpired. Burgix listened to the whole account and even asked some questions of his own as he examined Harry carefully. After the account ended, they all watched silently as Burgix worked. He finally finished the cursory examination and announced his findings, which relieved the 3 women greatly. "He's not as bad off as he looks. Basically, his landing after being thrown bruised him up a bit, thus the blood. His slurred voice comes from a minor concussion that he received, and his weakness comes from magical exhaustion. So he'll be okay. No lasting damage?" Bellatrix asked anxiously. "Absolutely," Burgix replied as he pulled a small vial of potion from the folds of his cloak. "This will speed up the healing process. After plenty of sleep, a hot bath or 2 to loosen him up, and plenty of food, he'll be right as rainwater." He then administered the potion to Harry, which took some skill. "Thank you, Doctor," Bellatrix said, relief plain in her voice. Dr. Burgix nodded graciously and exited the room. At Bellatrix's request, Bess and Tess assisted her in removing Harry's armor, robes, and then helped tuck him into bed. They then helped remove her armor. "That will be all," Bellatrix said tiredly. "Let us know when he wakes up," Tess said as she and her sister left the room. Bellatrix nodded and after a very short shower in the bathroom, joined Harry in bed after the lights automatically dimmed. Instead of falling asleep immediately, she turned on her side and studied her unconscious husband. Tired and not necessarily thinking rationally, she spoke. "I always dreamed of marrying a prince." He didn't answer, but that was okay. She didn't expect him to. "My mum thought it was a grand idea, so long as he was pure blood." She sighed bitterly. "My mum wasn't a very nice woman. I guess I followed in her footsteps. I hope that I've improved, though. After tonight, I now sympathize with those who have suffered because of Avada Kedavra, especially the ones that came from my wand. I'll never use that curse again so long as I live, unless it would save your life." Bellatrix then rambled on, touching various subjects until she was too tired to keep talking. Harry had not heard a single word, but she felt closer to him than she had ever been. "Don't leave me," she whispered, as she rolled back onto her back and drifted asleep. The first thing Harry did when he regained consciousness was to groan. He now knew how the Tin Man felt. It was a shame that there was no such thing as oil for stiff joints. Without opening his eyes, he contemplated going back to sleep and facing the discomfort later. Just as he was about to sink into the dark abyss, he heard Bellatrix began to moan something under her breath. It sounded as if she was trying to say no. Curiosity aroused, Harry opened his eyes and turned his head. She was laying on her stomach, hugging her pillow for dear life. He raised his eyebrows. Normally, she slept a bit more passively. Not wanting to disturb her, he turned his attention to the ceiling as she began to suck air into her lungs with great gasps. Maybe she was having a nightmare. Should he wake her up? I would want someone to wake me up, Harry thought to himself. His waking her up was prevented, however, when she abruptly let out a heart-wrenching howl and woke up herself. She pushed herself up and looked at Harry with wild violet eyes. "Nightmare?" Harry asked. The violet eyes came slightly more into focus, and she nodded as she studied him as if reassuring herself that he was indeed there. "Do you feel all right?" she asked slowly. "Just a little stiff." "Better than dead," she countered. Taking Harry by surprise, the wild look returned to her eyes and she threw herself onto him and began to cry her eyes out. Not sure what to do, he brought up one of his hands and stroked her back through the oversized Muggle t-shirt she customarily wore to bed. After about 10 minutes, she regained her composure, and after an additional half-hour of enjoying each other's closeness, she was ready to speak. "The doctor advised a hot bath to help loosen yourself up." "No objections to that," Harry said. "I think that I'll even join you," Bellatrix said as she climbed out of bed and then helped Harry to his feet, making sure that his stiff joints didn't impede his ability to walk. They then made their way to the bathroom where they found the overlarge tub, which Harry had previously compared to a Muggle hot tub, filled with variously colored bubbles and water. Harry removed his undergarments and lowered himself in. Bellatrix flirtatiously removed her t-shirt and slowly lowered herself in opposite Harry. "So, how long has it been since I got knocked cold?" he asked as he luxuriated in the hot and soothing water. "Less than a night." Bellatrix answered as she made use of a bar of soap and then some shampoo and scented oils. "Wow, I'm usually out for days," Harry joked. "First time I faced down Voldemort, I was out for so long that I missed a Quidditch match." Bellatrix laughed. "You didn't miss anything that important." They idly sat for a few moments until Bellatrix asked a random question. "Are you ever disturbed by the fact that I'm more than twice your age?" Harry shrugged. "No, not really." He didn't relish the thought of explaining that to his friends, though. "Why?" she shrugged. "I don't know." "Oh." The Order had convened again, due to the attack that had occurred at Hogsmeade. Ron was reporting to everyone his great heroics in the situation and was making many proposals as to what should be done with the prisoners. If he had been paying attention, he would have noticed that they had been handed over to the Ministry. However, Hermione was remaining silent as she thought about the actions she had seen Neville and his friends take. She was willing to bet anything that another defense group existed, and that Neville was the leader. This led Hermione to wonder how it was that they had all turned to him, and to what purpose. It was not likely that his group was a clone of the DA, else it would not have taken off without the DA having a chance to show some sort of competition for student attendance. The attention of the whole group was arrested when Snape arrived and contributed some of his own information. Shortly after the Ministry Aurors left Azkaban last night, Voldemort attacked the island in force, meaning that the Hogsmeade attack was a diversion, Dumbledore concluded. Snape nodded. Yes, that was the plan. The Dark Lord did not expect Lord Polyryx to take possession of the island so soon, however. They got in a fight with Polyryx's forces for the island. Who won? Hermione asked. Polyryx did, Snape said cautiously. He had not received a letter from Harry since the event, so he treaded carefully. He would only tell what Voldemort knew. Shortly after the attack began, Lord and Lady Polyryx arrived at the island in time to see the fairy with Ministry Aurors abandon them to the attack. Some sort of battle ensued and Lord Polyryx and the Dark Lord faced off. It ended in a draw in which ancient wards were activated, and you know who was forced to leave the island. That's disturbing, Dumbledore surmised. The Ministry didn't necessarily have an obligation to assist Lord Polyrics, but he doesn't have an obligation to help us fight Voldemort either. He's probably angry about that. I wouldn't know, Snape said truthfully. There's a Lady Polyrics, Mrs. Weasley asked sharply. Snape grimaced. Lord Voldemort had not necessarily drawn that conclusion about the woman at Potter's side, but from prior knowledge, he knew it to be truth. That's what the Dark Lord would assume, Snape said. Fortunately, there weren't any other spies among the Death Eater ranks to prove him wrong. That is very interesting, murmured Dumbledore. The meeting soon concluded, and Snape made his way to his own office to a private meeting with the Longbottom boy. He had hoped to have received some sort of instruction from Harry as to what actions should be taken on his end, but none had come. When he arrived in his dungeon office, he found not only Neville, but 2 girls from Gryffindor at his side. The girls looked particularly displeased. Neville only looked passively ruffled. Why is it that the Order and Ronald are getting all the credit for fighting off those Death Eaters? Parvati demanded. It's like we weren't even there. Snape held up his hands placatingly. There's nothing that I could do. Right now you'll just have to take it and be quiet unless you want to leave Potter's Legion open to public knowledge. I haven't heard from Harry yet. Why not? Doesn't he know? Lavender asked. Potter had his own battle to fight at the same time. Snape then related everything he knew about the battle. It was a lot more than he had told to the Order. I assume that Potter is probably unconscious or worse. I hope he's okay, Neville said, concern etched on his face. Snape shrugged. For now, just act like nothing happened. I'll tell you the instant I hear any news. We can do that, Parvati said. For the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon, Harry elected to remain in bed and read an advanced text from his library. This appeased both Bellatrix and his personal assistants, who continually looked at him as if he was a delicate ornament on the verge of shattering. He looked up when the door to the bedroom opened to admit Bess and Bellatrix, who quickly shut it behind them. His wife immediately began to cast various cleaning charms to make the room look even more spotless than before. Bess approached him somewhat nervously. My lord, Harry looked at her curiously. Yes, it's hard to explain, my lord. Bess began slowly as Bellatrix finished cleaning the room and then commenced to attend to Harry, fluffing his pillow, straightening the bed covers, and combing his hair. Give it a shot. There's a young widow of the Ice People here to see you, Bess explained. She has brought her infant son for you to bless. I'm not sure that I understand, Harry said in a confused tone as he slid a bookmark between the pages of his tome and set it down. Bess sighed. The father took ill and died before the child was born. Although she and her child will be well cared for, children without fathers are rather disadvantaged among the Ice People. In ancient times, it was considered extreme good luck to have a baby blessed by a powerful or noble wizard. She hopes that if you bless him, he'll have good luck in his life. Am I really regarded as a powerful or noble wizard? Harry asked dryly. Both, actually, Harry sighed heavily. If he had been able to stay at Hogwarts, he was pretty sure that no one would have asked him to bless their baby. He also feared unwanted attention. What happens when word gets out that I bless Bobbies? My people hold you in the deepest respect, Bess said reassuringly. They would only impose on you in extreme situations like this one. All right, I'll do it, but I don't know that it will do any good. Bellatrix smiled mysteriously. I've heard about this custom. You will likely be very surprised. This woman had obviously done a great deal of research if she came across this custom. Bess quickly made her way back to the door, opened it, and motioned for someone to come in. A young ice woman with silver-brown hair scurried in carrying a small bundle. Harry assumed that it was her son. The woman quickly made her way to the bed, bowing every third step before coming to a stop on her knees next to the bed. She held out the baby, which was wrapped in a blanket, to Harry, surprising him by looking into his eyes with a desperate countenance. I would be forever indebted to you if you would give my son your blessing, she said in a nervous voice. It's no problem, Harry said, trying to put her at ease. He then gingerly took the proffered babe and awkwardly held it. As Harry studied the baby's serene face, he felt a strange feeling wash over him. Feeling compelled to do so, he took his one hand and touched it to the child's left temple and spoke. Denix, son of Lenia, I give unto you my blessing. As soon as he finished speaking those words, his eyesight blanked out and was replaced with a vision that he did not understand. His normal vision returned, and although he was still confused, he spoke again. The day will come when you shall lead my armies and see the rise and fall of those who aspire to darkness. Though you will often be in peril, you will live to old age." Once he was finished speaking, the strange feeling left Harry and he smiled and made a face at the baby, causing him to laugh. "Thank you, my lord," Lenia the mother said over and over. "You have given me more than I could ever hope for. I am eternally in your debt." Harry shrugged, gave the baby a quick smile, and handed it back. He looked up at Bellatrix, who seemed to be contemplating something deeply as she looked at the child. "Did you know that would happen?" "Something like that," Bellatrix responded vaguely. Lenia stood and bowed to Harry before leaving the room with Bess. Harry gave a satisfied smile. That wasn't too hard. "Did Snape explain why he wanted to meet with us?" Lavender asked as she, Neville, and Parvati casually made their way down to Snape's office in the dungeons. Most of the students had retired to their common rooms or bed. If anyone asked where they were going after curfew, they could always claim some sort of detention. Neville shook his head. "No, he just told me to meet him and to bring a couple of others. I hate being in the dark about things, but sometimes it is the best way to go." They arrived at his door, looked up and down the hall to see if anyone had noticed them, and then knocked quietly. The door opened to reveal Professor Snape, who motioned them quickly. He too made sure that no one had seen, and then closed the door and began to pace. "I finally received word from Potter," Snape announced quietly. "During the battle he was indeed injured, but has made a full recovery. I replied and told about our side of the battle. He wrote back and would like you all to visit as soon as possible." "When do we visit?" Neville asked calmly. Snape stopped packing and looked him in the eye. "Tonight. It's nothing serious, but the sooner the better. I would come with you, but you know who has called a surprise meeting. Before you go, there's some things you should know and discuss with Potter." "Which are?" Parvati said. "The Order has put Weasley and Granger in charge of investigating this secret defense club that seems to have sprouted up. I'm supposed to supervise and help them," Snape said, finally sitting down at his desk. "You'll have to ask Potter how that should be handled." "We'll do that," Neville said. "How do we get there?" A foot-long stick was produced from a desk drawer. "This should do the trick. The activation word is Polarix." The three students grasped it at the same time, and Neville spoke the word. "Polarix." The customary pulling sensation was felt by all, and they were soon standing in a comfortable office. They turned around and found Harry sitting at a slightly cluttered desk looking at them. "Welcome to my humble home," Harry said with a smile on his face. He stood up and gave all their hands a shake as they approached the desk and took a chair in turn. "I expected Snape to come with you. Is anything wrong?" "No," Neville replied. "He just had an unexpected engagement pop up." Harry noted with amusement that Lavender and Parvati were ogling the elegant decor of the room. Personally, he thought the built-in shelves loaded with books were a good effect. They were concentrating on the woodwork, though. "I take it you like my new house." The two girls gave him an abashed look. "It's wonderful. How did you find your way here?" Lavender said. A full explanation of the events after the incident on Privet Drive soon followed. He tried to go through it as quickly as possible, not wanting to be the victim of the two girls' sympathy when he told about Azkaban and being mistreated. "So here I am," he concluded. "I hear that you had your own battle. Why don't you tell me about that?" Parvati then launched into a long narrative about Hogsmeade and how Neville managed to fight off the 30 Death Eaters. She also emphasized how the Order and Ron Weasley had mistreated them all after the battle. "Those who did the work should get the credit," she said violently when she finished. "If you worry about who gets the credit, the job won't get done." Harry sighed. "Unfortunately, who gets the credit for taking down Voldemort and other important things will affect the wizarding world's political system for the future." "So what do we do?" Neville asked. "Try to avoid notice for now," Harry said carefully. "Lend a hand when possible, but if the Order can handle these things, save yourself for another battle." Suddenly, Neville remembered what Snape had told them before they departed. "The Order knows that a defense group exists separate from DA. Ron and Hermione are supposed to track us down with the help of Professor Snape. He wants to know what he should do, and I'd like to know what PL should do. I suppose they've noticed that large groups of students disappear all at the same time," Harry mused. "It won't be long before Hermione puts two and two together and realizes who was taking the lead at Hogsmeade." "I had not thought of that," Lavender observed. Harry nodded slowly. "Avoid notice for now, but don't tell lies or do massive cover-ups. If you're discovered, try to keep them from realizing your connection to me. Tell Snape to not aid, but not hinder the investigation." At this point in time, His position in the Order and Voldemort's forces is more valuable than the secrecy of PL. What if the worst happens and PL and its connection to you is discovered? We could get into a lot of trouble, even expelled or put on trial, for being connected to a convict like you. Nothing personal, of course. Parvati inquired somewhat anxiously. A grim smile spread across Harry's face. I have a certain influence over the school. Whatever you do, don't leave the Hogwarts grounds. Flee into the Forbidden Forest if necessary. If there's any sign of serious trouble, send me an owl. Don't approach Snape. I'll come and deal with the situation personally. I'll remember that, Neville said carefully, not quite understanding what Harry was getting at. He trusted him to know what he was doing, though. A short silence followed as the teens all sat and pondered. Parvati's curiosity about the marriage of Harry and Bellatrix, as explained by Harry earlier, overcame her. So, how's married life treating you? Harry smiled at her. It's wonderful. Bellatrix would be here to greet you, but she seems to have shut herself in the library of late, some sort of research project. He then darted a glance to Neville. Look, Neville, I realize the whole thing is awkward, what with your parents and all. Don't worry about it, Neville said reassuringly. I know that she helped to hurt my parents a lot, but from what you've told me, she seems to have tried to make up for her past actions. I'll admit that any interaction with her would be uncomfortable for me, but I'm sure that we can resolve it. I hold nothing against you for loving her. If you need to talk about anything, come to me anytime. By the way, how are your parents doing? Harry said. Neville shrugged. The same. I hope that's a good thing, Harry said solemnly, not knowing that elsewhere, the Longbottom's health was being discussed. I think that it would be safe to assume that Harry Potter is dead, my lord, Wormtail said, desperately trying to cheer up Lord Voldemort, who tended to torture people when he was in unhappy moods. Voldemort looked at Wormtail until he looked away, unable to bear the gaze of the red eyes. He's survived me too many times to make such a broad assumption, Voldemort hissed. Until I see his dead body decompose, I will consider him a threat. Why if they buried him? Then we'll reopen the grave and burn the body, Voldemort declared. However, that is not my main concern as of yet. Rumors of a disturbing nature have reached my ears. They must take first priority, Wormtail shuddered. New projects were never good. What about Lord Polarix? He seems to be minding his own business. Voldemort replied, almost civilly. What are these rumors that you've heard? Pettigrew said, resigned to the fact that there was no getting around it. Voldemort's eyes seemed to glaze over as he thought out loud for the benefit of his closest, though not most competent, servant. The Longbottoms were spectacular aurors, especially considering their young age. Unfortunately, they also had a side hobby, spell crafting. I see, Wormtail said, not really seeing, but reckoning that he might as well say it. Combining those two things can produce disastrous results. Voldemort stated as a matter of fact. It is said that before their hospitalization, they were crafting a spell designed to utterly destroy me. They were in the last stages of making calculations when I went to the Potters. They only needed one powerful enough to perform the spell. Wormtail sighed. This was likely to be a dead-end sort of project, with lots of pain for those who encountered the dead end first, unless Voldemort hit the dead end himself. Everyone would suffer then. The Longbottoms will likely never recover. There's not point in worrying about it. The things that I have not bothered to worry about are the things that have caused me the most trouble, Voldemort growled. Lord Polarix is powerful and an unknown factor to boot. He could heal them. I'm going to take care of this one before it comes back to hurt me. Your plan, Voldemort's red eyes flared. We'll put the Longbottoms out of their misery. Bellatrix carefully replaced the lid to a bottle of ink and finished cleaning up for the day. She now had 2 tables filled with notes and various books from the library of Narracakes. There were plenty of sources that led her to a great deal of useful information. However, none of the knowledge she had dug up had provided the answer that she was searching for. I'll get it eventually, Bellatrix resolved to herself quietly as she unconsciously dimmed the lights and made her way out into the hall. She then quickly made her way up to her bedroom and found dinner laid out. Harry was nowhere in sight, however. She quickly ate all the food and then went in search of Harry. Within a few minutes, she came across Tess. Do you know where my husband is? Bellatrix asked. I believe he went down to the beach, Tess replied. Is there anything else? No, but thank you, Bellatrix said absently as she wondered what Harry would find so attractive about the beach. A few moments later, she had a cloak and was walking toward the double doors in the main entrance hall. They opened for her automatically, and she strode through and onto the long bridge that led to the other island. She found Harry laying in a beach chair and watching the sunset on the same beach that they had been washed up on. "Isn't it a little cold for a trip to the beach?" Bellatrix asked, drawing her cloak around her tightly as she observed Harry in his sunglasses, shorts, and tropical shirt. He even had some sort of drink. Harry grinned. "Warming charm. Oh, join me, and we can both enjoy the simple pleasures of owning one's own beach," Harry said as he conjured another beach chair for his wife. Bellatrix looked skeptically around at the hard and rocky beach. It was not very ideal for sunbathing, beach volleyball, or sand castles. "It's not much of a beach," she observed as she sat down in the chair Harry had conjured. "Only one I've ever seen," Harry said as he finished his punch with a big swig. The glass he had been drinking it out of disappeared. "I didn't know that," Bellatrix said meekly. Harry shrugged absently as he settled down. "It's okay. I take it that you've been to a few beaches in your lifetime. My father would often take us to various places over the summer vacations," Bellatrix said. "We visited the French Riviera a few times. It was a prime meeting place for wizards of the shadier sort. What sorts of vacations did you go on?" "The Dursleys didn't take me on vacations. If they went somewhere, I had the pleasure of visiting an elderly neighbor of mine. When I turned 11, Hogwarts seemed to be the perfect vacation for me." "That's horrible," Bellatrix exclaimed. "That's just life," Harry said in a mellow voice. Bellatrix was now fuming. How dare anybody treat Harry Potter in such a manner, or any other child for that matter? With these thoughts an idea arose. However, Bellatrix shoved it aside temporarily because their conversation had reminded her of another issue that she had wanted to bring up. "Harry, I've been thinking," Bellatrix began. "About what?" She looked at him lying down in the beach chair so peacefully. How would he take it? Surprise, shock, there was only one way to find out. "Children, I would like us to become parents." Harry stared at her with a certain amount of surprise. He had not ever really considered having children at the age of 16. Come to think of it, he had never really planned on marrying someone twice his age. "Have children, as in," Bellatrix read his mind. "Getting me pregnant," she finished. "Is it safe? What if Voldemort finds out about any children we have? They could be in danger," Harry thought out loud. "If we put our lives on hold for his benefit, then he's won," Bellatrix said. "Besides, I highly doubt that Voldemort will ever be able to force his way into our fortress back there." She then gave him an extremely pleading look. "You would be the perfect father. Narcissa is proof of that." "In what way?" Bellatrix thought carefully before answering. "Your actions have appropriately punished her and she will learn her lesson. That's a good parenting skill." "It will be a long time before any children we have are that old," Harry observed. "What about that baby you gave a blessing to? You looked like a natural when holding it." Harry shook his head. "Dumb luck. I have no idea on how to take care of a baby." "We can learn together then," Bellatrix pleaded. Not being really opposed to having a child, and not wanting to hear his wife reduced to begging, Harry made his decision. "All right, let's have a baby." "Anyone care to make an attempt at the Rebimio shield?" asked Professor Tura, the teacher who had taken up the defense against the dark arts post. To put it simply, she was young, beautiful, and extremely friendly. Nearly every boy in the class was smitten. Ron promptly raised his hand. Since Harry was gone, he often prided himself as the top in the defense class. Well, in the practical section anyway. Hermione always took the lead when theory was concerned. "Mr. Weasley, come on up," Tura said with a calculating smile. "I'll cast a simple hex at you and then you can perform the spell to defend against it." "All right," Ron said, as he stood up and made his way to the front. He drew his wand and held it out in front of him as he turned to face Professor Tura, who had done the same. "Ready when you are," he said, mustering quite a bit of confidence. Without any advance notice, Tura drew her wand and shot a slasher hex at Ron. With milliseconds to spare, he yelled "Rebimiox." The hex crashed into the shield and was rebounded toward the professor, who used a simple but powerful shield to absorb it. "Very good, Mr. Weasley. Now, Mr. Longbottom, let's see you take a try at it," Tura said with a smile. Neville nodded and approached the front of the class as Ron returned to his seat. This time, Tura had her wand already in her hand and was slower to attack Neville. When she thought his attention might have wandered, she shot of a quick leg-locking hex. It was Rebimioxed with ease. "That's nothing," Ron called out in disgust. "You deliberately went easy on him." Over the past several weeks, the defense professor had been showing unusual favoritism toward Neville, just like Snape favored Malfoy. She wasn't even a former Gryffindor. Tura had hailed from Slytherin. Tura was grinning madly. "Did I?" she cooed. "Yes." "All right, then. Why don't you demonstrate a proper spell and see if his shield will hold?" she said softly. Despite Hermione's protests, Ron angrily stood up and made his way to the front of the classroom, glaring at Neville all the time. Professor Tura stepped back and took a seat behind her desk at the head of the classroom. Mr. Weasley will be allowed to use one spell of his choosing to attempt to overcome Mr. Longbottom's shield. Nothing lethal or illegal is to be used. She then turned her head to Neville and winked at him, her gesture hidden from Ron by her long blonde hair. Rebemiox Acceleratus, she mouthed to him. Neville nodded confidently to acknowledge the new spell and then looked over to Ron, who had decided not to waste any time. Neville held up his wand and muttered, Rebemiox Acceleratus, as Ron shouted a very powerful hex. The hex flew across the room, propelled by Ron's smirk. However, it hit Neville's shield and rebounded much faster than it would have using the normal shield. Ron was hit by his own hex before he even knew that it had rebounded. Froth began to stream from his mouth as he hacked uncontrollably. Professor Tura stood up and motioned for Neville to take a seat. Thank you, Mr. Longbottom. She then pulled her wand and performed the counter curse, which promptly solved Ron's most immediate problem. Today, our lesson was not necessarily about shield charms, she said as she gestured for Ron to resume his seat. Ron did so, shooting Neville a lethal glare. Not only do you need to approach a fight with speed, skill, and accuracy, but you must be in the appropriate mindset. Would anyone care to venture a guess as to what mindset that should or should not be? Obviously, anger and arrogance are bad attitudes to start off a duel with, Parvati quickly said in response to the query. Tura nodded in agreement. Precisely. Take 10 for Gryffindor. Anger and arrogance may advance someone to a certain level. Voldemort is a prime example of this. He is a very arrogant man, and most everything he does is out of anger, whether it be hot or cold. He's invincible, isn't he? Asked a fearful Hufflepuff. There was an abrupt stillness in the room as everyone looked at each other. No one had ever come right out and said that, but it had always been a present thought. Harry Potter might have had a chance, but it seemed that he was gone. The professor placed her hands on the desk and leaned forward, giving the whole class an intense stare. Make no mistake, Voldemort will fall. She then looked directly at Ron. See to it that you don't allow your own arrogance to lead to your fall. Silence reigned as Tura stood silent for effect. No one dared to say anything as she continued to look at them. Finally, relief came with the bell that signified the end of class. There will be an essay on arrogance and the fall of a dark lord of your choice due next time, Tura called out. Longbottom, would you please remain behind for a moment? Neville kindly did so, telling Parvati and Lavender that he would catch them up as soon as he was finished. He then approached Tura, who was sitting at her desk still. Was there anything you needed, Professor? The defense professor locked her impassive blue eyes on his own for a short time, seemingly staring deep into his soul and reading his thoughts and feelings. Finally, she answered, Call me Crystal. All right, Crystal, Neville said boldly. Was there anything I could help you with? Yes, there was actually, she replied in kind. I'm aware of the existence of your little defense group, she said, smirking at the attempt Neville made to hide his shock. I've observed since the return of Voldemort that both the Ministry and Professor Dumbledore's little group seem to be acting inefficiently. I would like to join your group. Neville looked at her shrewdly. Was it possible that she was acting independently? Or was this a clever trap set up by Dumbledore and the Order? After thinking quickly, Neville decided that Snape would have forewarned him. However, it wouldn't do to throw caution to the wind. What makes you think there is such a group, and what makes you think such a group would be any better than what adults could do? I don't think there is such a group, Neville, I know. How is that? A faint blush tinged her cheeks. I have certain skills that allow me to gather intelligence quite easily. Deception and secrets rarely escape my notice. Such skills could be useful, Neville reckoned. He still wasn't convinced, however. You didn't tell me why you thought such a group would be better than the Ministry or Dumbledore. I know what happened to Harry Potter, Crystal said contemptuously. He was imprisoned and is now on the loose. For some reason, I can't help but feel that he wouldn't run away from Voldemort or all of his classmates. I suspect that he and his power is behind your defense group. It was a good explanation, Neville admitted to himself. There was still one matter to clear up, however. If such a group were to exist, they would only be learning defense skills. You're a defense teacher. What's the point of joining? Do you really undervalue your talent and power that much? Tura asked. Even if there is nothing for me to learn, I could help teach. I can also serve as a connection to the Hogwarts staff. It can be helpful to have a friendly person of legal age. I'll think about it, Neville sighed. Let me get back to you. All right. That witch. Ron exclaimed angrily for perhaps the 10th time that night. He turned to Hermione, who was eagerly writing an essay for her arithmancy class. Did you see how she favored Neville? He always gets the points for Gryffindor. She always takes things easy on him. Hermione shrugged. What about teamwork for the house? Neville is a part of Gryffindor too, you know. I know, Ron barked. But that doesn't change the fact that she's clearly favoring him over me. I should be the best defense against the dark arts student now that Harry is off raiding Muggle towns or doing whatever an escaped convict does. Maybe he is better than you. Not you too, Ron nearly shouted in exasperation. Who too? Asked Ginny as she approached Ron and Hermione. She had just returned from a quick trip to the library for some homework on potions. Hermione sighed. Ron is angry because Professor Tura seems to be favoring Neville. That's hardly fair, frowned Ginny. I don't know, Hermione muttered, burying herself in her essay. Her doubts about the whole situation with Ron and the War of Voldemort were surfacing again. No matter how she looked at it, she could feel nothing but guilt. I really don't know. Ginny decided not to press Hermione in her uncomfortable state. Instead, she changed the subject. Weren't you two supposed to be working to investigate the existence of this defense group that you seem to think exists? I say that we confront Neville about it right now, Ron declared, quickly switching gears. Maybe we should talk to Professor Snape first, Hermione suggested. He's supposed to be helping us with this whole investigation. Ron snorted. Like he really cares about this whole thing. Besides, we don't have to tell Neville that we're onto him. I can be really subtle. He stood up and walked across the common room to where he spotted Neville working on a herbology project. Hermione and Ginny followed but kept their distance. They didn't want to be involved. Hey, Ron, how are you doing? Neville said cheerfully as he prodded a potted plant with his wand. Yeah, hi, how's your defense coming along? Neville smiled. I've improved a lot, especially since Harry gave us all a boost in DA. Practicing much? Well, for homework and stuff like that. Professor Tura does require us to make sure our spells get mastered after all, Neville replied. Ron narrowed his eyes. He wasn't going to get out of this that easily. You seem busy of late, not around much now that I think about it. If you say so, why don't you come to DA anymore? Neville couldn't help but get a little cheeky at this point. Well, Harry hasn't called any meetings lately. A growl escaped Ron's thinned lips as he looked at Neville. Harry is gone. I'm in charge now. Funny, Neville said in a voice that brooked no opposition. I don't remember voting you in. James is a very good name, Bellatrix thought idly as she laid on her back and stared at the dark ceiling. It was quite late, but she was too excited to sleep. James Harry Potter. No, maybe James Harold Potter, or maybe just a plain H for the middle name that didn't represent anything. Then again, it could always end up being a girl. They would name that one Lily, of course, after his mother. The middle name could be Isabella or Belle. Bellatrix wasn't so sure about naming a child directly after herself, though. She sighed as she turned over onto her side and looked over at Harry's sleeping form. Unfortunately, he had not gotten around to getting her pregnant yet, so going over names was a bit premature. All in good time, she whispered, smiling happily. Having nothing better to do, she rolled onto her stomach and waited to fall asleep. 347 sheep later, Bellatrix was still wide awake. She turned her head and looked at Harry again. It's not fair, she muttered to him. You could sleep through an earthquake while I can't even get to sleep in the first place. No response. Had she expected one? Not really. Deciding that since Harry could sleep through anything and that she wasn't going to go to sleep, Bellatrix fumbled for her wand on the bedside stand. Lumos. She then placed the wand in a specially designed holder so that she could read without having to hold it. A book about countering dark spells was soon produced from a nearby bookshelf. That lasted for 10 whole minutes before it was returned to its resting place. A book about pregnancy and child care was furtively brought out from under the bed. Bellatrix propped herself up against the headboard and peacefully read until Harry suddenly let out a loud gasp and then drew his breath in sharply. She slammed the book shut and looked at him with wide eyes. Upon discovery that he was still asleep, she let out a breath that she had not realized she was holding. She wanted to wait for a little while before shoving baby literature on him. It was true that he was quite young. He needed time to get used to the idea. If he discovered her reading it now, he would feel obligated to join her despite his discomfort. Then he would be more uncomfortable. It was amazing that he was not totally against the idea. Any child of his would be in danger, especially if Voldemort wanted to attack him. However, she had considered this carefully before even proposing the idea to him. Dark Lords had broken themselves on the walls of Narracakes. Anything in the fortress would be safe. Even if the child would not be safe, could they afford not to have a child? If anything happened to Harry, the house of Bellatrix would need to live on. Perhaps even if Harry did die, a son of his could have the power to take his place. This thought process did not continue on much longer because Bellatrix could not bear to dwell on the thought of her husband's potential death. Would pregnancy impede her? Probably. At first it would only cause some general discomfort. Eventually she would have a hard time getting around. It would be worth it though. Her thoughts were pulled away when she heard Harry draw another deep breath. Concern welled up inside her as he began to breathe deeper and more frequently. Was there something wrong? Bellatrix quickly put the book away and set to watching him sleep. After a few minutes of the hyperventilating, he began to toss and turn violently. "Harry, are you okay?" she said timidly. When he didn't respond, she watched and then decided that waking him up was the best option, if not the easiest. Gingerly, she tried to grab him and keep him from tossing. It was to no avail. He didn't want to be touched or held down. She let go of him and her eyes fell on her wand as an idea popped into her head. The wand was taken from the holder and used to douse Harry's face with cold water. It instantly woke him up and he groaned loudly. "Are you okay?" Bellatrix asked. "Just a nightmare," Harry said quietly. From their past conversations, Bellatrix knew full well what this meant. "I suppose that Voldemort is happy. How many Muggles died?" "None," Harry said. "He was planning something." "It had to do with St. Mungo's." "That's not good. Can you remember anything else? A small detail? It could make all the difference, you know," Bellatrix coached. Harry sat silently as he raked his mind. Finally, he answered, "No, I can't remember anything." "Maybe tomorrow then," Bellatrix said without much optimism. "Yeah," Harry said. 788, Harry whispered. 789. He paused and looked over at Bellatrix's sleeping form. "Why can't I sleep that soundly?" Harry asked himself demandingly. It wasn't fair. 790. Neville climbed and stood up on a large rock that rested in a peaceful clearing in the Forbidden Forest and surveyed all those who had gathered for the meeting. Snape had advised him that meetings at night and in the dungeons was too regular. Thus, he had decided to hold this meeting on a Friday afternoon. "Everybody quiet down," he called. Everyone silenced themselves and turned their attention from friends and surroundings to him. "This meeting of Potter's Legion is hereby called to order. The first order of business is the induction of a new member. We would like to welcome Professor Tura to our ranks." Neville gestured toward the defense teacher who had joined at the back of the crowd. Murmurs of surprise broke out as everyone turned and studied her. They had not expected a teacher to join, especially one that could be a spy. Neville had discussed the situation with Snape, and Snape had agreed that Tura was probably a safe bet. "I assure you all that she is trustworthy," Neville said. Fortunately, no one seemed inclined to object to her presence. It probably helped that most of them held her in high esteem. Her classes were always entertaining, and she wasn't an unfriendly teacher. "Next order of business is the latest from Harry," Neville said. "The Order of the Phoenix has decided not to acknowledge that anyone other than themselves did any real fighting at Hogsmeade. Harry thinks that it would be best if we allow them to think that." "That's ridiculous," called out a seventh-year Ravenclaw. "How can they just make that assumption?" Neville shrugged. "They're good at thinking up ridiculous things. In their not-so-humble opinions, Harry was guilty as sin when they threw him into Azkaban. Anyway, Harry apologizes to those of you who deserve recognition but won't get it. At this point in time, it is best that we remain silent and unseen." The statement was followed by a small amount of murmuring that soon died down. "That leads me to our next point." Neville continued. "Secrecy. There could be a lot of trouble for everyone here if our existence is discovered. If we are discovered, try your best to hide our connection with Harry. Do not go to Professor Snape for help if something comes up either." "Why not?" squeaked one of the few Slytherins who had joined the group. She was a first-year who had made friends with Hufflepuff who had been friends with a Gryffindor. "Professor Snape could get into trouble for helping us." Everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't as if Snape was the most friendly fellow around anyway. Another member of PL spoke up. "What do we do if it looks like we're in big trouble?" "Hide," Neville said. "Harry has certain authority around Hogwarts, so whatever you do, don't leave the Hogwarts grounds. Help can reach you here." He then spent several minutes instructing them on how to evade questions and the best ways to keep PL secret. They reviewed these tips almost every time they met, but it was still good to keep them fresh. Harry looked up from his copy of Manipulating Wizarding Governments, a Guide to Devious, Backhanded Politics. when Tess entered his study and cleared her throat. "Can I help you?" he asked her, putting the book down. "Yes, my lord," she said. "Emissaries representing some of your subject have arrived and request an audience with you at your earliest possible convenience." "Would you be so inclined to meet with them at this time?" "Who are they?" Harry asked curiously. "The Ice People." Tess shook her head nervously. "No, not the Ice People. These people represent the inhabitants of one of the islands that you have dominion over. They're normal humans, aside from the fact that they are all sorcerers." "Which island is that?" "They hail from the dread island of Azkaban, my lord," Tess said uncomfortably. "Count Hiscophny is Polyryx's steward over Azkaban." "These emissaries come from him," Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I suppose that I'll meet with them in the throne room." He stood up, put his book down, and made his way out the room and down toward the large hall with Tess lagging behind. "I don't suppose that you would consider explaining why the emissaries from Azkaban make you so nervous," Harry said to her. "It's just that the inhabitants of Azkaban are not very friendly." Tess gulped. "Uninvited visitors to their island have a tendency to not leave the island alive. It is said that their sorcerers practice the darkest of dark magic." She paused, and then continued speaking with a nervous whisper. "It is also said that one of Count Hiscophny's ancestors was the one who created Dementors." "I see," Harry said thoughtfully, as they entered the massive room. It seemed that Bellatrix had also heard of the visitors and was already standing on the dais next to her own chair. "I'm glad you're here," he said, giving her a smile. Bellatrix smiled back, and then her countenance turned grave. "Tess has probably explained all she knows about Azkaban. Whatever you do, don't give the emissaries an inch if they are here to ask for things. The last thing you need is Azkabanians thinking they can circumvent you. I hope to make use of them," Harry stated as he thought about his plans. If he wanted to be able to stand up to Britain, his own dominion needed to be in order. That would be impossible if any of the inhabitants of the North were at odds with each other. He sat down, followed by Bellatrix, as every single one of his bodyguards arrived and took their stations near the throne and around the room. "Their magic can be useful, especially in wars." The doors opened, and several men clad in black outfits with what appeared to be black dragonhide armor strode in arrogantly. Harry watched them. He sensed no ill will from them, but these men were different. A few moments later, they were arrayed before Earl of the North, having no qualms about staring him in the eye. The one who appeared to be their leader spoke up. "Lord Hiscophny, the Count of Azkaban, sends his regards to the House of Polyryx and the Earl of the North. We hereby reaffirm his house's commitments to your house. The House of Polyryx is happy to welcome Count Hiscophny's emissaries to Narracakes," Harry stated formally. "It is my wish to strengthen the North, and I hope that your lord will see fit to stand at my side when I reveal myself to the world," and began to assert myself against Lord Voldemort. The lead emissary nodded and fell back. Another one of the emissaries stepped up and gave a minor bow to Harry. "I am Count Hiscophny. Forgive me for the deception, my lord. I felt that it was necessary, considering that the House of Polyryx and my ancestors have not always been on the friendliest of terms." Harry's first reaction was to curse himself for being deceived so easily. As soon as he recovered from this, he turned his attention to his ring to see if it could explain what the Count had meant about not being on the friendliest of terms. It revealed that House of Hiscophny had attempted to usurp Polyryx for the Earldom of the North at one point in time. A study of Count Hiscophny soon followed. Harry observed that he appeared to be nearly 50 years old. The Count's former dark hair was slowly going gray. Harry then looked into his emotionless black eyes before responding. "I suppose I can understand your motives," Harry said slowly. "I am glad," Hiscophny said. "However, I would like to give you a token of my loyalty." "What token is that?" Hiscophny cleared his throat. "Your staff has no doubt informed you of the fact that I and my fellow subjects on Azkaban are sorcerers and that we practice magic that is rather dark. I freely admit that." Harry looked at the Count appraisingly. "I don't understand what you're getting at." "Recently, we were approached by messengers from Lord Voldemort," the Count said. "I would have you know that though our ways are dark and our customs probably quite evil according to your standards, we are not Muggle killers or torturers. We are not, nor will we ever be Death Eaters." "I would certainly like to think that you are not Death Eaters," Harry said carefully. Hiscophny smiled predatorily. "I would like you to know so." He then gestured to one of the emissaries who was holding Black Case. The emissary strode forward and took his place next to Count Hiscophny. The Count then spoke as he opened the box and reached his hand in while the emissary held it. This is the welcome that Death Eaters can expect on Azkaban. He drew his hand out, and with it came the decapitated head of Rodolphus Lestrange. I present this trophy to the House of Polyrics. Everybody in the room, with the exception of Azkaban's emissaries, let out a shuddering gasp. Bile rose in Harry's throat as he looked at Hiscophony's trophy. Next to him, Harry could hear Bellatrix holding back a startled exclamation of surprise. He unconsciously reached his hand over to hers and gave it a comforting squeeze. Harry's ring was quick to appraise him on the customs of Azkaban. According to Azkabanian custom, Count Hiscophony had just formally declared war on Lord Voldemort and loyalty to Harry by presenting Lestrange's head to him. Though the gesture was disgusting, Harry had to acknowledge that it was the thought that counted. Now, what to do with a head? Harry came up with the most diplomatic solution possible. House Polyrics expresses its gratitude to House Hiscophony, Harry said regally. I am glad to have you on my side and assure you that I now know that you are no Death Eater. Hiscophony nodded and put the head back into the box. I am pleased, my lord. What would you have me do to serve you? Harry grimaced as he watched the emissary close the box. If you don't want to keep that head, send it to Voldemort, would you? And then would you be so kind as to call on me next week so we can have a meeting to discuss our future plans as to Britain and Voldemort? Of course, my lord, Count Hiscophony said in a pleased voice. I shall now take my leave. He and his followers gave Harry a short bow and then strode from the throne room looking very pleased with the results of their visit. Harry then promptly dismissed Tess and the bodyguards from the room. As soon as they were gone, Bellatrix let out a sigh and slumped in her less ornate throne. I think that I am going to vomit, she announced weakly. The house sprite magic promptly provided a pan in which she could do so. She took them up on it. As soon as she was done, she sat back weakly and closed her eyes. I know what you're going to say, Harry. It isn't your fault. Rodolphus was a bad man and his end was somewhat fitting. Actually, Harry replied, I was afraid that you would be mad at me for allying with them despite the fact that they slaughtered him. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Why would I be? You didn't tell them to decapitate him. Besides, he was a Death Eater. I gave them the impression that such acts were praiseworthy, Harry countered. Bellatrix nodded slowly. Yes, you did. That doesn't change much, however. Rodolphus was a dead man for even touching the soil of Azkaban. For all you know, he was dead before they harvested his head and brought it to you. So then I approved of act of killing anyone who trespasses on their island. Actually, one of your predecessors approved, not you, came the trademark dry voice of Regan's, Harry's personal secretary. He appeared a moment later with a short pop and smiled at the look on Harry and Bellatrix's faces. I'm sorry to intrude, but I thought it necessary before you got worked up over a non-issue. Bellatrix smiled weakly at Regan's. I'm glad that you did. Harry seems to have a habit of blaming himself for a great deal of things that are not his fault. She turned to him and took his hand. With authority comes responsibility. It's possible to take too much responsibility, though. Regan's nodded in agreement and then began to explain what his earlier comment had meant. Of all the residents in your dominion, the Count of Azkaban has the most autonomy. Some men who have held that position have even gone so far as to say that you hold no dominion over the island. In fact, during the reign of Lord Polyrics IX, the Countess of Azkaban sieged Narracakes. Your point? Harry inquired. Sorry for wandering, my lord, the ghost said. Anyway, Azkaban is recognized as private property. For their loyalty and alliance in the political sector, the House of Polyrics grants Azkaban complete sovereignty and autonomy. Technically, what they do on that island is none of your business. Even if you didn't want them to kill trespassers, there would be nothing you could do about it. I see. I'm glad, my lord. Regan's then disappeared. Bellatrix smiled and squeezed Harry's hand. See, not your fault. If you do want to blame someone, though, blame Voldemort. He's the one who sent Rodolphus and other fellow Death Eaters to Azkaban. Harry nodded sadly. Everything that has been going wrong can pretty much be traced to him. I suppose so, Bellatrix said quietly. I think that I shall return to my work in the library. It will help keep my mind off things. She then stood up and walked out of the room, leaving Harry to contemplate life as he surveyed his empty throne room. Who was to blame? Voldemort, of course. Then again, he had the power to kill Voldemort, didn't he? So if he did nothing with that power, then he would be held to blame. On the other hand, it wasn't as if Harry had forced Voldemort to do what he did. Who was better? A man who used his talents for evil, or a man who did not use his talents at all? It all depends on how you look at it, Harry concluded. So many decisions and so many points of view. His reverie was interrupted when one of the doors slammed open and a grumpy woman carrying a bucket of water stomped in. Upon closer inspection, Harry realized that it was Narcissa. She had not noticed him, however, so he did nothing to remedy it as she got on her knees and began to scab the floor with a sponge produced from the depths of the foamy water in the bucket. Narcissa's hairstyle was now quite simple, yet good-looking. The same went with her dress and general appearance. Apparently, she had been making enough money from her services to live as a typical servant did. Harry's plan to put her in a situation faced by many who actually had to work for their living had apparently been successful. The question was now whether or not she was learning the lesson that she was supposed to learn. Did she have any more respect for those who had been formerly below her? Unable to resist the urge, Harry reached out with his legilimency skills and gingerly touched her mind so as not to alert her to his snooping presence. He was quickly disappointed. All Narcissa could see was that the spoiled boy who lived was forcing her to do servant stuff. She was afraid of him and continually wondered what Bellatrix saw in him. With an inward sigh, Harry withdrew. She did not seem to understand that the attitudes of herself, Azkaban, and Voldemort caused pain to so many people. Maybe she needed to be exposed to more of the harsh realities of the world. I'll have to arrange for her to experience some reality as soon as I get the chance, Harry decided. Alastor Moody paced outside the ward at St. Mungo's, in which the Longbottoms were permanently hospitalized. He was waiting for Mrs. Longbottom, Neville's formidable grandmother, to finish inside with them. Neville had asked Moody to go and see if he could assess his grandmother's attitude toward one Harry Potter. She was certainly against Lord Voldemort, but she wasn't a particularly active member in the Order of the Phoenix. If the results of today's meeting were favorable, Mrs. Longbottom would find out about both Harry Potter and her son's involvement with Potter's Legion. The door to the ward opened, and Mrs. Longbottom walked out of it in her usual vulture hat with the big handbag. She smiled at Moody. "Thank you for waiting, Alastor. I've just received some rather pleasant news from one of the healers." "Oh, what was that, ma'am?" Moody asked politely as they made their way down the hall and eventually toward the apparition point. "Frank and Alice seemed more responsive to my voice and presence today," Mrs. Longbottom pronounced proudly. "The ward's resident healer seems to think that this is a sign that they are coming out of their mental condition. He thinks that frequent visits from family members would help their recovery immensely." Moody smiled at Mrs. Longbottom. "That's wonderful news. I imagine that maybe a visit from Neville could do wonders as well. Do you have any plans to have him visit soon?" She shrugged indifferently. "School gets out, I suppose. They would hardly recognize him, I think. Besides, I would not want to get his hopes up for nothing. The healer stressed that maybe they would go back to normal within a few days or weeks. At least they're still alive," Moody said carefully, making an attempt to segue the conversation into a discussion about the Potter family and then on to Harry. "Ah, yes, the Potters. Do you know how young Harry is these days?" Mrs. Longbottom said, unknowingly taking Moody's bait. "Well," Moody said as he launched into the whole story. A half hour and several blocks down the street later, he had related the whole story concerning Harry and Potter's Legion. Neville's grandmother had shown little emotion throughout, and Moody hoped that he had not just made a mistake. Mrs. Longbottom smiled. "The whole thing with young Mr. Potter seems rather confusing, Alastor. I can't help but be proud of Neville, though. He's become a natural-born leader. I reckon that the skill will come in handy." "Yes, I'm sure it will. I was wondering if you would consider working with those of us who believe Harry innocent against you-know-who," Moody said hopefully. Longbottom sighed. "Of course I'll help. Potter is likely not happy with certain people in our world right now. We need people that he would have no enmity against. I can't guarantee my skill in a fight with Death Eaters, however. Not everyone has to be a frontline fighter." Moody said wisely as he thought about the situation with Frank and Alice. Though Mrs. Longbottom seemed to be on his side, there would still be no convincing of her to allow Neville to visit his parents before the end of the term at Hogwarts. In his not-so-humble opinion, he thought that Neville should visit as soon as possible. Not only that, if the Longbottoms were to recover. Harry looked thoughtfully at the conference table and chairs which dominated the small room in Narracakes that he now stood in. His studies had excelled greatly, and according to Bellatrix, he could easily rival any of the best duelists of the wizarding world. That meant that there was no longer any excuse for him not to do anything against Voldemort. This meeting would set things in motion. There was a knock on the double doors, and it opened to reveal Bess, who bowed formally to Harry. "My Lord Pollyrix, May I present Lord Hiscoffney, Count of Azkaban." The Count then strode in with a feral grin, and Harry gave a smile while holding out his hand. "I'm pleased that you could come, Count." Hiscoffney took Harry's hand and shook it firmly. "It is of course an honor, my lord." Harry considered asking him to call him Harry, but decided against it. Count Azkaban seemed to be set on formality, and Harry needed all the presence of authority that he could get at this meeting and the many others to follow. However, he still spoke. "I hope that you don't mind, but I also invited Queen Zarina to attend this meeting as well." "Not at all," the Count replied magnanimously. "Good," Harry said as he gestured for the Count to take a chair. The Count did so, and he followed suit. Why was he being so friendly? Weren't the relations between Hiscoffney and Bellatrix tense at the best of times? The ring quickly informed him that Count had gained quite a bit of status by allying with Bellatrix. Harry put his mind at rest knowing that the Count had no ulterior motives that would harm him. After a very short wait, Bess presented Queen Zarina. The two men stood up and welcomed her before all three sat down. "I had not expected to see you here, Count," Zarina said, with a surprised smile. "Well, here I am," Hiscoffney said as a nervous smile crossed his lips. Harry watched them thoughtfully. Apparently the two rulers knew each other or had at least met at some point in time prior to the meeting. That could be good or bad. Nevertheless, it was time to press on with his goals. "I've called you both here so that we can discuss the upcoming hostilities with Lord Voldemort." "What makes you so certain that such fighting will occur?" Zarina asked. "Because I am against what Voldemort is doing, and if I don't go against him, he'll try to kill me anyway," Harry said. "It will be only a matter of time before the fighting comes to our doorstep. I think that we would be better off fighting at his doorstep." Hiscoffney nodded, this time with a more serious attitude. "Yes, war will come eventually. I've already refused an alliance with Voldemort. In his eyes, I am now the enemy. Whether or not I am his enemy, he will come against me once Britain falls." "Point conceded," Zarina said. "Good," Harry stated. "However, this war will not as simple as killing Voldemort. The Ministry of Magic is against me personally, and at this point in time, barely acknowledges that Voldemort is a force to be reckoned with. We will have to change that. The Ministry must acknowledge fully the dangers it will soon face." "Yes, that does make it a little more difficult," Hiscoffney muttered thoughtfully as he considered what Harry had said. "I take it that you don't want to wage total war against this ministry. Would that be correct?" Harry nodded. "There are many good people who work in the ministry. Their leadership is just a bit awry. Basically, I want to fix the ministry and then do whatever I can against Voldemort." "Diplomacy for the ministry, war against the Death Eaters," Zarina said, summing up Harry's basic goal. Hiscoffney nodded sensibly. "That will work. I suggest that you divide your efforts between working with the Ministry of Magic and fighting against Voldemort. I would gladly volunteer to lead any forces or expeditions that are sent against Death Eaters. I also have some contacts in the ministry and other places that could prove to be useful. I can help with diplomacy," Zarina volunteered. "You can appoint me as some sort of ambassador or liaison to make it more official. Then, of course, the Ice Army is yours to use." "Okay, that sounds like a good setup," Harry said. "I can't think of a way to deploy our forces unless we have intelligence that is quick enough to get us to any Death Eater attacks. So, Hiscoffney, why don't you assemble a small group force that is ready to go at a moment's notice in the case that we are alerted to some sort of attack?" "As you wish, my lord," Hiscoffney said readily. "Zarina, get ready to open negotiations with the Ministry of Magic. You should probably try to connect their law enforcement assets with our own group so that we can help fight. Any intelligence they can provide will be valuable. However, do not let them know who I am. If they know that they're dealing with Harry Potter, it will sour everything up before it even starts," Harry instructed. "Of course," Zarina said. Hiscoffney then cleared his throat. "I just thought of something. Where does the special force stay, and how do you contact it yourself and let them know when to move?" "I didn't think of that," Harry mused. "It would depend, I suppose. Are you going to have your people in the group, or a combination of ice people and your people? For the sake of simplicity, let's just stick with my people for now," the Count decided. Harry nodded, and he tried to think up a way for him to communicate quickly with the Count. Finally, a solution presented itself and saved Harry some thought. The ring glowed, and Harry realized that he could connect other rings to it. "Do you have a ring or a piece of jewelry that you wear often?" "Just my signet ring," the Count replied. "That will do," Harry announced as he held up the hand with the ring. "Touch your ring to mine and that will connect them. We then can communicate through them without thoughts." Zarina held out her hand, which also bore a ring, and smiled. "Don't leave me out." The 3 leaders then touched the faces of their rings to each other at the same time, and the rings all glowed for a brief amount of time. When the light coming from them faded away, Harry gave the system a test run. "Can you hear me?" he thought, directing his mind toward the ring and then by proxy to Hiscophny and Zerina. 2 separate voices chimed in his head. "I can," Harry smiled happily. "Good. Now that we can communicate like that, you can just station the forces you assemble on your own island for now." They then decided on a date for their next meeting, and then adjourned. Neville strolled down the hall after having a conversation with Professor Tura, which brought her up to speed on all the events that had occurred during the year with regard to Potter's Legion. She seemed to be very concerned about fitting in with the group, and often asked if the fact that she had never met Harry would matter. He assured her that it likely wouldn't. "Constant vigilance," roared a familiar voice just as Neville stepped past a statue which depicted one of the founders. Neville rolled his eyes without even blinking. "You're going to have to find a new way to surprise me, Moody. You've used that one on me too often. If you take that attitude, then things that would be considered normal will take you by surprise every time, lad," Mad-Eye lectured as he removed his invisibility cloak and fell into step with Neville as he made his way down the hall. "Sure," Neville said, not quite understanding what Moody was trying to get at. He wasn't willing to try and figure the whole thing out, though. It would only confuse him more. "I don't suppose that you came to call on a social visit." Moody shook his head gravely. "I am afraid that I've come to discuss a slightly personal matter. Is there a place in which we can have a private conversation and not be overheard?" An amused snort came from Neville. "In this castle, the walls have ears. There are a lot of walls." "Try your best to find a suitable accommodation," Moody instructed dryly. "As you wish," Neville snickered. He abruptly turned into a door that they came upon and entered the room. Moody's face blanched when he saw that the door had a sign on it proclaiming the room to be a girl's restroom. "If Myrtle isn't here," Moody shook his head and closed the door with a locking charm. They did not need anybody walking in on them like this. Neville, meanwhile, methodically opened all the stalls to check for interlopers and found none. Myrtle was not present. Moody spoke when Neville signaled that all was clear. "First of all, son, what did you mean by the walls having ears?" "Apparently, I'm the prime suspect in the school's investigation against the leader of this rogue defense group that seems to be meeting under everyone's noses," Neville said. "I've had Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other Order members trailing me everywhere." "I see." Neville pulled out his wand and conjured a pair of chairs for them to sit in. "What did you want to talk about?" Moody sighed and took one of the offered seats. "I wanted to talk about your parents, Neville." He held his hands up when he saw Neville's expression change. "Hear me out. I was at St. Mungo's today to meet with your grandmother about Potter." "Oh, how did that go?" Neville interrupted, interested to hear about his grandmother's position before they moved on to the serious things. "She seems to be willing to support us," Moody answered. "The point is that when she came out, she told me that your parents seem to have improved a bit." Neville looked at Moody as excitement slowly welled up inside him. "Really? How so?" "They seem to be more responsive to other people," Moody revealed. He then continued to explain everything that Mrs. Longbottom had told him after she had visited them, and then finished with his grandmother's decision to wait till summer to let him visit. Joy seemed to be bursting from Neville, though he was doing his best to retain his reserve and not let it overcome him. He was disappointed, however. Summer wasn't really all that far away, but it was still a while away. Then he realized that the aged Auror had not come to Hogwarts to taunt him. "There's more to this. What is it?" A pause followed before Moody explained. "Before the First War ended, your parents were developing a rather important spell that we hoped would be able to take you-know-who down once and for all." "Would it have taken him down?" Neville asked carefully. "Without a doubt. No one is really sure about that," Alistair answered. "Spell was designed to target the core of evil in a person. At least that's how your parents described it. Even if it was not capable of being efficiently used against you-know-who, it would be able to at least fight evil in any way that it was manifested." "Interesting," Neville said as he carefully dissected the new information. Moody was content to wait him out. Finally, Neville came to some conclusions. "You think that it would be helpful if my parents recovered and were able to complete the spell?" "Yes," Moody said affirmatively. "Their prognosis is positive right now. There's a small chance of complete recovery. I think that if you were able to visit with them, they might somehow improve more. Unfortunately, your grandmother isn't inclined to let you visit for a while. The sooner the better, I think." The teenage boy had already come to these conclusions about his parents, however. The ex-Auror had not gotten to it yet, but Neville was quite sure that he would propose that he sneak away from Hogwarts and visit on a weekend or night. Would it be worth the risk, though? We should ask Harry what the best step is, Neville said to Moody. If he says to go ahead, then I'm all for visiting my parents as soon as possible. Of course, Moody said, pleased that the boy had been able to grasp the meaning and necessity of the situation by himself. He was truly becoming quite mature. Send an owl to Harry tonight, though. Why? The Dark Lord knew of your parents' work. It won't be long before he hears about their improving condition. The blood drained from Neville's face, and he gave Moody a hasty goodbye before making his way to the owlery, already conjuring the necessary writing utensils. Harry studied a very tense Neville from across the dining room table in Narracakes. He had received an urgent letter from Neville quite late in the evening, and had decided that it would be best for all parties concerned if the whole situation was discussed immediately. A portkey had been instantly mailed, and as soon as Neville had arrived, Harry arranged for a midnight snack of sorts. So, should I visit my parents before the end of term or not? Neville asked, realizing that despite his strong feelings on the situation, Harry might possibly be able to see it from a clearer point of view. A smile crossed Harry's face. Only if you can ensure that you don't get caught. They would expel you from Hogwarts for sure if you were caught off the grounds like that. He then grew somber as he continued to address Neville. It's not whether or not you should visit that bothers me about the situation. Voldemort, Neville supplied. Yes, Harry nodded. I'm not sure as to whether it can be done or not, but St. Mungo's should have its security staff increased somehow. Maybe it would even be best to move your parents to a safer location. To where? Maybe here. I don't know the extent of your parents' condition, though. Would it be even safe to move them? Harry mused as he grabbed a small sandwich from a silver platter and shoved it into his mouth. Realizing that despite his frequent visits, he still didn't know that sort of information, Neville shrugged. If I visit, I could try to find out more about the situation. There's always the possibility that what they were working on could be helpful to you as well. You've already sold me on visiting them. There would be nothing I would want more if I were in your position, Harry declared with a grin. I'm sure that they could help as well. I would advise visiting them late at night and, if possible, on a weekend. The regular staff won't be at the hospital, and therefore, the normal staff won't tattle on you. Get Moody or someone to help make you a portkey. What about security? I'll talk to Bellatrix about that. She knows more about my power over St. Mungo's since she's the one who went and bought it. Harry answered as he picked up the rubber ducky that had served as Neville's portkey and reset it for Hogwarts. Neville grinned. Thanks, Harry. He then disappeared. My pleasure, Harry said pleasantly to no one in particular as he realized that he was actually fairly sleepy. He then quickly made his way up to his room and attempted to climb into bed as silently as possible so as not to wake Bellatrix. His attempts failed, however, evidenced by Bellatrix rolling over and cuddling up to him. She didn't say anything, but Harry was pretty sure that she had stayed awake waiting for him. He smiled, basking in the feeling of being loved by someone so dearly. Are you sure that no one is going to give us a second glance? Lavender demanded in a fierce whisper, and she, Neville, and Parvati walked through the halls of St. Mungo's to the ward that the Longbottoms resided in. Parvati rolled her eyes. Why would they? That receptionist lady was surprised that we even bothered to check in. Crappy security, if you ask me. Well, who visits their poor dying relatives late on a weekend? Lavender demanded. Someone will realize that we're Hogwarts students, and then we'll get caught for sneaking out of the castle. People like us, Neville answered for Parvati, and my parents are not dying for your information. He was too excited to take consequence of Lavender's comments, however. Snape had reassured them before they left that he did not think that Voldemort even considered the Longbottoms a threat. That would simplify things. The three teens quickly arrived at the appropriate ward, and both Parvati and Lavender elected to wait outside the door while Neville had some time with his parents. They did not really want to interfere. Neville was relieved because he feared that strange people might hinder his efforts. He quickly entered the ward, careful not to disturb any of the patients that might be sleeping. Fortunately for him, Lockhart, who was still a resident, was conked out. To his delight, his parents seemed to be playing some sort of card game at a table. Unfortunately, the game didn't look particularly active, more like a play that had been performed one too many times. Gingerly, Neville approached them. Mom, Dad, can you hear me? There was no response, though the monotonous card game seemed to slow a bit, almost as if something was distracting the mentally incompetent couple. Further attempts to get their attention with his voice failed, so he finally gave up and approached them. Neville tapped his mother on the shoulder, and she still failed to respond. He got the same result with his father. He sighed and pulled a chair to the table and sat at it, forcing the couple to at least see him somehow. As soon as he sat down, they looked at him, somehow sensing the intrusion upon their game. Neville knew very well that this was, of course, normal behavior. Most patients like this would not respond to the same stimulus, but the couple had been Aurors. It was hardwired into them to at least acknowledge any sort of movement around them. "Mom, Dad, it's me, your son," Neville said, his voice shaking despite his best attempts to hide his anguish. There was no response from Frank, but Alice's sapphire blue eyes seemed to gain an awareness for a short moment. It faded away quickly, however. Despite the disappointment, Neville could help but feel that progress had definitely been made. A second attempt at trying to talk to Frank and Alice was ruined when the door to the ward flew open with a loud bang, admitting a very distraught Parvati whose wand was drawn. "Neville, we have company." Hermione wrote the last word on her history essay with a flourish and smiled. The last of her homework was officially finished, and she would have the rest of the weekend to relax with herself and Ron. She looked across the table at Ron, who was playing with a Quidditch model as he planned for the next game. She was just about to ask him about his game plans when the portrait hole opened to admit Professor McGonagall, who looked to be in a panicked state. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, please report to Professor Dumbledore's office immediately. Bring your cloaks and a wand." The aged professor then left. Without wasting a single moment, both Ron and Hermione leapt up and ran to their separate dormitories to retrieve their cloaks before running with each other down to the headmaster's office. When they arrived, they found several Order members gathered. Professor Dumbledore had just began to address them all when they arrived. "Death Eaters are attacking St. Mungo's as we speak. I don't think I need to describe the potential casualties that could occur. A team needs to be immediately assembled to assist the Ministry in putting the attackers down." "We can go," Ron volunteered as Hermione nodded fiercely. "It's not as if we can stay behind to help with any casualties or to deal with Ministry officials." Several other Order members volunteered, and then Dumbledore assigned others to stay behind in his office to keep latecomers appraised as to the current situation. "Send Moody and anyone else with fighting skills to St. Mungo's when they arrive," he directed as he made a portkey to take them all to the front entrance of the hospital. "What kind of company?" Neville asked as he quickly drew his wand and stood up from his parents' card table. Parvati looked behind her before answering. "Death Eaters, I don't know how many. Lavender and I managed to stun a scout that came up to this floor. From the racket downstairs, I would estimate that there are quite a few." Neville bit his tongue to keep from uttering a curse. How could the Death Eaters be so mean as to decide to attack a load of helpless wizards and witches in a hospital? There were probably children, too. Goosebumps popped up all over his skin as he realized that the Death Eaters were probably here for his parents. "They'll be coming up to this floor eventually," Neville announced, as he stepped outside into the hall with Parvati to join Lavender, who was looking up and down the hall with a panicked look on her face. "You two can take the portkey back to Hogwarts. I'll stay to help defend." Parvati stiffened for a moment and then shared a glance with Lavender before speaking. "We're staying with you, Neville. We want to help defend the hospital and your parents just as much as you do. If that's what you want," Neville said with a little hesitation. He took a look down the hall. "Which way would the Death Eaters come to access this floor? Can they get up from both ways?" "I don't think so," Lavender said slowly as she gestured toward the mostly empty hallway. "I don't think that they can get up here from that way." Neville smiled. "That's a small relief." He then turned the opposite way and briskly walked toward the staircase. Parvati and Lavender promptly made to follow him, but as soon as they got close to the staircase, a Death Eater came rushing up. "Stupefy!" cried Neville. The Death Eater, taken by surprise, didn't even get his own curse shot off before he fell. "Round one for the good guys." Parvati crowed. "Very funny," Neville said dryly as they clambered down the staircase. They didn't meet any other Death Eaters until they reached the next floor down. "Don't let yourselves get too distracted while fighting." The portkey activated, and Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and several other Order members found themselves on the main floor of St. Mungo's in the middle of a massive skirmish between Death Eaters and the small hospital staff. "Stunners at will," Dumbledore commanded. "Try to take as many of them alive as possible. Make sure that their fellow Death Eaters aren't able to revive them, though." Without waiting another moment, Ron and Hermione jumped into the fight, fiercely shooting off stunners and other hexes at every Death Eater that could be seen. Hermione noticed that the Death Eaters seemed to be falling a little too easily to the forces at hand. She shrugged this off as she zapped another masked and cloaked figure into oblivion. In just a few moments, everybody wearing black with white masks was down, and Ron was madly laughing at their fallen opponents. It was then that Hermione noticed 3 people that should not have been there. "Neville, Parvati, Lavender," she questioned loudly. This drew the attention of Professor Dumbledore, who quickly spotted the 3 Hogwarts students as well. "Mr. Longbottom, I must ask what you and your 2 friends are doing here. Just thought that we could lend a helping hand," Parvati said, smiling rather nervously. "I don't remember you coming with us," Ron said fiercely. Dumbledore motioned for silence with his hand as he studied the Neville and the 2 girls intently. "You were here before the attack begun, weren't you? I assume that you heard about your parents' improved condition and decided to visit them." "So what if I did?" Neville asked, knowing full well what Dumbledore would say, but still feeling belligerent nevertheless. "You are in violation of several school rules," Dumbledore said coldly. "You could have been injured or even killed. Make no mistake, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Paddle, and Miss Brown, you are all in serious trouble for leaving the school grounds like this." The sentence was left uncompleted as an extremely loud explosion rocked the foundations of the hospital. Despite the fact that all the Death Eaters seemed to be down, someone was still firing curses at something. Everyone except Dumbledore froze, waiting for it to happen again. The aged professor swiftly made his way to one of the fallen figures and ripped a mask off to reveal a featureless blob for a face. "Dummies!" Dumbledore exclaimed angrily. "The hospital is still under attack. These were only decoys." Everyone started to get ready for another round, but Neville, Parvati, and Lavender were interrupted by Dumbledore. "You 3 will be returning to Hogwarts immediately. As soon as you get back, we'll deal with your delinquency." He then shoved a foot-long stick into their hands. "This is a one-time emergency portkey. Say the name of the place you want to go and it will take you there. Now go back to Hogwarts and wait for me in my office. Do you really think that you can face this attack with your forces alone? I doubt that the Ministry will do anything in time," Neville asked defiantly. Professor Dumbledore refused to answer, but the looks that the Order members were shooting each other was evidence enough of their lack of capability to face a full-fledged Death Eater attack. Another explosion punctuated Neville's conclusion. "That is none of your concern. You are not qualified to fight in a situation like this. Now go," Dumbledore said to Neville. Neville grinned cheekily. "I'll go." He then made sure that Parvati and Lavender had a firm grip on the portkey. Seeing that this was the case, he said the name of his destination quietly. "Narracakes." Feeling himself being shaken, Harry woke up to find a very anxious-looking Tess peering into his bleary eyes. "My lord, there's a Death Eater attack in progress." Harry sat up and glanced at a nearby clock. It told him that he had only been asleep for a very short while. He looked around and saw Neville, Parvati, and Lavender standing behind Tess. "What is happening?" he asked them, dreading the answer. "We went to visit my parents at St. Mungo's, and a whole lot of Death Eaters started attacking," Neville explained. He then went on to recount all that had happened up to the point when he and the girls portkeyed away. "You'll have to get back to Hogwarts to avoid any further trouble," Harry decided as he quickly thought up several potential solutions. "I would let you fight, but I do believe that I have the resources to deal with this, and you're already in enough trouble." He quickly reached over and gently prodded Bellatrix, who was close to waking up. She woke up and took in the scene silently before speaking. "Let me guess, St. Mungo's. How did you know?" Harry asked with a frown. "Lucky guess," Bellatrix yawned. Deciding not to press the matter any further, Harry turned back to Neville. "Once you get back to Hogwarts, do whatever you can to make sure you don't get expelled immediately. I'll try to get there before anything serious happens." "Would they expel us?" Parvati asked, looking shocked. "Probably," Harry answered. "Neville, what would you like me to do about your parents? Would you like me to try and move them here? That might be the safest option." There was a short silence before Neville answered. "I'll trust you to do what you think is best." "Good, I'll try not to disappoint you," Harry replied. He hopped out of bed and grabbed his wand. "Here, I'll reset your one-time portkey. Dumbledore won't even have to know that you made a slight detour on the way here." Lavender handed him the stick, and Harry promptly recast the spell that had been on the stick before. "That should do it," he said as he handed it back to them. "Don't tell anyone about our meeting until I tell you that it's okay." "Will do," Neville said. "You aren't unhappy about this, are you?" "Why would I be?" Harry inquired. "It's not your fault." Neville nodded happily. I'll let you do what you have to then. He then activated the portkey, leaving he, Bella, and Tess alone in the room. There's bound to be quite a few casualties, Harry stated as he quickly made his way over to his wardrobe and began to dress, choosing a set of black robes with silver embroidery on the arms and collar. I'll go to St. Mungo's and get Hiscoffney and his team to come with me. You two prepare to take on casualties and patients from the hospital. I don't know if the hospital will still be standing when all is said and done. We don't have very many doctors on hand, Bellatrix pointed out. Choosing to wait for a moment to respond to Bellatrix's comment, Harry activated his link with Zarina through the ring. A short conversation later, he had the guarantee that several doctors would be on their way to Narracakes immediately. Zarina is sending some, Harry said. Bellatrix nodded happily and then joined Harry to help him strap on his breastplate and then cloak while he arranged for reinforcements with Count Hiscoffney through the ring connection. You'll have one advantage at least, Bellatrix said. You own the controlling shares of stock for St. Mungo's. You can just take charge on grounds that it's your property. I imagine that it will come in handy, Harry said as he quickly checked to make sure that both his wands were ready. Nayloff, the captain of his bodyguard, entered the room very quickly. Harry attributed it to the fact that he had probably been waiting for a summons. Yes, my lord. Assemble some of your men. We're going to break a Death Eater raid, Harry commanded. I've already assembled a squad, sir, Nayloff replied with a grin. Several men then entered the room and took their places behind the captain. We're ready when you are. Good, Harry said. Bellatrix hugged Harry and pecked him on the lips. Try to avoid injury, she told him softly. Portkey all the casualties to the main entrance hall. We'll figure out what to do with them from there. Harry smiled at her and then pulled his black ash wand from its holster. The bodyguards followed suit, and they quickly apparated to the battle. Hopefully, the Count of Azkaban had been successful in getting his men to the correct rendezvous location. Drop your wands, Lucius Malfoy commanded as he grinned at the surrounded Order members. He had chosen to remove his mask, while all the other Death Eaters holding their wands on the prisoners kept them on. Resistance is futile. The Ministry will most certainly not come thanks to my arrangements, and you can only die if you fight. Hermione was very confused. If this had been a simple raid, then the Death Eaters would have retreated at the first sign of resistance. Voldemort certainly wanted raids, but he didn't want Death Eaters to die unless he was after something. Several Death Eaters had died during the fighting. What do you want here? She demanded. Take a wild guess. Lucius laughed. I bet that Dumbledore has a pretty good idea. You won't get away with this, Dumbledore advised. Besides, is it worth it to have so many crimes over your head just for the blood of 2 Exorers who couldn't harm you if they tried? Lucius shook his head disbelievingly. Do you really think that they couldn't harm us? There are powers rising that could very well heal the Longbottoms, but you're too blind to realize that, aren't you? You were certainly blind enough to send Potter to Azkaban, weren't you? I bet he could have healed the Longbottoms. Could and would are not the same, Malfoy, Dumbledore stated. The rich, pure-blood Death Eater began to laugh sardonically. You just don't get it, do you? You must be the stupidest person I've ever met. It doesn't matter, though, the Longbottoms will die tonight. I don't really think so, came a cold voice. Nitricid incendio maximus. Everyone turned toward the location in which the voice had come from just in time to see a gigantic ball of blue fire zoom toward the Death Eaters and explode at their feet, causing robes to catch on fire. Abruptly, several figures apparated into the room, some with small pops, others with loud bangs. However, this show did not distract everyone from the person who had cast the fire curse. Ron was one of these and was also the first to recognize the person. He yelled out incredulously, grabbing everyone's attention. Harry! Harry scowled when he realized that Ron and several other Order members had just recognized him. He should have remembered to wear his hood up, but in all the excitement, he had forgotten. It was probably for the best anyway. Casting curses and spells was a little harder when a cloak limited one's visibility. Ron! Harry retorted sarcastically, as everyone in the room stared at him. Leave the Longbottoms alone, Harry, Dumbledore said in what he hoped was a soothing voice. They have never done any harm to you and are not capable of harming you at this point in time. Anger surged through Harry's veins. How could they assume that he was here to attack Neville's parents? It was some nerve they had. Why would I harm them? He growled menacingly. They're a danger to you, Ron yelled irrationally. Just like they're a danger to you or anyone else who thinks they can practice the dark arts. I'm not here to harm the Longbottoms in any way whatsoever, Harry announced. "I'd also like to say that I'm innocent of all crimes that I stand accused of. I would never help Voldemort do anything. He killed my parents." Dumbledore's face paled as he drew some immediate and erroneous conclusions. Harry wasn't here to kill the Longbottoms. He wanted to use them. "Do you think that you can destroy Voldemort with your hate, Harry? You'll become worse than Voldemort was. Your victory will be as dark as your defeat. I know that you don't see what you did on Privet Drive as a crime, but nevertheless you did kill innocents." "I didn't kill anybody," Harry roared at the Order, who after Dumbledore's statement were looking at him as if someone had just announced that he killed bobbies for a living. "Harry," Hermione said in a shaking voice, "please give yourself up. You can only go down from here. You don't want to become like the man who made you an orphan. We'll try to see to it that you stay out of Azkaban. We'll get you help." A throbbing sensation began to assault Harry's head as his anger skyrocketed despite his ability to acknowledge the irony of Hermione offering him something she didn't have to give. They were lying to him. They wanted him dead. "Why won't you listen to me?" he whispered harshly, trying to control himself. "You must listen to us," Dumbledore told him. "Listen to me," Harry barked. Ron laughed at him. "You don't deserve to be listened to. You bloody murderer and traitor." Before Harry could react, Hiscoffney, who had unobtrusively taken a position on Harry's right flank, dashed forward and lifted Ron off the ground, gripping his throat with one hand. "You will address the Earl of the North with respect," he said coldly. He then threw Ron to the ground and rejoined Harry. The assembled members of the Order gasped audibly as the new information sank in. They knew that they needed the Earl to win against Voldemort. Unfortunately, it seemed to them that the Earl would be worse than Voldemort. "You must surrender yourself," Dumbledore implored as thoughts about the revelation darted throughout his mind. "Would you shame the House of Bellatrix by tainting its reputation? What would your mother think? I'm sure that a plea bargain could be made." Harry literally could not think. There were too many things assaulting his mind. Dumbledore shouldn't be so concerned about tainting a house's reputation. He was only saying that. He was also angry that the Ministry could be depended on to let an alleged murderer walk free on such a plea bargain. Out of all this, a random thought emerged. "I need a pensive." "My lord," Hiscoffney said, "it's useless. They can't see and they won't listen. We must take action before the Death Eaters can do any more damage. We'll talk later." Harry spat at Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and all the Order. "But know this, not only will I eradicate Voldemort and his Death Eaters, I will fix your pitiful ministry." He then turned to Hiscoffney and Nayloff. "You know what you need to do. As for the Order, leave them be unless they attack you. If they do attack, stun them and escort them from the building." Hiscoffney bowed formally for the Order's benefit. "Of course, my lord." By insulting Bellatrix, they were insulting him. This Order would have to learn its lesson soon. Maybe he could rough them up a little. By this time, the Death Eaters had recovered from his fire curse, and another battle had broken out between them and the Order. Those that had arrived with Harry immediately joined the fight. The ice soldiers darted nimbly around the room, shooting off spells, while those from Azkaban imperiously made their way through the battle, ignoring the curses that bounced off invisible shields all, while shooting stunners and other curses from the palms of their hands. Harry contented himself to staying out of the midst of it and firing random, but extremely powerful and effective spells toward the Death Eaters. Once he saw that Hiscoffney would have no trouble on the ground floor alone with his men, Harry motioned for Nayloff and his men to join him at the foot of the stairs. He only hoped that they would be able to portkey all the patients out. "Did you see him?" Ron exclaimed to Hermione as they darted around a corner to dodge an oncoming spell. "He must not have drowned like everyone assumed. I bet he was in cahoots with you-know-who for a while before deciding to go off on his own." That must be how he knew about the attack. "Honestly," Hermione yelled in a very exasperated voice, "you can't just make those kind of conclusions." She had effectively recovered her composure after the battle had resumed. It seemed that fighting Death Eaters is easier than confronting her old friend. Ron considered this point grimly. "He has to be working for himself then," he said grimly. "I don't know what's going on with the Longbottoms, but I bet he wants them or something. If he wanted them dead, he would have just let Malfoy do it for him." The hallway was clear for a moment, and Ron chose that point to dash out and let off a string of spells and hexes toward the Death Eaters who were grouped for the most part in the main reception area. They had congregated there after the creepy men that Harry was with had spread down the halls to pick off stragglers. "I'm not so sure," Hermione yelled nervously as she covered his back. nervously holding her wand out in front of her. "We can talk about this later," Ron declared as he took down a stray Death Eater. The hallway in which the Longbottom's ward was located had been the host of a group of Death Eaters, but several Triplexio stunners from Harry's wand had taken care of the situation promptly. Remembering which door led to the Longbottoms, Harry made his way into their ward and found Neville's parents playing a card game, oblivious to the battle going on in the hospital. "What should we do about them?" asked Captain Nayloff. Harry shrugged. "I'm not entirely sure. We should probably move them to Narracakes permanently, but the best medical care may be here. There's also a chance that moving them may prove to be harmful to them." "Are there records around here somewhere?" asked one of the young ice men. "I was an intern for a doctor before I joined the Ice Army. I should be able to ascertain their condition from any documentation." "That should be handy," Harry commented, glad that he had someone who knew something about medical care with him. He stepped over to the Longbottom's beds and looked around. Nothing. "Blast, any ideas?" The bodyguards quickly searched the room and turned up nothing. "We might need to go to the nurse's station," another guard suggested. "I should have thought of that," Harry said ruefully. "I hope the hall is still clear." They made their way to the ward's door and stepped out into the hall to meet several more Death Eaters who had managed to escape from the melee downstairs. The one shot an Imperio curse at Harry, which he shook off without any thought. Since the Death Eaters had expected the Imperio to work, they had not prepared to take on Harry, who wandlessly threw them down the hall, while the ice guards peppered them with stunners and body-bind hexes. Harry placed a strong locking jinx on the ward, and they ran down the hall and found a desk with a sign that pronounced it as the official nurse's station. Harry wasted no time in getting behind it and finding a file drawer filled with records pertaining to patients on the floor. He rifled through the open drawer and found the files he was looking for. Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. He yanked them out from between the other files and thrust them toward the ex-intern, who sorted through the records, while the other guards checked the surrounding hallways for more Death Eaters. Harry joined them on the other side of the desk and watched the guard read the records. Finally, the young man pronounced judgment. "I don't see why this couple is even in the hospital," he said thoughtfully. "Their only problem seems to be that fact that they're rather spaced, as you Muggles call it. We'll be taking them with us." Harry decided out loud. "Back to their room," Hermione cried with frustration as Lucius Malfoy's leglocker curse hit her and caused her to fall to the ground. He had been chasing her through the hallways for several minutes, though it seemed like an hour to Hermione. She rolled over and attempted to perform the counter curse. However, Malfoy quickly disarmed her with Expelliarmus. He approached her with a feral grin. "It's Draco's favorite mudblood," he announced with amusement. "Always showing him up in class and dishonoring the name of Malfoy. The only dishonor your name has comes from your alliances," Hermione growled. The expression on Malfoy's face grew frigid. "Perhaps I ought to take you home with me so that young Draco can teach you a few things, mudblood." Hermione had no answer for this as she felt herself go cold and shiver at the thought of what Malfoy seemed to be proposing. The idea of the cliché tactic of trying to get the captor to talk suddenly surfaced in Hermione's mind. "Looks like Potter spoiled your party. You should have expected it, though. He's just like you," Malfoy laughed. "You must be kidding me, mudblood. Why would he even think like me? No, I'm afraid that Mr. Potter is a lost cause for the Dark Lord's ideas." "I know what kind of person he is," Hermione exclaimed. "He proved his character during the last Christmas vacation." "Did he now?" Malfoy said, his smile growing broader. Lucius was about to speak again when he was interrupted. "So, the battle leader decides to hide down a hall with a girl," came a voice from the hall intersection, a short distance away from Lucius and Hermione. Malfoy's attention had been successfully captured. Though Hermione could still not get away, at least she now had some time. Maybe the interloper would kill Malfoy. "Who are you?" Malfoy demanded as he studied the well-matured man clad in black and white. "I am the Count of Azkaban," he announced in response to Malfoy's rude inquiry. "It shall be my pleasure to take the battle leader as my trophy for this battle. I do not think that Lord Polyric will mind, though he's technically in command of this expedition." "What do you mean?" Malfoy asked, clearly confused. "Well," Count Azkaban whispered conspiratorially, and with great amusement, "Lord Polyric doesn't seem to be into the trophy-collecting business." Malfoy elected to end his conversation with the man who appeared to be unarmed and was not speaking much sense. "Disfy," he yelled. A really nasty organ-burster curse zoomed toward the Count, who merely held up his gloved hand and absorbed it. Malfoy paled. "You're a sorcerer, aren't you? What was your first guess?" Hiscophny asked, slightly offended that the battle leader had not been able to identify him as a sorcerer from the reference to Azkaban. "Ava!" yelled Malfoy, attempting to kill the sorcerer. However, Hiscophny was just too quick and lightning flew from his still outstretched hand. The blue light wrapped around Malfoy and promptly took him to the ground, right in front of Hermione, leaving him stunned. The Count of Azkaban then lightly walked toward the fallen figure of Malfoy Sr. as a blade of black fire materialized in his hand. As he approached, he raised the blade above his head. What he did next caused Hermione to shriek in horror. She was still shrieking when Ron found her a half-hour later after the battle. Harry quickly created several portkeys to transport his bodyguards, and the Longbottoms to Narracakes. Though the mentally challenged couple had proved difficult to manipulate into a good position for transportation, they had not put up too much resistance. He handed the portkeys to Nayloff, who distributed them to those transporting the Longbottoms. They were then preparing to activate them when Lord Hiscophny addressed Harry through his ring. "The Death Eaters are either down, injured, or retreated, my lord. All the patients have been evacuated." "Good," Harry told Hiscophny. "Thank you for the help. Leave the rest of the mess to the Order. I've got the Longbottoms with me." "It was my pleasure," Hiscophny said before he signed off. Harry nodded to the ice guards and they activated the portkeys. A wave of depression sought to overcome him as he looked at the soon-to-be empty ward. He desperately hoped that Bellatrix would be free to talk with him when they got back. He had at least expected his friends to listen to him. The portkey promptly deposited the ice soldiers, Harry, and the Longbottoms on the floor in the entrance hall at Narracakes. Harry quickly stood up from his fallen position and took in the surroundings. The large hall had been transformed into a gigantic hospital wing. Nurses and medi-wizards darted from bed to bed as they checked up on all of the patients. Captain Nayloff promptly commandeered one of the nurses and instructed her to have the Longbottoms looked after. Before she scurried away, Harry also added his own instructions to have them taken to a room once they had been examined. Nayloff and his soldiers then dispersed to their own accommodations, leaving Harry standing amid the bustle of the temporary hospital. A glance at his watch revealed to Harry that it was nearly morning. Any decent wizard or witch would be getting some sleep right now. However, he was convinced that Dumbledore was getting ready to expel Neville and the two girls. He couldn't let that happen. With a sigh, he pulled his ivory wand from his cloak and used it to apparate to Hogwarts. "Any of you could have been killed," Dumbledore said to re-emphasize the main point in his lecture. "I realize that you are a very skilled wizard when it comes to defense, Mr. Longbottom, but Miss Paddle and Brown could have been severely injured. You had no right to place them in such danger." Dumbledore's statement was followed with a loud harumph from both girls. "We knew the risks and I would gladly do the same again," Parvati said, her voice bordering on the edge of absolute defiance toward the aged headmaster. "Me too," Lavender added. The three teens were then studied for several moments by Dumbledore before he spoke again. "That's what I'm afraid of. I can't have you three gallivanting off to wherever you want when I can't supervise you around the clock. I will have to take disciplinary action." "They were Death Eaters," Parvati wheedled. "You and the others needed all the help you could get. You did not go to St. Mungo's expecting to fight Death Eaters," Dumbledore promptly rebutted as he drew several sheets of parchment from a drawer in his desk. "Even if those had been the circumstances, you would still be in violation of school rules." Lavender was looking distinctly nervous now that she and her cohorts could see that they were definitely in trouble. Ironic, really. They had always expected that trouble would come from the existence of Potter's Legion. "What are you going to do? All three of you are too old and set in your ways for me to change you, so I have no choice but to expel you. It's the best thing for all concerned," Dumbledore said coolly. Before Neville could say anything, another voice interrupted them. "That won't be necessary, Albus." Dumbledore looked up in shock as the three teens spun in their chairs to find a somewhat bedraggled, yet very imperious Harry Potter standing in the open doorway of the headmaster's office. "What are you doing here, Harry?" "That's Mr. Potter or Lord Polyrics to you," Harry stated. He then waved his hand absently and grinned. "But that is irrelevant because I won't allow you to say anything. I'd rather get this over with so that I don't waste any time while you explain why I should give myself up, or do any other idiotic things that you think might serve one of your schemes." Much to his chagrin, Dumbledore found himself unable to even open his mouth to speak. Apparently young Harry had outstripped him where magical power was concerned. In case you forgot, the House of Polyrics owns, and as of this coming summer, operates Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry began. I don't have any authority as of now. You must realize, though, that I will have absolute authority come summer. If you wish to remain headmaster of this institution, you will not be expelling Neville, Parvati, or Lavender. Agreed. Neville bit back a grin as he watched Professor Dumbledore give a resigned nod and a look that asked Harry what his reasoning was. Dumbledore did not know, understand, or suspect the association between Harry and Neville. You won't be expelling them because from what I've heard about them, I think they have their priorities straight. Not only that, haven't you realized that Neville and his friends were the ones who fought back that attack during the last Hogsmeade weekend? It would be sheer idiocy to get rid of them. Harry explained, purposely leaving his other motivations out of the explanation. He doubted that anything could stop Dumbledore from expelling Neville if he found out about Potter's Legion. I think that is all. The three teens and old man watched as Harry casually pulled a white wand from his dark robes and impossibly apparated from the castle after waving his hand to restore Dumbledore's speech abilities. How did he do that? Parvati gasped. A very deep sigh was emitted from Dumbledore's lips. He owns the castle and grounds. There must be some way that he is able to get through the wards, perhaps a hereditary blood key. He then gave them each a piercing gaze, trying to pry their secrets from their heads before continuing. It seems I can't take any action against you. Please be careful in the future, however. You are dismissed. The old man then watched as the three adventurers shuffled out of his office, vaguely wondering why Harry would go to so much trouble to keep them in school. Was there a connection? When Harry returned to Narracakes, he found that the hustle and bustle had calmed down somewhat in his entrance hall, and that all the patients seemed to be comfortably settled. A small team of nurses seemed to be on duty, seeing to the patients' needs and comfort. Hopefully, he would be able to have them all transported back to Britain as soon as possible. The hospital had fortunately not sustained any serious damage. Not seeing anyone he recognized, Harry slowly made his way up to the master suite. He entered the room to find Bellatrix reading a small book while sitting in a rocking chair that she had acquired a few days earlier. As soon as she became aware of his presence, she put the book down on a table and jumped up with a concerned expression painted on her beautiful face. "No injuries?" she asked as she glided over to him and absently touched him as if making sure he wasn't hiding anything. "Nothing physical," Harry said despondently. Bellatrix frowned. "What do you mean, dear?" Harry briefly explained his short confrontation with Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and to some extent the Order. "I've never blamed them for believing me guilty based on the evidence they had," Harry concluded. "It's just that deep down I expected that they would at least listen to my side of the story. They'll be forced to realize their mistake quite soon," Bellatrix predicted. "You're the Lord of Polyrics. They can't shut you up forever." "Doesn't mean I feel any better about it," Harry mumbled. A cushioned table abruptly appeared next to where the couple was standing. Bellatrix walked over and patted it with a quirky grin. "Strip and get on the table, Harry," she instructed. "It's time for your massage and therapy session with Dr. Bella." Harry eyed the table suspiciously. "Strip as in naked. What if someone walks in?" Bellatrix rolled her eyes and promptly conjured a fluffy white towel which she tossed into Harry's face. "You can cover yourself with that." Hermione noisily vomited for the third time that night. Watching Malfoy Sr. have his head removed had instantly traumatized her. After Ron had helped calm her down, the image of the sorcerer using his blade to do the deed kept playing through her mind. She hoped Ron would forgive her for getting sick on his pants. "Are you okay?" Ginny asked, knocking on the open door to the bathroom at Grimmauld Place. "Ron says that you're a bit under the weather. How did you get here?" Hermione asked as she glanced up at Ginny, unsteadily regained her feet and pulled the lever on the magical toilet. "Isn't it a bit late?" Ginny shook her head. "Early, you mean? It's nearly dawn. Professor Dumbledore thought that I might appreciate being able to visit everybody for a short while to see that they're okay. He brought me here with him. I'll be returning to Hogwarts after the emergency meeting." "Right," Hermione said in what she hoped was a brisk-sounding voice. She had nearly forgot about the meeting. "I'd better go and join them before they get started." "I'll come with you," Ginny volunteered. The two teenage girls quickly fell in pace beside each other as they made their way down toward the kitchen where most meetings were held. I heard that you saw Malfoy get beheaded. Who did it? Hermione fought down the rising sickness in her stomach before answering. You heard correctly. The Count of Azkaban did it. I think he's a sorcerer. I've never heard of a sorcerer by that name. Where did he come from? Ginny asked. I think he works for Harry. Hermione responded absently as they descended a flight of stairs. Ginny stopped short on the bottom step. Harry, what about him? Is there something that nobody is telling me? I guess I shouldn't have said that, Hermione said as a blush tinged her cheeks. She then quickly explained to the younger girl about Harry's arrival at the battle and how the Count had been with Harry and deferring to him. Evil attracts evil, Ginny said, trying to imitate a wise sage. I honestly didn't think that Harry would work for Voldemort, but I'm not surprised that he's out there for himself. Although Hermione agreed with Ginny, she still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at their newest analysis of Harry's personality. Some of the things that Malfoy had said bothered her, but she decided to think about it later once they arrived at the kitchen's entrance. She bid Ginny farewell as she entered the room the Order had deigned as its meeting place. Although she and Ron had been allowed to join up, Mrs. Weasley had adamantly insisted that her only daughter be excluded from the select group. Hermione smiled fondly at the matron, who was now engaged in a heated discussion. It's unwise to provoke people, Ron. If what you say about that fire curse is true, Harry is extremely powerful, not to mention being the Lord of Bellatrix. I can't understand why Dumbledore would even let you try to confront that murderer. It was only Harry, Mum, Ron said, rolling his eyes. Mrs. Weasley was ready to retort when Dumbledore, Moody, and Shacklebolt entered the kitchen from the hall. The Auror was just concluding some sort of status report to Dumbledore. Overall, nobody was able to turn anything up. What up? Mrs. Weasley demanded. Don't tell me that you didn't even come close to catching Potter. Moody grinned at her. I won't then. My main concern is the disappearance of all the patients that were in St. Mungo's, Kingsley stated as several more Order members filed into the table. I hope that they turn up and that the Longbottoms are with them. The old headmaster frowned. I wish that I had been able to ask Harry about that when he visited me a couple of hours ago. Everyone in the room went silent as he voiced his wish and stared at him. You saw Harry after the attack, Hermione half-asked, half-stated. Yes, Miss Granger, I did. Dumbledore replied as he gestured for everyone to take their places around the table and took his own. Mr. Potter, or as we could say, Lord Bellatrix, paid me a visit at Hogwarts. He told me that I would lose my position as headmaster if I expelled your fellow classmates. Did he say anything else? Ron inquired eagerly. Were you able to talk to him some more? Dumbledore shook his head sadly. He would not let me talk to him. After telling me what I wasn't going to do, he promptly left. He deliberately left out that part about how Harry had apparated through the Hogwarts wards. There was no reason to make them worried right now. How can he just walk in and do that? Mrs. Weasley demanded, horrified at what Harry was able to do. He owns Hogwarts, Snape said snidely as he made a tardy appearance. My apologies, Albus. I was unable to get away from the Dark Lord until just now. The potion's master then took a seat. Albus shook his head. That's beside the point right now. There is nothing we can do about that. Our immediate concerns at this point in time are for the missing patients and the Longbottoms. Not all of you understand the Longbottoms' importance, so I'll briefly explain. Whoever has them might be able to use them to gain some sort of power if they were to make a recovery. Before the battle, they were noted to be making progress. I take it that's the reason you know who attacked St. Mungo's, Arthur Weasley observed dryly. That's not quite accurate, Snape cut in. The Dark Lord merely wanted the Longbottoms dead. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't seem like that is going to happen anytime soon. Tonks grinned. I guess Harry has more brains than you people would like to admit. Instead of seeing potential power as a threat, he chose to turn it into an opportunity. Let's worry about getting the patients to a safe place. Does anyone know where they are? As I was just telling Albus, the Ministry has been unable to locate any of the patients or Harry's followers. Our tracking devices were unable to sense the magic that those sorcerers employed during the attack. Kingsley Shacklebolt explained to everyone. The meeting continued on as everyone put forth their mostly useless ideas as how to recover the patients and save the Longbottoms. Finally, the subject that all those present had been avoiding was brought up by Ron. This is getting us nowhere. We can't solve the missing patients or Longbottom problem right now. Let's move on to worrying about imminent threats, Potter for instance. Everyone was silent as they carefully avoided eye contact with each other. The silence was shattered when Hermione spoke up timidly. He helped us against the Death Eaters. Only so he could take the Longbottoms away. Ron yelled unnecessarily. "Shut up," Snape hissed at Ron. He then addressed everyone present. "All right. Everyone here knows by now that Potter is the Lord of Bellatrix, and consequently, the Earl of the North. Since his escape from Azkaban, Potter has taken a firm stance against the Ministry, using his inherited position and immense magical power. Name something bad that he has done." Glances were exchanged as everyone realized that after a month or so of freedom, Harry had yet to harm anyone. What little progress Snape had accomplished was ruined when Molly Weasley stood up. "He's tipped his hand now, hasn't he? There's no longer any reason for him not to do anything. Mark my words. People will be killed now, and it won't be the Death Eaters doing the killings. Assuming that he's hiding in the North, his followers will come begin a reign of terror." Snape struggled mightily to control the seething bubble of anger that rose and threatened to engulf his normally cool mind. He stooped up abruptly. "If you'll all forgive me, there are things that I must attend to." He then left the room, nodding discreetly to Tonks and Moody. "Maybe he's right," wheezed old Mundungus Fletcher, briefly drawing himself out of his habitual drunken stupor. "Oh, shut up," Mrs. Weasley commanded as she looked in the general direction of Dumbledore, not quite meeting his blue-eyed gaze. "Something will have to be done. The public must be warned that Harry James Potter is armed, dangerous, and ready to kill, as are his followers who have yet to be solidly identified or named. They still don't even know about what he did over the Christmas holidays. It seems to me that the Daily Prophet has been saying that for nearly 2 years," Tonks declared, trying to make the whole thing sound ludicrous. The young Auror's efforts failed, however. Dumbledore nodded. "We'll have to come up with some way to let everyone know." "What's wrong with the Daily Prophet?" Ron asked readily. Dumbledore coughed nervously. "I believe that Harry owns it." "Huh," Ron exclaimed. "What do you mean?" "For the past several weeks, the House of Bellatrix has been purchasing a great deal of stock and ownership in companies. As of several weeks ago, the House of Bellatrix purchased complete control of the newspaper, which reminds me, Kingsley." "Yes. The Ministry will only be able to look into the missing patient situation from a possible kidnapping standpoint, meaning that you can't do anything for 24 hours. Harry owns controlling shares in the hospital," Dumbledore announced. "That means that you have to have his permission to start investigating who took who from the hospital before the 24 hours is up." Hermione blinked. Since when did Harry have so much money and financial sense? Was Bellatrix Black, who had escaped Azkaban the same night he had done so, helping him? Or was it someone else? She ignored that questions and spoke up. "We'll worry about informing the public of the danger then. Patience of St. Mungo's can come later," said, hopping to head off another heated discussion. "Perhaps we could get an article in the Quibbler," Ron mused. "Luna was certainly helpful enough last year." "Helpful to Harry," Hermione reminded him. "I don't think that it would work. She's been slightly distant toward us this year. There's the wizarding wireless network," Mrs. Weasley informed everyone. "Everyone listens to that all the time." Dumbledore nodded. "It's settled then. We'll send messages about Harry over the WWN." He then looked at Ron and Hermione. "You two were his friends, so you'll be more convincing. Would you two consent to making a message for us to use?" Ron and Hermione both nodded, not realizing how much they would come regret agreeing to the proposition. "Good," Dumbledore smiled. He then stood up and looked at everyone. "This meeting is adjourned. I will be inviting a select few of you to a special meeting at a later date in order to discuss the ramifications of Harry's succession to the seat of the North." "Maybe they're right," Harry mumbled, barely able to talk through the waves of relaxation and pleasure that Bellatrix's nimble fingers were effectively sending through his body. "What would my mum think of me? Have I dishonored her memory?" Bellatrix snorted but did not stop the massage. "Have you done anything wrong? Like kill innocent people? Have you stolen money? Have you told lies about your friends? No. Then you have nothing to be ashamed of, Harry." A smile crossed Harry's face as he enjoyed his special treatment. Bellatrix had effectively drawn out the stiffness in his body as she drew out his emotional pains. Deep down, he had known all along that he was doing the right thing and that everything Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione had said were hogwash, but it felt better knowing that someone he cared about agreed with him. "That's it, all done," Bellatrix announced. Harry overcame the urge to fall asleep on the massage table that she had conjured using the house sprite magic and stood up, wrapping the towel around him securely. "Thank you," he said gratefully. "How much do I owe you?" "Well," she said, grinning mischievously, "you can give me a massage." The door to their suite opened and Tess walked in holding a small radio. "I'm sorry to interrupt, my lord lady, but I think that you should hear this." she announced grimly. The radio was set down, and Harry's assistant twiddled with the knobs a bit before the signal came through loud and clear. And for those of you just joining us, we have some very critical and breaking news. The announcer said in a serious voice that barely hid his own excitement at being the one to help proclaim a big news story to the public. Harry and Bellatrix glanced at each other nervously. It couldn't be good. In a shocking report released by the Ministry of Magic, it is revealed that during the Christmas holiday, and while home with his aunt and uncle, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, was arrested and convicted of the mass murder of Muggles living on his home street of Privet Drive in Surrey. Even more shocking is the fact that Potter and another prisoner, Bellatrix Black, escaped Azkaban shortly after his imprisonment on the island. Harry growled as his hackles rose, but he stopped when Bellatrix laid a calming hand on his arm. After his escape, the Ministry believed that Potter and possibly Black, formerly Lestrange, intended to flee to another country and forget about Britain. However, significant evidence suggests that Potter masterminded the attack on St. Mungo's Hospital that has left all of its patients missing. We'd better see to getting them back. Bellatrix sighed and looked at Tess, who signaled that she would see to it as soon as possible, while Harry muttered about people too blind to see Death Eaters running amok. The broadcast continued. Due to the fact that Potter was unmasked at the hospital attack, law enforcement officials believe that he no longer intends to play his hand from behind the scenes. The public is warned that Harry James Potter is armed with a wand and is dangerous. Any sightings of him are to be reported immediately. Watchers are also advised that Potter has a small army of followers who are very proficient in magic. No one should approach them if they are spotted. The public is also advised to watch for Bellatrix Black. She is an escaped prisoner and likely in cahoots with Potter. It's not as bad as it could be, Harry said, trying to put on a brave face. Not everyone believes everything the Ministry tells them, especially after the whole cover-up on Voldemort when I was in 5th year. Bellatrix only nodded silently. After the announcer went on to detail instructions for contacting the authorities if the boy who killed was spotted, the program continued. We have right here statements from Potter's closest friends at Hogwarts, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. Harry has become very twisted and evil, crackled Hermione's recorded voice. His mind no longer functions properly. Everything is twisted in his perception. If you do see him, do not let him sweet-talk you. He will manipulate you and will say anything to achieve his purposes. Harry's mouth dropped open, and before he could let out an exclamation, Ron's voice followed. The only thing he wants is money and power. He will kill, rob, and intimidate to get it. Don't let him get away with it. How dare he? Harry shouted angrily as both Bellatrix and Tess cringed. Bellatrix quickly placed both her hands on his arms and looked him directly in the eye. You know as well as I that getting angry will not solve anything, Harry. We must formulate a plan of action. I am fairly sure that this can all be countered with tomorrow's daily profit. We can even have some free copies distributed to non-subscribers. Harry nodded and waved his hand to dismiss Tess so that she could return to her normal duties and see to arrange for the evacuated patients to be returned to St. Mungo's, which had been declared suitable for their return. I guess that you're right. Draco Malfoy quailed as the Dark Lord strode into the small room. He had received an emergency signal early in the morning that indicated he should immediately leave Hogwarts and make his way to the secret cabin that his family had always relied on for refuge from the Ministry. He quickly bowed to Voldemort, who had stopped and was now observing him as a Death Eater. Wormtail entered the room in a very servile manner. What is it, my lord? Your father met his end in battle last night, child. Voldemort said neutrally, showing no sympathy, remorse, or joy at the fact. He fought for our most noble cause and fell honorably. He will always be remembered. A flood of emotions shot through Draco's cold veins, mostly hate and fear. Had he loved his father, maybe. It didn't matter. Pride and honor dictated that he should seek revenge, especially for an offense against the Malfoy name. Who killed him? He growled, all while showing Voldemort the proper respect. The Count of Azkaban, who was acting on the orders of Harry Potter, Voldemort stated. What do you mean? Draco whispered in shock. Voldemort briefly informed Draco of the exact events of the battle to the best of his knowledge. It wasn't out of courtesy to the deceased offspring, however. It was for his own purposes. Potter has become the Lord of Bellatrix and is responsible for your father's death. If you come with me, I can help you get revenge. Wouldn't it be better for me to stay at Hogwarts and go on as normal? It would be good to have someone on the inside, if you know what I mean, my lord. There are others, Voldemort stated in a dismissive manner. You could be useful, though, and at this point I must use you or lose you. What do you mean? Voldemort twisted his lips in what could best be described as a scowl. Your mother's actions have complicated things, and your father's death has made them worse. None of your Malfoy relatives have legal standing at this point in time. Harry Potter, who is now the head of House Black, could easily take you into custody if he was so inclined. That old fool at Hogwarts could certainly think up of something to keep his claws in you. So I have to escape before anything happens, Malfoy said, completing Voldemort's thought. Yes. Draco nodded and pointlessly considered Voldemort's proposal. There was obviously no other choice in the matter. There was one question, though. You said that Potter is the Lord of Polyrics that could turn the tide in this war against us if the Ministry allies with us. How will you prevent that? You will find out shortly, Voldemort sneered. I'll see to Potter's further ostracization. In fact, the wheels are in motion as I speak. These two are here because they are Harry's former friends. Dumbledore said to Snape, Kingsley, Arthur Weasley, and Professor McGonagall in order to validate Ron and Hermione's presence at the small meeting at Hogwarts. Snape rolled his eyes. If you say so. Dumbledore ignored Snape's caustic mood. It was probably a side effect of the events he had been involved with for the past 24 hours. Harry is the Earl of the North, and that means he now has great power. Enough power to destroy Voldemort or us. Maybe even both. We must make plans to deal with this situation. Well, we could always manipulate him so that we can force him to blindly do what you want him to do, Snape suggested idly. Severus, McGonagall said tersely. We realize that you aren't feeling well, but could you please keep your comments to yourself? Arthur leaned forward and spoke to everyone in his most convincing voice. I think that we should attempt to reason with him. Listen to his story, tell him ours, and then make some sort of compromise that at least gets you-know-who out of the way. We already tried that, Mr. Weasley, Hermione said practically. He won't listen to us. We can hunt him down and attack him, Ron declared. Then we can worry about you-know-who. Kingsley shook his head negatively. You should have enough sense to realize that wouldn't work, Ronald. 1, we don't even know where he is. 2, the Ministry isn't strong enough to adequately face those sorcerers. And 3, we have no formal grounds on which we can accuse him of any crime thus far. Attack his influence, McGonagall said dryly. It's easier to fight an enemy if he can't affect you on the inside. His control of the Daily Prophet is a problem. In fact, his money is a problem. Only for Death Eaters thus far, Snape added. I think you may be right, Minerva, Dumbledore commented. I have a meeting with the Minister of Magic scheduled. I should probably depart now to be on time. This meeting is dismissed. Andy Cargney studied the final version of the next morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. It seemed rather strange to have the final draft ready so early in the day. However, the owner of the paper had specifically provided all the content for the next morning's paper. He looked up at his assistant. This looks perfect, Willie. I guess we can run it. Willie nodded and took the copy back. Yes, I guess we can. It sure seems odd to be defending Harry Potter and accusing the Ministry of corruption while the wireless network accuses him of high crimes and misdemeanors. We don't have much choice, Andy replied dryly. I don't care. It's just the business. Besides, I'm not so sure that the WWN has their information right anyway. Oh. Willie was about to ask what his boss meant when an explosion rocked the Prophet building, and all the windows that looked out to Diagon Alley shattered inward. All the staff members screamed and dove for their desks, fully expecting the Dark Lord himself to appear and begin shooting of killing curses. However, this belief was contradicted when the dust settled, and they found the room filled with Aurors holding drawn wands and aiming them at anything that moved. They were all further shocked when Percival Weasley, one of the Minister of Magic's top aides, entered the building. With an arrogant flourish, Percy Weasley withdrew an official piece of parchment from his cloak and began to read in a pompous voice. Be it known to all that on the grounds that Harry James Potter, the Lord of Polyrics, is guilty of high treason against the British Ministry of Magic, all of his commercial property and money is hereby forfeited to the Ministry. By command of the Minister of Magic, the Daily Prophet is to be shut down and the press and all copies of the Daily Prophet are to be burned. You can't do that, Andy screamed defiantly, more out of loyalty to the paper rather than to Harry Potter. I just did, Percy said smugly. Fudge had all his property seized. Snape asked in shock. What about Hogwarts? Tonks fidgeted uncomfortably. Dumbledore and Fudge decided that having Hogwarts seized could result in some serious repercussions. The school was turned over to the House of Polyrics too long ago to be sure that there aren't any enchantments that could come back and hurt Dumbledore and the Ministry. He isn't going to be happy about this, Snape muttered. What about Gringotts? Have they gotten his money from there? I don't know, Tonks said helplessly. I sent a letter to Narracakes as soon as I heard the word, but there isn't a single thing that Harry can do. Snape sighed. We can pray that it doesn't get any worse. Take me to whoever is in charge. Percy snapped at the first goblin he and the Aurors encountered as they entered Gringotts. I'm here on important ministry business. The goblin looked at Percy grimly before moving away quickly. When he returned, he motioned for them to follow him. The pompous Weasley smugly rehearsed what he was going to say as he briskly followed the creature that was leading him to the manager's office. The goblin motioned for Percy and the Aurors to enter a large office and gestured to a very regal-looking goblin seated behind a desk. You may speak with Lord Gold. The goblin then left the room. Percy approached the large desk that Lord Gold sat behind and then withdrew a document addressed to the chief goblin at Gringotts. He tossed the parchment down in front of the goblin. You must comply with that order from Minister Fudge immediately. I'm not sure that I have to do anything. Lord Gold replied irritably. What is the meaning of this? You have no right to just show up and demand an audience with me. Read the parchment and see. Percy snapped. Lord Gold reached forward and picked the document up, treating it as if it had come from the depths of a sewer. The goblin shot an angry glance at Percy before reading it. To whom it may concern. By decree of the Minister of Magic, Gringotts Bank is to immediately turn over all assets belonging to Harry James Potter, the House of Polyrics, the House of Potter, and the House of Black to the British Ministry of Magic on grounds that Harry James Potter is guilty of high treason against the aforementioned ministry. Gringotts must also swear to never deal with Mr. Potter's assets or accept his patronage in the future. Gringotts must also in no way give aid to Mr. Potter. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic, tell me, young pup, do you have any idea as to how many treaties this thing breaks? Does your moronic boss have any idea what a serious action this is? Lord Gold whispered. Minister Fudge is well aware of all things, Percy stated. In fact, he's aware of the fact that we're at war and that Harry Potter could be a potential threat. Lord Gold smiled grimly. A threat to Minister Fudge, certainly not the wizarding world. You don't know what you're talking about, Percy retorted. I think I do, boy. Gold said, his voice showing nothing but contempt for Percy Weasley and his superior at the ministry. What happens if I should refuse to comply with this demand? Percy gestured toward the Aurors standing behind him. That's what my escort is for. You can either turn over Potter's assets or be arrested for treason. Take your pick, goblin. The goblin smiled evilly at Percy. I will do neither. Gringotts Bank hereby refuses to comply with your ministry's wishes. Lord Gold then raised his hand and snapped. Immediately, the walls enclosing the office seemed to fall away to reveal a squadron of heavily armed goblins training their weapons as Percy and the Aurors. I suggest that you apparate back to the ministry. You won't get away with this. Percy growled as he fearfully drew his wand and apparated away, the Aurors quickly following suit. The head of Gringotts was immediately joined by his compatriots, Lord Silver and Bronze. Have the staff begin to evacuate our records immediately. See to it that access to the vaults is blocked off from this building. I'll go to the lobby and order all humans to leave and notify Lord Polyrics of the situation immediately. Lord Silver and Bronze didn't waste any time departing to see to their individual tasks. Lord Gold smiled grimly and restored the illusion of walls around his office before making his way to the lobby of the bank. He stepped onto a special platform that immediately lifted off and hovered above the crowd of witches and wizards doing business. The goblin's voice was automatically amplified as a result of a special charm on the platform. Attention, all Gringotts patrons. The British Ministry of Magic has blatantly broken its treaties with this establishment. Therefore, Gringotts of Britain is hereby closed until further notice. All those present may withdraw up to 500 galleons from an available teller and have it credited away from their account. Those who don't take this opportunity will receive either 20% of their current deposit or 500 galleons by owl. What has happened? Called out an anxious witch. The crowd fell silent in order to hear the goblin's response. How long will this closure last? Ask your Minister of Magic, Lord Gold answered. They did what? Screamed Fudge as he leapt up from his desk and began to pace in front of the large fireplace that dominated his office. They're goblins. What makes them think that they can just shut down like that? Don't they understand that we're at war? Lord Gold doesn't seem to care about current events, just his treaties, Percy stated. Fudge scowled angrily. They're our treaties, not his. We can do what we want with them. He returned to his desk and pounded his fist on it. Didn't you explain that to him? I didn't really have the opportunity, Percy gulped. Get out of here, Fudge shouted. You're a pathetic failure to me. If I had sent someone else, we wouldn't be having this problem now. I want that report on Potter's assets on my desk early tomorrow, too. Percy quickly left the office, leaving Fudge to his tirade. He would calm down in an hour or so. He always did. Then after that, he would go and do something else sure to bring him back to his angry state. I take it that the news didn't go over well, a fellow assistant said from his desk as Percy sat at his own. It did not, Percy sighed. I hope I'm not around when he realizes that the economy is in big trouble now. Fudge will have to seize almost all of the commercial business establishments and force them to work at this point. A deep sigh came from his fellow worker. And then the next thing we know, we'll all be bloody communists. Whatever, Percy mumbled as he waved an anxious-looking aura through to the minister's office. If Fudge didn't want visitors, that was his problem for now. What will this do to the economy, Lord Silvere? Harry inquired as he struggled to retain his calm composure. How could Fudge do this to him? What had he ever done to deserve all this persecution? Didn't the idiot realize that he was only hurting Britain and not Harry? The quiet but shrewd goblin steepled his fingers thoughtfully. The British money supply has just taken a significant drop, obviously. If the minister is wise, he will take action that will promote immediate deflation. That will be very beneficial to you. Whether or not he promotes it, it will eventually happen. Harry nodded. It seemed that the closure of Gringotts would not be overly catastrophic for the average wizard or witch and their family. The situation would be very comparable to the Great Depression, however. Then the war would come, just like before. How long until this closure starts hurting the goblins? The goblins seemed surprised that Harry would be concerned for his race's welfare, so it took a moment before he answered. The treaties with Britain call for the violator of the other treaties in place to cover expenses. The goblins can therefore keep the bank closed almost indefinitely, since we're not the ones paying for the loss. I wonder if Fudge realizes that, Harry asked himself. Will the bank still be open to me? Of course, Lord Silvere said, waving his hand in a dismissive manner. We'll still strive to work with you and your accounts, despite the difficulties caused by the ministry. North Gringotts will also still be able to function for you as well. With time, we may be able to open Gringotts in a type of safe mode. Your strength and magical power could perhaps help us in that respect. Harry smiled. That's some good news, at least. Thank you for coming to brief me on the situation, Lord Silvere. If there is anything at all that I can do to help you, let me know. The goblin nodded and stood up as Harry did. Briefing you is the least we could, Lord Polarix. If anything significant happens with regard to your account or assets, we'll contact you immediately. Also, thank you for your offer. Then, wasting no time, the goblin magicked himself away from Narracakes. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Harry fell back into his chair and slumped back. Could things get any worse? The daily profit was gone and Fudge had made it practically impossible to deal with the British economy, not by cutting off his resources, but by ruining the economy in general. The door to his private study opened to admit Bellatrix, Tess, Bess, and Regan's his ghostly secretary. He looked at them hopefully. Any new plans to solve all my problems with one easy step? I'm afraid not. Regan said dryly. Great. Bellatrix approached the desk and laid a calming hand on his shoulder. Don't let it get to you, Harry. We'll figure something out eventually. Several overstuffed chairs appeared for all but the ghost to take a seat in. Tess wasted no time in getting down to business. Your first and probably foremost loss is the daily profit. The ministry has seized that, so there is no way to simply start a new paper for the same subscribers. It will likely be impossible to even print a newspaper in Britain unless you're the ministry from here on out. Is there a way to print a newspaper outside of the country and then send it in to everyone? Harry inquired thoughtfully, his mental facilities rising to the challenge. That is a remote possibility, my lord, Tess replied. The newspapers still have to be distributed, and doing so from even a country as close as the North or France would be too difficult. There are also legal challenges in other countries that must be overcome. Harry nodded. True. There's always the quibbler, Bellatrix suggested, remembering about how Harry had gotten his story out in his 5th year at Hogwarts. I don't want to create any trouble for the Lovegood family, Harry sighed. Knowing Fudge, if there was even a hint that I might be trying to work with them, they'd be shut down before their press even started printing. How about WWN? Could you buy it? Bess asked. Before Harry could respond, Bellatrix shot the idea down. I'm afraid that it is impossible. The Ministry has always owned that medium and controlled it rigidly. The Dark Lord has tried to acquire it for himself many times and has always failed. There was a silence as they all considered the stalemate that they had come to in their discussion. It did not appear that there was any way to fix the daily profit problem. Harry revived the discussion. What about my financial dealings in Britain? Bess shrugged. We can just set up a false name and deal under that for you. If you're not inclined to do that, then perhaps you can ask some of your followers to use their names for your behalf. Seems fair enough, Harry answered, slowly considering both options. Maybe a combination of both would be effective. He yawned and glanced out one of the windows. The sun had just barely gone down and he was already tired. Pathetic. Perhaps there was a way that he could build up his stamina. He would have to ask some of his bodyguards if they could provide some guidance. A brief knock sounded on the door and it opened to admit Count Hiscoffney. I'm sorry to disturb you, my lord. It has come to my attention that a small Muggle village located on the north coast of Britain is under attack from Voldemort's forces. I believe he intends to decimate them. Harry frowned worriedly. How did you find this out? I have always had lookout stations on the north coast of that country for safety reasons. Hiscoffney answered. Coincidentally, Voldemort has attacked a village in which one of my agents made his home at. I'll have to do something, Harry decided out loud. Assemble a strike team to go with me to the village. If we hurry, we can still save a few people. Hiscoffney grinned. I've already taken the liberty to do so, my lord. Your bodyguards are also waiting. Harry stood up and unconsciously summoned his black breastplate and battle robes lined with silver. That was very efficient of you. Send one of Nayloff's men to fetch Narcissa Black and have her appropriately clothed for an outing of this nature. He turned to Bellatrix. Would you like to come as well? Bellatrix wasted no time in answering. Of course. If I can help it, I'm not going to let you go into a dangerous area alone. Good, Harry said as he watched Bellatrix quickly summon her own armor. He turned to Bess and Tess. You might as well prepare to deal with any injuries that need minor care. I'll contact Zarina and have her send a couple of doctors. Yes, my lord, they said, echoing each other. The 2 personal assistants then left the room as Hiscoffney's men entered, soon followed by the ice soldiers, and then a pair of ice soldiers bodily dragging a very disgruntled Narcissa with them. She didn't want to come. One of them explained to Harry as they let her go and watched as she narrowly missed falling on the floor. She doesn't have a choice. Harry commented as he quickly used his powers to peek into her mind and confirm that her attitude toward him and everything else remained the same. Perhaps this little field trip would change things a little. At the very least, it would get her attention. Narcissa, who seemed to understand this fact, did not say anything but contented herself to scowl in Harry's general direction. Harry decided to address her directly. A Muggle village is under attack, Narcissa. I'm taking you with me so that you can see what you seem to believe in firsthand. Harry stepped forward and firmly grasped Narcissa by the elbow. You'll stay with me so that I can keep you safe and prevent you from running off and causing trouble. He nodded to Hiscoffney, Nayloff, and of course Bellatrix. Let's go. Ron, Hermione, Snape, and McGonagall were once again convened in Dumbledore's office with the headmaster. Kingsley and Mr. Weasley, who had been present at the meeting earlier that day, were missing. Dumbledore had already informed them that Mr. Weasley was unable to come and that Kingsley was quite tardy. Perhaps we can start without Auror Shacklebolt, Snape suggested unhappily. There are things that I need to do and wasting my time in useless meetings is not one of them. We should probably start, McGonagall stated logically. I'm sure that he can be brought up to speed as soon as he arrives. Hermione frowned as she mentally reviewed the events of the day. Closing down the Daily Prophet had been a very intelligent thing to do, she reckoned. Trying to seize Harry's money was also a good idea turned bad. There had been enough goblin rebellions in the past, but never over whether or not the bank should allow the ministry to seize the funds of a witch or wizard. I don't get it, she voiced finally. Why did Gringotts close? That was a very unpredictable move on their part, wasn't it? Dumbledore mused. It is quite possible that young Percy's attitude toward them insulted them. He's a bit stuck up, but I wouldn't expect a goblin to react so adversely. There's also another possibility, one that I hope is not the case. Snape gave everyone present a dose of his trademark sneer. What could that possibility be, Headmaster? Well, Dumbledore said slowly, it could be that the goblins are allied with Harry. What? Ron exclaimed. Why? He received no answer because Kingsley Shacklebolt burst into the office panting. The Ministry received an anonymous tip that a Muggle village on the North Coast is under attack by an unidentified group of wizards. Scouts were immediately sent to confirm the report. One of them returned and is barely alive. Death Eaters? Hermione asked. Kingsley shook his head. No, there is no dark mark and all of the attackers are wearing gray. Professor Dumbledore's face grew grim. It seems that Harry is letting us know what he thinks about our actions against him today. Harry used his above-average powers to magically transport himself, Bellatrix, Narcissa, and 2 of his bodyguards to a specified location in the besieged village from the hill outside of town, where he and Hiscoffney had quickly formulated a plan of action. There's something wrong about this picture, Bellatrix announced as she held one of her cherry wands in front of her, ready to fire a curse at anything that posed a threat. The Death Eaters should be wearing dark cloaks with masks, not gray cloaks with no masks. Camouflage, Harry hypothesized. Maybe, Bellatrix said, her voice reflecting her lack of assurance. An explosion shook the ground and several random curses exploded only a few feet away from where the small group stood. In the confusion, Harry heard Narcissa scream and try to run for cover. However, she was prevented by his firm grip around her elbow. "Let me go," she demanded. "You can't make me go through this mess. You and other like-minded purebloods seem to think that it's okay to put innocent muggles through this." Harry commented dryly as he slowly turned and scanned the area, holding his black ash wand out as if it could stop anything from coming his way. "Let's go this way." It seems that all the Death Eaters are further in. Hiscoffney and Nayloff should be driving the Death Eaters on their sides toward the center of the village. Narcissa did not reply to Harry's bland barb, but did follow her sister and brother-in-law's bodyguards as they slowly made their way to the center of the village. The others seemed to concentrate on what lay ahead. However, Narcissa couldn't help but observe the occasional corpse laying mangled in the street. She thought that she could never see anything worse than those corpses. Much to her horror, she found that she was wrong as they passed a corpse that wasn't quite dead yet. "Can't you do anything for him?" she asked Harry. He shook his head. "There's nothing that can stop him from dying, I can feel it. It's my duty to care for those who have a chance." There was nothing for Narcissa to do but nod in acceptance and try to steel her nerves as she felt herself sink into a mental state of shock. After several minutes of walking to the center of the village, they were all surprised when a small girl abruptly dashed out from between 2 houses farther up the street. Before any of the group could call out to her, a reducto curse flew from behind her and hit her dead on, ripping her to shreds before their eyes. Narcissa fell to her knees and vomited violently, only vaguely aware as Harry rushed forward, his bodyguards on his heels, and shot a counter-curse on the dead child's behalf. From his angry exclamation, Narcissa assumed that he had missed. "Are you okay?" Bellatrix asked sympathetically. "Not really," Narcissa replied gratefully, glad to know that her sister still cared for her despite her change of allegiance. "I don't suppose you could convince your husband to let me just go back to your fortress," Bellatrix shrugged. "He won't, and even if he would, medicine doesn't always taste good." Narcissa sighed as Bellatrix helped her to regain her standing position, and as they made their way forward to join Harry, who had already began to slowly make his way further toward the center. When they arrived, they found the Death Eaters packed into the village square, all of them facing outward and maintaining a complicated compound shield charm that was proving very effective against the ice soldiers and Trascabanian sorcerers who had already attained the village square. Much to everyone's shock, they spied Voldemort standing on a raised platform in the Death Eaters' midst. When he spotted Harry, he held up his hand, signaling for everyone to pause in their fighting momentarily. "So nice to see you, Harry. Or is it Lord Polarix?" Voldemort hissed quietly, but still making his words heard by all. "Call me what you wish, Voldemort," Harry scowled defiantly. "Why are you here? What's the purpose?" Voldemort grinned. "Well, dear fellow, you'll find out shortly." The Dark Lord then signaled, and the Death Eaters threw several small objects similar to Muggle hand grenades into the midst of Harry's followers. "They're spell capsules," Bellatrix muttered to Harry quickly. "But don't worry. There are very few spells that are compatible with them, none of them harmful or deadly." Before Harry could ask what their purpose could possibly be in a battle, they exploded, bombarding everyone present with a spell that Harry could not accurately identify. When the spells died down, Harry quickly checked all of his followers for injuries. There were none. Instead, their cloaks had all been transfigured into a dark shade of gray. Harry looked down and saw that he had been affected the same way. His cloak was gray, all traces of black and silver gone except for his breastplate. "What was that for?" Harry demanded, looking at Voldemort for answer. "Take a wild guess," Voldemort replied, smiling evilly. "I'd stick around, but there's things I have to do." He pulled a black pocket watch from the folds of his cloak and looked at it before holding up his wand. "Cheerio!" A brilliant flash of red light blinded everyone, and when Harry was able to clear his eyes, he quickly observed that Voldemort and all of his Death Eaters were no longer present. "I don't understand what just happened," Harry said blankly. His statement of confusion was abruptly punctuated by the popping sound associated with apparition as Kingsley Shacklebolt, Professor Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, Professor McGonagall, and an entire squadron of Aurors arrived. The new arrivals all shot silent and appalled looks at the carnage that Voldemort and his Death Eaters left behind as Harry and his forces stood speechless, realizing what Voldemort had just done to them. They had been framed. Harry was particularly mad, this being his second time being framed. Kingsley Shacklebolt grimly turned his attention to Harry. "You may be the Lord of Polyrics, but as Harry James Potter, you are still a subject of the United Kingdom and therefore subject to our laws. As the senior ministry Auror present, I hereby demand that you surrender yourself for arrest on the charges of mass murder. I am innocent of all crimes you accuse me of." Harry said slowly as he tried to formulate a way in which he could explain this away. "What you see here is Voldemort's doing. We arrived to defend the Muggles, and as soon as we cornered the Death Eaters, they escaped." Shacklebolt's response was cut off as Ron pressed his way forward with Hermione on his tail. "Of course you're innocent. You're only standing over a zillion corpses with the blood practically dripping of your hands." "I just explained everything to you," Harry said desperately. "Give me the benefit of the doubt, would you?" "I can't do that," Shacklebolt said grimly as he pointed his wand at Harry, the Aurors under his command doing the same to him and his followers. "I'm under strict orders. Besides, you are still an escaped fugitive." For some reason, this made Harry particularly angry. Did they ever listen to anybody they arrested? He couldn't blame the Aurors or McGonagall, though. They were acting on ministry orders after all, and McGonagall was under Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione were the ones he needed to talk to. With a casual swish of his wand, Harry initiated an explosion that sent all but those three flying back, knocking some unconscious. Count Hiscoffney quickly moved to keep the others who had been knocked down on the ground. "You three must listen to me this time," Harry growled. "Your actions have told us all there is to tell," Hermione said weakly, gesturing towards several mangled corpses of innocent Muggles. "Listen to him, you idiots," Bellatrix screamed, stepping forward from the midst of the ice soldiers from where she had previously avoided notice. "He's trying to tell you something." Dumbledore looked surprised for a moment before responding. "So, Miss Black, I see that you've allied yourself with Harry. That's Mrs. Potter to you," Bellatrix growled. Harry would have had to have been deaf to miss the gasps of Ron and Hermione. "You married that thing," Ron yelled. "She's a heartless whore. How dare you?" Harry snarled. "Never insult my wife again." He was about to step forward and inflict some physical harm upon Ron when Bellatrix calmly put her hand on his shoulder. "I'm not worth demeaning yourself that way, love," Harry sighed and relaxed. "Why are you wasting your time insulting her?" Hermione asked Ron, her quavering voice gaining strength with every syllable. "Her evil is nothing besides Harry. What he has done is worse than 1,000 murders. We know that you were supposed to fight Voldemort, but instead you betrayed everyone's hope. Your heart is darker than midnight, you devil." Harry stood stunned, no rebuttal coming to his mind for Hermione's horrid accusation. Unconsciously, he expected Bellatrix, who was probably better at comebacks, to say something. However, what she did took him and everyone else by surprise. Without saying a word, Bellatrix quickly closed the distance between herself and the teenage girl with 3 quick strides. She then promptly drew back her arm and delivered a backhanded slap to Hermione's face, which caused the younger female to fall backwards onto the ground. "I may have been a heartless whore, possibly still am, and may spend the rest of my days trying to redeem myself," Bellatrix whispered. "But at least I know deep down that I'm not a treacherous slut." Hermione gasped, and not willing to consider Bellatrix's accusation with an unbiased perspective, let out a defiant scream and launched herself at her opponent's legs. Bellatrix promptly fell onto her back as Hermione jumped onto her and began to claw at the older woman's face. Once Bellatrix's surprise at being counterattacked wore off, Hermione's advantage gained from surprise was quickly neutralized by Bellatrix's fighting experience and maturity. A fist to Hermione's jaw stunned her long enough for Bellatrix to roll, putting her on top. A few more bloody claw marks were added to Bellatrix's face as she straddled Hermione and sat up as Hermione shrieked her indignation. All thoughts at fighting Bellatrix flew from Hermione's mind as Bellatrix began to methodically slap Hermione's face over and over again as she screamed and snarled unintelligible words and sentences. The fight came to an abrupt halt when Harry gently, but firmly grasped one of Bellatrix's wrists. "I'm not sure that I'm worth all this effort either," Harry said, staring into his wife's violent violet eyes with calm reassurance. Bellatrix didn't say anything as Harry helped her up and guided her back away from Hermione, who was being quickly approached by Ron and Professor Dumbledore. Harry waited a moment for things to calm down before speaking levelly. "I don't care how bad you think this looks. I did not do it. I am not responsible for the attack on Privet Drive either. I would prefer to work with the Order and Ministry so that we can defeat Voldemort. If you're not willing to do that, then so be it. I'll fight both of you. The Ministry for the good of the people it supposedly serves, and Voldemort because he is evil. You can't fool us with your fancy words and lies," Ron yelled. Harry sighed sadly as he looked from the faces of his former friends to the faces of the fallen Aurors who were only now getting up. None of them believed him. "I have no wish to fool you. You're only fooling yourself. I'm not very angry for some strange reason, although maybe I'm just too tired right now," Harry said thoughtfully as he removed his armor and changed his clothes. He gave the robes that Voldemort had changed to gray a disparaging look. Whatever charm had been used in the capsules was now wearing off, making the wearer appear to have been frolicking in a puddle of gray paint. Bellatrix smiled grimly as she studied her clawed-up face in a mirror. "That's a sign that you are no longer emotionally attached to that mess. If you can think and plan without having your mind clouded by emotions, it will be better for you in the long run. A mess, more like a disaster," Harry muttered as he watched her prod a couple of cuts and speculated as to whether or not he should say anything about her fight, maybe later. "I think that I'll go to my study and brainstorm some plans of action against everyone. Tomorrow I can consult with what allies I have. You do that." Bellatrix advised vaguely as she abandoned the mirror and began to see to her own clothes. She could patch up her face later. "Narcissa had quite a few shocks tonight. I better go check on her after washing up my face." Harry nodded and left the room. As soon as he was gone, Bellatrix drew one of her cherry wands and whispered a quick incantation. "Maternus observaoso." A blue light flared at the end of her wand and dimmed to a pulsating glow. When she pointed the wand toward herself, the glow changed to a healthy-looking green. Bellatrix sighed in relief, put the wand away, and quickly finished putting on a fresh set of robes. She then gave herself a once-over in the mirror and departed the suite to find Narcissa. Hermione finished removing her clothes and undergarments and slipped into the warm and soothing water of the bath pool in the prefect's bathroom. Though the water was soothing, it did little to wash away the emotional pain brought on by the confrontation in the Muggle village. At the thought, Hermione brought one of her hands to a cheek and winced. Despite the fact that the bulk of the pain had faded away somewhat, it caused her to burst into irrational tears. How could Harry go off and marry that woman? And why did she care? He was a traitor and murderer after all. In an attempt to distract herself from the painful feelings and confusing thoughts, she slowly attempted to swim some laps. This only exhausted her. She returned to the shallow end and sat, leaning her back against the wall of the pool, crying even harder. What had Bellatrix called her? A treacherous slut. Was she right? Even if Harry was guilty, probably. Bellatrix certainly seemed to believe it. The damage that the older woman had done to her face was plenty evidence of that. She was saved from drowning in her thoughts when Ginny Weasley entered the bathroom. Ron's little sister didn't say anything until she had joined Hermione in the pool against the wall. "I thought I might find you here," Ginny commented. "Ron told me everything. I hope that Bellatrix didn't injure you seriously." Just a few slaps here and there, Hermione replied carefully. Ron was worried about injuries. I'm more worried about your emotions, Ginny stated clinically. Bellatrix said to you was rather harsh. Hermione chose not to reply for several moments. Finally, she broke down and told Ginny about the dilemma she was facing, her apparent feelings of jealousy and the fears that going against Harry was wrong despite his guilt. You're jealous of Bellatrix then? Ginny asked carefully. I don't know, Hermione whispered. Ginny hid a smirk. It certainly sounds like it. That's beside the point, Hermione said. Am I doing the right thing by standing against Harry? He was my friend since our first year at Hogwarts. The youngest Weasley quietly observed the colorful bubbles and variable shapes as she considered Hermione's question. Finally, she answered. If Harry is guilty, then you would be doing him no favors by standing by him and trying to justify his actions. If he's too foolish to value your counsel with regards to his crimes, then you're not at fault. Do you think that Harry is guilty of killing the Muggles on Privet Drive and in that town? He claims that he did neither, Hermione asked Ginny. Yes, Ginny choked. She and Harry had not really been friends, but she had always felt a special bond from him saving her life in the Chamber of Secrets. I think that he was fundamentally good at first, but any normal person would eventually crack given the situations Harry has gone through. I'm with Ron on this. He's most definitely guilty. A sigh escaped from Hermione's lips. Her conversation with Ginny should have comforted her at the very least. For some reason, she still felt the same as she had before Ginny had shown up. What would you do if Harry was proven innocent of all accusations? Hermione asked, mostly out of curiosity. There was a very long silence before Ginny replied in a quiet but grim voice. I would crawl to him and beg him to either kill me or torture me until I could not remember my treachery. Hermione's face blanched. That's extreme. Living and consciously knowing that I had betrayed him with my heart, let alone actions, would be worse, Ginny whispered. There's suicide, Hermione suggested. I don't know if I could even stand his presence if he was proven innocent. Ginny shook her head. That would be the coward's way out. Besides, he saved my life in the Chamber of Secrets and nearly died for it. That act created a magical bond between us. It is impossible for me to commit suicide. I'm glad that it's impossible, because I would hate to find out whether or not I'm a coward. At this point, both of the teenage girls were silently shedding tears. I hope we're not wrong, Hermione uttered. For both our sakes. That statement made Hermione feel much worse. For who hoped that their friend was guilty of murder? She couldn't win. Narcissa was laying on the cold, stone floor next to the bed in her room when Bellatrix knocked on the door and then entered the room. She turned her attention from the plain ceiling to Bellatrix when the door closed behind her sister. I see that you've survived your fight, she observed. Yes, Bellatrix said awkwardly as her face turned red as a cherry. She took a seat on the plain bed and motioned for Narcissa to get off the floor and join her. Just a few scratches. You were always the calm and cool one, Narcissa said as she slowly sat up and then joined Bellatrix. I never pictured you getting into a cat fight with a girl half your age. Then again, I never pictured you marrying Harry Potter either. Bellatrix blushed even more if that was possible. That girl made me furious. I've committed some unspeakable atrocities in my life, and Harry has done nothing but good. When I heard her accuse him like that, I guess I just lost control. I'd say you did. Narcissa laughed for a moment before growing a bit more serious. When I first found out about you and Harry, I vaguely considered the possibility that you were up to some scheme designed to undermine him, despite your claims to the contrary. You proved me wrong tonight. How? Well, Narcissa began, you are a very skilled and fairly powerful witch. You could have probably beat the snot out of that teenager without even resorting to physical means. I didn't see a conniving witch trying to prove her loyalty to Harry Potter tonight. I saw a woman reacting with a primal instinct to an insult against her mate's honor. This embarrassed Bellatrix to no end, though she was pleased to know that Narcissa now acknowledged that her feelings for Harry were sincere. She changed the subject, to avoid further discomfort. I came here to see if you were okay after seeing what you did in the village. Narcissa sighed and slumped. No, I'm not okay. My pureblood status and former connection with the Death Eaters makes me feel about this tall. She held out her hand and gestured with her thumb and index finger. Your husband could probably make the world a better place by putting my head on a pike or something. My husband does not put heads on pikes, Bellatrix said indignantly. Indeed, Narcissa said, smiling at a private joke. He doesn't. I know. Narcissa grinned momentarily before becoming slightly more somber. I've decided that I should probably talk to him soon, however. I'll confess to him every bad thing I ever did and ask him to help me come to terms with it all and change my ways. Do you think that he would be willing to help me? Bellatrix smiled happily. Of course he will. After that, maybe I can help you and Harry by doing something other than scrubbing your floors and walls. I have connections in the wizarding world. Not all of them are necessarily trustworthy, but they can still be useful to us. That sounds wonderful, Bellatrix said with a smile. It's late, so I'll leave you in peace. The two sisters said goodnight to each other, and Bellatrix left Narcissa's room and made her way through the dark fortress to the master suite where she found Harry just climbing into their large bed. Any ingenious ideas? Bellatrix asked. Harry smiled. I'm not sure as to how ingenious they are, but I do have some plans that should prove beneficial to me in the long run at the very least. Thanks for, sticking up for me back at that village, by the way. Bellatrix beamed at him as she changed into some nightwear. I love you, Harry. The Ministry Chronicle, a voice of truth, not wish-washy prophecy. Lord Potter strikes. Yesterday, in a move that shocked witches and wizards worldwide, Harry James Potter violently lashed out and led his deadly forces in the decimation of a defenseless Muggle village on the north coast of Britain. Officials from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement estimate that Lord Potter, as he has been dubbed, successfully massacred at least 60% of the village's population. An additional 30% sustained minor injuries. As of yet, the ministry is unsure of Lord Potter's motivation. A top aide from the Minister Fudge's office stated that Potter was very likely trying to establish his presence. This is only the beginning, the aide said. When ministry forces led by Kinglesey Shacklebolt and assisted by Albus Dumbledore arrived at the location of the attack, they found Lord Potter's followers gathered in the central square. He adamantly denied his involvement, said one eyewitness, but it was painfully obvious that he was behind the attack. Everyone could basically see the blood dripping from his hands. The ministry will not let Potter get away with this, Cornelius Fudge stated in an emergency press conference. We've begun an investigation and found that Potter owns shares in the Daily Prophet and other key companies. Steps have been taken to freeze his assets, thus the closure of the Daily Prophet. His resources must be cut off. The world can only hope that the ministry will be able to successfully wage a two-sided war against you-know-who and Lord Potter. Goblin Rebellion. GRINGOTTS closed. Yesterday afternoon, Lord Gold, the head of Gringotts Bank, announced the closing of Gringotts. He stated that the bank will remain closed until further notice. However, arrangements were made for a small amount of every patron's account to be withdrawn and distributed. Experts caution the public not to panic in any way. Minister Fudge, in his press conference concerning Lord Potter, stated that he hoped that everyone could calmly adjust to the immediate decrease in the money supply. It is estimated that the economy will be able to function if everyone cooperates. While some worry about the future of our economy, others have wondered why the goblins decided to shut down the bank. It's a rebellion, pure and simple, stated Percival Weasley. The ministry suspects that Harry Potter may be responsible for the problem. As I speak, we are striving to iron out these problems. Harry chucked his copy of the Ministry Chronicle into a nearby fireplace and laughed. Those blokes certainly have lying through their teeth down to a science. Pretty soon they'll be blaming me for indigestion. I don't think that it's very funny. Bellatrix scowled as she viciously speared a sausage link with her fork. Rotten jerks. Maybe it's my turn to be a rotten jerk, Harry snickered. They already think you are. True, Harry said thoughtfully. That means I won't have to try very hard then. Bellatrix rolled her eyes with a smile. Harry's jests had managed to cheer her up. Whatever, I'll leave you to your own amusement. There's some research I'd like to do today. Harry stood up. I'd better get to my study. Snape, Moody, Tonks, and Neville should be arriving soon. Forcing them to wait won't be a good idea. Tell Neville that the doctors are hopeful, Bellatrix told Harry as he made his way from the dining room. They haven't had a chance to work on him, but he can visit them at least. Will do, Harry called back to her as he exited and made his way to the study. When he arrived, he found that the group of expected visitors waiting him in his office. Thank you for coming. I apologize for making you wait so long, Harry said, waving toward chairs that had magically appeared. Watcher Harry, Tonks said in greeting. Nothing to apologize for, we were only here for a few seconds. That's good to hear, Harry said as he took his seat. I take it that everyone swears by the Ministry Chronicle. Snape wrinkled his nose in disgust. I always thought that the Daily Prophet was a filthy rag. That chronicle exonerates it, though. Moody barked a laugh. They're both filthy rags. No offense, Harry, I'm sure you would have redeemed the Prophet if you had controlled it longer. Everyone believes the chronicle, though. What are you going to do now? I'm going to wage war against both the Ministry and Voldemort, Harry announced. A war of words to win the popular opinion of the population, and a war of blood to destroy Voldemort. I need you all to double your efforts to convince people that I'm not the creep I've been painted out to be. Find people who don't particularly like Fudge and work from there. Fudge is turning into a hero, Snape muttered. Harry nodded. True. Is there anyone in the Order that might be open to an approach from you guys? I don't know, Moody said thoughtfully. I'm mostly close to Dumbledore and he isn't open. You could try the Weasley twins, Neville suggested mildly. What I've heard about the Order from you folks, they haven't been as involved as other members and they certainly haven't done any Harry bashing. Tonks nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a wonderful idea, Neville. They would also be a valuable inside resource if they could be convinced to join Harry. Do any of you care to give them a shot? Harry asked. Don't look at me, Snape said sourly. I'll do it, Tonks said resolutely. I'll even have a memory charm on hand in case they decide against you. Harry smiled. That might be good protocol for approaching anybody. How is Potter's Legion doing, Neville? Neville grinned. We're all learning quickly and our growth is exponential. Everyone is getting a little impatient about not doing anything in the way of fighting, though. That leads to a key part of my plan, Harry announced with a smile. All of the members of Potter's Legion have parents or guardians. A great many of those parents are involved in the wizarding world. Convert the kids and the parents will be forced to listen, especially if their kids can testify without a doubt that I have nothing to do with Voldemort's attacks. Attacks, Tonks echoed. Harry nodded. Yes, attacks. Voldemort won't stop with that one attack. From now on, whenever his Death Eaters lead a raid or make an attack on someone, they will be wearing gray cloaks. I'll be blamed for every single thing he does. So how do they know you have nothing to do with the attacks? Moody probed. They'll know because they'll be right there counterattacking this summer, assuming, of course, that they're interested in helping out. I can't guarantee that none of them will get killed, but I can provide armor and weapons that will greatly improve their chances, Harry outlined. Neville sat up. You can count me in. I'll even lead the counterattacks for you. That would be appreciated. You'll need a new name so that you aren't associated with me, though. Potter's Legion must go. I'll come up with something by the time the term ends at Hogwarts. The week or so after the final exams would be ideal for organizing everything before people are sent home, Neville said. Good, Harry said, grinning. That should do it. Snape leaned forward. That won't be enough, Potter. The Ministry can still cause trouble. That's why there's another part to the whole plan, Harry rebutted. While Neville and his band of merry men and women are off doing their thing against Voldemort this summer, I'll be working from behind the scenes to smear and discredit Fudge in the public eye. As Fudge's reputation sinks, I'll be promoting some else's reputation. Once Fudge falls, the new person, my ally, will be a shoo-in and become the Minister of Magic. That's an excellent plan, Tonks said. Snape, Moody, and Neville also nodded. Who are you going to make Minister of Magic, though? Harry smiled at them. Do you really want to know? Harry smiled at them. Do you really want to know? Yes, they all chorused. Well, that's too bad, Harry snickered. It wouldn't be very wise to spout off the name of my candidate when I haven't even approached that person yet. Tonks rolled her eyes in a very annoyed manner. Very funny, Harry. Do you think that this person will be likely to work with you, especially after all that you have and will be blamed for? Who can resist the lure of power and glory? Harry countered. It's a very Slytherin-like way to deal with someone, but I've been backed into a corner. I'll make this person such a big hero in the eyes of all British wizardom that I may not even have to shove Fudge out of office. They'll drag him out for me. How? Moody asked. You'll see, Harry smiled. I think that we've covered enough. Remember to work on bringing people around to believing that I'm not a murderer. Everyone stood up and Snape pulled out the special portkey that Harry had sent to him. They were about to leave when Harry stopped them for a moment. Neville, would you like to visit your parents for a moment? I can make a separate portkey. Sure, Harry, Neville said, stepping away from the others. They portkeyed away as Harry and Neville left the study, talking amiably as they made their way to where the Longbottoms were being looked after. Harry took aim, waved his black ash wand casually, and whispered an incantation. Maximus Twicerio arrows. A silent explosion jerked Harry's arm and conjured dummies were violently tossed away from him, some crashing into rocks, others being thrown to the ground, and still others blown for over 100 feet into the choppy ocean as Harry watched with fascination. The elemental style of spells were difficult to cast, unpredictable at best, and classified as extremely dangerous, yet Harry had found them to be very effective thus far. They could be used against a large host of enemies, but Harry was nervous about the well-being of anyone fighting by his side. The results of the elemental spells didn't affect him, but they might affect others. He was about to summon the dummies back to try another elemental spell when he sensed someone approaching from behind. A glance back toward the fortress revealed Narcissa Black picking her way across the not-so-very-smooth beach as she made her way in his general direction. After several minutes, Narcissa finally came close enough to speak to him. "Could we talk, my lord?" she asked carefully, apparently unsure as to how she should address him. Harry nodded, then said in a fairly happy tone, "But I insist you call me Harry." He then put his wand away and stepped over the relatively smooth piece of ground and sat down cross-legged. Narcissa frowned at the dusty sand and sharp rocks before gingerly sitting down across from him. For this conversation, she would rather face him and judge his reactions. He was currently studying her with his luminescent emerald green eyes. "I'm sorry," she blurted out, wanting to smack herself as soon as she realized that she had already lost her composure. She had always prided herself on keeping it in all situations. Perhaps it was his eyes. "For what?" She squirmed for a few minutes before answering. "Everything, I suppose." Harry smiled calmly at her. "What is everything?" "Aiding Death Eaters, supporting people like the Dark Lord, stuff like that," Narcissa said shakily, trying to gloss over the subject that she herself had brought up. Instead of answering, Harry continued to study her thoughtfully. In an attempt to fill up the silence, Narcissa elaborated. "I suppose that I'm sorry for my whole attitude as well." Still nothing. Therefore, she continued to talk, and before she knew it, she had divulged everything she had ever thought or done to Harry. She even told him about tripping her cousin Sirius down the stairs once when a child. "So, I just want to say I'm sorry." "How sorry?" Harry asked as he played with some rocks that he had found lying in the sand. What did he mean? How could one measure sorrow for past actions? Unless he was referring to punishment. Of course, punishment. Not only had she gone through life with a bad attitude and contempt for others, but she had committed a few crimes as well. The consequences must follow. What would he do? Send her to Azkaban? He certainly could now that he controlled that island. Or worse. Narcissa drew a deep breath and prayed that he didn't know about the special chamber deep in the dungeons of his fortress. Sorry enough to take any punishment you see fit to inflict. And she really was that sorry. An annoyed look flitted across Harry's face. "What do you think I am, woman? Some dark lord who tortures people who goof up, or perhaps a lord high executioner. You didn't do any of that stuff against me." Narcissa made a noncommittal noise that didn't seem to have any particular meaning to it. "I wanted to know if you're sorry enough to change," Harry explained calmly. "After that, it's up to you to figure out how to pay your debt to society or whatever you want to call it. I am definitely sorry enough to change," Narcissa announced, trying to inflict some strength into her voice. "But I was hoping that you would help me pay my debt to society. You're working against the Dark Lord and the corruption in the ministry. If you allowed me to help you, I think that would go a long ways toward fixing things. What can you do to help me then?" Harry inquired, now looking straight into the blonde woman's timid eyes. Narcissa began to idly draw in the sand. "Well, I know a lot of people and have social connections. You're powerful, but you lack means by which to channel your power. I could open up connections and broaden your influence." "That would be useful," Harry said in a thoughtful tone. "Please let me," she begged, realizing that this was probably her only chance to redeem herself and turn her life around. "All right, then," Harry said, slightly intimidated by her suddenly servile attitude. "You can go back to the castle and tell Bellatrix or the housekeeper to set you up in a better bedroom. Talk to Reggins and I'm sure he'll be able to assign you a place to work from. I'll talk to you tomorrow about some people I'd like to influence from off the bat." Narcissa leapt forward from her sitting position and landed on her knees, causing Harry to start and nearly fall back. She grabbed his hand and began to pepper his signet ring with kisses. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she said over and over again. Before Harry could say anything, she stood up and quite nearly skipped back to the fortress. "Absolutely bonkers," he muttered to himself. He laid back in the sand and allowed himself a laugh. Perhaps Narcissa would be able to assist him with contacting his proposed candidate, and if not, at least set some things up. Bellatrix hummed a lullaby to herself as she poured a small amount of rat blood into the boiling gray potion. As soon as the red liquid made contact with the gray, the boiling immediately ceased, and the mixture soon swirled into a sickly shade of pink. Within moments, the pink mixture had thickened considerably and reached a chilly temperature. Several special dueling dummies were summoned from their resting places against the wall, and one by one dunked into the large cauldron and its disgusting potion. Bellatrix then performed some more magic to banish them each to their own table. A couple of cleaning spells later, and Bellatrix was making her way up to Narcissa's new office. Unconsciously, a smile crossed her lips. Her sister had finally seen the light and was now contributing her talents to Harry's cause. Narcissa had played the social scene more than she herself had, and therefore was more useful in the regard of contacting prominent wizarding folk in Britain. It was a shame that she was not acquainted with the ministry official that Harry had developed an interest in. However, Narcissa had already been useful in other ways and would certainly prove helpful in the future. She had already lined Harry up with those in a position to deal with money obscurely. No matter the source of purpose, Bellatrix soon arrived at the right hall and was soon in front of Narcissa's door. She knocked and opened it up to find her sister and husband discussing a new matter that Harry felt was necessary. Harry flashed a tender smile at her before turning his attention back to some sort of diagram Narcissa was making on a piece of parchment. The Tremines have this annoying tendency to stay neutral during any sort of conflict or disagreement, but I'm sure that given the circumstances that you plan to create, they will have no other choice but to make a move beneficial to your purposes whether or not they're aware that you're behind the events. Narcissa explained to Harry, as she positively beamed at Bellatrix. Exactly, Narcissa concurred as Bellatrix sat down in a chair and observed the ongoing dialogue. The discussion of various family positions continued for several minutes until Harry moved on to the structure of the ministry. It isn't a requirement that one has to be a department head to become minister, correct? Not necessarily, the blonde black sister hedged. But it's a long-standing tradition, and those are sometimes difficult to break. Wouldn't they make an exception for someone perceived to be a hero? None of the department heads have done anything that can be commended to improve the situation of the wizarding world thus far. Therefore, if my man does something big, he would be the only one on the playing field, Harry said. Narcissa smiled. They probably would, assuming that there was a good reason to oust Fudge. I think that Bellatrix can provide enough dirt to bury him 6 feet deep, Harry said wryly, glancing at his wife for confirmation. His wife grinned predatorily. More than 6 feet, dear. I think that covers it then, Harry mused. Thank you for your time, Narcissa. My pleasure, Harry, Narcissa glowed, reminding Harry in some twisted way of Dobby. Reggins wanted me to finish analyzing these reports, so I'd better get to them. Harry stood up, quickly followed by Bellatrix. Well, I won't stop you then. He waved, and the couple exited the small office hand in hand. Any good news from Hiscoffney? Bellatrix inquired. A frustrated sigh seemed to erupt from Harry. Nothing good. For the past 2 weeks, Voldemort has been hitting a town or two every night. The Death Eaters stay only long enough to slaughter a few Muggles, torture a couple of people, and they're gone before Hiscoffney even has time to assemble his strike team. Then you get all the credit for the attacks, Bellatrix concluded. That sums it up. People hate me now more than ever, thanks to the explicit details the Ministry Chronicle always provides, Harry grumbled. Bellatrix shrugged. I think that they'll eventually come around, love. Right now you should concern yourself with the Ministry. You'll also need to tell Hiscoffney to engineer a new plan of fighting back. Voldemort has found a way to combat strike teams, not that he didn't have one before. Tonks glanced up at the large, glittering sign above Weasley Wizard Wheezes and drew a deep breath. If the twins weren't able to be convinced, then no one would be convinced. Without wasting another moment, Tonks entered the shop and managed to make her way unmolested to the counter where both twins were working on their newest invention, taking advantage of a slow moment. Watch her, Tonks greeted them, attempting to inflect her voice with more confidence than she felt. It's our favorite Auror, Fred grinned. What can we do for you? George asked. Butterflies fiercely attacked Tonks' chest, and it was a moment before she responded. How do you feel about this whole mess concerning Harry? She blurted out, wanting to smack herself as soon as she repeated her words in her mind. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Silence descended over the shop as the twins grew more serious and seemed to concentrate more on their project. Finally, Fred answered quietly after sweeping the shop with his eyes to check for unwanted listeners. The whole thing seems rather fishy. Yeah. George agreed. St. Potter goes on a murdering spree, bollocks. Fred elbowed George. Careful what you say, she's an Auror, you know. She's not a fudge flunky, George exclaimed, giving Tonks a flirtatious grin. Any dope can see that. How about a Dumbledore flunky then? Fred muttered. George winced. Didn't think about that. Look you two, I'm not a fudge or Dumbledore flunky, Tonks said, trying to clear things up. How do you feel about the attacks that have been going on during the past 2 weeks up north? Everyone says that Harry has done it. What do you think? Fred looked at her suspiciously. Why are you asking us all these questions? Will you please just trust me and answer? Tonks pleaded. I swear, I am not trying to get you into trouble or anything like that. Oh, all right, Fred acquiesced. George set down the unidentifiable thing he had been tinkering with and set his elbows on the counter. Ron and Ginny came back from that first village and went on for hours about how they had caught Harry in the act and what a horrible person he was. Mum fiercely agreed and even promoted the idea, and our father tried to pretend he wasn't involved. It made for a rather merry circus. Get to the point, Fred advised. Oh, yes. Well, we noticed throughout the whole thing that not one of them actually saw Harry cast a spell of any sort for or against the Muggles in the town. Then as they kept going on about his faults, it came out that no one has actually seen him do anything, George said. What if I told you he was innocent? Fred and George both raised their eyebrows. We didn't expect you or anyone else to take that type of attitude toward him. Lots already have, Tonks informed them. Most of the members of the former DA, Lupin, Moody, and Snape. Snape! Both of the twins exclaimed loudly. Tonks shrugged. I suppose he believes in Harry's innocence and ability to bring down you-know-who. I guess so, Fred said loudly. George looked slightly disturbed. There's a lot of first-class idiots out there. I would have thought Snape the absolutely last person to believe in Harry's innocence. Hopefully the world is ready to face Harry Potter's wrath. Does that mean you believe he's innocent too? Tonks asked eagerly. Depends on who is asking, Fred said casually. Tonks grinned at them. What if a Harry Potter flunky was asking you? I reckon that's good enough for us, George said. Harry pulled a slip of parchment from a cloak pocket and compared the address written on it to the house that he was standing in front of. They matched. He put the parchment away and studied the dwelling curiously. It stood in a fairly wealthy Muggle neighborhood. Despite this, the appearance was rather modest and homely looking. Kind of like the Burrow, except that it was cleaner, less disorganized, and not so poor. Hopping that the owner's characteristics were similar, Harry apparated into a small room that seemed to serve as a study of sorts. There was a desk with files strewn all over it, most of them ministry files dealing with Gringotts. There were also toys strewn across the floor and a large bookcase with children's books of every sort. Conjuring a seat, Harry sat down and waited. Someone would come into the room eventually. As the time passed, Harry listened to the noises that the resident family made. From what he could gather, it was some sort of story time. After half an hour, the noisy pitter-patter of feet could be heard going past the door, and up a flight of stairs, a woman's voice asked if someone would be coming up to tuck the little ones in bed. Just a minute, dear. I need to put the book away, came a male voice. Harry stood up as the door opened to admit a man of medium height, dark blonde hair, and in the neighborhood of about 30 years. He was casually flipping through a storybook with big pictures in it. Sensing the presence of another person in the room, the man abruptly froze and then slowly moved one of his hands toward a light switch. Harry made no move to stop him. The lights clicked on and the man took one look at Harry and nearly fainted. What are you doing here? What do you want? A smile spread across Harry's face as he spread his arms innocently. I have a proposition for you, Mr. Mockridge. What kind of proposition would anyone like you have for me? The man demanded, seemingly insulted that a person of Harry's reputation had deigned to contact him. I'm no Death Eater, neither do I condone what you have done. Harry shrugged and waved his hand, causing 2 inviting chairs to appear near them. What I have to say will take more than a few moments. Cuthbert, do you mind if I call you that? He sat down. Mockridge eyed the chair across from Harry suspiciously before gingerly sitting down on it. As it was, he still looked as if he expected the chair to explode at any moment, perhaps if the twins were around. I prefer Bert, and I suppose you can call me that. Wonderful, Harry said cheerfully. You can call me Harry. Now, as I said, I came here tonight with a proposition for you, but first I might as get some things out of the way. Like your current hobby, Bert jibed. Ignoring Mockridge's attitude, Harry carefully explained his story to the ministry official, mostly concentrating on the facts that he was innocent and based on his past reputation. He would have no reason to commit the crimes he stood accused of. Bert, who was a generally polite person by nature, listened to Harry's story and was even somewhat inclined to believe Harry innocent of wrongdoing. "I suppose I can give you the benefit of the doubt somewhat," he said to Harry warily. "I don't understand why you are here, though." Harry chose to work around to his topic carefully. "You are the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, are you not?" "That's what I do." "Would I be correct in assuming that you had nothing to do with Minister Fudge and his assistant, Percy Weasley, attempting to order Gringotts to surrender all of my assets to the ministry?" Bert Mockridge studied Harry with arched eyebrows. "So, you know about that. You must get around, considering that fact that Fudge is doing his best to cover his tracks in that regard." He then sighed. "I had nothing to do with it and was very offended that he went over my head in that respect, not that I would have done what he had his mind set on doing, though." "I wondered why the Ministry Chronicle was so fuzzy about the cause of the closure," Harry remarked. "The minister's reputation must not be stained," Mockridge said caustically, seemingly forgetting whom he was have the conversation with. "No one is openly blaming me for the problems with Gringotts yet, but as purses and pouches get lighter, the pressure on me to negotiate a reopening increases. Everybody is desperate for the bank to reopen, and that desperation is exponential. Next week I could be out of a job." A slightly predatory gleam sparkled in Harry's eyes. "One of the main reasons that Gringotts closed its doors in response to Fudge's unconventional demands is that I'm their ally. I signed a treaty with Lord Gold a couple of months ago." "Glad to hear that someone in this world has brains," Bert grumbled. "I've been trying to convince Fudge to sign a broader and more equal treaty with them since the day I became head of the office. What does that have to do with me and the ministry, though? I can convince Lord Gold and his associates to reopen the bank," Harry announced, finally coming to point of the conversation. "If you were to get the credit for the bank reopening, you would be an instant hero, wouldn't you?" Bert's suspicion returned to his face as he remembered that he was talking to Harry Potter, whose intentions were unknown. "I suppose I would be. Why?" "Voldemort," Harry said firmly, ignoring Mockridge's cringe, "needs to be stopped and Fudge is incompetent. Britain needs a minister of magic that will fight. It also needs a minister that is fair enough to recognize my innocence and to at least work with me. A hero would be a shoo-in. How would you like to be the minister of magic, Bert?" The bureaucrat looked at Harry with shock painted on his face. "You want to make me the minister of magic? I suppose I'd do my best, but I'm not so sure about it. Do you think that it's possible?" "It's possible if you're with me and will understand that I'm trying to fight Voldemort and am not off killing Muggles," Harry said bluntly. "I suppose I can accept your innocence, but officially there are some snags," Bert explained. "No honest minister of magic can overturn your supposed conviction just like that. A pardon is out of the question. During the First War, there were problems in that area and certain restrictions were instituted by the Winsingamot. You need to prove your innocence. However, I would overlook that and would not attempt to arrest you or impede your actions." Harry was disappointed but understood. "I see. If I was the minister, I would give you another trial, but Lucius Malfoy is dead. Your followers saw to that when St. Mungo's was attacked." "No, don't worry about that," Harry said. "The question is, are you with me? Would you accept the position as minister, and would you work with me against Voldemort?" Bert was about to answer when the door opened to admit a slightly irritated woman. "What's taking you so long?" she demanded, looking around to see what her husband was up to. She screamed when she saw Harry. Both men leapt to their feet, and before Harry could wandlessly initiate a silencing charm, Bert had quieted his wife, who still looked panicked. "Could you let me think about it?" Mockridge asked. Harry nodded. "Yes, of course. Send me an owl when you make your decision." "I will," Mockridge answered. "Good," Harry said. "I'll leave you to explain everything to your lovely wife." He nodded to them both, pulled one of his wands from his cloak, and apparated back to narracakes. "Weren't you planning to do some more studying for our exams?" Ron inquired. Hermione looked up at him from all of the papers, charts, maps, and books strewn over one of the tables in the Gryffindor common room. "I did some," she answered. "Then I got distracted, I guess. Are you off to practice then?" "No Quidditch practice tonight, but I'll go out and do some flying anyway. Have to be ready for those Ravenclaw chasers. I don't think they'll be too much of a problem when it comes down to it, though," he answered, slightly smug. "Have fun." Hermione said distractedly as she dug a Ministry Chronicle from out of the stack and examined an article that detailed one of Harry's attacks on a Muggle village up on the northern coast. Ron nodded. I will. Don't forget to take a break, though. He then left through the portrait hole, leaving a silent but crowded common room. Nearly everyone was putting in study time for exams. After reading through the article, Hermione was able to pinpoint the actual name of the Muggle village. She set the newspaper down and found a map with several marks on it. The location of the attacked village was found, and Hermione promptly placed an X over it with her quill. That being the latest attack, Hermione was finished with her marks. She blew on the map to speed up the ink drying process and then examined her handiwork. A line of X's marched across the northern coast. There was a slight pattern to the violence. The line of X's weren't in order, so it was impossible to identify precisely when and where the next attack would be. But she could now make some guesses. As Hermione studied the map and contemplated, Ginny finished her schoolwork for the night and made her way over to the table. What are you doing? I was thinking I might be able to anticipate some of Harry's attacks, Hermione said vaguely. Is that so you can advise Fudge and Dumbledore to send Aurors in advance? Ginny asked, slightly impressed at the sense Hermione had displayed with the map. Had anyone else thought of that? Hermione sighed. No, I can't predict the attacks for sure, and the Aurors are too few to be stationed in every possible village. Then why did you do it? Well, I've been thinking, Hermione said quietly, trying her best to keep her emotions from bursting out uncontrollably. I was one of Harry's friends, and I've realized that maybe we are not giving him much of a chance. Even if he is bad, we have to try and redeem him. We owe him that much at the very least, I think. Ginny's face remained unnaturally impassive. So you intend to get to those villages and hope that he attacks the one you're in at the right time. Then what? Hello, Harry, can you spare a moment from your amusements and have a cup of tea with me? No, Hermione exclaimed. I don't know, she sighed. I just have this feeling that I should try something like that. Maybe I'll get lucky. Well, good luck then, Ginny said, sounding kind of strange. She walked off and climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Hermione nodded, barely noticing Ginny's departure before she took a blank sheet of parchment and began to methodically write a list of the villages and towns that could be in the running for an attack. Now, for the next step. Making a list was one thing. Getting to the villages, especially while the term was still on, would be difficult. Dumbledore might be able to help, though. Not much later, Hermione was riding the stairs up to the headmaster's office, list of villages clutched in her sweaty hand. He had to say yes. What would she do if he didn't? Forget about it till summer, then. She entered the office to find Professor Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic having a late drink together. Dumbledore acknowledged her presence with a nod and smile. Fudge stood up and beamed. Miss Granger, how nice to see you. The statements that you and Mr. Weasley provided have proved invaluable to the Ministry these past weeks. Thank you, Minister, Hermione said nervously. What can I do for you? Dumbledore asked as Fudge returned to his drink, content to wait the professor and his student out. Hermione glanced at Fudge sideways. He probably wouldn't appreciate her motives. I've done some research and have found a vague pattern associated with Harry's attacks. It's impossible to predict precisely when or where he will strike, but I would like to have the chance to randomly visit these villages and hope that perhaps I'll be there at the right time. I have a list of possible targets right here. What for? Dumbledore inquired. Someone needs to talk to Harry, Hermione answered nervously. Maybe he can see reason. That wasn't the whole reason, but there was no point in explaining further, especially with the minister in the room. Fudge stood up. I doubt that he'll see reason, Miss Granger, but I still like your plan. If we can actually get an eyewitness to testify that Harry is responsible, then the public will respond more eagerly to our attempts to fight him. If you're there, you might also be able to glean important information about the attacks in general. Dumbledore frowned at the minister. How can you approve of one of my students putting herself in danger like this? Nonsense. She's a capable young witch. I reckon that she'll be fine, Fudge said, paying no attention to the aged professor. We'll have to arrange for transportation, though. I can arrange for a special portkey that will be programmed to take you to any of those villages. That would be wonderful. Hermione stated as calmly as possible. Fudge nodded importantly. If you'll just let me have that list, I'll see about getting that portkey. Hermione handed him her list. All right then, I'll be waiting for that portkey. She nodded to the two men, Fudge who looked immensely satisfied and Dumbledore who seemed slightly disapproving, and then exited the office. Perhaps this would help to ease the guilt that she had a hard time overcoming. It could create problems, though. Ginny had not seemed terribly excited by the prospects, and might be inclined to tell Ron everything. Little did she know how wrong she was about Ginny's feelings concerning the matter. After her talk with Hermione, Ginny had rushed up the stairs of the Gryffindor girls' dormitories. She opened the door to the fifth-year dormitory and entered the empty room. Upon dropping her things onto the floor, Ginny collapsed upon her four-poster bed. As she lay there, she couldn't help but think about what had just occurred downstairs. She found it very odd that Hermione, one of Harry's former best friends and one of the chief witnesses against him, was going out of her way to help him. The thing that gnawed away at her the most, though, was that Ginny knew that she owed Harry a life debt. She had not done, nor was she doing anything about it. These thoughts began to overwhelm the youngest Weasley, and she began to sob bitter tears of self-recrimination. Morning arrived and Harry woke up. However, he did not open his eyes or get out of bed because he couldn't help but enjoy and luxuriate in the feeling of Bellatrix snuggling up to him. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought that she might be somewhat awake as well. When she abruptly stiffened and stopped breathing for a moment, Harry became fairly sure that she was indeed awake. Before he could ask what was wrong, Bellatrix threw off the bed covers and darted across the room and straight into the bathroom. Almost immediately, Harry could hear her noisily retching. Frowning, he got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. When he entered, he found her heaving into the toilet. Fortunately, her business seemed to be finished. "Are you sick?" he asked. Bellatrix shook her head negatively as she finished and flushed. She then washed her mouth out. "It's called morning sickness." "What's that?" "It commonly afflicts pregnant women." Bellatrix explained as a silver platter with saltine crackers and a glass of water appeared. "Oh," Harry said, the meaning not quite registering in his slightly groggy mind. It wasn't long before it did, though. "Oh, do you mean to say that you're pregnant?" The largest smile that Harry had ever seen graced Bellatrix's face, and she wrapped her arms around him tightly and kissed him when he returned the embrace. "Yes, I'm pregnant. We're going to be parents around Christmas or early January." I'm not sure as to the exact date conception occurred, but every calculation and spell has indicated that time period. "That's wonderful," Harry said with a vague smile. He was going to be a father. Did every man feel like this when he found out that his wife was pregnant? He hoped so. "So you're feeling okay? Nothing wrong or anything, right?" Bellatrix smiled knowingly. "Other than just heaving my guts, everything is perfectly fine. Morning sickness is nothing new to expecting mothers all over. Nothing to worry about in the health department." "Good," Harry said before he hugged her even more tightly and kissed her. They spent the rest of the morning in bed, holding each other close and silently contemplating this new development. Bella was currently resting her head on her husband's chest, listening to his heartbeat. With all of the running, too, and from the loo, it helped to have something to take her mind of her queasy stomach. As she did this, Harry was thinking of all the things that he would do with their child. Harry was bound and determined that his child would have all the things that he himself had been deprived of. Bella smiled as Harry placed butterfly kisses upon her face until he became so overjoyed at his impending fatherhood that he captured his wife's lips. Bella was enjoying all the attention Harry was giving her at this most tender of moments. She smiled happily and mentally rejoiced as she pondered what in her life had she done to ever deserve this. After a very calm and peaceful lunch, Harry and Bellatrix mutually decided that they needed to separate so that he could take care of his daily business, and so that she could work on her various projects and studies. When Harry entered his office humming a cheerful tune, he found a letter from Cuthbert Mockridge awaiting him. Harry eagerly took his seat and broke the seal holding the heavy parchment shut. He unfolded the letter and read, "Dear Mr. P. My wife, and I have decided that your generous proposal would be beneficial to all concerned. Therefore I accept. Avoid using owl post until further notice. To work out the necessary details, feel free to call on me during the late hours of the evening on any night." Beam Harry smiled as he crumpled up the letter and wandlessly incinerated it. It was good to know that Mockridge was smart and cautious enough to realize that Owl could be intercepted. Although he doubted that any letter mailed using Narracakes's unique postal system could be intercepted, he had to give way to the fact that it was best not to have secrets on paper anyway. "That's wonderful," Narcissa squealed, reacting as if she was a much younger woman as she hugged her sister, who had just arrived in her new and vastly more comfortable bedroom. It had been a long time since she had been involved with a family member's pregnancy. What did Harry say when you told him? Bellatrix smiled happily, sat on the edge of Narcissa's bed, and fell back. He was quite surprised. After all, how many men his age find out their wife is pregnant? The first thing he asked was if I was okay. Then we kissed and cuddled the whole morning. I wish that I was married to a man who treated me like that. When I told Lucius that I was pregnant, the first thing he asked was whether or not it would be a boy. I don't know what he would have done if Draco had been a female. Narcissa said, as she joined Bellatrix on the bed. Bellatrix smiled and gave a vague answer due to the fact that she was still cherishing the time spent between her and Harry that morning. He probably would have neglected the child and gotten you pregnant again as soon as possible. Probably, Narcissa agreed. Of course, this is a better reaction than the one you would have received from Rodolphus. I imagine that he would have been greatly disturbed by the prospects of fatherhood. Yes, he would have. Bellatrix stated sadly, but now I have someone who, just like me, wants children. Bella paused as tears of joy once more come to her face. I still can't believe that he wants children with me, and that we're going to be parents. I'm going to be a mother. Narcissa simply held her sister as they lay in silence, contemplating the subject until the blonde-haired older sister decided to speak up. I'm a mother, but not a very good one. You shouldn't blame yourself for Draco. Bellatrix said slowly. Lucius never really gave you a chance to be a real mother to him. Maybe you're right, Narcissa sighed. But I'll never know, will I? Let's move on to a happier topic, though. Have you thought of any good names yet? Mockridge entered his living room and smirked when he saw Harry sitting in one of the chairs located in a dark corner. You're not going to give me a chance to change my mind, are you? No, Harry said. I'm not. I also want to get the plans moving as soon as possible. Timing will play a significant role in how things turn out. If you save the day too soon, then they won't appreciate your efforts as much. On the other hand, if the bank doesn't open in time, what's the point? All right, then, Bert acknowledged. Your reasoning is certainly sound. Where is your wife? Harry inquired. Bert shrugged as he sat down. She has decided that it is best if she can remain ignorant of our dealings. Plausible denial, if you will. Then, of course, I get the impression that she is still suspicious of you. Naturally, Harry muttered. He understood the attitude of Mockridge's wife, but it still stung somewhat. Being treated as an outcast of society by people that he held basic respect for hurt him. Mockridge sat down and immediately launched the discussion into making plans. The ministry, or rather, Fudge now controls the media. WWN has always been under control of the ministry, and the Ministry Chronicle has assumed the delivery of newspapers to all of the former subscribers of the Daily Prophet. If the bank opens, like you seem to think you can arrange, how are we to communicate to the general public that it was my doing? That is a difficult obstacle, Harry said quietly as he pondered the problem. We'll have to communicate directly to the public and hope that whatever we tell them spreads by word of mouth. A wand was produced from Bert's robes, and a platter of biscuits was conjured. A crowd must be gathered then. It must be some sort of public event or conference. In order to gather, they must have a motivation to do so. Who would a great deal of people come to listen to? Mockridge mused aloud as he helped himself to some of his own cookies and motioned for Harry to do so as well. I don't think that you'll be able to attract many as the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, Harry said dryly as he reached for the platter. True, Mockridge confessed. Harry grinned. I reckon that the goblins could, though. Gringotts currently holds all of British wizardom by their throats, via their purses. People will come if Gringotts has something to say to them, especially if there's a possibility that the bank will open. All right, then, Bert nodded. If your influence is as widespread as you claim, it shouldn't be a problem for you to convince the goblins in charge at the bank to call some sort of conference. The Chronicle won't ignore that kind of an announcement, and even if it did, letters could be sent to all of Gringotts' patrons. Next question. When do we have the goblins hold this conference? Harry said slowly. Would it be wise to announce that you're beginning negotiations, or to simply announce that you've negotiated a bank reopening the day before Gringotts reopens? Mockridge shrugged. Somewhere in between, I think. If the event is something that they've expected, then my achievement won't be as appreciated, and Fudge would have time to claim that it was his idea and that he's working hard to back me up. On the other hand, if it is announced the day before, they'll get their money and not give me a second thought. How about announcing that an agreement has been made and that the bank will reopen about a week before it actually does? Harry suggested. That way, they'll still be hungry for their money, and will eagerly look forward to the day it opens and keep in mind who saved the day. Assuming, of course, that they don't go out and splurge with their last saved-up funds, all the while forgetting about the current situation, and then going to the bank to refill their purses as if nothing happened in between. Bert grinned. That's what my wife would do anyway. I would too, if I were more into shopping. Harry nibbled on one of the biscuits thoughtfully as he considered the valid point that Mockridge had made. That's where timing comes in. We have to wait until there's no money to splurge with. Everyone needs to be within millimeters of the end of the line. And where is the end of the line? If we cross it, then we'll find out, Harry said, smiling at his fatalistic humor. You're involved with the ministry and more qualified to make judgments as to the condition of society than I am, since I'm somewhat removed from everything. I, on the other hand, am more connected with the goblins who are economic experts. We'll both need to keep our ears open. What about turning public opinion away from Fudge? Mockridge asked. Harry stood up, communicating that their conversation was nearly over. I'll handle that. When it looks as if things are about to get to the point at which we can announce the reopening of Gringotts, I'll start making use of some information my wife acquired and her sister's connections. What about an actual agreement with the goblins? It would look best if some sort of document is produced with me signature on it, and the ministry technically does need to renegotiate some points of procedure with the goblins anyway. I'll let you know when I can arrange a favorable meeting for everyone. It would be best if I didn't spring you on the goblins without their prior knowledge, Harry stated. Bert winced as he too stood up. Yes, they don't appreciate surprises. What about communication between us? Will you visit me to find out what I've learned about the situation? No, Harry said, shaking his head. Too many meetings could lead to discovery of our connections. We'll measure the social-economic state of society on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being as it is now, 0 indicating that the time is ripe to reopen the bank. When you feel that things have gotten slightly worse, I'll me a piece of parchment with a 9 written on it. That's a good idea. What happens when I send you a 0? A grim smile spread across Harry's face. The final blow will be struck against Fudge. I or my followers will coordinate things with you at that point. I'll contact you before then about a meeting with the goblins. All right, Mockridge said, betraying his unease at the whole plan for the first time. I'll just wait for you to contact me then and keep an eye on the situation. You do that, Harry said as he pulled his black ash wand from his cloak. Have a nice night. He then left Cuthbert Mockridge to his thoughts with a faint pop. In an instant, Harry was standing outside Narracakes's master suite. It was quite late, therefore when he entered the room as he sheathed his wand, he saw that his wife had already gone to bed. A peaceful smile crossed his face as he quickly changed into a pair of Muggle shorts and a t-shirt. It felt nice to be able to come home to a loving wife and soon to be family. He climbed into bed as softly as he could, so as not to disturb Bellatrix, but discovered upon settling down that his efforts had been pointless. She had waited up for him, though she lay in the bed as if asleep. Without saying anything, she turned toward him and buried her face in his shoulder as she snuggled up tightly against him with a peaceful sigh. A wave of both exhilaration and disappointment shot through Hermione as she answered the last question on the History of Magic final. The final exams were now all over, and within a few days, the Hogwarts students would be journeying home to their families. Assuming that they were still alive, of course. Ironically, the test had covered goblin rebellions. As the weeks wore on and the sting of a closed bank began to be felt widely, Minister Fudge seemed unable to do anything. The attacks up north had continued, and Fudge had tried to rescue his falling popularity by spouting off fierce promises to stay Lord Polyryx's hand and bring him to justice, though he was unable to really do anything against Harry. Hermione's little project of attempting to catch Harry in the act had been put on hold due to the exams and other events. Though Fudge had wasted no time in having a special portkey sent to her, Hermione had not had the time to make good use of it. That's why she was both exhilarated and disappointed about the end of exams. Normally, she loved to take the exams and display her studied knowledge to receive the instructor's approval, but that normal feeling had been countered by her plans to visit a potential village to be attacked the night of the last exam. The feeling was further magnified by the fact that every village attacked between the time she had drawn up her list and now had been on her list of predicted village. All she had to do was depend on a little luck. And as callous as it was to admit, the attacked villages which had been crossed of the list left a much higher chance of getting the right village sooner. Hermione! What? Hermione responded automatically as she pulled herself from the reverie she had sunk into. Apparently Ron had been trying to get her attention for a few moments. I was wondering if you wanted to go out to the lake for some rest and relaxation, Ron impatiently explained to her. Hermione glanced at her watch and sighed. I'm sorry, Ron, but I'm committed to do something else tonight and there's not enough time to go to the lake. Maybe tomorrow. All right, Ron sighed. See you later then. Maybe, Hermione said, avoiding her true intentions. See you later then. Then, in order to prevent Ron from asking more questions, she sped up, quickly made her way to Gryffindor Tower where she stashed the notes that she had studied while they waited for the test began. She quickly changed her robes to clothing that would blend in better with the inhabitants of her chosen village, and promptly pulled the wooden cube that served as her special portkey from its hiding place in her trunk. Without wasting another moment, she uttered an activation code, and a short jerk later, found herself standing in a discreet alley in one of the random villages. She wasn't sure which, because it didn't matter the first time. Responding to the rumble of her stomach, Hermione made her way out of the alley and down the street and into the first pub that she came upon. The patrons all gave her strange looks, being that she was not from around the area but generally ignored her. Would an attack happen here? Hermione wondered. Tonight, the very thoughts caused her to shiver. When the gruff man behind the counter asked what she wanted, she unconsciously replied, "An order of fish and chips and then a butter beer, please." "A what?" the man retorted. Hermione wanted to smack herself. How could she expect to deal with a possible attack if she couldn't order normal food in a Muggle pub? Apparently the exams had worn her down more than she had realized. Recovering her senses, she quickly amended her order. "Just water, please." The man glanced at her suspiciously, but nevertheless filled her order. A few moments later, she was at an empty table mechanically chewing on her food. She could have been eating the worst-tasting food imaginable and not have noticed. She glanced at her watch. 6:07. The attacks usually began between 6 and 10. The last one had been at around 9 with the one before at 8:30. Logic would dictate that the next would be at 9:30 to 10, but Harry would be clever enough to realize that predictability was bad. Therefore, he would attack early. Maybe. 6 had already passed. Hermione pulled herself from her thoughts and was startled to discover that the food was all gone. Even the water had been drank, though she had not noticed. Before she could sink into her musings again, an explosion rocked the village. Apparently, she was not to be disappointed. Draco laughed as he watched the Muggles who had only moments ago been going about their day in a peaceful fashion. Now, however, they were running and screaming as they were unsure as to who their attackers were, or what they were being bombarded by. "Concentrate your attacks on the Muggle houses and shops." Voldemort hissed loudly to the Death Eaters who were clothed in gray instead of their normal black garb. "Count Azkaban's forces will be counterattacking within 15 minutes at the most. The Ministry in 20. We must be gone before any Aurors appear." Draco followed Voldemort through the quaint streets as Death Eaters began to cast loud and explosive curses at houses, and sometimes people. Though Voldemort always enjoyed torturing anybody, pureblood, half-blood, Death Eater, not Death Eater, or Muggle at any time of the day, he was now refraining as it was more necessary for him to direct the Death Eaters in their own attacks. Though he was also a Death Eater, Draco was refraining from casting actual curses. Voldemort had ordered him not to cast any magic whatsoever. Malfoy thought that it must be because the Dark Lord suspected that Dumbledore had secretly put tracers on student wands after Potter had been arrested for some reason. Though Draco thought it unlikely, Voldemort was in charge. However, as they rounded a corner, the opportunity to do more than watch presented itself. An evil grin appeared on the blonde-haired Slytherin's face as he cast his eyes on none other than Hermione Granger. "My lord, I do believe there is someone I should introduce you to." Hermione pulled her wand from her clothes and made her way out into the street. Hopefully, she could get to Harry before he and his followers disappeared or before she got hurt seriously. As soon as she exited the building, she spotted the gray-cloaked men casting curses everywhere. They all wore cloaks the same exact color as those Harry and his followers had been wearing during the confrontation after his first attack. Doubts of Harry's guilt immediately fled from her mind. Here was proof. She summoned her resolve and began to do her best to contain the damage that was being inflicted and to prevent it by fighting the attackers. Her stunners didn't seem to be doing much good, though. As soon as one went down, they were immediately revived. It was as if preventing casualties and/or captures was their paramount goal rather than to destroy. Suddenly, she heard a voice that chilled her blood and bones. "Hello, Mudblood." Hermione turned around and came face to face with a smirking Draco Malfoy and the wizard everyone feared. "Lord Voldemort, Draco, what are you doing here?" she gasped, absolutely horrified. "Why, ruining Potter's reputation." Draco sneered. "What do you mean?" Hermione whispered, the truth of Harry's innocence slowly beginning to dawn in her mind. Voldemort addressed the young man, ignoring Hermione's presence for the most part. "This is the most brilliant witch of your age, Draco." Voldemort asked in disgust. He didn't even wait for a response. "We have no time for this. We shall have to deal with her later." "LL later," Hermione stuttered. "Do you honestly think that I can allow you to tell everyone who really attacked this village?" Voldemort asked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Hermione just shook her head, unable to think clearly as scrambled thoughts swam in her mind. Harry, Azkaban, Hogwarts, the Order, the Weasleys, her parents, and Ron. She was so muddled that she didn't even raise her wand in self-defense as Voldemort hissed a dark incantation. Her muddled thoughts were completely obliterated as blackness swallowed her whole. "The owls are over," Ginny thought blissfully as she woke up and rolled over in her four-poster. Now she faced an important decision: get out of bed and eat or sleep in for another hour. Her appetite went out especially when she reminded herself that breakfast wasn't served forever. A few minutes later, she was making her way down the girls' staircase. She was met in the common room by Ron, who began to interrogate her. "Where's Hermione? Why isn't she out of bed yet? Is she sick?" This was all spoken by him breathlessly. Ginny was surprised that Ron had beat Hermione out of bed. Nevertheless, she wasn't worried. "Yet. I'll go up and find out," she said before turning around and dashing up the stairs to the sixth-year girl dormitory. When she arrived and entered the room, she was shocked to find that Hermione's bed had not been slept in and her normally organized school supplies and bag were laying on the floor next to the bed. "Hermione," she called out pointlessly. There was no answer. Since none of the other girls were still in bed, Ginny did not opt to remain. She quickly made her way down the stairs. "She's not up there and her bed doesn't look like it's been slept in. Are you sure you don't know where she is?" "I'm sure," Ron said shortly, his voice etched with a hint of worry. "Let's ask Lavender or Parvati then," Ginny suggested, already moving for the portrait hole. "They might have seen her last night or this morning, or at least some sign of her presence." Ron quickly followed Ginny out the portrait hole and down the hall. "I passed them on my way back up here. They were going to breakfast." With that, the siblings made their way through the castle to the Great Hall, wasting no time but keeping an eye peeled for Hermione at all times. Within record time, they were walking through the doors to the Gryffindor table where Hermione's dorm mates were sitting with Neville Longbottom. "When was the last time you saw Hermione?" Ron demanded, getting right into the faces of the girls. They regarded him coolly, slightly offended at his brusque demand. Finally, Parvati answered. "The history of magic test. We assumed that she was elsewhere last night," she said, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks as she avoided eye contact with Ron. Ron's mouth opened angrily, but his response was overridden by Ginny. "We haven't seen her anywhere since about the time you did. We think that she may be missing or something. Go to Dumbledore," Neville advised, jumping into the conversation. "I'll organize some students into search parties. We can have the castle canvassed in a half-hour." "All right, then," Ron said, slightly surprised at Neville's calm, collected, and firm instructions. So surprised, in fact, that he didn't even think to question the fellow students' leadership. He and Ginny quickly made their way out of the Great Hall. Parvati and Lavender looked at Neville with worried glances. "She's gone," Lavender said. "I can feel it in my bones. Who do you think did it?" "I'm not sure what happened or specifically who," Neville stated grimly, "but I know who will be blamed for it." Neville Longbottom and Cornelius Fudge arrived in Professor Dumbledore's office at the same time to find a calm, but concerned headmaster and two dejected teenagers. Neville spoke up before the minister had a chance to say anything. "The castle and grounds have been searched twice by separate people each time. There is no sign of Hermione anywhere." "Excellent work, Mr. Longbottom," Fudge said, almost gleefully. "Your parents were crack aurors, and it seems like you're well on your way. If you'll excuse us, though, I need to discuss the events with your headmaster." "I'd be glad to," Neville said, a tinge of sarcasm veiled in his voice. He turned around and left. As soon as the door closed behind Neville, Dumbledore spoke up. I assume that the special portkey issued to Miss Granger had a device to track its use, Cornelius. It would probably be also safe to assume that it was used last night. Yes, indeed, Fudge replied, helping himself to a chair. The portkey was used last night, and I've already had our aurors and hit wizards on the scene to which the portkey took young Miss Granger. Coincidentally, it was the same location that Potter struck last night. Ron leapt up from his own chair, all signs of his depression replaced with fervor. Did you find her? Is she in St. Mungo's yet? What was she doing there, and what is this special portkey you're talking about? Feeling guilty about keeping the details from Ron, Ginny interrupted and quickly explained Hermione's plan to talk to Harry by tracking down what villages he was likely to attack next. When she was finished with what she knew, Dumbledore explained about the portkey, since he had earlier assumed that Ron had been told. When Ron was filled in, Dumbledore looked to Fudge, who had made himself comfortable with a spot of tea. What did the Ministry find at the village? Wreckage, fire damage, casualties, and everything Potter usually seems fond of doing, Fudge commented with a yawn. What about Hermione? Ron asked, seething with frustration. The Minister of Magic sat back in the chair. Not a trace of her, he declared, somewhat excitedly. The Muggles on site talked about a strange girl who had come to visit the village just before the attack began. As soon as Potter's forces showed up, she ran into the street. Then what? Ginny inquired, trying to press Fudge before she lost her patience at the man. He seemed to be drawing out the description for as long as he possibly could. Witnesses claim that they saw the leader of the attackers have a short conversation with her. Fudge informed them smugly. Dumbledore turned his piercing blue eyes to Fudge. And then? Potter then used some sort of curse on her which immediately rendered her unconscious. Then they were gone without a trace. Knowing Potter, he'll want to gloat, which is good for us. As soon as we have her body in custody, I can get the Wisengamot to issue a warrant for his arrest on the charge of murdering a British citizen. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will dare support someone who would murder their former best friend, Fudge declared smugly. Ginny gasped very audibly. Aren't you going to attempt to rescue her? Fudge didn't bother to answer. Ron, who was the resident chess player, immediately recognized what Fudge had done. You deliberately put her in danger from Harry, didn't you? I bet that you were hoping he would kill her. The greater good must be taken into account, Fudge said without showing a trace of remorse. The blue eyes that usually twinkled had now turned to cold ice. How dare you? What about her family? Who will explain to them why their daughter won't be coming home at the end of term? I'm sure that they knew very well the risks she was running, being involved in a war where those whose blood is less than pure are targets. Then, of course, if you associate yourself with bad people like Potter, what do you expect? Try telling that to any parent, no matter who their child is. Ginny yelled as tears welled up in her eyes. Cornelius Fudge rolled his eyes. That's what memory charms are for, young lady. We won't forget, Ron yelled. He leapt from his chair, drew back his fist, and punched the Minister of Magic in the face. Blood began to immediately spurt from Fudge's nose. You can't just murder half-bloods. You're no better than Harry. Yes, Cornelius, what you have done is extremely serious. I think that you had better leave here, Dumbledore said coldly. Fudge shrugged, got up, and left quickly. Though he had left the office in disgrace, he had shown no remorse whatsoever. Ginny observed that he seemed to be more embarrassed about the fact that he had been dismissed by someone he wanted to be better than rather than the fact that he had just sent a 16-year-old to her almost imminent death. Oust him, Ron yelled loudly. Have him charged with murder. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid that I can't do that, Ronald. In all legal technicality, Minister Fudge has done nothing wrong. Hermione did not work for the ministry, nor did he order, direct, or coerce her to put herself in that village. He as good as admitted doing it, Ginny whispered fiercely. Because we can't touch him, Dumbledore stated. If he was in the wrong, he would not have told us his grand scheme. A very clever but ruthless scheme. I don't like it, but it may work against Harry. Ron shook his head sadly. He even seemed to be on the verge of tears. I don't like this at all. I feel like being alone, Ginny muttered, not wanting to break down in front of her brother, nor wanting to watch him cry. Maybe a little loss would humble him, or make him more bitter. It didn't matter to Ginny, she had her own thoughts to sort out. Let me know if you need anything, Ginevra, Dumbledore said kindly. I will, Ginny said shortly as she left the office. Within several moments, she was in the owlery, taking comfort in the presence of the many sleeping birds. After several moments, she began to cry over Hermione and the general situation. Everything was so wrong. Voldemort killed, Fudge the orders ally killed, Harry killed. Was there anyone who didn't kill? Alistair Moody was the first who had an opportunity to carry the news to Harry. He did so nervously. After all, how did one break this sort of news to someone? Would Potter mourn for his ex-friend who was now presumed dead, or rejoice? Moody concluded that it solely depended on what sort of person Harry was. Harry Potter was found in the library perusing a heavy tome. Though he was deeply engrossed in the subject, the entrance of the aged Auror did not escape his attention in the least. "What brings you to my humble home?" Harry inquired with a smile, somewhat glad to have a visitor. "Not good news, sir," Moody said gruffly. "It never seems to be." Harry commented, struggling to maintain his cheerfulness as he marked his place and shut the ponderous book softly. He stood up and met Moody halfway between his table and the entrance. "What do they have me blamed for today?" Mad-Eye wasted no time in seizing the opening. "The kidnapping and possible murder of Hermione Granger." The facade of joviality dropped from Harry's face in an instant. "Voldemort, how?" "Apparently Miss Granger had ideas about confronting you during an attack and trying to reason with you," Moody explained. He then went on to explain all the details of the special portkey and Fudge's manipulations. When the Auror was finished explaining, he silently watched as Harry made his way to a nearby chair and sat down in it heavily. "Thank you for telling me, Alistair," Harry said quietly. "I suppose that you have other things that you need to get to, rather than to watch me mope." "Don't mourn the death of a traitor so deeply, son," Moody said, trying to lessen the burden that Harry was experiencing. "Besides, we don't even know if she's dead yet. For all you know, they could turn her loose." Harry nodded. "Yes, Voldemort could and possibly would do that. That could be just as bad, though, and even though she was a traitor, I can't help but feel sorrow." "Don't let it get to you then," Moody said. He then silently withdrew and made his way home. The Count of Azkaban immediately answered the summons of the Earl of the North. The ring he wore that was connected to both Lord Polyrics and Queen Zarina led him to the library in the fortress of Narracakes. "You called, my lord?" "Yes, I did," Harry said. "What do you know about the attack Voldemort conducted last night?" Hiscoffney shrugged. "Next to nothing. Representatives of the British ministry were swarming all over the village by the time we arrived. I decided that it would be best to leave them to their job. May I ask why you're interested?" Harry quickly explained the situation to the Count. "Is there any way that we can perhaps rescue her or find out whether or not she's dead?" "I'm afraid that would be impossible, my lord," Hiscoffney said, doing his best to sound consoling, which was rather difficult since he had not had much practice. "We have no idea where Lord Voldemort's base of operations is, and whether or not the girl is being held prisoner there or elsewhere. Even if we did, any decent Dark Lord would have it under charms that would be quite difficult to penetrate. And if we tried anyway, we may force Voldemort's hand," Harry concluded before Hiscoffney could move on to that aspect. "Thank you for coming. I'll let you return to what you were occupied with previously." "Good night, my lord," Hiscoffney said with a small bow before departing. Feeling weak and powerless, Harry let out a deep sigh and then uttered a silent prayer, hoping for the best for all parties concerned. Nearly 3 days later, Hermione finally woke up from her magically induced slumber and discovered she was tied down on something hard in pitch blackness. Immediately, she could sense that important facts were missing from her memory, such as how it was that she had been knocked out and put wherever she now was. As if looking for a missing possession, she retraced her steps in her mind. She had left the history test, gone to her dormitory, used the special portkey to get to the village, and rushed out into the street when the attack began. Hermione could not remember anything after that. Abruptly, one thought came to her mind. Harry was innocent. She couldn't remember how she knew or how it was that he was innocent, but she knew with an absolute surety that he was indeed innocent. Immediately, Hermione was overpowered by an immense wave of guilt. If he was innocent, that meant that she had betrayed him. How could she have been so stupid? An answer came to her fairly quickly. It was because she was a bad friend. Even the dumbest Hufflepuff would have stuck by Harry's side through such accusations against his character. Too bad he didn't really have any friends from Hufflepuff. They would have served him better. With these thoughts overwhelming her, Hermione began to cry bitter tears. Harry Potter had been one of her first true friends in life. There had been none before Hogwarts. For 5.5 years, she had luxuriated in the knowledge that she could depend on friends and could tell others she had friends. Then what had she done? Thrown one of her most valuable friends away like a piece of trash. Not only had she hurt him, but also she had hurt herself. Accusing him of being a murderer like the killer of his parents was possibly the worst she had done, even worse than betraying him in the first place. What should she do now? What could she do? Hermione immediately resolved to make it up somehow. She would have to try to counter the damage that her actions had done. Then maybe she could try to win his friendship back even if it took forever. As the time passed, Hermione calmed herself by thinking of a way to reverse her wrongdoing. Fudge and others would have to be told Ron must be convinced of the truth, as hard as it would be. The public would have to be told of her idiocy, even if it cost her reputation. At some point, Hermione finally began to turn her thoughts outward. Where was she and how had she gotten here? If the village had been attacked, and it wasn't Harry, then she must be a prisoner of Voldemort. Hermione tentatively attempted to move, even though she knew that she was tied down. Much to her relief, her hands were free enough to move a little. After feeling around a bit, she was able to determine that she was on a table of some sort. Before she could begin to wonder why she was tied to a table, a door opened. Instinctively, she froze as two pairs of footsteps approached her in the dark. A quiet voice hissed some sort of incantation, and with dread, Hermione felt the ability to control her muscles sap away. Her vast knowledge of spells revealed to her that she had been hit with a highly illegal spell. The victim of the spell could hear, feel, see, taste, and smell but not move. Death Eaters used it before rapping or torturing their victims. Hermione braced herself for the worse. However, the two people had other intentions. They used another spell to levitate her limp form into what seemed to be a long box. With a thud, a lid was slammed on and Hermione heard the noise of a hammer at work. It was then that she realized the box was a coffin. Apparently they planned to bury her alive. The instant the curse that held Hermione physically powerless wore off, Hermione let out an inhuman shriek and began to pound, push, and scratch at the lid that held her in the coffin. Draco Malfoy watched Voldemort levitate the simple wooden coffin and then set it down in front of the Hogwarts gates. It landed with a loud thud. An evil smirk passed over his face as the mudblood inside began to scream and pound on the coffin's lid from the inside. The thud after several minutes of levitation had convinced her that she was now in a dug grave. If there had been any loose dirt nearby, he would have thrown some of it on the lid. Without wasting another moment, Voldemort signaled Draco to portkey back to the base. When the portkey had done its job, Draco found himself in the lab where Hermione had been held. A moment later, Voldemort arrived via apparition. "I'm not sure I understand why we returned her to Hogwarts bearing the knowledge of Potter's innocence," Draco commented as humbly as he could, hopping for an explanation. "She doesn't know how Potter is innocent, neither can she explain who abducted her." Voldemort explained, too pleased with his handiwork to be offended at Draco's remark. "Dumbledore will immediately assume that Potter altered her mind. Even the girl will eventually have to admit that she was mistaken concerning Potter's innocence." "I see," Draco said. Snape was already in a surly mood that night. Upon his arrival at the apothecary in Hogsmeade on his way back from Diagon Alley, where he had spent the night, he had discovered that the apprentice who had taken his special order the week before had gotten it wrong. Idiot! What was he supposed to do with a barrel of frog tongues? Nothing. That was what. Now he was on his way back to Hogwarts Castle to report the latest Death Eater activities to Dumbledore, and to finish putting his potion labs in order for the summer holiday. He was so intent on reaching the castle that was now in sight that he failed to watch where he was going. The esteemed potion master's mood got worse when he tripped over something. Cursing, he picked himself up and examined the obstacle in the road. A coffin. What jerk left a coffin in the middle of the road for people to trip over? Didn't they cost enough to prevent people from carelessly leaving them lying around? His angry oaths were cut short when noises of distress started to come from the coffin. To Snape, that meant two things. One, someone was inside the coffin and his tripping over it had alerted whoever it was to his presence. And two, it was a used coffin. Those were usually a bit cheaper than new ones and slightly illegal. Cautiously, Snape pulled his wand from his cloak and pointed it at the coffin. For all he knew, the coffin could be a dangerous trap or a practical joke courtesy of the Weasley twins. Same thing. One simple spell later, the nails holding the coffin shut were gone, and the lid abruptly popped off to reveal a very distressed Hermione Granger, who immediately sat up and locked her gaze on Snape. "Professor, I'm so glad you're here." Snape looked at Hermione with shock. Both Harry and Dumbledore had written her off for dead Dumbledore 2 days ago, and Harry just that morning. Fudge had filed an indictment accusing Harry Potter of capital murder the day before for all the good that it would do. "How did you get here, Granger?" "They locked me in the coffin and took me here, Professor," Hermione said, bursting into tears. "I thought for sure that they were going to bury me alive." "Well, we can't have that now, can we?" Snape said snidely. Potter had been very concerned about her disappearance. Personally, if he were Potter, he would have felt that it was good riddance. Hermione looked at Snape reproachfully. "You could be a little more polite to a female in distress, Professor." "Whatever," Snape growled. "Get up and I'll take you to the castle. Professor Dumbledore has already sent your things along to your parents due to the end of term." The mention of Dumbledore seemed to startle Hermione as she stiffly stood up, stretched, and stepped out of the wooden box. Before Snape could ask what she was thinking, she spoke. "Yes, we must get to the castle. Harry is innocent, and I have to tell everyone before they alienate him any further than they already have. I don't know if it's humanly possible to accomplish that," Snape said sarcastically as they slowly made their way to Hogwarts. When they arrived, they found that Filch was the only person at the castle for the night. Feeling very much put upon, Snape escorted Hermione to the hospital wing, which seemed rather empty without Madame Pomfrey, and had Hermione lay down in one of the beds. He left her there for 15 minutes in order to retrieve some sleeping potions from the dungeons. When he returned, he found that she had taken the initiative to change into a hospital gown. He had not thought of that. It was a good thing she had, though. Madame Pomfrey would have had his head for such a misdemeanor. "Drink these," he commanded, setting 2 vials on the bedside stand. "What are they?" "1 mild sleeping potion and 1 soothing potion," Snape answered, slightly miffed that he was being questioned. "They'll help you get a good night's rest, and will hopefully calm your nerves." She took the 2 vials from the stand and drank the contents of each. Within minutes, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Snape watched with his cold, dark eyes until he was sure that the potions had taken their full effect. What he had told her was essentially true, aside from the fact that the sleeping potion was stronger than even the dreamless sleep potion, and therefore not classified as mild. The other potion did soothe, but it also added strength and order to memories. That potion was commonly used on distraught witnesses in criminal trials. Now that she was held firmly in the grasp of both potions, he could summon Professor Dumbledore and possibly the minister. The facts that those potions had been administered almost immediately after she had been discovered, and that she had talked only to Snape, would add strength to whatever she told everyone when she woke up. If all went well, she could back up her earlier statement that Harry was innocent. Now that she was safe, his job was to immediately notify Dumbledore and the proper authorities. Any more delay on his part could ruin the integrity of her testimony, especially considering his past connections with the Death Eaters. Filch was left stationed in the hospital wing with nearly headless Nick as Snape left the castle and journeyed for London, where Dumbledore and the Ministry were. He sighed regretfully as he realized that Harry would be unhappy at not being the first to know of her return, considering that he had been the last to give up on her. He would know eventually, though. He might even be considered innocent by then, too. Hermione felt herself wake up very slowly. The first thought that crossed her mind was that the sleeping potion must have been stronger than Snape had claimed. She was too tired to feel outraged. Her mind slowly regained its conscious functions, and within seconds, the memory that Harry was innocent crossed her mind. All traces of the potion's effect dissolved as a spurt of adrenaline shot through her system. Her droopy eyelids flew open to find several people standing around her bed in the hospital wing. On one side of the bed, Professor Dumbledore stood looking at her cheerfully. On the other side, Ron was standing there and looking overjoyed. The look on Ron's face made Hermione's heart skip a beat. He was a git a lot of the time, but a lovable one. Also grouped around the bed were Ron's parents, sister, and the twins. Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stood behind Dumbledore with a slightly confused expression painted on her face, and Hermione was quite sure that she could see Minister Fudge holding back behind the crowd. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked. "All night and a good part of the day as well, Miss Granger," Dumbledore stated. "You've been missing for quite a while as well. Do you remember what happened?" The phrase, "Harry is innocent," immediately popped up in her mind, but then so did some memories that had not been there earlier. The memories detailing the attack on the village and the presence of Malfoy and Voldemort. "V.V. Voldemort attacked the village I went to," Hermione explained eagerly. "Draco Malfoy was with him and they kidnapped me. Before they knocked me out, Malfoy told me that they were there to ruin Harry's reputation. Harry is innocent." The reactions to Hermione's statements were varied. Ginny's face lost all trace of color, and she nearly fainted before silently steadying herself with the help of a nearby bed. The twins grinned. Ron looked at her with a confused expression. Mrs. Weasley's eyes flared with disbelief. Mr. Weasley avoided looking at her, and Madame Bones looked from her to Dumbledore, who was studying Hermione with concerned eyes, his upheld hand preventing a livid Fudge from saying anything. "How did they knock you out?" Dumbledore inquired quietly as everyone in the room kept silent and watched Dumbledore and Hermione quietly. The only one not particularly interested in the conversation were Ginny and the twins. Ginny was too busy trying to stop herself from hyperventilating, and the twins seemed to think the rest of her statement to be irrelevant. "With some sort of spell," Hermione replied. "I think it was dark." "What happened between that and your discovery by Professor Snape?" Hermione shrugged. "I don't know. I woke up and then some people put me into the coffin and transported the coffin to where Snape found it." "Did you see who specifically put you into the coffin?" "No," Hermione said, shaking her head. Dumbledore seemed to consider his next question carefully. "Could you remember the details about the attack on the village when Snape found you?" Frustration welled up in Hermione. "What does that have to do with anything? Harry is innocent and you can't waste any more time dawdling around." "Please answer the question, Miss Granger." "No, the only thing I could remember was that Harry is innocent," Hermione said with a deep sigh, before Dumbledore could ask another question. Snape and Moody entered the wing. "The team couldn't find anything," Moody reported. He then shot an unreadable face at Minister Fudge. "If they had been able to come sooner, I suspect that they would have been able to find more evidence." "It's all right, Alistair," Dumbledore said calmly. "I did not expect that the Ministry team would find anything that could reveal who put Miss Granger's coffin where Severus found it." This didn't seem to do much in the way of consoling Moody, however. He seemed rather disappointed at the lack of results. Before he could reply, Mrs. Weasley cut into the conversation. "Potter obviously did it. We need to worry about Hermione now. He's tampered with her mind. She thinks he's innocent." "He is innocent," Hermione yelled. She looked at them all. The twins seemed sympathetic, while Ginny was too deep in shock to respond to anything. Realizing that she would just get the same reactions from them all, Hermione looked to the newcomers. Mad-Eye Moody's face was expressionless as he studied Minister Fudge, and Snape was merely looking at her, his eyes locked on hers. Suddenly Hermione got an overwhelming sensation that Snape believed her. However, when she attempted to speak to him, she found that her mouth would not open. What was going on? Dumbledore began to speak, and as Snape looked away, Hermione felt her ability to speak return. "Arguing will get us nowhere," Dumbledore announced. "Would you allow me to perform some tests on your mind, Miss Granger?" "Go ahead," Hermione responded, too mystified at Snape's actions to really care about anything else. He must have done something to her. Was it possible that he used legilimency on her? Professor Dumbledore pulled out his wand and muttered some complicated incantations. Hermione felt an array of strange sensations in her mind as he performed the spells. Hopefully, his tests would prove that Harry was indeed innocent. However, when he finished the last spell, the professor's face was grave. "I fear that you have been somehow deceived, Miss Granger." Hermione's mouth dropped open, and she was ready to protest, but Dumbledore held up his hand to silence her and continued explaining his findings. "The memories you now have in your brain have been planted somehow. Based on the results of the spell, I'd say that your mind was wiped at some point, and then the memories of Voldemort, Draco, and Harry's innocence were later put into your head." For some irrational reason, Hermione's eyes clouded up and she felt a tear make its way down her face. "But he's innocent, Professor. You have to believe me." "I wish I could, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said. She then looked to the other members of the room for some support. She first looked to Snape, who she was sure believed her, but he looked away. Next, she looked at Ron. He seemed to be torn between hatred of Harry and supporting his girlfriend in her apparent insanity. She skipped over Ginny, who obviously believed Hermione too much. Hermione wasn't sure if Ginny was even listening anymore. The rest of the occupants of the room either looked away or gave glances that supported Dumbledore. "But you have to believe me," Hermione cried out wretchedly. "Calm down, Miss Granger," Bones instructed in a rather neutral voice. "We don't have to solve this right now. I would appreciate it if you would give me a statement concerning how you got to the village from where you were kidnapped, though." Bones said as she gave Fudge a sideways glance. Hermione spent the next few minutes explaining how she had gotten to the village with the help of the special portkey that Minister Fudge had provided upon hearing of her proposal to track Harry down and talk some sense into him. Her account was met with more than one raised eyebrow. For some reason that was unfathomable to Hermione, Fudge seemed rather flustered at her account. This confused her. Why would he be flustered? It was the truth. She finished up her account rather curtly. I hope you'll believe that at least. Professor Dumbledore is a witness, Madame Bones said rather emotionlessly. This matter bears looking into. I thank you for the information that you've provided. The ministry official turned her attention to the others present in the room. If you'll excuse me, I have some pressing business to attend to. Bones then left the hospital wing, followed several minutes later by Fudge. After that, no one really said anything until Professor Dumbledore spoke up. There's nothing to be done at this point. Since you seem to be in good health, Miss Granger, I'll arrange for you to be transported to your home tomorrow. For now, why don't you get some more rest? I will, Professor, Hermione yawned, surprised that she was still tired. With that, everyone began to file out of the room, each bidding her good night until Professor Snape was the only remaining person in the room. He stopped and looked at Hermione with calculating eyes. Harry is innocent, isn't he? Hermione asked in a voice that bordered on desperate pleading. Snape nodded. He is, Miss Granger. Although Snape was the last person in the world whom Hermione would suspect of believing Harry innocent in some situation, she was vastly relieved to hear that he believed in Harry's innocence. Is there anyone else who believes? Yes. Who? Hermione inquired eagerly, her near state of exhaustion nearly forgotten. Unfortunately for Hermione, the potion's master was not forthcoming. I'm not really sure that I should say, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter does not want those loyal to him to be compromised. But I already know about you, Hermione pointed out sulkily. Yes, you do, Snape whispered eerily. And if you tell anyone else, you'll curse the day that you received your Hogwarts letter. I don't take betrayal as lightly as others might. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, Hermione said, feeling quite frightened but also realizing that Snape was in a dangerous position. Betrayal of his loyalties to an Order member, Death Eater, or both could prove disastrous for him. Snape turned from Hermione and made his way to the door and exited, saying only one word. Good. The Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore adjourned to the latter's office to discuss Hermione's situation. No one spoke until they were all seated in the office and enjoying some tea and biscuits that had been graciously conjured up by Dumbledore. Will there be any permanent damage to her mind? Ron inquired. Dumbledore shook his head negatively. No, there will not be. As of now, her mind is functioning in a normal manner. The only problem stems from that fact that someone has planted some false memories into her mind. Other than that, she's just fine, though perhaps a little distraught over being locked in a coffin for a day. What I want to know, Mrs. Weasley stated, is where Potter learned how to alter memories and mess with people's mind like that. I also want to know how vulnerable we are to attacks of that nature from him. He must have picked up some dark magic, Mr. Weasley mused uncomfortably. Dumbledore shook his head. No, whoever planted those memories did so with skill and finesse. Harry has not had time to refine his skills with something that is so new to him and so very delicate. You're forgetting his wife, Bellatrix. She must have done it, Ron exclaimed. I forgot about her, Arthur Weasley said slowly. I imagine that she is very skilled in that area. Perhaps Harry hasn't learned dark magic. Fred, George, what do you think? Both of the twins shrugged and Fred spoke up. I'm not entirely sure that Hermione's mind was altered. Is it possible that you're mistaken, Professor? No, I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore said firmly but kindly. It is very clear that information was planted in her memory. Perhaps too clear, George interjected. Mrs. Weasley rolled her eyes and sighed all at the same time, making an impressive, if not pathetic, display of emotions. Let's not get into conspiracy theories. Fred and George were silenced, but they both shot reproachful glances at their mother, who was seemingly oblivious to them. There was an uncomfortable pause in the conversation, as no one wanted to interfere with a disagreement between a mother and children. Arthur Weasley took it upon himself to move things along a bit. All right, let us assume that Hermione was kidnapped by Harry, who then arranged for her memory to be altered. What was the purpose? To fool us into believing in his innocence, of course. Ron blurted out angrily as he violently chewed on a biscuit. Well, it sure worked, Fred declared sarcastically. He underestimated us then, Ron retorted. Oh, please, George muttered. "Show some respect for your brother." Mrs. Weasley snarled at George and slightly to Fred. Abruptly, Dumbledore stood up from his desk. "That's enough." Everyone stared at him, except for Ginny, who seemed to be oblivious to the entire conversation. Dumbledore then continued in a voice that brooked no opposition or objections. "We will assume that Harry had a purpose in what he did that may have extended beyond convincing us of his supposed innocence." "All right," Mr. Weasley said agreeably. Dumbledore sat down and then continued. "Miss Granger's health appears to be normal. However, it is entirely possible that there is something that has gone unnoticed. If Harry was able to alter her mind, or have it altered, he may have established a link with her that would allow him to spy on us." Mrs. Weasley, who had seemingly regained her calm, spoke up. "Is there a way to reverse that, Professor? It is very hard to undo magic that has to do with someone's mind if a different wizard or witch did the original magic." Dumbledore responded. "If we frustrate Harry, though, he may withdraw from her mind or end whatever curse or spell that Hermione may be subject to. Therefore, I am sending Miss Granger home tomorrow, where she'll remain until school resumes. We must keep her out of order business and away from the wizarding world as long as we can." "How do we explain to her why we're keeping her at arm's length?" Mr. Weasley asked. "We'll just tell her that she may still be suffering from side effects of her kidnapping," Dumbledore answered. Fred and George simultaneously snorted. "She'll buy that all right." It was extremely late when the Weasleys returned to Grimmauld Place via special portkey. They all promptly scattered to their various places in the household. Mrs. Weasley to the kitchen to get a late snack, Mr. Weasley upstairs, and the twins to their lab. Their departure left Ginny standing in the entrance hall on the point of collapse. After realizing that she was alone and free from involvement with others, she decided to go up to her room. At this thought, a wave of nausea passed over her. It wasn't her room. It wasn't her house. It was Harry's house. They had betrayed him and taken it from him. As Ginny trudged up the stairs, she contemplated as to whether or not her family members would have similar reactions when they realized that Harry was indeed innocent. This led to thoughts about whether or not they'd ever be convinced, which eventually led to Ginny re-examining her own acknowledgement of his innocence. After all, Dumbledore had explained away Hermione's declaration of Harry's innocence. That wasn't good enough for Ginny, though. The instant that Hermione had said that Harry was innocent, Ginny had felt the truth of it in her gut. It was a truth, and by some virtue of either her inborn magic or connection to Harry from the Chamber of Secrets, she could not deny it. All too soon, the open door to her room appeared, and Ginny went in and shut the door behind her. Mechanically, she traded her clothes for a nightdress, and then stationed herself in front of a mirror to stare at herself in it. What to do now? Early the next morning, Hermione was roused from her slumber in the hospital wing and prepared for her late return to her parents' house. Professor McGonagall wasted no time in getting Hermione dressed and cleaned up. Hermione, who was now completely recovered and no longer suffering from lack of sleep, had settled into a rut of guilt concerning Harry. As McGonagall handed her a portkey, instructed her on its use, and then reminded Hermione that the ban on underage magic had been lifted for those entering their 7th year in September, a familiar quote ran through Hermione's mind. "If you want to change the world, start with yourself." "Thank you, Professor," Hermione said mechanically. If she expected everyone to realize that Harry was innocent and reconcile themselves with him, she would have to do so first. She had the innocence part pegged, now for reconciliation. With a nod from McGonagall, she activated the portkey and found herself standing on her front doorstep. Wards had been erected at some prior point in time that prevented magical transportation in her house. Since the door was locked, she had to knock. The door was thrown open, and Hermione found herself in the warm embrace of her mom and then her dad. "We were so scared when you weren't on the train, honey," her mom said quickly. "We got a letter from your professor stating that you had been delayed and would be home shortly, though. Welcome home." "It's good to be home," Hermione said, doing her best to put on a good face for her parents. "We tried to get the day off," Mr. Granger said, "but we have too many appointments to cancel today, and we weren't sure if you would be here yet. Can you look after yourself for the day?" "Of course," Hermione said quietly, inwardly relieved that she would not have to deal with her parents as she thought about her issue concerning Harry. Her parents, who were already prepared to leave for the day, bid her a quick goodbye and soon left her alone in the house. Hermione aimlessly wandered around the house. When she passed through her bedroom, she found that her trunk had been sent ahead. In the kitchen, she found some leftover breakfast. It tasted like ashes. Eventually, she settled down on a chair in the room that contained her family's collection of literature. The books surrounding her normally gave her comfort, but no longer. Thoughts of Harry immediately arose, and Hermione found herself considering ways in which she could possibly reconcile herself with Harry. She had turned her back on him, and he was undoubtedly hurt and betrayed. Any ties of friendship that she had shared with him were now severed. Hermione was suddenly overwhelmed with desperation to bring back that friendship. How could she do it, though? How could she win back what she had carelessly thrown away? Something dug into Hermione's thigh, and she shifted uncomfortably. Finding that it was no good, Hermione squirmed a bit and dug the uncomfortable object from her pocket. It was the portkey that Fudge had given her. As Hermione stared at it, an idea formed in her head. She could go to Harry. Adrenaline coursed through Hermione's veins as she leapt up. She would go to Harry and do whatever it took to win back their friendship. Not wasting a single second, Hermione found her wand, which she could use legally, and a book that she had bought that addressed magical transportation. She already had a ministry portkey. The only thing that she would have to do would be to alter the destination of the portkey a little. The next hour or so was spent by Hermione reading and rereading through the chapter of the book that dealt with setting a portkey's destination. There did not appear to be any standard way to alter a destination, but Hermione was fairly sure that she could pull it off, considering the fact that the portkey was programmed to go to multiple destinations at the user's will. Adding another destination would probably not be much of a problem. Once she felt ready to perform the necessary magic and had decided what she was going to do with the portkey, Hermione placed it on her kitchen table and then proceeded to make the alterations that she hoped would lead her to where Harry was. The Order believed him to be residing on an island somewhat north of Azkaban. If she set the portkey for land only, and then if she got the general area correct, she would land on Harry's island or whatever he was living in or on. Within a very short few minutes, the portkey was complete. Even for Hermione's known skill and ability to learn magic quickly, that was remarkable. Too remarkable. Unfortunately, there was only one way to test its reliability, and that was to simply use it. Hermione awkwardly pocketed her wand, and then left a note for her parents explaining that she had decided to go on a rather important outing, and that she would most likely be back soon. She left the note where it would be immediately found when her parents returned home, and returned to the table on which the altered portkey lay. Apprehensively, Hermione stepped closer to the table and reached out her hand toward the portkey. Thinking about going to Harry and begging for forgiveness was one thing. Actually doing it was another. How would he react? Realizing that she was asking questions that could not be answered, Hermione sighed and grabbed up the portkey quickly. It activated immediately, and Hermione felt a very familiar jerk around her navel as it carried her away. A moment later, when Hermione expected to feel the jerky landing that portkeys provided, she instead felt what resembled a magical collision with something. Wards, to say the least, Hermione was shocked. How was it that Harry had protected his location with wards powerful enough to repel portkeys? Not even Hogwarts could really do that. The next thought that came through Hermione's mind was concerning the reaction of anti-portkey wards to an invader. What did they do? No one knew, since no one was powerful enough to try it out. Her question was answered when a heartbeat after the crash. She felt herself bouncing backwards, if you could call it that. There was no real sense of direction while in limbo between one portkey destination and another. Finally, the jerky landing arrived in a much more violent form. Hermione felt most of her strength drain from her as she was tossed onto a surface made of coarse stone. As she landed, the portkey was projected from her hands and it slid away from her. A faint splash was then heard. Weakly, Hermione stood up and looked to where the portkey had gone. It had fallen off the edge of the stone surface and into some water below. It appeared that she had landed on some sort of antique stone dock. The stone appeared to be quite ancient, as evidenced by carvings and symbols that were now all but eroded away by the waves of the sea that constantly seemed to be crashing against the pillars that held the dock up. A bird flew overhead, and Hermione looked up and turned around to follow its progress. It soon flew from sight, and her eyes fell downward. What she saw next disturbed her greatly. It was a great big fortress, and as Hermione studied it, she felt a dreadful sensation. There were Dementors in that building. With that, the identity of her location assailed her. The wards around where Harry was hiding had repelled her to Azkaban. Hermione gulped and looked around for any sign of human life. There was none whatsoever. That was to be expected, of course. Hadn't the Ministry been evicted from the island by Harry? Maybe some of Harry's followers were here. Deciding that it was worth a go, Hermione started walking up the dock toward the land. Within a few feet of walking, Hermione came to a small part of the dock that had not been eroded away. It was a circular seal with a 1-foot diameter. It depicted something. Though the relief was as sharp as the day it had been carved, Hermione could not make it out. Shrugging, Hermione decided to continue walking. However, the instant she crossed over the seal, some sort of power seized Hermione. She was instantly reminded of the body-bind curse and expected to fall flat on her face. This was not to be the case, however, as whatever power that had assailed her chose to keep her frozen upright. Any further thought was cut off when the power pressed in upon her mind and froze everything. After what seemed like hours, the force let Hermione go, and she sighed with relief at her escape from whatever power had held her. The relief was a bit premature, however. The power assailed her again, and instead of freezing her, it chucked her off the dock and into the ocean. Hermione let out a blood-curdling scream before smacking the water and performing a perfect Bellaflop. This immediately knocked the already exhausted Hermione unconscious as an abnormally large wave blanketed her. "You're just in time for a spot of lunch," Harry declared heartily to Neville, who had just arrived at Narracakes via one of Harry's special portkeys. "Sit down and we'll arrange to have a plate made up for you." Neville looked around the simple but elegant dining room and spotted Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Harry's 2 assistants sitting at the table. Harry had stood up and traversed the room to greet him. "I would hate to intrude," Neville responded politely. "Gran made me eat before I departed for here anyway." Bellatrix shot him a knowing and slightly apprehensive smile. She was still uncomfortable around him due to his parents' condition. "I know about teenage boys," she said, glancing at Harry with a broader smile. "There's always room for some more food. Besides, you need something to keep the prune juice down with." Everyone at the table snickered and/or smiled as Neville blushed faintly. "Thank you, milady," he said, seating himself at the table as Harry did likewise next to Bellatrix. He turned his attention directly to Harry as a plate loaded with food appeared before him. "I have some good news for you from Professor Snape." He would have come himself, but there were some engagements that he could not escape today. "We have some good news, too," Harry said brightly, sharing a look with Bellatrix. Neville decided to shove his own news aside for a moment. "What is it?" "I'm pregnant," Bellatrix announced to Neville in a very demure voice. Apparently she was unsure as to what those who had known Harry before she had would think. To say that Neville was shocked would be a bit of an understatement. He had not graduated from Hogwarts yet, and one of his former classmates was already starting a family. That's wonderful," Neville exclaimed as he thought about what everyone else that Harry knew would say to that sort of news. "Do you know whether or not it's going to be a boy or a girl?" "Not yet," Harry responded. Before Neville could ask when they could find out, Bellatrix spoke up. "There are spells that can reveal that once I get further into the 9 months, but Harry and I have decided to just wait until the baby comes to find out. It'll be a surprise that way." "Have you thought of any names?" Neville asked with a smile. "Not really," Harry said as he finished off his lunch. "Narcissa has come up with plenty, though." Narcissa beamed, seemingly more from Harry's casual and friendly acknowledgement of her rather than from the situation that her sister was in. "If it's a boy, they should name him James Harrison Potter. That would carry on the Potter line sufficiently. Harrison because Harry just doesn't sound right as a middle name. Then if it's a girl, Bellatrix or Lily, of course. Those sound like good names," Neville commented positively. Bellatrix frowned. "James Harrison sounds fine, but I refuse to name a daughter after me. It would create too much confusion." "Perhaps Isabella or Belle would be close enough, but not the same," Neville suggested. "Perfect," Narcissa declared. "Let's not get too excited," Bellatrix said in a dignified voice that hid her enthusiasm for the subject. Her sparkling violet eyes gave her away, though. Harry smiled at the 2 sisters and then looked at Neville. "I'm sure that you didn't come here to discuss potential names for my child. What's the good news from Snape?" "Hermione has been found alive," Neville declared. A grin graced Harry's face. "That's wonderful. She has put herself against me, but I'm still glad that she's alive." Harry's expression then took on a slightly saddened look. "Perhaps she'll still come around. Wait, Voldemort kidnapped her, so logically she would know that I'm innocent, wouldn't she?" Neville nodded. "Precisely. The instant she woke up, she told everyone that you were innocent. Boo, did they believe her?" Harry interrupted anxiously as everyone else awaited what Neville would next say. "I'm sorry," Neville said, trying to break the bad part of the news as gently as possible. Voldemort altered her mind somewhat and made it appear that her genuine memories of what happened were false. Harry restrained himself to shaking his head sadly. "Snape said that she still believes that you're innocent," Neville put in hopefully. "They haven't convinced her that you're still guilty yet. Maybe there's hope at least for her believing you. We'll just have to see," Bellatrix said, trying to keep the air from getting too depressing. Neville reached for his goblet of punch and sipped it thoughtfully. "Yes, that's what we'll just have to do. While I was here, I was hoping that I could discuss the details for altering Potter's Legion a bit, and then I hoped that I could visit my parents for a bit." "Let's visit your parents first," Harry suggested as he rose from the table, everyone following suit out of respect for him. "I'll go along as well," Bellatrix declared. "I've done a little research into their conditions since they came here. We could talk about that." Neville, Harry, and Bellatrix then left the room, leaving the others to either finish their lunch or remain and chat with the others. They made small talk on the way up to the room in which the Longbottoms were being kept. When they arrived in the room, Neville made a beeline straight toward the twin beds that the Longbottoms now resided in. He sat down in the gap that lay between the two beds and began to talk to his parents, alternating between one and the other. Harry was cheered somewhat by the fact that they seemed more responsive to him than usual. Harry and Bellatrix held back, not wanting to interfere with the close and precious family moments that were occurring for Neville. Harry could most certainly relate to his friend. Even if his own parents were basically vegetables, he would still treasure every moment spent with them. The sight of Neville talking in earnest to the almost completely non-responsive couple in the beds seemed to sadden Bellatrix. Harry could well understand why this was. In an attempt to comfort her, Harry unconsciously conjured a couch, pulled Bellatrix down onto it, and snuggled up to her with his arm around her. "I don't think he blames you directly," Harry said quietly. "He should," Bellatrix whispered. Harry shrugged, not quite sure what there was to say that could comfort his wife. "If anyone ever turned us into vegetables like that and forced our child to go through the emotional distress brought on by something like that, I'd kill them multiple times and make them suffer. I helped do that to a child," Bellatrix informed Harry. "I think that you've redeemed yourself," Harry replied, quietly considering what would happen in the event that Frank and Alice Longbottom woke up and recovered from the debilitated state. How would they react to the fact that one of their torturers and enemies had gone and married the child of James and Lily? Probably not very well at all. Bellatrix shook her head. "To redeem oneself, one must try to fix the wrong if at all possible. That's impossible for those I killed, but the Longbottoms just lie there waiting for me to do something." "I guess that does weigh heavily," Harry said. There was no response from Bellatrix because a new thought had just occurred to her. In order to be redeemed, she needed to right the wrong. To do that, she would have to make it so that the Longbottoms could recover. The cure lay with her. Harry could feel Bellatrix suddenly freeze, and he instinctively knew that this signified some sort of realization. Before he could ask what it was, Bellatrix spoke slowly. "In order for one to gain redemption, they have to right the wrong, correct?" "I would think so," Harry mused. "But that wouldn't be enough, though, would it? It might be nice if they were sorry for doing it in the first place," Harry said idly. "If someone were to steal something but then give it back only because they were forced to, I guess they wouldn't really be redeemed." "Sorrow," Bellatrix exclaimed loudly, startling everyone in the room. She even received a moment of attention from the comatose Longbottoms. "That's it, sorrow and healing." Neville looked at Bellatrix strangely and then questioningly at Harry. After seeing that Harry was just as confused as he was, Neville looked back at Bellatrix. "What's it?" "Sorrow," Bellatrix declared. Deciding that he had spent enough time with his parents, Neville left their side and joined Harry and Bellatrix. "You said earlier that you did some research," Neville said, addressing Bellatrix. "Did you find anything useful?" "Not really," Bellatrix said, waving her hand in a dismissive manner. "It's all obsolete anyhow. I have a new idea that I think could very likely prove to be the thing that brings your parents back to the land of the sane and living." Neville could not help but be a little skeptical. The healers at St. Mungo's had presented he and his gran with new ideas for treatments constantly. Eventually, they had all began to sound the same and have the same effect on Frank and Alice Longbottom. No effect whatsoever. "What is it?" he finally asked. "I don't want to say quite yet," Bellatrix replied, doing her best to look Neville in the eye. "But I'll need your help and especially Harry's support to do it. Would you be willing to help? How? Neville inquired cautiously. Bellatrix hesitated and then responded. I need you to write me a letter. Why, I'm right here. Neville said in an extremely confused voice. It needs to be a long letter. Bellatrix continued on. I want you to tell me about growing up without your parents, the pain you felt, the sorrow, and anything else you have felt concerning them. I still don't understand why, Neville said quizzically. Harry, too, was looking rather mystified. I need to understand, Bellatrix declared to them. You'll see later. Neville nodded reluctantly, willing to give it a try. All right, then, when do you need the letter? Soon would be nice, but don't rush it. Put your heart into it, Bellatrix instructed. She stood up and nodded at Harry and Neville. You two have other things to discuss right now, and I need to go and do a little thinking about my idea, so I'll leave you alone. Harry stood up and hugged Bellatrix despite Neville's presence. I'll see you later, then. Bellatrix smiled at him and hugged him back before leaving the room. We might as well go somewhere where we can sit down comfortably and discuss Potter's Legion, Harry declared as he and Neville made their way to the door as the couch that had been conjured disappeared. That sounds fine, Neville stated as they exited. I've talked to all the members of PL and most of them have committed to helping out with anything over the summer. I don't know if you've been told, but the ministry has given permission for some students to use magic during the holiday. My Gran also reckons that she could obtain a special license from the ministry to do a sort of summer school where magic could be practiced. I'd be the one teaching, of course, but that would still work. Harry nodded encouragingly as they made their way down the various halls in the massive fortress. Bypassing the restriction in that manner would be ingenious. Fudge would put up opposition to that, though. Hopefully, my other plans will come to a head before too long. The two young wizards arrived at Harry's private study and made themselves comfortable. I think that your group should come up with a new name, Harry said thoughtfully. It will unavoidably become public, and being linked to me in such a way could be detrimental. Lord Polyryx's Legion? No, still too closely connected to me. I'll have to see if any of them have ideas next time a large group of us assembles then, Neville decided. When will that be? Neville shrugged. We haven't scheduled one for the summer yet. In response, Harry stood up and began to slowly pace. Try to get everyone together as soon as you can. Not only do you need to come up with a new name, you need to organize everybody and appoint some sort of hierarchy. The group is basically an army, so logic dictates that you should have some ranks and those sorts of things assigned and organized. I'll keep that in mind. Neville replied, already making plans as to how the now Potter's Legion would be organized in the future. Getting everyone together could be somewhat difficult, Harry said as he continued on with his monologue. If your group needs money for Muggle transportation or needs assistance with magical transportation, I reckon that I can arrange for that somehow. Just keep me up to date on things. Can you do that? Neville responded affirmatively and then brought up another issue. How much fighting can we expect to see? This brought Harry to a pause. I don't know, he said at last. It will be dangerous and therefore lives could be lost. For that reason, I can't help but feel hesitant to put you in the worst situations. The door to Harry's study opened and Count Hiscoffney strolled in. Perhaps I could help with that. If the volunteer students were to team up with my own teams, the students would be in less danger and my forces could be more spread out. A frown crossed Harry's face as he studied the Count of Azkaban. How did you know what we were talking about? Hiscoffney held up his hand that bore the ring used to communicate with Harry and Zarina. I could hear you through this. Oh, Harry said, somewhat puzzled but satisfied enough with the answer that had been provided. He would have to examine his own ring further when he had the chance to do so. The Count made his way to an empty seat and sat down, preparing to take a part in the discussion that Harry and Neville had been having. Before the conversation could resume, however, a flash came from one of the baskets on Harry's desk signifying new mail. Since the basket was in reach, Harry grabbed the parchment from his sitting place and opened the envelope after checking it for any possibly traps, curses, or jinxes and finding none. Inside the envelope was a small slip of parchment with a note hastily scribbled on it. New developments must see you immediately. Is the leaky cauldron in half an hour okay? Mockridge Harry reread the note before tearing an unwritten part off and writing, "Fine," on it followed by his initials. He then took a new envelope from his desk, slipped the parchment into it, sealed it, addressed it, and then dropped it in the out basket from which it was promptly flashed away. I've just received an urgent message and must go to meet an acquaintance, Harry told Neville and Hiscoffney. Could you two make plans for the future of Potter's Legion and how it will work in conjunction with my forces? I'll be back as soon as I possibly can." The two were amiable to Harry's proposal, and by the time Harry exited his study, they were already deep into discussion concerning the issues at hand for the forces that would be fighting Voldemort in the coming months. After finding Bellatrix and telling her about the letter, Harry retrieved a dark cloak trimmed with silver from his master's suite, pulled up the hood, and then apparated away to Diagon Alley rather than directly into the leaky cauldron. It would look better if it seemed that he had just come in for a drink or snack instead of going directly there to meet someone. He entered the small pub from the back way into Diagon Alley and found the perfect atmosphere for a confidential meeting. The pub was busy enough that they would not attract unwanted attention for being the only customers at the hour, but slow enough that they would be able to keep away from others and still be able to hear each other. Harry surveyed the room and saw that Tom the barkeep was at his customary post. He also saw that the patrons of the pub were average people that he did not know in any way, and that Mockridge had not arrived yet. Keeping his hood up, which was slightly unusual, Harry made his way to a vacant corner table from where he could watch both entrances to the pub and have a good view of the entire room. He then wandlessly cast a notice-me-not charm over himself. 5 minutes later, Cuthbert Mockridge entered the pub from the Diagon Alley entrance and looked around casually. A small probe of his mind via legilimency revealed that beneath his calm exterior, the goblin liaison official was flustered. The probe also revealed that he was not up to any underhand tricks. Seeing that he was not about to be betrayed, Harry removed the protective charm and caught Mockridge's attention. Mockridge spotted Harry immediately. He made his way over to the corner table and sat down. "Have you ordered anything yet?" he asked. "No," Harry responded. "Not yet." Mockridge waved his hand to signal Tom. "1 fire whiskey and a butter beer," Harry finished, deepening his voice somewhat to disguise it. "Fire whiskey and butter beer," Cuthbert reiterated. Tom acknowledged the order from the bar, and in a short moment the ministry official had a tot of the strong drink and Harry had a bottle of butter beer. The fire whiskey was promptly thrown down Mockridge's throat as if it was water. "Why did you want to meet?" Harry inquired. "All hell has broken loose in the ministry," Mockridge informed Harry nervously. "We need to rearrange our plans and move forward quickly if we're going to be able to get through this, and end with me as Minister of Magic." "What has happened?" Harry asked, suddenly worried that perhaps their scheme had been discovered, though he knew the incredible odds that stood against such an event. Mockridge stared longingly at his empty glass of fire whiskey before answering. "You know Hermione Granger, don't you?" "Yes. You also know that she was kidnapped and that you were accused of it, right?" "Someone mentioned something about it. More like screamed it," Mockridge muttered, referring to the Ministry Chronicle. "Anyway, they found her locked in a coffin yesterday or the day before, and since it was a criminal case, Madam Bones, who heads up the law enforcement department, was there. Granger told this story about how she had planned to see if she could run into you by going to various villages." Harry looked at Mockridge with raised eyebrows, though Mockridge couldn't see them through the hood of the cloak. "I don't see how that would cause an uproar at the ministry. It wasn't that specifically. It was how she managed to get to said villages. Then there's also the issue that if some 6th-year Hogwarts student can come up with a plan on how to predict which villages will be attacked, then why can't anyone else?" Mockridge explained. "They actually realize that Fudge is incompetent after all this time." "Somewhat," Mockridge admitted dryly, still eyeing his empty glass. "The issue is that Minister Fudge gave Granger the portkey that got her to the village where she was kidnapped from. Not only did said portkey take her to said village, it had the capability to be reused multiple times." Finally, Harry caught on and grinned. "I take it that giving Hermione the portkey was slightly unethical and perhaps illegal." "Mostly. Madam Bones thinks that Fudge made a lot of noise about how you supposedly killed Granger. She has let it be known that she suspects Fudge of deliberately placing Granger in danger so that he could point the finger at you." Harry took a long swig from his butterbeer bottle. "Well, that takes care of giving Fudge the bad reputation. Now we just need an agreement with the goblins as of last week. Is the Wizengamot going to do anything, and is there any person that looks like they may be minister soon?" "I think that Dumbledore is going to convene the Wizengamot soon," Mockridge said carefully. "Maybe tomorrow. Fudge's authority is all but gone at this point. Not only are people at the ministry angry about the Granger episode, they're also complaining about the Gringotts problem." "Good," Harry responded. That means that an agreement with the goblins could still put you in a favorable light. Now, what about Dumbledore? I'm sure that he's going to try and manipulate the outcome of any action taken. Is there someone that looks like they're going for the job who might have his support? Mockridge thought for several moments. Bones or Weasley? Amelia Bones is certainly high-ranking enough and is the one actually making some of the accusations. Arthur Weasley is a very respected person around the Ministry despite his low rank. One of Fudge's lackeys could go for it, and then there's always the rare possibility of an outsider coming in. Dumbledore could have been minister after the First War. What about you? Do you have any respect or power? I'm just sort of there, Mockridge said. The Gringotts thing could really throw me into the spotlight, though. Harry finished off his butterbeer with a big gulp, enjoying the sensation of the liquid going down his throat. Gringotts has to happen now. How are you here? Have you left the Ministry for the day, or are you on break? I didn't really say when I exited, Mockridge admitted. Things were too busy for anyone to really notice, though. Good, Harry mumbled as his thoughts raced. He needed to throw the head of the Goblin Liaison Office into the spotlight immediately, which would mean dodging the hustle and bustle and getting attention. Has the Ministry communicated with the Goblins since the closure? Petitions for reopening, perhaps? Not lately. Blast. I could backdate some sort of routine letter, maybe, Mockridge said nervously, trying to please Harry. No, absolutely not, Harry declared as he tried to think up a new idea. If you were to go to a meeting with the Goblins, are there papers in your office that you would bring along with you? Of course. Good, Harry said as he pulled out his black ash wand and used it to conjure a piece of parchment and some necessary writing utensils. Write a formal letter to Gringotts asking for an audience with Lord Gold to discuss options for perhaps opening the bank again. Wasting not time, Mockridge grabbed the quill that Harry had conjured and began to write a neat and official letter to Gringotts. As the quill made scratching noises on the parchment, Harry scanned the room, observing the various patrons. None of them seemed to be particularly interested in what the two men in the corner were doing. That was definitely good. Done, Mockridge declared as he signed his name with a minor flourish. Harry waved his wand, which was still in his hand, and had the parchment sealed. The Ministry of Magic seal was even perfectly imitated. Good. I'll personally take this to Lord Gold. I'm sure that he'll cooperate and willingly meet with you immediately. I want you to go back to the Ministry and wait for Lord Gold to send you a response. If possible, make sure that other people are around to see you receive that letter. Be sure to let them know what it is and make a big show of getting whatever papers you'll need. Got that? Yes. Mockridge answered, with a faintly excited gleam in his eyes. Go back to the office and wait for the letter. Make sure everyone knows that I'm going to the bank to negotiate with the goblins. Right. I'll meet you at Gringotts. A painful groan escaped from Hermione's lips as she woke up and tasted something gritty in her mouth. When she opened her eyes, she found herself face down in some sand. Apparently the tide had washed her up on some beach recently. She deduced the recently part from that fact that she was still sopping wet. She rolled over and sat up with a grimace. The water had not been gentle at all. Every part of her ached and her clothes were an absolute mess. After a few moments, Hermione managed to gather enough strength to sit up and look around. Hopefully, she had been washed across the channel that separated Azkaban from the mainland. As Hermione looked around, she deduced that this was not the case. She was standing on a sandy island connected to a more rocky island by a black bridge. Her eyes widened as she followed the bridge and spotted a large and imposing black castle that was just as, if not bigger than Hogwarts. Before she could do any more, several pops surrounded, and she found herself surrounded by several men in silver robes, each with their wands trained on her. Deciding that irritating them would be a bad idea, Hermione weakly raised her hands in the air. One of them stepped forward. You're under arrest for trespassing, he declared. Hermione decided to be brave. I didn't intentionally trespass. I was washed up on your beach, and what gives you the authority to arrest me? You don't look like you're from the Ministry, and I'm a British subject. If you're the person who disturbed the wards, then you're a trespasser, the man declared stiffly. He smiled triumphantly when he saw a flicker of guilt in Hermione's eyes. I'm Captain Nayloff of the Earl of the North's bodyguard. You're in Lord Polyryx's domain, therefore, you are subject to him no matter who you are. This declaration caused Hermione some excitement, nervousness, and fear. Apparently she had found where Harry lived but was now under arrest. If he was mad at her, which he probably was, then she was most certainly at his mercy. Conceded, she sighed. Follow me, Nayloff instructed. He began to walk towards the Black Bridge, and with the other guards' wands trained on her, Hermione followed. As they approached the Black Fortress, Hermione couldn't help but ask questions. "What's the name of this castle?" Nayloff didn't seem to be in a good mood for answering questions, but he humored her nevertheless. "This is the Fortress of Narracakes, the seat of House Polarix, which has held the Earldom of the North for millennia." Hermione was silenced as they approached the castle. It was extremely intimidating, and if it was any reflection of Harry's power, then she and the Order were in deep trouble. She suspected that it was only Harry's mercy that had spared them from destruction. They entered through a pair of large doors and into a most impressive entrance hall. Hermione would have liked to stand around and look at everything, but the silver-clad guards had other ideas. They led her into what appeared to be a study, probably Harry's, and had her stand before a very imposing desk. "Wait here." Nayloff instructed her with a nod to the other guards, signaling that they should see to it that she followed his directions. It seemed an eternity before Nayloff returned to the study. "Lord Polarix is currently unavailable," the captain announced. "Count Azkaban is here and will see to you." A moment later, a very familiar man entered the room, and Hermione instantly felt a wave of nausea. It was the man who had beheaded Lucius Malfoy right in front of her. When his eyes fell on her, Hermione spotted a spark of recognition in the emotionless eyes. Count Azkaban approached her and went around the desk. Instead of sitting in the chair behind the desk, he sat in a chair that had automatically appeared to the side of it. "I recognize you," he said, wasting no time. "You're a member of that pesky order and one of the ones who declared to the whole world that Harry Potter was an absolute creep." "I don't deny that," Hermione said bravely. "I came here to see Harry and I refuse to leave until I at least have a chance to speak to him. If I wanted to have you thrown off the island, I doubt that you could stop me," the Count declared stiffly. "In any case, you will be staying. For all I know, you were sent to spy by the Order. The Order has already done enough damage, and I will allow no more damage when preventing it is within my ability and reach." "Does that mean I'm in trouble?" Hermione inquired faintly. "That depends on how Lord Polarix feels," Azkaban declared. "Until he decides, though, you'll have the pleasure of testing out the dungeons for us." Hermione winced but responded somewhat wittily. "Glad to help, just so long as Harry knows that I'm here and that I wish to speak with him." The Count shrugged. "I was just leaving when Nayloff stopped me and will probably not see Lord Polarix for a while. However, I'll have the guards inform Lady Bellatrix of your presence. She might even tell Lord Polarix." "Thanks a lot," Hermione retorted. The Count ignored her and addressed Captain Nayloff. "Lock her up in the dungeon and tell Lady Polarix that a trespasser has been apprehended. Get her name and any information pertaining to her and record it as well." Captain Nayloff nodded respectfully. "I shall." And that was how Hermione found herself in an ancient dungeon. Filch would have been proud. Without any delay, Harry made his way to Gringotts bearing Mockridge's letter and was promptly admitted into the bank and led to Lord Gold's office by one of the goblin guards. He was not quizzed as to his motives for the visit, which showed to Harry that his alliance with the goblins was indeed intact and functioning smoothly. Lord Gold promptly received him, setting aside any work he had been doing. "It is good to see you, Lord Polarix. What brings you to Gringotts today?" "Something we can help you with, perhaps." Harry chose his words carefully. "I was hoping that you would help me with a bit of a scheme. If it goes well, a more trustworthy and competent minister of magic will come to power. In order for such a person to accomplish that, they must have something that will give them a bit of a claim to fame." "Yes," Gold said, catching on almost immediately. A wizard or witch who got the credit for negotiating a reopening of the bank would be looked upon most favorably by the ministry and magical populace. Said wizard or witch would also be in your debt and feel obligated to show great favor toward the goblin population, Harry pointed out. Not only that, you could drive a somewhat hard bargain to even reopen in the first place. They would have no choice but to accept. Gold nodded, and Harry could already tell that he was pleased with the prospects of the situation that Harry had arranged. "I assume that you already have a candidate for the office of Minister of Magic, especially now that the ministry is in a tumult." "Cuthbert Mockridge," Harry stated. "A wise choice. Mockridge has always been polite to us, and he is in no way responsible for the current situation," Gold commented. "Wizards and witches all over Britain would start crying foul if it was just some random ministry official. They'd suspect Voldemort rather than you, though." The goblin's voice then took on a sarcastic tinge. "After all, Goblins aren't human, therefore they must be evil. Without wasting any time, Harry produced the letter that he had instructed Mockridge to write back in the leaky cauldron. I have a letter from him asking for an audience so that he can discuss options to reopen the bank. Lord Gold took the letter from Harry and quickly skimmed it. Very well then, I assume that you want this meeting to take place immediately. That would be very convenient, Harry said. That means that I need to respond as we speak then, Gold said as he gathered some writing utensils and began drafting a response. I also assume that you want to ensure that the whole ministry knows that Mockridge will be having this meeting with me. Yes, Harry nodded. This agreement will come too quickly and randomly as it is. Gold grinned. I can make sure that everyone knows. Cuthbert Mockridge made his way back to the ministry and entered via the atrium. Without wasting a moment, he made his way to where the hub of the action concerning Fudge was, the level that housed the law enforcement department. He needed to know what the latest news was. He arrived on the appropriate floor in record time and saw numerous witches and wizards milling about, having heated discussions or trying to do their work amongst the confusion. The largest group was congregated near Madame Bones's office and was being held at bay by her secretary. Mockridge opted to avoid the vulture reputation, and when he spotted Kingsley Shacklebolt, he quickly strode over and struck up a conversation. What's the latest? Amelia is expected to file a formal indictment accusing Minister Fudge of several crimes associated with the Granger girl, Shacklebolt replied, giving most of his attention to Mockridge. The Aurors have already formally filed a motion of no confidence with regard to Fudge's ability to fight Voldemort and Potter. Fudge's term is about to come to an abrupt end, then, Mockridge said, stating the obvious. The question now concerns who his successor will be. How is Fudge taking it? Shacklebolt chuckled. Not very well at all. His assistant, Percy Weasley, was down here a half-hour ago protesting everything in general and trying to restore order. He finally gave up. Sounds humiliating. He needed it. Commented another voice. The speaker came closer and Mockridge identified her as an Auror named Tonks. She then addressed the two men. So, who do you suppose will be the next Minister of Magic? Both men shrugged casually, and Mockridge realized that Shacklebolt had his own agenda as to who should succeed Fudge just as he did. This meant he was either for Dumbledore or Voldemort or had plans for himself. He would have to tread carefully. Someone competent, I hope. Bones would be an obvious choice. Shacklebolt said carefully to Mockridge and Tonks. There's others with good reputations, though. If Arthur Weasley were to leave the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, I could easily see him as minister. At that moment, Mockridge was sure beyond a doubt that Shacklebolt was with Dumbledore somehow. They sound all right, he said in a noncommittal voice. Perhaps, Tonks said, the expression on her face seemingly agreeing with Shacklebolt's choices. Mockridge wasn't sure, but he thought he could sense a slight undercurrent in Tonks' manner. Did she secretly support another faction? His thoughts were interrupted when one of their potential nominees walked up to the group and joined them. Already deciding on who the new minister should be, I take it, Arthur Weasley commented cheerfully. He was carrying several files and looked to be on an errand. We were thinking that you could do it, Shacklebolt replied. This made Weasley look uncomfortable. I suppose I would do it if called on. Things are just too difficult, and I don't think I have enough experience to be competent. Not only will the new minister be besieged by Voldemort and Potter, but the public will demand action taken to reconcile the goblins at Gringotts. Weasley looked at Mockridge. Has Fudge asked you to do anything about Gringotts, and is there any progress that you know of? Arthur Weasley had just given Mockridge the perfect opening. I have not been asked to do anything concerning the matter, but earlier on today, I sent a missive to Lord Gold requesting a possible meeting to discuss solutions to our problem. That's good, Tonks said brightly. I sure hope the goblins like you better than they like Fudge. It's hard to tell with goblins, Mockridge said, drawing upon his experience with dealing with the magical race that ran Gringotts. The timing could not have been more perfect. The lift made a noise to indicate that it was making a stop at their level, and then opened to reveal a very flustered employee from the Goblin Liaison Office who was being trailed by a goblin messenger. This immediately caught everyone's attention, and even the people stationed at the entrance of Madame Bones's office turned to look at the action. After all, how often did a goblin walk into the Ministry of Magic, especially considering the current situation? Mr. Mockridge, said the exasperated official, this goblin has just arrived from Gringotts with a letter from the head of the bank. He insists on personally delivering it to you since you're the head of the Goblin Liaison Office." The goblin formally strode forward and with a bow handed a sealed letter to Mockridge. "Lord Gold expects a prompt response," he said, his goblin accent very thick and loud. "I shall respond immediately, of course," Mockridge said, feeling slightly flustered himself. Potter had obviously managed to pull his part of the job off. Now the ball was in his court. The goblin stood there looking at Mockridge. Apparently he had been instructed to wait for the response. Further pressure was put on Mockridge by Tonks. "Open it! This could be the solution to our Gringotts problem." With a quick snap, the seal on the letter was broken, and Mockridge wasted no time unfolding the letter to examine it. He quickly skimmed the short message, which invited Mockridge to come to Gringotts with the returning messenger for a meeting to discuss options on reopening the bank. "What does it say?" Shacklebolt inquired. Everyone in the room listened for Mockridge's response, while pretending not to. Realizing that he was now on stage, and that every action he took could have an effect on the outcome of the plan, Mockridge planned his words and actions very carefully. Not everyone knew that he had sent a letter to the goblins first. They would need to know that. "It's a response to the letter I sent to the goblins earlier. Lord Gold has agreed to meet with me to discuss the possibility of reopening the bank." "Why are they being so agreeable?" Mr. Weasley asked suspiciously. Already, opposition had reared its head. Fortunately, this comment could be turned to be favorable with an appropriate response. "I think they are being agreeable because they know about Fudge's imminent downfall. It was he who caused them to close the bank in the first place, and they can't enjoy being closed any more than we do." Mr. Weasley was about to say another thing, but Tonks cut him off, seemingly in ignorance. "There's no use in keeping Lord Gold or his messenger waiting, Mockridge." "Right you are," Cuthbert said with a smile. "I'll run up to my office and gather some necessary papers and then get moving." He then left the floor with the goblin escort in tow and quickly headed to his office, meeting very few people on the way. Gathering all of his papers took only a few moments, and within minutes, he found himself entering Gringotts Bank and being escorted to the offices. Hermione felt an immense amount of relief once the Count of Azkaban left the room. Not only did she find his brand of magic to be creepy, but she was well aware of the fact that he viewed her as the enemy. She had seen firsthand what happened to his enemies. Cutting her head off may or may not be appropriate punishment, considering the trouble that her actions had caused, but she would prefer to speak to Harry first. Further thoughts were laid aside when Captain Neloff moved. Hermione could sense that his attitude toward her had changed for the worst somewhat since Azkaban had identified her as a member of the Order of the Phoenix and a key ruiner of Harry's reputation. Trespassing was one thing, being a member of the Order was another. A heavy pair of metal shackles appeared from nowhere onto the massive desk, and Neloff picked them up promptly as if he had been expecting their appearance. He roughly locked them onto Hermione's wrists. "Follow me," Neloff commanded curtly, motioning toward the door and nodding to the other guards that they should fall into line with their wands drawn. They made their way out of the room, across the hall, through some more doors, and then down a dark and steep staircase. Hermione, realizing that the heavy shackles would prevent her from steadying herself should she stumble, was very careful in choosing her footing as they descended. Several staircases later, they arrived at the dungeon level where Neloff had opted to take her. Hermione followed him into a room, and when it was lighted, surveyed its contents and shuddered. It was a torture chamber right out of the Middle Ages. It reminded her of the ones in castles that she had toured with her family. The only difference was that the tools were very shiny, sharp, and ready for use. "We will process you here," Neloff said with a hint of an evil grin. He gestured to a very sinister-looking chair that was equipped with straps to hold the head, arms, and legs in place. "Sit there." As Hermione sat down and shuddered, Neloff caused a simple desk and a chair to appear next to the chair. He sat down as the other guards took various places in the room. A moment or so passed as Hermione looked around the room and let her imagination ruin her day. It ended when a guard who had apparently been sent off by Neloff arrived with a book and presented it to Neloff. The captain whispered some commands to the guard, who then left again, and then opened the book to reveal blank pages. A quill and ink appeared on the table, and he began to write slowly in the book. Name: Hermione Jane Granger. Age: 16. This went on for several minutes, and eventually Captain Nayloff stopped asking her questions and started writing down what Hermione assumed were details concerning her arrest, interview, and anything else the guards would find relevant at a later point in time. Hermione had just been able to relax somewhat in the torture chair when the guard that Nayloff had sent off returned carrying a piece of parchment that Hermione assumed was magical in some way. Nayloff finished writing in the book, closed it, and exchanged it for the piece of parchment. He quickly wrote Hermione's name on it and then stood up. "This is everyone's favorite part," Nayloff said. He strode over to a wall and, after some careful deliberation, plucked a wicked-looking knife from the wall. Seeing this, Hermione gasped as cold shivers caused her body to spasm. They were going to torture her, sensing that she might bolt. Two of the guards stepped forward and held her in the chair by her shoulders, apparently deciding that the straps were unnecessary. Nayloff walked up to her holding the parchment and knife. "Don't get too excited," he whispered. He then pushed what was left of one of Hermione's tattered sleeves away and poked her with the knife. Some blood promptly seeped from the wood, and Nayloff pressed the parchment with her name on it to the wound, watching as the blood seeped into the parchment. The blood caused the parchment to turn cold and blue. When Nayloff removed it, Hermione saw that the wound had healed. This caused her to let out a sigh of relief. "I told you not to get too excited," Nayloff said, motioning for the guards to remove their hands and return to their positions. "Now, for the tour of your new home away from home." At his gesture, Hermione stood up from the frightening chair and followed the captain out of the chamber and a ways down the hall with the other guards on their trail. They made their way around a corner, and Hermione could see that the walls of this corridor were lined with iron-barred doors to small cells. "This one will do," Nayloff stated, reaching out and opening one of the barred doors. It opened, sensing his authority to open it. Hermione meekly walked into the cell and Nayloff followed her in. Being very unsure of things, always eager for knowledge, and her general fear caused Hermione to start asking questions. "How long will I be here?" "I don't know." "What about restroom facilities?" Nayloff looked around the cell curiously. Apparently he wasn't very experienced with their use. That meant that Harry didn't often take prisoners. Hermione didn't know whether that was good or bad. "I reckon that they'll appear when you need them," Nayloff responded. "How? None of your business," Nayloff retorted, hoping that this would stem the flow of questions. However, his hopes were not to come true. Hermione continued to ask questions, though her manner became more meek by the second. "Will you feed me?" "You'll be fed." "How soon until Harry finds out I'm here?" "I don't know." Hermione seemed to be done with the questions, but one last one occurred to her as she looked at herself. "What about clothes? Do you issue uniforms?" She motioned to her own clothes, which were now only tattered rags. "Mine are done for and will be uncomfortable." One of the other guards spoke up. "The point of a dungeon isn't exactly comfort, lady." Nayloff rolled his eyes, and then deciding that the girl had a point about her current clothes, reached out and with a few yanks and rips, removed all but Hermione's undergarments, which seemed to be in fairly good condition. This caused her to shriek and hug herself in an attempt to protect her modesty. "We'll let Lady Bellatrix decide about clothes," Nayloff announced. "Meanwhile, we'll make sure that it doesn't get overly cold in here and that your possessions are taken care of." "Is that it?" Hermione asked, very meekly. "I suppose." With that, the guards all left, shutting the cell door behind them. Shivering from the cold, Hermione sunk in a corner and hugged her knees. The guards weren't being very friendly, but what could she expect? It was these thoughts and others about obtaining Harry's forgiveness that kept Hermione occupied for the next while. Several hours later, Bellatrix examined a book on the ancient healing arts for the third time in a row. There was nothing there that said that her crazy idea on how to heal the Longbottoms would not work. Then again, there was nothing there that said it would work. Making the magic element of the cure work would be the key. Fortunately, Harry would be able to help her in that area greatly. Bellatrix was just putting her texts away in their proper places when Captain Nayloff entered the library and gave a deep nod of respect to her. "Can I help you, Captain?" Bellatrix asked, not sure whether she should be worried about the captain of Harry's bodyguard coming to speak with her. "We captured a trespasser earlier this evening, milady. Count Azkaban ordered her to be locked up in the dungeons to await your pleasure as Lord Polyrics is currently unavailable," Nayloff said neutrally. Bellatrix raised her eyebrows. Someone had worked hard to find the island and then to trespass on it. "Who is this trespasser?" "Hermione Granger," Nayloff answered. "The Count identified her as a member of the Order and a potential spy. She claims that she has come to talk to Lord Bellatrix. The first emotional response to the announcement of Hermione's presence was anger. That little girl had created trouble and emotional pain for Harry. Then there was, of course, the little incident back at the small town that Voldemort had framed Harry for attacking. Bellatrix blushed when she realized that the little girl was her husband's age. Finally, she gained control of her emotions. "Have you locked her up in the dungeon?" "Yes, milady," Nayloff answered respectfully before going into an account about processing the prisoner. Bellatrix was very amused by the part that took place in the torture chamber. The next debate that took place in Bellatrix's mind was what to do with the Granger girl. Should she just leave her for Harry to deal with? Should she go and beat the snot out of her, and then let Harry deal with her? Or should she do something else? Bellatrix decided on something else. Though it was tempting, the impulse to abuse the teenager was no good. However, there were some things she wanted to talk to the girl about, and then what Harry did with her was irrelevant as far as she was concerned. "Take me to where you've locked her up," she commanded Nayloff. "As you wish, milady," Nayloff said. Together, Nayloff and Bellatrix made their way down to the dungeons. Bellatrix noted with some amusement that Hermione had been placed in one of the deepest levels that the dungeon had to offer. This pleased her as it demonstrated that the guards felt a sense of loyalty to Harry. Eventually, Nayloff led her to a cell where she spotted the half-naked girl huddled in a corner of the cell. Hermione had spotted them and was looking at her specifically with some hope in her eyes, as well as a great amount of trepidation. Bellatrix was about to enter the cell when Nayloff held his hand in front of her. "Pardon me, milady. If you mean to interview her in the cell, I must make sure she is restrained. This could be a ploy to assassinate you or Lord Bellatrix." Shoving aside self-declarations that she could handle a prisoner, Bellatrix nodded, which signaled Nayloff to see to having Miss Granger restrained. If something were to happen, Harry would never forgive himself, and not only that, there was no reason to worry Harry about what could have happened. There was also the baby. Nayloff entered, and Hermione rose stiffly from her crouching position. She was still wearing the heavy shackles from earlier, so Nayloff made use of them, and used them to raise her arms above her head, and attached them to a hook that appeared from nowhere, as things often did in narracakes. Nayloff then exited the cell with a bow for Bellatrix, and then stationed himself a short distance down the hall. Bellatrix then entered the cell and made eye contact with Hermione. One of the interrogation tips learned long ago came to mind. "They'll talk on their own and reveal what is important." Bellatrix took this to heart, and while waiting for Hermione to start talking, conjured a comfortable armchair and sat down. What Granger said first would be key in figuring out what was the most important to her. She would save the legilimency for Harry in this case. Bellatrix sat back and then coolly looked Hermione in the eyes. Hermione was clearly nervous, but made a valiant effort to return the gaze. Finally, she began to talk on her own as Bellatrix had predicted. "I've realized that Harry is innocent, and I've come to apologize and do whatever it takes to win back his friendship." Taking Hermione's declaration of Harry's innocence at face value, Bellatrix zeroed in on the last two parts of the statement. "How do you apologize for a betrayal that caused someone immense pain and indirectly helped Voldemort in his quest to kill and torture?" This caused tears to run down Hermione's face. "I know that being sorry isn't enough, but what more can I do?" "Nothing," Bellatrix answered bluntly. "That's why it's hard to apologize. It's bad enough that you gave Voldemort the advantage, but do you realize that Harry will still think himself responsible for those he couldn't save?" This caused Hermione to hang her head in shame as she realized how true Bellatrix's words were. "How fortunate for you that Harry is a non-confrontational person," Bellatrix continued on. "Knowing him, as soon as he returns from his business, he will promptly tell you that it's okay and send you on your sorry way just to get you out of his way. After that, he'll avoid you and pretend that nothing ever happened. You'll be expected to avoid him as well, of course." This statement caused Hermione to let out a pathetic sob. "He'll still feel hurt and angry even if he hides it. I want to win back his friendship so that we can go back to the way we were. It's the only way that I'll be able to feel that he's completely forgiven me. Otherwise, I'll always wonder what his true feelings are toward me and my betrayal." "You are striving for the impossible, I think," Bellatrix stated, taking a small bit of pleasure from the distress that this obviously caused the girl. She couldn't help but to do so. It was natural. This made Bellatrix slightly unhappy. She didn't want to give in to natural instincts. They led to the dark side of magic. Those who strived for a higher standard were the witches and wizards of the light. They were the ones with the strength to prevail and not let the instinctive reactions of anger and lust for revenge drag them down into the pit of evil. It was Voldemort's anger with Muggles and his father that had driven him to become a dark wizard. Several moments passed, and Bellatrix reviewed these thoughts silently in her mind as she watched Harry's treacherous friend began to sob uncontrollably, unable to wipe the tears from her eyes or face due to the fact that her arms were suspended above her by chains. It was then that light dawned upon Bellatrix's mind. What this young witch had done did not matter anymore. Bellatrix herself had committed worse crimes than this young woman was responsible for. Harry was the antithesis of her former actions. If he could completely forgive the girl and welcome her back into a full friendship, then that would prove that he was indeed a strong wizard. Furthermore, his ability to forgive Granger would forevermore lay to rest any doubts that Bellatrix may ever have of his pure love for her and forgiveness for her past actions. Suddenly, Bellatrix wanted to see Harry completely forgive and welcome back Hermione Granger with every fiber of her being for Harry's own sake. If he couldn't forgive and forget, then it was possible that he would ruin his life. He would need help to do so, though, and Bellatrix was more than willing to provide it. He would have to do it by himself, though, and not feel pressured. Hermione would have to remain in the cell free from any interference on Bellatrix's part. Bellatrix then stood up and strode to Hermione so unexpectedly that Hermione started and then quailed in fear. The two had fought viciously in a catfight previously, and now Bellatrix had a complete advantage. However, instead of harming Hermione, Bellatrix awkwardly hugged her like she would hug her sister, Narcissa. "I'll do everything I can to help you win back your friendship," she whispered to the young woman who was now shedding silent tears. "Don't give up no matter what may happen." Then, without another word, Bellatrix turned around and strode from the cell, causing the armchair to disappear. Within seconds, she met Captain Nayloff in the hall. "I'm finished interviewing the prisoner, Captain." She then conjured a rough blanket of sorts and handed it to him. "Return her to how she was before I came and give her this. You are not to inform Lord Polyric of the prisoner's presence until I let you. It's for the best. Is that clear?" "Yes, milady," Nayloff responded in a confused voice. Captain Nayloff watched as Lady Bellatrix strode away as he held the blanket that she had handed him. Shrugging, he turned and went to the cell where he found the prisoner who had apparently been crying. She now had a look of confused wonder in her eyes. She was so confused that she hardly responded when Nayloff caused the hook holding her shackled arms above her head to disappear, leaving her to sink to the floor stiffly. No sure what else to do, Nayloff haphazardly draped the blanket over her shivering body before exiting and securing the cell. He missed the look of complete and utter determination that appeared in Hermione's eyes, lighted by the hope that Lady Bellatrix had given her.
Thanks for watching part 1 of this story. For part 2, please subscribe to my channel.